Chapter 4102. Wang Yunsheng. A genius from Myriad Arts Academy who came from the heavyweight godly venerable sect, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. It was said that he was the direct descendant of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's higher godly venerable expert. Apart from his shocking identity, Wang Yunsheng was also very powerful. He was not even 10,000 years old and was only a higher godly emperor, but he had killed many emperor gods. Of course, he had only killed lower godly emperors. Even so, it was shocking enough. A lower godly emperor was still a godly emperor. There was an insurmountable gap between godly emperors and godly emperors. A godly emperor who could cross this gap and kill a godly emperor was a genius in any realm of the gods. Do you guys think Duan Lingtian will come out? After all, it's okay to refuse a challenge in the academy. A student asked another student who came out of the dormitory next door. I'm not sure. After all, I'm not a genius like him. However, I think that since he's a genius, he should be arrogant and won't submit to anyone, right? Duan Lingtian is quite famous in the 7 prefectures and won the 7 prefectures banquet. His strength is comparable to a lower godly emperor. However, it's only comparable. I heard that Wang Yunsheng has killed a lower godly emperor before. Duan Lingtian is only a medium godly emperor after all. If he becomes a higher godly emperor, he might be able to compete with Wang Yunsheng. However, it's uncertain now. Wang Yunsheng's strength is top-notch even among the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's holy princes. The group of Myriad Arts Academy students present obviously knew a lot about Wang Yunsheng. Whoosh! 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 Soon after Wang Yunsheng appeared and asked Duan Lingtian to come out, a few figures flew out from the dormitory and flew over to watch from afar. Look! I didn't lie to you, right? I told you that Wang Yunsheng accepted the mission. Shaoan, a prodigy from the Hanlin Divine Residence, smiled and said to the people around him. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those who could stand together with Shaoan and chat casually were naturally not ordinary students of Myriad Laws Academy. They were all famous geniuses of Myriad Laws Academy. Most of them came from various ultimate god forces. The Myriad Law Academy was a very inclusive ultimate god level faction. Apart from the legacy lineage being the core, the student lineage did not reject the infiltration of other ultimate god level factions. Of course, in the Myriad Law Palace, the students were not able to enjoy the resources that were directly distributed. They had to rely on themselves to obtain everything, and even compete with others. In fact, it wasn't just the students. It was the same for Duan Lingtian's inner palace, only the legacy lineage, as the core lineage of the Myriad Laws Academy, could enjoy special treatment. Yang Yuchen had told Duan Lingtian about this before he entered the Myriad Law Palace. At that time, Duan Lingtian felt that the Myriad Laws Academy's actions were equivalent to raising gu, to let a powerful gu stand out from a bunch of weak gu. In the Myriad Law Palace, the student lineage was like a whetstone for the legacy lineage. The legacy lineage's status in the Myriad Laws Academy was more like an independent sect. It's Shaoan and Tang Yuji. When Shaoan and the others arrived and stood in the distance, many students recognized them. These people were the best of the best among the current generation of Myriad Laws Academy students. In the Myriad Laws Academy, apart from the legacy lineage members, after 10,000 years, one was no longer a student. One could either stay and be a teacher or leave. Since these people were still students, it meant that they were not yet 10,000 years old. Moreover, these people had one thing in common: they were all upper god emperors. They were all well-known existences in the Myriad Laws Academy. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to Wang Yunsheng, who was now challenging Duan Lingtian. Creak! Just as many students were wondering if Duan Lingtian would come out, the crisp sound of a door opening came from the second dormitory building. To be precise, it came from the 6th floor of the second dormitory building. Dormitory 603. It was also the dormitory that everyone's attention was on. Just a moment ago, this dormitory's door was still tightly shut, but now it was pushed open by someone. Following that, a purple figure walked out in a timely manner. This was a young man wearing a purple robe. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he appeared, everything around him seemed to be overshadowed. He walked out with a calm expression, then flew into the air and confronted Wang Yunxing from a distance. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the other party. Duan Lingtian, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Wang Yunxing smiled coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian come out. Why wouldn't I dare? Duan Lingtian glanced at the other party indifferently. Previously, I heard that someone took on the Dark Net's mission to target me. Now it seems that it's you? That's me. Wang Yunxing replied coldly. I'm Wang Yunxing, a student of Myriad Arts Academy and the Mon-Origin sect's holy son. I heard that you rejected the Mon-Origin sect's invitation. Today, I'd like to see the strength of the so-called most monstrous genius in the history of the 7 prefectures. As soon as Wang Yunxing spoke, realization dawned on many people. It turned out that Wang Yunxing was targeting Duan Lingtian not only because someone had posted a mission to target him on the dark net, but also because Duan Lingtian had rejected the Mon-Origin sect's invitation. The Mon-Origin sect? Although Duan Lingtian knew that there were people from various ultimate god forces in Myriad Arts Academy, he did not expect that the person who took on the Darknet's mission to target him was also from the Mon-Origin sect. Moreover, it was the Mon-Origin sect's holy son. It's my freedom to choose which force to join. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Yunxing indifferently, his tone as calm as ever. As for your wish to see my strength, I'm afraid you won't get what you wish for. I'm not interested in fighting with you. It's up to you to think that I'm afraid of you or that I don't want to fight with you. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the Dark Net's mission. Before Wang Yunxing could react, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to his dormitory. It was not until the sound of the door closing with a bang that everyone regained their senses. Even Wang Yunxing only regained his senses at this moment. Rejected? Duan Lingtian had rejected his challenge? Wang Yunxing's expression changed for a while before he said coldly with a gloomy expression, a genius from the 7 prefectures is nothing more than this. Everyone has overestimated you. In my opinion, you, Duan Lingtian, are a good-for-nothing. You don't even dare to fight with me. It seems like you don't live up to your reputation. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Wang Yunxing's words. When Wang Yunxing saw this, he did not stay for long. He turned around and left with a gloomy expression. It felt as though he had punched cotton. The onlookers thought they would be able to watch a good show. However, they did not expect such an ending. Was it over just like that? Duan Lingtian did not hide from the battle. Instead, he showed himself and refused to fight. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Do you think Duan Lingtian is afraid to fight with Wang Yunxing, or does he really not want to fight with Wang Yunxing? I think the former is more likely. I think so too. Most people thought Duan Lingtian was not a match for Wang Yunxing, so he retreated in order to advance. In fact, his true strength was definitely not as good as Wang Yunxing. However, in the face of these doubts, Duan Lingtian did not show himself to explain. Not long after, the news that Wang Yunxing had accepted a mission from the Dark Net targeting Duan Lingtian and challenged Duan Lingtian but was rejected by Duan Lingtian spread throughout the Myriad Law Academy. This was a small matter. Most of the people in the Myriad Law Academy felt that Duan Lingtian did not accept Wang Yunxing's challenge because he knew he was not as good as Wang Yunxing. He rejected it? In fact, Yang Yuchen had heard from others that someone had posted a mission on the Dark Net targeting Duan Lingtian not long ago. When he heard that Wang Yunxing had accepted the mission and challenged Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel excited. Would his junior brother be a match for Wang Yunxing? He even thought that even if his little junior brother could only fight Wang Yunxing to a draw, it would still be a good result. However, he did not expect his junior brother to reject Wang Yunxing. Did he really reject the challenge because he felt he was no match for Duan Lingtian? Or was it, as he said, that he disdained to fight Wang Yunxing? Although Yang Yuchen had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength, he did not dare say that he had completely seen through Duan Lingtian. However, based on Duan Lingtian's performance at the Seven Prefectures banquet, he might not be a match for Wang Yunsheng. After all, Wang Yunsheng was the Mon-origin sect's holy son. When news of him being humiliated by Duan Ling Tian in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace spread, the Monarch Divine sect had also received the news. Wang Yunsheng was a proud person, so he naturally would not complain to the Mon-origin sect like a child. However, Wang Yunsheng was not the only disciple of the Mon-origin sect in the Myriad Law Academy. Vice Sect Master, do you really want our people to make a move? Duan Lingtian has a close relationship with Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy. Yang Yuchen even acknowledged him as his junior brother. In a secluded valley, a middle-aged man asked worriedly. The old man hovering in the air above the valley said indifferently, "Don't worry about Yang Yuchen. Do you think he'll be able to find out that it was someone from the Mon-origin sect who made a move? Moreover, we're already giving Yang Yuchen face by not ordering our people to make a move earlier." This time, Duan Lingtian did not know what was good for him. How dare he make a fool of the Holy Son? He's not the only one who deserves to die. Everyone in the lower plains who has anything to do with him deserves to die. Give the order immediately. Anyone in the lower plains who has anything to do with Duan Lingtian is to be executed. Isn't Duan Lingtian from the mundane plane? Destroy that mundane plane. The old man's tone was extremely cold as he spoke. Yes, Vice Sect Master. The middle-aged man acknowledged the order and retreated, his gaze turning cold in an instant. Chapter 4103. The moment Duan Lingtian found out that Wang Yunsheng was a member of the Mon-origin spirit sect, he had no intention of fighting him. Once they fought, even if Wang Yunsheng could not defeat him, he could still complete the probing task according to the description of the Dark Net mission and get the corresponding mission reward. It was just that the mission reward would be less. Even if Wang Yunsheng defeated or tied with him, he could still get the mission reward for probing him. Originally, he was still thinking of seeing who accepted the mission to test him. After showing his strength, he could discuss with the other party how to split the mission reward. If he found the other party pleasing to the eye, even if the other party could not defeat him, it was not impossible for him to hide his strength and pretend to be defeated by the other party as long as he could get 2 portions of the mission reward. However, when he found out that the person who accepted the mission was a member of the Mon-origin spirit sect, his previous thoughts were completely dispelled because he did not have a good impression of the Mon-origin spirit sect or even its members. At first, he only heard about the Mon-origin spirit sect from others and did not have a good impression of them. Later, when the godly venerable one of the Mon-origin spirit sect went to Chunying school to invite him to join the Mon-origin spirit sect, he indirectly threatened him and made him completely confirm the moral character of the Mon-origin spirit sect members. As a result, he was even more repulsed by the Mon-origin spirit sect and its members. Therefore, after learning that the person who accepted the Dark Net mission was a member of the Mon-origin spirit sect, he directly rejected the other party's challenge. As for what the other party thought, he did not care what others thought. So what if they said he was not as good as the other party? He would not lose a piece of meat. What a pity. It turned out to be a member of the Mon-origin spirit sect. Otherwise, I might be able to get some benefits this time. But, who would be so bored as to pay such a high price to find someone to test me and even suppress me? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little puzzled. He had just arrived at Myriad Arts Academy and did not know many people, let alone offend others. What kind of person would think so highly of him when he had just arrived? He could not figure it out. Third senior brother. Finally, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Yang Yuchen. The mission against me on the Dark Net, was it you who posted it? Upon receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Yang Yuchen was stunned for a moment before replying bluntly, "How is that possible? Why would you say that I was the one who posted it? Your guess is illogical." Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian replied, "Didn't you say that even the palace master might post a mission to kill himself on the Dark Net? Isn't it normal for you to post a mission to test me? Moreover, fourth senior sister's attitude towards me is clearly much better than her attitude towards you. Perhaps you're too embarrassed to make a move because fourth senior sister treats me better, so you posted a mission on the dark web to target me? The more Duan Lingtian spoke, the more he felt that his guess might be right. Other than Yang Yuchen, he really couldn't think of anyone who would pay such a big price just to test him and suppress his limelight. Even now, he had offended Wang Yunxing of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Even if he could afford to pay such a high price, it was impossible for him to pay such a high price to deal with him. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was Yang Yuchen. Although Duan Lingtian was not with Yang Yuchen now, he could still feel waves of annoyance and helplessness from his tone. You think too much. Do I have nothing better to do? Why would I pay such a high price to target you? Just for a small matter. You think too highly of me. As Yang Yuchen spoke, the change in his tone made Duan Lingtian wonder if he had really guessed wrong. But if it weren't for you, third senior brother, who would target me like this? I'm new here, so I don't know many people. It's impossible for me to offend anyone, right? Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. It was precisely because of this that he doubted Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out who would think so highly of him. After listening to Duan Lingtian's guess, Yang Yuchen spoke again, but his tone seemed to be suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, little junior brother, you seem to have forgotten something. That is, you're not alone in the Myriad Law Palace. Yang Yuchen said. I'm not alone. Duan Lingtian was stunned. I'm alone? Why aren't you alone anymore? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but wonder why Yang Yuchen would say that he wasn't alone when he came to the Myriad Law Palace. Could it be that Yang Yuchen knew that he had a high-grade sword with a complete soul? As for the 5 divine elements, he felt that it was impossible for Yang Yuchen to discover it because he usually kept the microcosm in his body tightly shut. Not to mention an ultimate god expert, even an ultimate god expert wouldn't be able to pry into its mysteries. Once the microcosm in his body was tightly shut, it would be completely private. Therefore, he suspected that his cheap senior brother might have discovered the mysteries of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. As for Huang, she usually stayed in the small world within his body to avoid being discovered. However, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a complete soul divine sword after all. He didn't know if anyone would discover it when the soul of the sword wasn't there. Or rather, he didn't know if an ultimate god expert would be able to discover it under such circumstances. However, Duan Lingtian was relieved when he heard Yang Yuchen's next words. It turned out that he didn't discover the secret of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When I brought you through the admission procedures, everyone knew that I called you junior brother and you called me third senior brother. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't know that I accepted a disciple on behalf of my master? Not many people in the internal palace know about it, but many people in the lineage of heritage know about it too. If it was in the past, no one would be so bored. But didn't I tell you? This generation's palace master is a weirdo. He actually wants me to be the next palace master. He also said that I don't need to leave the internal palace and only need to be in the lineage of heritage. Think about it, how many people in the lineage of heritage are dissatisfied with me? Especially those who thought they had a high chance of becoming the next palace master. How could they not see me as a thorn in their side? At this time, I have a junior brother like you. How could they not want to test you? Although you can't threaten them, if you can defeat the younger generation they've nurtured and I'm not weaker than them, how could they not be anxious? In the past, my advantage was my personal strength. In terms of nurturing the younger generation, I'm not as good as them. As the palace master, it's natural that I can't judge based on my strength. Even in terms of strength, I don't have much of an advantage over them. My advantage is that the current palace master wants to promote me. In fact, in their eyes, I'm not a threat at all. Although I'm not weak and have the support of the current palace master, in terms of nurturing the younger generation, they're 10 streets ahead of me. I can imagine that your appearance will make them feel threatened. I'm not weaker than them, and you're stronger than their younger generation. Coupled with the palace master's support, how could they not be afraid? Under such circumstances, it's normal for them to pay a price to test you. If they test you and find out that you're a big threat, they might even issue a mission to kill you to prevent future trouble. As Yang Yuchen spoke, although his tone was still calm, Duan Lingtian could still hear the anger that faintly flowed out behind the calmness. Obviously, Yang Yuchen was angry. I see. At this time, after listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian also came to a sudden realization. It was fine as long as he knew the reason. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know who was targeting him. Junior brother, don't leave the Myriad Arts Academy so easily in the future. Also, try not to live outside in the future and directly return to the inner academy. I'm just afraid that they'll do something desperate and make a move on you at the price of abandoning someone. Of course, that's after you show your value. This is also their original intention to test you. Yang Yuchen's words hit the nail on the head. As his voice fell, he sighed again. Sorry, I didn't think of this earlier. Otherwise, I'd remember to keep a distance from you outside. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian did not care. Third senior brother, you don't have to think like this. If they want to kill me, it'll also depend on whether they have the ability or not. Moreover, within the Myriad Arts Academy, presumably, they won't dare to casually let anyone make a move. Even if it's only a god emperor, it can also implicate them. Could it be that they're not worried that the palace master will hold them accountable? At most, I'll pay more attention and try not to leave the academy. After communicating with Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian also knew that his situation in the Myriad Arts Academy was not very good, but he was not the slightest bit afraid. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. He, Duan Lingtian, was not so easy to kill. For so many years, there were many people who wanted to kill him, but in the end, wasn't he still alive and well? However, just because he did not care, it did not mean that Yang Yuchen did not care. Although with his words of comfort, Yang Yuchen's emotions gradually calmed down. There was one thing that Yang Yuchen was determined not to give in on. That was to let Duan Lingtian return to the independent dimension where the inner palace was from today onwards. When the time came, he would be able to leave the independent plane where the branch of the inner palace was and return to the school dormitory after going to the immortal remains. Okay. Hearing that this was Yang Yuchen's final bottom line, although Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless, he did not refuse. The only thing he was worried about was whether his third senior brother would purposely delay the time he entered the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse, right? After confirming from Yang Yuchen that the time to enter the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse would not be delayed, he left the academy dormitory with peace of mind and returned to the inner palace under Yang Yuchen's secret protection. Little junior brother, why are you back so late? Did someone bully you? Tell senior sister will stand up for you. Duan Lingtian had just returned to the independent dimension where the inner palace was located. In the idyllic garden where the inner palace was located, the young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn and serious expression. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of coldness flickering. Of course, this coldness was directed at the people who bullied Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4104. Looking at fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's pure eyes, Duan Lingtian's heart was touched. It was precisely because Lang Chunwan had always maintained the temperament of a young girl that he could see the value of her pure heart. Everything that this fourth senior sister showed in front of him now was from the bottom of her heart and was not pretentious. Fourth senior sister, no one bullied me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just learned more about Wanda Law Palace outside, so I came back a few days later. That's good. Upon hearing that, Lang Chunwan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, Little junior brother, let's go. Let's go see the residence that I've prepared for you. If there's anything you don't like, tell me and I'll change it for you immediately. Lang Chunwan called out to Duan Lingtian, then led Duan Lingtian forward. Soon, she brought Duan Lingtian to a quiet small courtyard in a corner of the field. The small courtyard was not there, but it was very cozy. In addition to the basic stone table and stone stools, there was also a rockery, a small pond, a swing, and so on. It was obvious that Lang Chunwan had put in a lot of effort. How is it? Little junior brother, do you like it? Is there anything I can change for you? Lang Chunwan looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle look in her eyes. This was her junior brother. She finally had a junior brother. Senior sister said that as the eldest senior sister, she had to dote on her junior brother and junior sister. In the past, she was the youngest. Now, she also had a junior brother. She should learn from senior sister and dote on her junior brother. I like it. Duan Lingtian smiled and replied, Senior sister, you don't have to change it anymore. It's fine like this. I like it a lot. That's good. Lang Chunwan nodded and then said, Then junior brother, you should rest first. When you're well rested and have time, I'll come and chat with you again. In the past, no one talked to me. Eldest senior sister left a long time ago, and so did second senior brother. Third senior brother rarely comes back. Towards the end, Lang Chunwan's mood was clearly not good. And Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. This fourth senior sister had such a temperament, he did not know how she had cultivated to the Emperor God realm. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Emperor God realm. Alright, little junior brother, go back to your room and rest. I'm leaving first. If you have nothing to do, you can come and chat with me. I won't disturb you unless I have something to do. Senior sister said that I can't simply disturb people. Some people's cultivation progress will be slowed down because of my interruption, and it is very likely that they will die under the heavenly tribulation earlier. Although Lang Chunwan's temperament was small, she seemed to be very sensible. Listening to her, Duan Lingtian also realized that the eldest senior sister whom he had never met had spent a lot of effort on this fourth senior sister. And it was precisely because of Lang Chunwan's sensibility and thinking about this fourth senior sister's past that Duan Lingtian felt even more sorry for this fourth senior sister of his. I hope fourth senior sister can live a carefree life. After sighing inwardly, after Lang Chunwan left, Duan Lingtian also returned to the only wooden house in the courtyard. In the wooden house, other than the bed, there were many furnishings and decorations. There were even many decorations pasted on the walls. On the wall beside the head of the bed, there was even a painting hanging. In the painting, there were 3 people. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the scene where the 3 of them were in. It was the independent plain where the inner palace was located, a farmland that looked like a paradise. As for the 3 people in the painting, Duan Lingtian was also familiar with them. It was him, Yang Yuchen, and Lang Chunwan. The 3 of them were vivid and lifelike, and their expressions were natural. It was the scene when Duan Lingtian was first brought to the paradise of the inner palace by Yang Yuchen. This was, painted by 4th senior sister. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then he came back to his senses. Then, he felt that this painting could only have been painted by 4th senior sister. At this moment, he did not know whether to think that 4th senior sister was boring or to praise that 4th senior sister's painting skills were at a master level. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian began to calm down. His originally agitated emotions also completely calmed down at this moment. Next, he should be staying here for about a year. At least, in this year or so, he would not be able to leave the independent plain where the inner palace was located. According to his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, there was no way to enter the independent plain where the inner palace was located without the unique handprint opening method of the inner palace. Not to mention other people in the Myriad Law Academy, even the Myriad Law Academy's palace master could not enter. This was the private land of the inner palace, and non-members of the inner palace were not allowed to enter. The inner palace is really special in the Myriad Law Academy. Just like the external students, they don't receive any special treatment and have to rely on themselves to fight for everything. In the Myriad Law Academy, the people of the inner palace are no different from ordinary students. However, while the inner palace doesn't possess any of the resources of the 10,000 Law Academy, the 10,000 Law Academy won't be able to touch anything that belongs to the inner palace, such as this independent plane and the remains of the supreme expert. Duan Lingtian did not know if the inner palace had anything else. Perhaps there was, but he obviously could not come into contact with it at the moment. However, based on Yang Yuchen's analysis, he knew that when he came to the Myriad Law Academy and the inner palace, he had become a thorn in the side of some people. The Myriad Law Academy seemed to be calm and undisturbed. In fact, there was an undercurrent surging behind the scenes. All of this was related to the current palace master of the Myriad Law Academy wanting Yang Yuchen, the leader of the inner palace, to become the next palace master. This was something that had never happened before in history. Although third senior brother always says that this generation's palace master is a weirdo, that's why he wants him to become the next palace master. How can someone who can become the palace master of the Myriad Law Academy be a wantonly mediocre person? He wants third senior brother to succeed, so third senior brother must have some redeeming qualities. Otherwise, why would he do this? Although Duan Lingtian was new here, he understood some basic principles. However, even if I don't cause trouble, if someone provokes me, I'm not to be trifled with. A cold light suddenly flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Third senior brother wants me to return to the academy dormitory after coming out of the ultimate powerhouse's relic. He wants me to further improve my strength in the ultimate powerhouse's relic so that I can protect myself when I return to the academy dormitory. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. My current strength is still too weak. If I can become an upper divine emperor as soon as possible, even if it's an ordinary emperor god, I can kill him like a dog. Moreover, currently, the Myriad Law Academy is full of dangers. When Duan Lingtian returned to the inner palace's independent plane to cultivate, the people who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian at the Myriad Law Academy's legacy branch also received news. Duan Lingtian is hiding. Yang Yuchen brought him back to the inner palace. Did he notice something? Do you really think Yang Yuchen is so stupid that he can't detect something like this? Duan Lingtian is new here, who would target him other than us? We wanted to test him, but he didn't even respond. Now, that Wang Yunxing seems to have given up on the mission. Cancel the mission. It's meaningless. Moreover, we've alerted the enemy. I'm afraid the palace master already knows about this. Let's keep quiet for a while. At least, before Duan Lingtian shows enough of a threat, we should keep quiet for a while. We should have confidence in the disciples we've taught. Many people in the lineage of inheritance started to communicate with each other via voice transmission. After communicating for a while, the lineage of inheritance returned to deathly silence once more. In the Myriad Law Academy, many people were lamenting Duan Lingtian's undeserved reputation. However, there were also people who felt that Duan Lingtian's reputation was not undeserved. Perhaps, as he had said, he did not deign to fight with Wang Yunxing. If Duan Lingtian's reputation was undeserved, would Vice Palace Master Yang have accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master? Of course, as time passed, the topic of conversation in the Myriad Law Academy gradually shifted to something else. Duan Lingtian stayed in the inner palace's independent plane and no longer appeared in the sights of others in the Myriad Law Academy. Most people gradually forgot about him. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was quietly cultivating in the inner palace's independent plane, suddenly opened his eyes. Flames of anger rose in his eyes, and the divine power he released became somewhat restless. If he had not withdrawn his divine power in time, the wooden house he was in might have been reduced to dust. Little junior brother. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine power, a hurried and pleasant voice came from outside. Are you all right? I'm fine. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses. He forced a smile on his face and said to the person outside. Then the person who had come was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Senior sister, I only displayed my divine power because I had a sudden epiphany during cultivation. I'm going to continue cultivating. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Lang Chunwan, who was outside, heard Duan Lingtian's reply and felt relieved. She left. Solitary destructive heaven, Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Palace, which had been rebuilt not long ago, was once again in ruins. A tall figure stood in the void. He was dressed in a long black robe, and his face was concealed by a force. Unless one could see through this force, it would be difficult to see his true appearance. Bang! The black-robed man casually struck out and pierced through the void. In the next instant, Feng Qingyang's law avatar was shattered and turned into nothingness. An upper celestial emperor. Duanling Tian stared at the mysterious black-robed man with an unsightly expression on his face as he said coldly, "Even if you're hiding your identity, I can still guess you're from the Monorigin spirit sect." At this moment, Duanling Tian was the only one left alive in the huge heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven. To be more precise, Duanling Tian's law of time avatar was the only one left alive. Chapter 4105. The Monorigin Divine Sect? The black-robed man scoffed disdainfully when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. It's been a long time since I've returned to the lower realms. I didn't expect my descendant would die at the hands of you, Duanling Tian. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill everyone who's related to you. Oh, there's one more thing I have to tell you. My brother who left the Devata realms with me and went to the realms of gods was also killed by you. Just like me, his descendants were killed by you as well. Now that he's gone to your hometown, the Saint Province realm. Based on the time, your hometown should have disappeared from this world by now." The black-robed man sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. "You're going to destroy a mundane realm? Do you know how many living beings there are in that realm?" Duanling Tian did not expect the people from the Monorigin divine sect would be so crazy as to destroy a mundane realm just to take revenge on him. There were more than tens of thousands of living beings in a mundane realm. That's not something we need to worry about. The black-robed man smiled indifferently. "You're the one who caused the disappearance of the Saint Province realm. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for killing so many people in the past." When the black-robed man finished speaking, he ignored Duanling Tian's expression that was turning uglier and uglier as he continued to say, "Unfortunately, the people who are directly related to you, Duanling Tian, or their direct descendants, have all disappeared. It seems like Duanling Tian has offended too many people that they have no choice but to hide. I only hope they continue to hide. In the future, my brother and I will return to the lower realms from time to time. If those people show up, we don't mind sending them on their way." The black-robed man continued to say, "Although those people have gone into hiding, we've annihilated their clans and sects. Annihilate the entire clan. Although their direct descendants have been taken away by them, there must still be some friends in their clans and sects who are on good terms with them, right? Do they feel guilty that their friends died because of them?" The black-robed man chuckled. "And all of this was caused by you, Duanling Tian. Their deaths should be blamed on you, Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian's face turned uglier with every sentence uttered by the black-robed man. He had never imagined that the people of the Monorigin spirit sect would be so crazy. The people who were related to him had left. The people who were related to him had also left. However, these people did not let go of those who had no interaction with Duanling Tian. "The slaughter won't end, unless you, Duanling Tian, commit suicide on the spot in front of everyone in Myriad Law Palace." The black-robed man continued to say. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Duanling Tian was so angry that he laughed. "You know I'm in the Myriad Law Palace. How dare you say you're not a member of the Monorigin spirit sect?" The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the energy in front of the black-robed human face trembled a few times. Then, he raised his hand again and attacked. It tore through the sky and charged towards Duanling Tian. Faced with the black-robed man's attack, Duanling Tian's clone who had comprehended the law of time said coldly, "From today onward, Duanling Tian will fight to the death with the Monorigin spirit sect." Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's clone who had comprehended the law of time was defeated. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, apart from the black-robed man, there was no other living being in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duanling Tian's clones and Feng Qingyang's clones did not leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, most of the people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, such as Meng Luo and Huolao, had left long ago. "Young master, did the people from the Monorigin spirit sect make their move?" Meng Luo asked with a grim expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's clone rising into the air. His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at the sky. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, used to be the strongest general under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Normally, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Yes. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His current law clone was the one who had used the space-piercing divine shuttle to return to the lower secondary realm. It was not the law clone that had accompanied his family. He had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to settle down those who were related to him in the Devata realms. For example, his senior brothers and senior sisters from the Heavenly Lake Palace in the Boundless Heaven, and his teacher from the Heavenly Lake Palace had all been brought here by him. He had even brought their direct descendants along. Apart from that, Su Li, Huang Jialong, and the others who were related to them were also brought to the solitary destructive heaven. It was all to avoid the Monorigin spirit sect's retaliation. After all, the Monorigin spirit sect had a bad reputation. In the eyes of ordinary people, there was no conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Monorigin spirit sect. Did they have to join the solitary destructive heaven just because they invited them? Was the solitary destructive heaven not too unreasonable? Young master, the most they can do is destroy your and Lord Heavenly Emperor's clones. There's no need for you to be angry. Meng Luo comforted him. Senior Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Not only did they destroy my and my master's clones, but they also killed everyone they could kill. Although my friends and family managed to escape, their clans and sects were all killed. Also, the Saint Realm, the mundane realm where my master and I came from, was completely destroyed. How could a god emperor be so powerful? Although Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm when he finished speaking, Meng Luo could clearly feel the air around him turning colder. He could not help but shudder. All of them came from the Devata realms and went to the Mystic Gang land to join the Monorigin spirit sect? Meng Luo asked grimly. If they weren't god emperors, they wouldn't have been able to unleash their full strength in the lower realms. Duan Lingtian replied. Don't these people have any descendants in the lower realms? They're so ruthless. Meng Luo said angrily. In fact, Duan Lingtian had thought about what Meng Luo had just said. However, since the other party had already made a move, there was no point in thinking about it anymore. It was obvious the other party wanted to kill them all. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It was time for him to tell them about what had happened. Perhaps, they had already learned about what had happened through the shattered soul pearls. After all, they had the soul pearls of some of their friends in their clans and sections. Since those people had died, it was only natural that their soul pearls had shattered as well. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to visit them one by one. He went to look for him, explained the whole story, and then apologized. After all, he was the one to blame for this matter. If it were not for him, the people from the Monorigin spirit sect would not have come. This has nothing to do with you, so there's no need for you to take it to heart. I can only say that the Monorigin spirit sect, a godly venerable god force in the realms of gods, has gone too far. Huang Jialong said through gritted teeth. The others nodded in agreement as well. Based on what you've said, the Monorigin spirit sect isn't the only force that you've rejected. If that's the case, why didn't the other forces make a fuss about it? That's right. It's all the Monorigin spirit sect's fault. They're a cult. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, once you're stronger, you must annihilate the cult and avenge the Heavenly Pool Palace. While Duan Lingtian was apologizing, the people who were brought here by Duan Lingtian were furious. However, their anger was not directed at Duan Lingtian, but at the Monorigin spirit sect. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a solemn expression on his face as he said solemnly, I, Duan Lingtian, promise you that once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely flatten the Monorigin spirit sect. When the time comes, I will use the floating image pearl to record the scene and comfort the souls of those who died innocently. Although the others did not blame Duan Lingtian, they did not blame him. Not only that, but they did not blame him in their hearts as well. However, Duan Lingtian still blamed himself. Late at night, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above a perilous mountain peak as he looked into the distance with an indifferent expression on his face. You don't have to blame yourself. Nobody is blaming you. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared behind Duan Lingtian and said softly. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, she frowned slightly and looked behind her. Liu Luo, why are you here? Hurry up and return. Otherwise, I'll ask Master to send you into closed-door cultivation for 3 years. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a young woman with delicate features walked out from the forest. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said, Senior sister, I won't disturb you and brother-in-law any longer. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from sight. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the woman who had a cold temperament but was looking at him with a gentle gaze. He said apologetically, if I hadn't gone to find you back then, very few people would have known about us. The Mon Origin sect wouldn't have attacked your sect. It has nothing to do with you. The woman with a cold temperament was none other than Murong Bing. She shook her head in the face of Duan Lingtian's apology. You've done well enough. My master and the others of my bloodline managed to escape in time. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. Thank you for saving them. Murong Bing said softly. She could imagine that if the person in front of her, whom she missed day and night, hadn't made proper arrangements, no one in her sect would have survived. Thank you for thinking of me at this time, I'm sorry. Is that all you know how to say sorry? I'm sorry. Late at night, under the moonlight, the figures of a man and a woman stood on a mountain peak as if they were a still picture. Chapter 4106. Land of Xiangang. Myriad Arts Academy. After Lang Chunwan left, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested for a while. Eventually, he opened his eyes, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. Mon Origin Divine Sect. Although the person who attacked him said that he had killed his descendant and was seeking revenge, Duan Lingtian did not believe him at all. How could there be such a coincidence? Moreover, what kind of hatred could make the other party destroy a mundane realm? A mundane realm. That's a mundane realm. How could it be destroyed just like that? Duan Lingtian's clone had gone to take a look. His hometown in this life, the sanctuary realm, really did not exist anymore. It was as if it had never existed. He could not find his way back. There was no way back. This matter is not over. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and left the independent realm of the inner palace without alerting Lang Chunwan. Even though only half a year had passed since then. Although it was not yet the appointed date with third senior brother Yang Yuchen. Nevertheless, he still came out. He had no choice but to come out. He could not hold back his anger any longer. Third senior brother. After coming out, Duan Lingtian did not go anywhere. He only sent a message to his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. He could not send messages through the realm, so he had to come out. Little junior brother? Yang Yuchen was a little surprised that Duan Lingtian suddenly sent him a message. He then asked with a smile, what's wrong? It's only been half a year, and you can't hold it in anymore? I'll let you enter the relic of the ultimate powerhouse in 5 months at most. Now, Yang Yuchen thought that his junior brother had left the independent plane of the inner palace to look for him because he couldn't hold back his temper and was in a hurry. Third senior brother, I have something to ask of you. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen. What is it? Yang Yuchen was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, didn't try to hide anything. He simply explained what had happened. I would like to ask third senior brother's nomological clone to kill that Mon-origin spirit sect celestial the arch powerhouse. Since Yang Yuchen was not a native of the realms of gods, he was able to display his full strength even if he went to the lower realms. Yang Yuchen, on the other hand, was an ultimate god expert and a medium-level ultimate god. Even if it was just a law avatar, he could easily kill the Mon-origin god sect's emperor gods in the lower planes. Are you sure they are from the Mon-origin cult? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could hear the slight change in his third senior brother's tone. Before this, he had always heard his third senior brother speak in a gentle and refined manner, and it had never changed in the slightest. Apart from them, it can't be anyone else. Duan Lingtian said confidently. Moreover, even if third senior brother made a move, it wouldn't be easy to find out if they are from the Monorigin divine sect. Due to the difference in cultivation bases, I couldn't see through the person who attacked. However, I'm guessing the person is only a law avatar and not his true self. Duan Lingtian felt slightly aggrieved when he said this. He was too weak. He could not even tell if the person was his true self or a law avatar. Moreover, under such circumstances, both his and his master's law avatars were easily destroyed by the person who attacked them. I'm sure I'll be able to find some clues if I make a trip there. If I can find some clues and find out who is from the Monorigin divine sect, I'll ask them to give you an explanation for this matter. Yang Yuchen's voice turned colder when he said this. Little junior brother, I can understand how you feel. However, what you need to do now is to improve your strength. 5 months from now, I'll send you to the ruins of the supreme powerhouses. With your innate talent, you should be able to gain something by then. As for the Monorigin divine sect, there's nothing you can do if you're not strong enough. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian. I understand. Duan Lingtian replied. Then, he said, Senior brother, my law avatar will wait for you 10,000 miles south of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now, I'll return to the inner court. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Yang Yuchen's reply before he made another hand seal and opened the door to the independent realm of the inner palace. After Duan Lingtian returned to the 10,000 Arts Academy, another Yang Yuchen appeared in a quiet room in the Myriad Arts Academy. It was none other than Yang Yuchen's law avatar. If the culprit is really from the Monorigin divine sect, the culprit must die. Yang Yuchen muttered under his breath. Then, he casually brought out a divine space-piercing shuttle and pierced through space before his law avatar entered the shuttle. South of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. 10,000 miles away. In a lofty mountain range. Duan Lingtian's law avatar hovered in the air. Soon after, Yang Yuchen's law avatar arrived. Little junior brother, what's your next step? Yang Yuchen asked Duan Lingtian after he appeared. Rebuild the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian replied. Before Yang Yuchen arrived, he had already contacted Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others. With Yang Yuchen around, there was no need to worry about their safety. All right. Yang Yuchen nodded. Naturally, he knew his little junior brother was only trying to bait him. Following that, Duan Lingtian summoned Hualao, Meng Luo, and the other elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to rebuild the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At the same time, Yang Yuchen was secretly guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just 2 months, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was rebuilt to its former glory under the leadership of Hualao and Meng Luo. However, during these 2 months, no one came looking for trouble. It was as though the culprit had disappeared without a trace. They're not stupid. In a spacious courtyard in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen sat opposite each other. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, even if they receive the news, I'm afraid they won't dare to come. Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. If I had known earlier, I would have asked your law avatar to come and guard the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, third senior brother. There's no such thing as if you had known earlier. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Moreover, you didn't say anything in the past. You probably didn't want to owe me a favor, so you didn't ask for my help. Later on, he opened his mouth because he had suffered a great loss. Filled with anger, he came to me for help. Yang Yuchen's words exposed the change in Duan Lingtian's mentality. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After all, that was indeed what he thought. It's fine. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, it's just a law avatar anyway. I'll leave this law avatar here for a while and see if they still dare to come. Since they're here, they'll stay. However, I don't think they'll come. At the very least, they won't come in the near future. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. However, he knew the culprit would not take the bait so easily. At this moment, any normal person would be able to tell it was a trap. Next, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "They'll either not make a move. If they make a move, it'll probably just be a test. They might deliberately ask those who have nothing to do with the Mon-Origin sect to make a move." When Yang Yuchen heard this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian with admiration. He did not expect this little junior brother of his would be able to maintain his composure and make such an analysis under such circumstances. "I even suspect that the person who made a move earlier might not be from the Mon-Origin sect." Yang Yuchen said, "However, the possibility of this is not high. After all, you said it yourself. The person who made the move was a higher god emperor. You'll have to pay a high price if you want to invite a higher god emperor to make a move on your foundation in the lower dimensions. After all, who isn't afraid of death? Moreover, you're not alone now. You're a student of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and my junior brother. The junior brother of a medium god. Who would want to provoke him without sufficient benefits? Moreover, it would be a death feud. The land of Xiangang. In the Mon-Origin sect. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Lingtian and his men have returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to rebuild it. After that, they continued to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with great fanfare. I suspect this is a trap, so I didn't ask them to make a move and allowed them to return first." In the spacious hall, the person in the lower seat said respectfully to the old man sitting in the front seat, "All right." The old man nodded. "Well done. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian must have found someone to help him. In fact, Yang Yuchen's clones might be guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Yang Yuchen is not someone to be trifled with." The old man, who was the deputy leader of the Mon-Origin divine sect, could not help but reveal a hint of fear in his eyes. If his law doppelganger is formed from the law he's good at, it'll be easy for him to kill a lower ultimate god. Don't make any rash moves without my permission. As long as we don't leave any evidence behind, Yang Yuchen won't be able to do anything even if he suspects the Mon-Origin divine sect. However, if we leave any evidence behind, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape unscathed." The subordinate inhaled sharply when he heard the old man's words. "Lord Vice Sect Master, is it that serious? With your status, do you think Yang Yuchen will be able to do anything to you even if the matter is exposed?" "Humph." The old man snorted. "Yang Yuchen won't be able to do anything to me. However, if the old man from the Myriad Law Academy intervenes, let alone me, even if there are 2 or 3 of me, I'm afraid the Mon-Origin divine sect will still hand me over. Let's keep quiet for a while. Duan Lingtian must be furious, but there's nothing he can do, right? Ha 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 ha. If you want to blame someone, blame him for not knowing how to appreciate favors and refusing to join our Mon-Origin divine sect. He can only blame himself for offending the holy son of the Mon-Origin divine sect." Chapter 4107. As a heavyweight godly venerable rank force, the Mon-Origin divine sect was naturally not afraid of the Myriad Law Academy. However, if one side was unreasonable and did something that crossed the line, they would need to make a statement to extinguish the anger of the other side. After all, they were in the wrong. If they did not make a statement, would they be hinting to the other party that they could attack the people from the Mon-Origin divine sect? If that was the case, it would be a mess. Although the Mon-Origin divine sect was not afraid of trouble and often took the initiative to stir up trouble, it did not mean they were willing to be enemies with the Myriad Law Academy. The Myriad Law Academy had always been a special existence among the heavyweight godly venerable rank forces. Many people even suspected it had the protection of a supreme expert. The reason for this suspicion was that the Myriad Law Academy had fought 2 major godly venerable rank forces in the history of the Mystic Gangland. However, the Myriad Law Academy had emerged unscathed. It was said that both times, the supreme expert behind the godly venerable rank forces had shown up. Under such circumstances, the Myriad Law Academy had emerged unscathed. Was it because the supreme expert had shown mercy? If it was only one time, it might be the case. However, if it was the same both times, it was somewhat thought-provoking. For this reason, the Myriad Law Academy's position in the mystic gangland had always been special. Although it was only a heavyweight godly venerable rank force, the other heavyweight godly venerable rank forces did not dare to treat it as an ordinary heavyweight godly venerable rank force. Let's wait patiently. I don't usually use my law clones anyway, so it doesn't matter where they are. During this period of time, don't slack off on your cultivation. Although it can't be said that the higher your cultivation, the greater the benefits of the trip to the ultimate powerhouse's ruins, there are only benefits to being stronger, and there are no disadvantages. You've already mastered the Tao of control, so you should be able to further improve your mastery of the law of time. After all, you're an expert in the law of space. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian. Of course, they were all just nomological law avatars here. Their true bodies were in the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gangland. What Yang Yuchen did not know was that although Duan Lingtian was most proficient in the law of space, his attainments in the law of time were inferior. This was because his master, Feng Qingyang, had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the past. The supreme powerhouse who had left behind the inheritance was a powerhouse who specialized in the laws of time. At that time, Duan Lingtian had stayed in a place similar to the law chamber left behind by that supreme master for a period of time. Not only had he comprehended the law of time, but his attainments were also not low. I understand, third senior brother. Next, I will cultivate in peace until you tell me to go to the ruins. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was useless for him to be anxious. The people from the Mono Yuan spirit cult hadn't come yet. Most likely, they wouldn't come in a short time. Rather than spending time on this, it was better to cultivate in peace. Furthermore, with Yang Yuchen around, there was nothing to worry about. In the end, I still have to beg third senior brother, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. In fact, before he left the Pure Sun sect, he had already made preparations to guard against the monarch spirit cult, but he never thought that the people of the monarch spirit cult would be so shameless. After those who were related to him had gone into hiding, they even attacked those who were from the same sect as him. They even killed the people from the Mono Yuan spirit cult. The Mono Yuan spirit cult. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had another goal that he was eager to accomplish. His biggest goal in the past was to find his wife, Ker, and reunite with Ker. Then, he would bring Ker away from the divine offering land and reunite with his family. In the next few months, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was peaceful. No one dared to cause trouble. As for Duan Lingtian, after cultivating for a period of time, he was finally awakened by his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, who had returned to the inner palace. Little junior brother, we can enter the relic of the supreme powerhouse now. The ruins of the supreme powerhouse. In fact, Duan Lingtian had not been cultivating for a long time. It was not that he did not work hard, but he was distracted by distracting thoughts and could not calm down to cultivate. After all, what he encountered this time was no ordinary matter. Many lives had withered because of him. Most importantly, there was nothing he could do. He could not do anything about it. He knew it was the Mono Yuan spirit cult's doing, but there was nothing he could do. If I don't vent my anger, I won't be able to calm down to cultivate. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and met Yang Yuchen, who was waiting outside. Third senior brother, where's the ruins of the supreme powerhouse? It's in the Myriad Law Palace. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, to be precise, there's another independent plane right next to the independent plane where we're located. Speaking of which, our independent plane is connected to that independent plane. However, it's extremely difficult to enter that independent plane without destroying it. Therefore, we usually enter from outside. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. The ruins of the supreme powerhouse were right next to them. Third senior brother, are you here to bring little junior brother out to play? Suddenly, the figure of a young girl appeared like a ghost between Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen, and she looked at Yang Yuchen with excitement as she asked. The young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. No. Upon seeing Lang Chunwan, Yang Yuchen smiled awkwardly. I'm here to bring little junior brother to the ruins of the supreme powerhouse. Junior sister, I think you should stay in your room and cultivate normally. Otherwise, you can stay in this field and comprehend the Tao of control and the order of time. Although you can't enter the ruins of the supreme powerhouse now, you can still benefit from it since it's right next to the ruins. Yang Yuchen then looked at Duan Lingtian. How old is your little junior brother? He's already mastered the Tao of control. As for you, you haven't even mastered the embryonic form. As a senior sister, don't you feel ashamed? Yang Yuchen smiled. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Lang Chunwan was stunned. She then looked at Duan Lingtian with her eyes wide open. Little junior brother has already mastered the Tao of control? Really? Third senior brother, you're not lying to me, right? The Tao of control is very difficult to master. Lang Chunwan's tone was full of doubt. No. Little junior brother, I trust you more. Tell me, have you mastered the Tao of control? I don't believe third senior brother's words. While Yang Yuchen looked helpless, Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan with a smile. Fourth senior sister, I mastered the Tao of control by chance. It doesn't mean anything even if I mastered it earlier than you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan also got a definite answer. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she did not speak for a long time. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she muttered, I can't be worse than little junior brother. As a senior sister, I should be a role model for little junior brother. Third senior brother, little junior brother, I'm going to cultivate now. I won't come out of seclusion until I master the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Lang Chunwan came and went like the wind. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, showing her childish nature. Yang Yuchen had long been used to this. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not used to it at first, but he was gradually getting used to it. Little junior brother. Suddenly, Yang Yuchen seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at Duan Lingtian. Why do I feel like your aura is a little restless? Is your cultivation not going well? As an ultimate god expert, Yang Yuchen could clearly sense the restlessness in Duan Lingtian's aura even if he did not deliberately check on Duan Lingtian. There's resentment in my heart that can't be resolved. Seeing that Yang Yuchen had noticed, Duan Lingtian did not hide it. He smiled bitterly and said, Fortunately, my 1,000-year tribulation is still early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be affected by the inner demon. Even if I can get through it, I'm afraid I'll be injured. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the heavenly tribulation now. It could be said that he could easily shatter the heavenly tribulation and pass the heavenly tribulation. However, if the inner demon came, he would be injured even though he was supposed to be unscathed. Because of what happened in the lower dimensions? Yang Yuchen frowned slightly. Actually, you don't have to take it to heart. What's done is done. There will come a day when the truth comes to light. When that time comes, I'll get justice for you. Yang Yuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. When that time comes, if I don't have the ability, I'll look for the palace master. If the palace master still can't do it, I'll look for first senior sister and second senior brother. The moment Yang Yuchen's words left his mouth, apart from feeling touched, Duan Lingtian was also shaken. Based on what his third senior brother said, even if the first senior sister and second senior brother were not stronger than the palace master, they were not weak. At least, they were not weaker than his third senior brother. Third senior brother, are first senior sister and second senior brother also medium ultimate gods? Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Second senior brother is a medium ultimate god. Yang Yuchen said, as for first senior sister, I'm not sure if she has broken through yet. Under normal circumstances, she should have broken through. However, that's not necessarily true. The higher ultimate god realm is not that simple. All in all, you just have to remember that you're a member of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's internal branch. The internal branch is not that easy to bully. You want to bully the internal branch? Not even a giant ultimate god force can do that, let alone a small mon-origin divine sect. A cold light flashed in Yang Yuchen's eyes again as he finished speaking. At that moment, Duan Lingtian had a new understanding of the internal branch. At the same time, he felt that joining the internal branch of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace was the wisest decision. Let's go. Yang Yuchen took Duan Lingtian and left the independent dimension where the internal branch was located. He then made a series of more complicated hand seals in the void not far away. A moment later, an open black hole that was constantly rotating appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4108. Whoosh. Whoosh. The ceaselessly rotating black hole was like a black whirlpool that emitted waves of terrifying suction force. Even though Duan Lingtian was far away, he could still feel the suction force that assaulted his face. Although the Ultimate Expert's relic is also an independent dimension, it's different from the independent dimension where the internal palace is. It's an independent dimension that hasn't been developed or modified. Of course, there's no way to develop or modify it. Or rather, there's no way to develop or modify it. Perhaps the Ultimate Experts have the means, but at least a higher Ultimate God wouldn't. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment. He did not avoid Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze as he looked at Duan Lingtian. There have been many higher ultimate gods in the history of the inner palace. After you enter, look for your own opportunities. Although I've been there before, I can't give you any pointers. Everyone who enters the Ultimate Expert's relic will see a different scene. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and I have suspected this before. It's probably because of you. Or rather, it's more like a nightmare world. At least, the places that the three of us enter are very familiar to us. As for looking for opportunities in there, just do as you wish. There's no need to be too deliberate. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised by Yang Yuchen's words. He did not expect the Ultimate Expert's relic to be such a unique existence. Before this, he thought that before he entered, his third senior brother would share his experience with him so that he would be able to gain the most from it. However, it seemed like he had thought too much. It turned out that different people would see different scenes in the Ultimate Expert's relic. Moreover, according to his third senior brother, it was a scene that he was familiar with. The place of the outer fringe? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's voice sounded again. Little junior brother, after you enter, you don't have to think about anything else. Just follow your heart. You'll be at a disadvantage if you think too much. You just have to remember two things. The Ultimate Expert who left behind the Ultimate Expert's relic was skilled in the law of time. At the same time, he comprehended the Tao of control of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Inside, you just need to focus on these 2 points. Also, although the slaughter inside won't really kill you, every time you die, you'll have to start all over again. Moreover, he might have started from the starting point of another line. Try your best not to die. If you die 3 times, you'll be forcefully sent out. Speaking of which, the reason why fourth junior sister didn't even manage to grasp the embryonic form was also because she quickly died 3 times and was sent out. The scenes that appear in the ruins of the supreme powerhouses are all targeted at the heart of the person who enters them. For example, if you enter the ruins and don't have a greater obsession, you might see the people of the mon-origin divine sect that you've seen before. If you see them, kill them if you can. If you can't, run. Try not to die. Judging from the long history of our inner palace, the longer we stay in the Ultimate Expert's ruins, the more benefits we'll get. Among our generation of inner palace disciples, eldest senior sister and I have stayed in there the longest, and we've both mastered the Tao of control. Second senior brother is slightly lacking. Fourth junior sister is even worse. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. The longer one stayed in the ultimate expert's ruins, the more benefits they would get. Perhaps fourth senior sister had not stayed in there for long, she did not even manage to grasp the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Second senior brother had not stayed in there for long and had only grasped the embryonic form of the Tao of control. As for eldest senior sister and third senior brother, they had stayed in there for a long time and had grasped the Tao of control. Every time someone enters the ultimate expert's ruins, they'll need to rest and replenish the special spirit energy hidden in there. However, even if the spirit energy recovers, those who have entered before can't enter a second time. You only have this one chance, so you must cherish it. Remember what I told you. If you can avoid dying, try your best not to die. If you die 3 times, you'll be sent out. The longer you stay in there, the more benefits you'll get. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian again. In response to Yang Yuchen's reminder, Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. I understand, third senior brother. All right, it's good that you understand. Yang Yuchen nodded and said, you may enter directly. If you die 3 times in there and are forcefully sent out, you'll return here. I'll wait for you here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yuchen sat cross-legged in the void without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Duan Lingtian moved at the right time and leaped into the black hole in front of him. The moment he entered the black hole, he felt an irresistible force enveloping his body and bringing him in. At the same time, his consciousness became blurry. When Duan Lingtian's body was submerged in the black hole, Yang Yuchen suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered as he muttered, I wonder, how long can this little junior brother last in there? Back then, I lasted for 3 months and more than 12 days in there. Eldest senior sister lasted for 4 months. Second senior brother only lasted for less than 2 months in there. Little junior sister only lasted for half a month in there. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Yang Yuchen's words since he had already entered the Supreme Powerhouse's remnant. Now, after being in a daze for a while, he had finally regained consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that he had returned to his hometown in the mundane plain. This was also the first place he had appeared in after his rebirth, the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. Boom! Before he could come back to his senses, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Then, with a flash of his body, he subconsciously stepped into the air and saw that the entire Li clan, and even the entire Fresh Breeze Town, had been turned into ruins. Blood flowed like a river among the rubble. A black-robed man could be seen hovering in the air in the distance. Based on his appearance, it was clear he was the same person who had destroyed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and destroyed Duan Lingtian's and his master Feng Qingyang's clones. It's you again. Although Duan Lingtian knew everything before his eyes was fake, his expression could not help but change. Although Duan Lingtian kept telling himself that everything was fake, the feeling of the wind blowing against his face gave him a feeling that everything was real. Was it real or fake? At this moment, it was difficult to tell the difference. It's fake. It's all fake. While Duan Lingtian was constantly trying to persuade himself, the black-robed man standing nearby actually laughed sinisterly. That's right. It's me. Duan Lingtian, I'm the one who destroyed you and your master Feng Qingyang's clones. Today, I'll destroy your true self. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he flew toward Duan Lingtian with a murderous aura surging from his body. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian, who had calmed down, became agitated again. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Teleportation. 2 teleportations. After 2 teleportations, the black-robed man disappeared from his sight. However, although the black-robed man had disappeared before his eyes, the black-robed man's voice still reverberated in his ears. Duan Lingtian, you can't escape. You're just a little divine emperor. You can't escape from me, a high-level emperor god. Today, you'll definitely die. The deafening voice was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian continued to flee. Is this real or fake? But why does it feel so real? Then, Duan Lingtian continued to teleport. During this process, he deliberately touched some things and could feel their touch. He could even feel the pain when he pinched himself. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled and Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he quickly moved to the side. It was a 7-foot-long spear. It brushed past his body and left a trail of blood on his body. Then, with a loud boom, it landed on a mountain peak below him. Bang! After a loud bang, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Rumble! Rumble! Duan Lingtian glanced sideways and saw the mountain peak that was originally intact had turned into ruins. He had intentionally taken a look at this mountain peak previously. When he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and headed to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had passed by the mountain path at the foot of this mountain. At that time, he had intentionally raised his head to look at this mountain. He felt that this mountain was very tall and wondered when he would be able to fly to the top of the mountain and look down at this mountain and the surrounding land. Naturally, that was just a thought at that time. Later on, he had forgotten about it. He had never realized that thought. However, at this moment, he remembered it. The thought at that moment felt like it had happened yesterday. Ha! Die! While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, a burst of unbridled laughter resonated in the air. It was accompanied by an excited cry. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically at this moment. Oh no! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw at the instant he was distracted, a spear light that was like an enormous pillar soared through the sky, and it was like a light of annihilation that enveloped him within it. At the same time, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. Then, he lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he discovered he was no longer in his hometown, the Saint Province realm. He was currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Little junior brother, what are you thinking about? A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he discovered he was in the air above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Then, he saw Yang Yuchen standing next to him. Third senior brother? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he raised his guard. At the same time, he teleported away from Yang Yuchen and stared at him from afar. Chapter 4109. In less than a day, Duan Lingtian had died. It was only when he died that Duan Lingtian realized he had been too careless. How could he have let his mind wander when he was being chased by a god emperor? Naturally, he knew his opponent might not have been able to catch up to him as long as he was not distracted. Otherwise, what was the point of playing this game? He did not believe that the ruins of an utmost powerful being were meant to send him to his death. At the very least, he was certain he would not have died if he was not distracted. I can't let my mind wander. All of this is fake. No matter how real it is, it's fake. Everything in front of me isn't real. Anyone can make a move on me. Duan Lingtian had calmed down a lot after his first death. At the very least, it allowed Duan Lingtian to understand his current situation. What he had to do was to survive and nothing else. As long as he could stay alive, he would be able to survive. According to Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, the longer he stayed in this place, the more benefits he would reap. The earlier he died 3 times, the lesser the benefits he would reap. Little junior brother, what's going on? In the air above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen frowned in confusion when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him warily from afar. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. Although his true body was in the ruins of a supreme powerhouse, his law clone was in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace. His law clone was in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace, which was enough to prove that everything in front of him was fake. Third senior brother, I have to leave for a while. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yang Yuchen before he prepared to leave. However, at the moment when he was about to leave, a figure appeared in the distance like a ghost. Furthermore, it was flying through the sky toward him. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian. The black-clad man looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Ling Tian, it seems like you didn't learn your lesson last time. How dare you return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Furthermore, it's my true self. Today, you will definitely die. The moment the black-robed man finished speaking, he directly attacked Duan Ling Tian. He stepped into the air with an overbearing aura. Humph. But right at this moment, a cold snort seemed to resound from the heavens and earth. A mere high god emperor dares to say that he wants to kill my, Yang Yuchen's, junior brother? Yang Yuchen? Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, the black-robed man's figure that was stepping through the air suddenly stopped. At the same time, his body trembled. 10,000 Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen? Mid-level ultimate god? In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian saw the black-robed man who had just come to a halt and was trembling in fear was killed by Yang Yuchen with just a casual strike. The black-robed man was as weak as a piece of paper in front of Yang Yuchen. After killing the black-robed man, Yang Yuchen took the black-robed man's spatial ring. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Junior brother, claim ownership of this spatial ring and see if you can find any evidence to prove he's from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. If you can find any evidence, I'll bring you to the Mon-Origin Divine Sect to seek justice." Yang Yuchen gestured for Duan Ling Tian to come over. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that even though he knew everything before his eyes was fake, he still felt delighted when he saw Yang Yuchen killing his opponent. However, when Yang Yuchen gestured for him to come over, he became wary again. "Why do you want me to come over? Can't you look for evidence on your own? I'm not as familiar with the Mon-Origin Divine Sect as you are." Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian ignored Yang Yuchen. While Yang Yuchen was waiting expectantly for him to come over, Duan Ling Tian teleported a second time and disappeared before Yang Yuchen's eyes. Almost as soon as the second teleportation was completed, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of energy coming from the top of his head. Then, a beam of light fell from the sky and headed straight for him. "It's over." Almost as soon as the beam of light fell and enveloped Duan Ling Tian only had one thought left in his mind. At the same time, he complained to himself. "How could it be over? I ran away as soon as I could. How could I die like this?" However, in the next moment, Duan Ling Tian realized that after the beam of light fell, he did not die. The beam of light did not have any lethality. Instead, it seemed like it was a gift. Under the cover of the beam of light, Duan Ling Tian felt as if his soul had been sublimated. The bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time on the path of control began to loosen at this moment. Is this the benefit of the path of control that third senior brother mentioned? Directly falling from the sky to help me improve the path of control? Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. This is the relic of the ultimate contender. Is this how it gives people benefits? Just now, did I pass a hurdle? While taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian also realized that everything around him began to change. The original vast land quickly turned into a huge palace. Duan Ling Tian was sure that he had never been to such a palace before. And when he appeared in the palace, a figure flashed not far away and stared at him from afar. It was a young man. As soon as he appeared and saw him, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned ugly. His eyes seemed to spit fire. This was because the person in front of him was none other than Yun Qinyan, the direct descendant of the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land. Yun Qinyan was also the son of the current patriarch of the Yun family. In the Yun family, his status was high and mighty. Duan Ling Tian had heard this from his family and friends when he reunited with them after Xia Jie sent them away from the divine offering land. "Duan Ling Tian," Yun Qinyan said. His voice was as casual and frivolous as before. "I didn't expect to see a piece of trash like you here. The piece of trash that I trampled under my feet back then actually managed to come to the divine offering land. How surprising. So what if you're here? Do you think you're a match for me? Do you think you're a match for the Yun family?" Yun Qinyan insulted Duan Ling Tian as soon as he opened his mouth. Duan Ling Tian's expression gradually turned unsightly. "Duan Ling Tian," Yun Qinyan said. You're an intermediate divine emperor, so I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor. If I can't kill you, I'll let you leave alive. What do you think? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian began to calm down. He did not want to get angry. There was no point in getting angry. All of this was fake. It wasn't real. It was impossible for him to come to the divine offering land for no reason. He was currently in the ruin of a supreme powerhouse. He was here to look for fortuitous encounters, not to seek revenge. Moreover, even if he killed Yunqin Yan, he would not be able to avenge himself. I have to think of a way to leave this place. Yunqin Yan must be the death calamity of this stage. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, he soon discovered that the Great Hall was completely sealed. There was no way out. Apart from that, there was no one else in the Great Hall apart from him and Yunqin Yan. He said he's going to suppress his cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor to fight me? Could it be that the hurdle I'm facing in the supreme powerhouse's relic is to defeat him or even kill him? Only then will I be able to leave this place? Or could it be that I'll be able to obtain the reward in the ruin of a supreme powerhouse and be sent away? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian confirmed that there was no way out of the Great Hall before he gave up on the thought of leaving. At the same time, Yunqin Yan stared at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. What? Duan Ling Tian, you don't even have the courage to fight me when I suppress my cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor? Do you think a piece of trash like you is worthy of being with my cousin? What a joke. The sneer on Yunqin Yan's face grew wider. However, Duan Ling Tian did not care about Yunqin Yan's ridicule. He could feel a wave of heat rising to his head. Although it's fake, isn't it my dream to have the chance to defeat and kill Yunqin Yan? Suppressing your cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor to fight me? Yunqin Yan, you're considered one of the top prodigies in all the realms of gods. Why should I, Duan Ling Tian, be afraid? Duan Ling Tian had won the 7 prefectures banquet with the cultivation base of an intermediate divine emperor. His strength was comparable to the young prodigies from the major godly venerable forces. The young prodigies from the major godly venerable forces who were comparable to him were all high-level divine emperors. If Yunqin Yan was only a high-level divine emperor, Duan Ling Tian might be afraid of him. However, Yunqin Yan was only a mid-level divine emperor. He was not afraid of Yunqin Yan at all. Yunqin Yan, you'll die today. Duan Ling Tian stared at Yunqin Yan coldly as though he was looking at a dead man. I think you'll die as well. Yunqin Yan met Duan Ling Tian's gaze fearlessly as a sneer appeared on his face. If you die, my cousin won't have to worry about you anymore. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods opens, I'll find a way to imprison your family. At that time, my cousin won't be unwilling to marry me. Yunqin Yan's words were like a fuse that ignited the bomb that was Duan Ling Tian. Boom! The divine energy that Duan Ling Tian had been accumulating exploded from his body. The killing intent in his eyes had reached its peak. Spatial windstorms swept out in all directions. At the same time, a divine sword with 7-colored light flowing around it appeared in his hand. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. As soon as the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword appeared, the entrance to Duan Ling Tian's little world opened. A beautiful figure clad in rainbow clothes appeared in a flash. Master. The person who had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's little world was none other than the sword soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, Huang Er. Peak. Chapter 4110. Duan Ling Tian had nothing to worry about since this was a ruin left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Even if the 5 divine elements could still be used, he would still use it. What was a ruin? It was a place left behind by a supreme powerhouse after his death. It was also a place where he left his inheritance. However, there were many kinds of places where supreme powerhouses left their inheritance. One of them was also the best. It was a place where a supreme expert left behind a complete inheritance. It was prepared in advance before the expert died. The person who obtained this inheritance would at least be able to become an ultimate god, even if his innate talent was poor. Those with good innate talent had a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, there were very few places like this because there were very few supreme powerhouses who could predict death. Many supreme powerhouses did not think they would die. Under such circumstances, would they not be cursing themselves? This was a taboo topic for many utmost powerful beings. The other kind of place was like the place where Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was left behind in a hurry before the supreme powerhouse died. Therefore, there were not many benefits. Although Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance, the benefits were limited. However, with Feng Qingyang's innate talent and comprehension, it would not be difficult for him to become an ultimate god in the future even if he only obtained this kind of inheritance. Of course, the prerequisite was that he did not die halfway. If he died halfway, it would be useless no matter how much he talked about it. In addition to these 2 kinds of places where supreme powerhouses left behind their inheritance, the ruin left behind by a supreme powerhouse that Duan Lingtian was currently in was also a kind of supreme powerhouse's inheritance. However, this kind of place was special. The supreme powerhouse's body had transformed into a Tao and merged into an independent little world. At the same time, it required a large amount of spiritual energy to support it. Usually, it would consume more of the accumulated spirit qi. The consumption of the Tao of legacies left behind by the utmost powerful beings was relatively small. The disadvantage of this kind of place was that after entering it once, one would have to wait for a long time to recover. Moreover, the inheritance left behind by the supreme powerhouse was constantly being consumed. No matter how small the consumption was, there would be a day when it would be exhausted. At that time, the so-called supreme powerhouse's ruin would disappear. Of course, it was only after Duan Lingtian had entered that he realized what sort of a place the ruins of an utmost powerful being was. This kind of place was actually prepared by the utmost powerful beings before they fell. It was for the sake of leaving behind a fortune that could be of help to many people. Other than those who knew the method to open the ruins, no one else would be able to enter it. Even if it was a supreme expert. Of course, if a supreme expert was unable to enter the ruins, they would still have the ability to destroy it forcefully. I don't have to worry about anyone spying on me in this land of inheritance. If I reveal anything here, it won't leave any hidden dangers for me. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian activated all of his divine power and took out his soul-type divine sword, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. He even summoned the sword soul, Huang, from the small world in his body. With my current strength, even if it's a heavyweight ultimate god level force or a giant ultimate god level force in the Xiangang land, I'm afraid that not many young prodigies under 10,000 years old who have yet to enter the God Emperor realm can be my opponent. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's display of strength, he was stunned by Yun Qingyan's reaction. He saw that Yun Qingyan was also surrounded by spatial storms. A divine sword appeared in Yun Qingyan's hand. It was glowing with 7 colors. It was identical to the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in his hand. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian the most was the figure who appeared behind Huang. She was shrouded in 7 colored rays of light. She looked exactly like Huang. What's going on? What's going on? Although I'm not too sure about Yun Qingyan, he has fought before. He doesn't specialize in the law of space. Duan Lingtian remembered this clearly. However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he seemed to have caught onto something. He forced himself to calm down before he figured it out. It must be because I'm not sure about Yun Qingyan's strength. Yun Qingyan is my obsession. That's why he has my strength and techniques in the Supreme Expert's relic. Apart from the fact that he looks like Yun Qingyan, he's actually another me in terms of techniques and techniques. Duan Lingtian felt slightly helpless when he thought about this. At the same time, his hostility toward the fake Yun Qingyang had lessened. After all, not only was the fake Yun Qingyang not the real Yun Qingyang, but the fake Yunqin Yang also possessed his strength and techniques. I wonder if he inherited my combat experience or if it was given to him by the Supreme Expert's relic. Although Duan Lingtian knew his own strength and techniques, he was not sure if Yunqin Yan had inherited his combat experience or if it was given to him by the Supreme Expert's relic. As for Yunqin Yan's combat experience, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible since he did not know much about it. The Supreme Expert's relic must have created an opponent for him based on his strength and memories. I hope he's inherited my combat experience. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If there was anyone who knew him best, it would be him. Even if Yunqin Yan had inherited his strength, techniques, and combat experience and was on par with him, he would still be able to defeat Yunqin Yan quickly. After all, he could be flexible. As an inheritor, even if Yunqin Yan was flexible, he would not be able to keep up with him. If his combat experience is from the Supreme Expert's relic, it's fine if it's from an ordinary person. However, if it's from the Supreme Expert, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him or even kill him. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he thought about this. Supremely strong. These 3 words were like a huge mountain that pressed down on his heart. If Yunqin Yan had really inherited the Supreme Expert's combat experience, Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him. If I'm defeated or even killed by him, I'll die a second time. At that time, I'll only have one chance left. All in all, I've only been in the Supreme Expert's relic for a few days. I don't think I'll be sent out so quickly, right? Even 4th senior sister won't be sent out so quickly, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, Duan Lingtian did not know that his 4th senior sister, Lang Chenyuan, had spent the shortest amount of time in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. She had also spent nearly a month in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. Otherwise, he would definitely be frightened, and the pressure on him would increase greatly. The reason why his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, did not tell him how long they had been in the remains of an ultimate powerhouse was because he had taken this into consideration. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would feel pressured. Duan Lingtian, after I kill you today, I'll use your blood to dye the white carpet red for my wedding with junior sister. Yunqin Yan said coldly as he made his move. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had become vigilant the moment he made his move. When he regained his senses after hearing his words, his expression was extremely unsightly. Although he knew Yunqin Yan was a fake, he was still furious. Yunqin Yan's words had touched his bottom line. He would not allow anyone to disrespect his wife. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian said coldly as he charged toward Yunqin Yan. It seemed as though he had lost his mind, but in truth, he had calmed down as soon as he made his move. At the same time, he was wary that Yunqin Yan's combat experience had come from the Supreme Expert's relic. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian obtained the answer he wanted in their first clash. Yunqin Yan had indeed obtained combat experience from the Supreme Expert's relic. It was not his own combat experience. Yunqin Yan's mastery of the Tao of Control was much better than Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of Control. However, Yunqin Yan's mastery of the sword Tao was stiff. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now, he had a chance to defeat Yunqin Yan and kill him. Swoosh. Although Yunqin Yan's mastery of the law of space and the 7 orifices exquisite sword that had been fused with the artifact soul, his sword Tao was slightly stiff. Even so, he was still extremely powerful since he had inherited Duan Lingtian's mastery of the law of space and the 7 orifices exquisite sword. At the very least, Yunqin Yan's current strength was enough to defeat Wang Xiong, the supreme talent of the Han Mountain Mansion, who ranked 2nd in the 7 Mansions banquet. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not use the 7 orifices exquisite sword when he defeated Wang Xiong. It was inconvenient for him to use it. If I defeat Yunqin Yan, doesn't that mean the Supreme Expert who left behind the Supreme Expert's relic might not be able to control my body as well as I can control my own body? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. Battle intent surged out of his body as he brandished his sword again and again to meet Yunqin Yan's attacks. Swoosh. 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 Swoosh! Swoosh! The seven-colored sword ray wreaked havoc as sword chi swept out. Duan Lingtian's sword ray completely suppressed Yun Qinyan's sword. However, Yun Qinyan's mastery of the Tao of control was perfect. Each time, he blocked the sword ray that attacked him. How amazing! As expected of a supreme expert who specializes in the Tao of control. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Yun Qinyan's mastery of the Tao of control. However, as time passed, he realized Yun Qinyan's mastery of the Tao of control gave him a lot of inspiration. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also realized Yun Qinyan's mastery of the Tao of control was enough to tie with Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of control. At the very least, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. However, he still did not have the upper hand. It'll be difficult for me to defeat him. Unless I can temporarily improve my mastery of the Tao of control. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. While he was fighting Yun Qinyan, he kept an eye on Yun Qinyan's mastery of the Tao of control. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of control was on par with Yun Qinyan's mastery of the Tao of control. However, Yun Qinyan had inherited the combat experience of the supreme expert who left behind the relic. Therefore, his mastery of the Tao of control was flawless. This was something Duan Lingtian could not compare to. Chapter 41:11. Swoosh! 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 Sword chi shot out in all directions in the Grand Hall. Sword chi shot out and brushed against the walls of the Grand Hall. However, they did not leave any marks on the walls. Under such circumstances, the two people fighting in the Grand Hall did not seem to be very powerful. Humph! Yun Qinyan snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're really amazing. It hasn't even been 1,000 years, but you've already grown to such a level. It's hard to imagine that the ant that I could easily trample under my feet in the mundane realm would have such a day. Upon hearing Yun Qinyan's words, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy or sad. He knew Yun Qinyan was trying to provoke him so that he would reveal his weakness and break the stalemate. Naturally, he would not fall for it. The Tao of control. Not only did Duan Lingtian not fall for his trick, but he also continued to deduce his opponent's mastery of the Tao of control. He wondered why his opponent was able to execute his mastery of the Tao of control so perfectly. Gradually, he came to a realization. During this process, Yun Qinyan said something that provoked Duan Lingtian even more. Duan Lingtian ignored Yun Qinyan's words. When I achieve a breakthrough in my mastery of the Tao, it will be the time of your death. You're only complaining because you're worried you'll be defeated and killed. The stalemate lasted for a few days. Yun Qinyan had inherited all of Duan Lingtian's techniques, and he had also inherited Duan Lingtian's ability to sustain his divine energy. With 99 heavenly veins operating, not only was the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, but the speed at which the heaven and earth spirit energy was converted to divine energy was also fast. His endurance was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian discovered that Yun Qinyan's strength was not inferior to his, and the speed at which he consumed his divine energy was also slower than his. The Supreme Powerhouse's utilization of divine energy has reached perfection. Amazing! If it wasn't for the fact that I was able to comprehend the Tao of control from him and improve my mastery of the Tao of control, I might have still lost to him in the end. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was constantly improving his strength as he fought. In the past, he had only mastered the basics of the Tao of control. However, with Yun Qinyan's guidance, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of control. As a result, he was able to cast the Tao of control with greater strength. Finally, after 5 days of stalemate, Duan Lingtian began to gain the upper hand. On the 6th day, Duan Lingtian successfully suppressed Yun Qinyan and killed him after 100 moves. Before Yun Qinyan died, there was still a look of disbelief in his eyes. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. The relics of a supreme powerhouse made everything seem so real that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Fortunately, he had been convincing himself in his heart and numbing himself. All of this was fake, it was all fake. For this reason, he ignored Yun Qinyan's provocation. It's time for the reward to appear, right? When Duan Lingtian saw Yun Qinyan's body vanish into thin air after he died, he turned to look at the ceiling of the great hall. The ceiling was resplendent and dazzling with luxurious lamps that emitted a dazzling light. Everything was so lifelike and lifelike. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as his eyes lit up. It's here. At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a gigantic beam of light pierced through the ceiling of the main hall and descended horizontally before landing on his body. In the next instant, he was enveloped by the beam of light. However, unlike the previous time, he did not feel as though he had gained something. Instead, he found himself in a white world surrounded by white mist. This white mist, when the white mist came into contact with Duan Lingtian's body, he discovered that the bottleneck of his Tao of control had loosened. At the same time, he saw a faint white figure performing the Tao of control in front of him. However, his Tao of control did not control the power of space but the power of time. The mist that was sweeping to the right stopped in its tracks as soon as the figure performed the Tao of control. Then, it began to reverse time. The mist that was within the range of the Tao of control began to move backward while the mist outside the range of the Tao of control continued to move forward. This scene also gave people a very strange feeling. Controlling time is different from controlling space. However, during the process of controlling time, the methods used to control it are different in order to achieve the same result. Since Duan Lingtian had fought with Yun Qinyan and learned the Tao of control from the supreme powerhouse who controlled Yun Qinyan's clone, he could tell the white figure's Tao of control was similar to Yun Qinyan's Tao of control. It must be the silhouette of the supreme powerhouse who left behind this relic. It must be performing the Tao of control. Now that I'm absorbing the unknown substance that can improve my Tao of control, I'm observing the silhouette's Tao of control. The reward this time is much better than the previous one. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to cherish every second he had. This was undoubtedly the first great fortuitous encounter he had obtained since he entered the relic of a supreme powerhouse. In order to focus on the process, Duan Lingtian's two clones that were in the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm and his clones that were with his family in the mundane realm stopped moving and began to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. His clones needed to be controlled by his spiritual perception as well. When his main body was focused on something, even his clones would not be able to move on their own. At this moment, his clones were as lifeless as statues. The entrance to the independent realm where the inner court progeny was located was also the entrance to the relic of a supreme powerhouse where Duan Lingtian was. Yang Yuchen sat cross-legged in the air as he looked at the entrance to the relic of a supreme powerhouse. His eyes gleamed brightly as he muttered to himself, "Little junior brother has been in there for half a month. He'll be able to stay longer than fourth junior sister if he stays in there for a few more days. His journey here is much more difficult than ours. I'm sure he'll be more resilient than us. I hope he'll be able to stay in there longer than me and eldest senior sister." The people from the inner court of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace were all from the lower realms. They were either from the Devata realms or the mundane realms. Yang Yuchen, for example, was from a mundane realm. However, although he was from the mundane realm, he was taken to the Devata realms by the powerhouses from the Devata realms not long after he made a name for himself. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he was considered to have taken a shortcut. It was the same for his second senior brother. As for his eldest senior sister, she was a genius from a major force in the Devata realms. She grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Not only was she better than his little junior brother, but she was also better than him and his second senior brother. His fourth junior sister, she was definitely better than him. She was brought back to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace by the Great World not long after she arrived in the Devata realms and became an inner court progeny disciple. Among the few people from the inner court progeny, his eldest senior sister had the best life. His situation was similar to his second senior brother. He was better off than his little junior brother and fourth junior sister. In terms of fate, his fourth junior sister was naturally the most unfortunate. However, his little junior brother was the one who had the most difficult journey. For this reason, he had personally gone to the Chunying school in the Tongleng province of the 7 prefectures to recruit his little junior brother into the inner court progeny of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. His little junior brother had the most difficult journey, and yet, he was able to become a medium divine emperor before he was 3,000 years old. Compared to all the people who had appeared in the history of the inner palace, such people were considered very outstanding. I'm sure eldest senior sister and second senior brother will be satisfied with this little junior brother. I have good taste. Yang Yuchen muttered to himself as a bright smile appeared on his face. He began to praise himself. At this moment, an old figure appeared next to Yang Yuchen and said indifferently, "Boy, you're getting more and more shameless." Yang Yuchen's expression froze when he heard this voice. He then looked at the old man in annoyance. "Palace Master, you're the Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Don't you know that it's very impolite to eavesdrop on others? Also, as the leader of the progeny of inheritance, it's not very appropriate for you to always come to our side, right? Those who don't know would think that you have some ideas about the relics of the ultimate powerhouse." The old man did not care about Yang Yuchen's ridicule. "Even if I have some ideas about the relics of the ultimate powerhouse, I still need your cooperation to open it. The method to open the relics of the ultimate powerhouse is only known by the leaders of the progeny of the inner court. It's not passed on to outsiders. I'm aware of that." The old man smiled faintly. "Good." Yang Yuchen stood up and straightened his snow-white robe. He then asked bluntly, "Palace Master, don't tell me, you came here just to eavesdrop on me." The old man shook his head. "I like that about you, you're smart. I just came out of seclusion today. Then, I heard that your newly accepted little junior brother of the inner palace was being targeted. He even posted a mission on the dark web. This matter is mainly targeted at you. How is it? Do you feel pressured? If you do, I can order them not to attack your little junior brother." The old man said. "Pfft." Yang Yuchen sneered when he heard this. "Palace Master, there's no point in saying this. If you order them not to attack my little junior brother, will they really not attack? As long as they don't attack in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, will you know?" The old man was not angry at Yang Yuchen's disdain. He still had a faint smile on his face. At least, he won't be in danger in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. You can't always watch him and protect him, right? Chapter 41:12. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent for a moment before he said, "Palace Master, just tell me. What do you need me to do? Let me say this first. I won't do anything that's too difficult. It's fine even if I have to keep an eye on my junior brother in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Don't forget that I'm not a native of the realms of gods. Even if my true body can't stay by his side to protect him, my law clone can." Yang Yuchen asked the old man what he needed him to do. In his opinion, the Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace would not do this for free. "Boy, is this how you look at me?" The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. "What if I say I don't need you to do anything, and I only want to take care of your junior brother because of his talent?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen looked at the old man meaningfully. "If you don't need me to do anything. It seems like you've set your sights on my junior brother, Palace Master. What do you want him to do, Palace Master?" Yang Yuchen asked. "What can I ask him to do?" The old man shook his head and smiled. "Boy, you're smart, but sometimes, you're too smart for your own good. Don't worry, I have no intention of asking him to do anything. If you really want to tell me my purpose, you can think of it as, I intend to form a good relationship with him. I'm sure he'll appreciate my protection, right? If I need his help in the future, I don't think he'll refuse, right?" The old man's smile widened as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen's heart skipped a beat. However, he appeared nonchalant on the surface. "Palace Master, do you think so highly of my junior brother? Do you think he's worth your investment?" In Yang Yuchen's opinion, the old man intended to use this method to invest in his junior brother, hoping that his junior brother would have a bright future. At that time, he would repay the old man's favor. After all, this kind of thing was very risky. In the end, it might all be for naught. After all, a person's future, even a genius's future, was uncontrollable. No one could be certain that a person would not die prematurely unless he was protected by a powerhouse. Moreover, it could not be an ordinary powerhouse. Perhaps, only a supreme powerhouse would be able to grow without any risk. But, is that possible? Not to mention a genius without any background, even if it was a direct descendant of a supreme expert, unless the descendant was by his side, the supreme expert would not be able to protect him when he went out. What's the harm in taking a gamble? The old man smiled faintly. Of course, the most important thing is, I believe in your judgment. Heh. Yang Yuchen didn't seem to comment on the old man's words. Palace Master, I'm afraid you don't just trust my judgment, right? I'm sure Palace Master already knows the ins and outs of my junior brother, right? Hearing this, the old man said calmly, is that important? No matter how talented you are, no matter how many miracles you can create, can you guarantee that you will continue to create miracles? At most, I can only guarantee that the possibility of me losing money on this investment is small. Hearing the old man's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Seeing that Yang Yuchen was silent, the old man didn't say anything either. He quietly waited for his response. About 15 minutes later, Yang Yuchen finally opened his mouth. Palace Master, why don't you make a request of me to repay you for helping my little junior brother? Sure. When the old man heard this, his smile became even brighter. How about you leave the inner palace and come to the legacy progeny? Yang Yuchen was stunned. Then, he smiled wryly. Palace Master, you know that's impossible. If I really do that, my eldest senior sister won't let me off. At that time, not only will I be in trouble, but you'll be in trouble as well. This time, the old man smiled awkwardly. I'm just joking, just joking. Even if I ask you to come to the legacy progeny, I won't let you leave the inner palace. At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of the old man's eyes. It was as though he was afraid of the eldest senior sister that Yang Yuchen mentioned. Palace Master, I can't make this decision. Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn as he said, I'd rather have my clones by his side than take the initiative to agree to this favor on his behalf. I guessed this would be the outcome. The old man sighed. Then, his body began to fade away. Forget it. I'll wait for him to come out and ask him if he wants this favor. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he had already disappeared without a trace. A puzzled expression appeared on Yang Yuchen's face. That old man is the kind of person who won't act until he sees a rabbit. He actually thinks so highly of junior brother? How strange. Could it be that he saw something? Suddenly, Yang Yuchen recalled a rumor. It was said that since ancient times, the Myriad Arts Academy had inherited a divine artifact called the Divine Spying Mirror. It could peer into the past and the future, from the mundane realms down to the realms of gods up to the realms of gods. He could not help but wonder if the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy had seen something through the Divine Skypider Mirror. Also, he insisted on making me the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy. Did he see something? If I become the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy, would it be better than any of the legacy progeny? Yang Yuchen's thoughts drifted away. Although many things did not become clear at this moment, they were not completely clueless. Although it was not explicitly stated that those from the inner palace were not the Palace Masters, it had always been this way in the long history of the Myriad Law Academy. The Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy had always been from the legacy progeny. Even the current sect master was the most outstanding person in the legacy progeny of the Myriad Law Academy. There had always been 18 realms of gods in heaven and earth. Apart from the Divine Offering Land, the Sanctioned Land, and the Xiangang Land, there were 15 other realms of gods. At this moment, in one of the realms of gods, a figure could be seen flitting through the void and hiding in a canyon. It was obvious he was in a sorry state. Figures whistled through the air above the canyon, and one of them came to a halt. Luha, stay behind and investigate this canyon. Feng Qingyang might be here. The voice in the void was getting farther and farther away. The person who stayed behind replied with a yes before he entered the canyon. He has mastered the heaven-shocking sword principle, and he's also from a lower secondary realm. Rumor has it that Feng Qingyang has obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Moreover, it's the kind of place where anyone can enter. As long as we can find Feng Qingyang and threaten him, we'll be able to enter the place of inheritance and obtain a great fortune. The middle-aged man, Lu He, who stayed behind, breathed heavily as his eyes lit up. Will Feng Qingyang be hiding here? If we can find him and capture him, we'll be rich. Lu He was a higher divine emperor itinerant cultivator. This time, he had come with a group of people to search for Feng Qingyang because he had been summoned by a friend. A higher divine emperor? In the canyon, Feng Qingyang stood behind a protruding mountain wall, his eyes gleaming coldly. My law clone was crushed by a higher divine emperor. That's one thing. Today, a group of divine emperors dares to bully me? If it weren't for the two lower divine emperors among them, why would I need to escape? A higher divine emperor, don't they know that I, Feng Qingyang, am not afraid of these ordinary higher divine emperors? With this thought, Feng Qingyang's figure flashed and he appeared near the middle-aged man, Lu He. He stared coldly at Lu He as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, Lu He reacted. When he saw Feng Qingyang, his eyes lit up. He's really here. I've struck gold. In the next instant, Lu He, who was afraid that the person in front of him would escape, gathered his divine power and raged. Even if the person in front of him was only a lower divine emperor, he did not dare to underestimate him. It was said that this lower divine emperor had killed several middle divine emperors. Of course, they were just a few medium-level divine emperors. As a high-level divine emperor, he didn't care about them. Today, I, Feng Qingyang, with the cultivation of a lower divine emperor, will kill a higher divine emperor. Up until this moment, Feng Qingyang had not killed a higher divine emperor. However, among the middle divine emperors that he had killed earlier, 2 of them were outstanding middle divine emperors. They were comparable to ordinary higher divine emperors. He still had the strength to kill the 2 of them. Swoosh! The moment Lu He attacked, Feng Qingyang attacked as well. Sword radiance flashed and sword chi swept out. Even the surrounding air seemed to be stirred at this moment. A terrifying sword intent appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the canyon. Countless sword marks appeared on the walls of the canyon. These sword marks were not left behind by Feng Qingyang. Instead, they were left behind by the sword essence that he had triggered when he attacked. After coming to the realm of gods, Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao had improved significantly. It was precisely because of this heaven-defying sword Dao that he had planted the root of the problem, causing him to be framed and forced to flee under the pursuit of a group of unaware rogue cultivators. There is no enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy. At the same time, Feng Qingyang's indifferent voice reverberated in the canyon. The middle-aged man with the cultivation of a higher divine emperor, Lu He, was disdainful when he heard this. How dare a lower divine emperor speak so arrogantly in front of a higher divine emperor? However, in the next moment, his disdainful expression changed completely. Swoosh! This was because he discovered that his opponent's sword had suppressed his attack. Even though he had used all his strength to launch his strongest attack, he was still suppressed. How is this possible? Is he really just a lower divine emperor? This terrifying sword essence. This sword principle is completely different from the rumors. What kind of sword principle is this? How can it be so terrifying? With all sorts of shocked and incredulous thoughts, Lu He's attack was completely crushed after a few breaths. The sword gleam instantly pierced through his head and chest and entered his body. Chapter 41:13. A higher divine emperor? Feng Qingyang glanced at Lu He's corpse indifferently. There was no pity in his eyes at all. In the next instant, he took Lu He's god artifact and left. As for Lu He's spatial ring, it was the kind of spatial ring that would self-destruct after the death of its owner. About 10 breaths after Feng Qingyang left, a ghostly figure appeared in the canyon. His expression changed slightly when he saw Lu He's corpse. Lu He was a higher divine emperor. How did he manage to kill him? A lower divine emperor killed a higher divine emperor? Although he was a lower god emperor, at this moment, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew Lu He's strength. Before he had broken through, he was not much stronger than Lu He. However, such a person was killed by a lower divine emperor? In all the realms of gods, only the prodigies from the top forces can possess such combat prowess at the lower divine emperor realm. Should I continue to track him down? He might not be able to see my face clearly, and he might not be familiar with my aura. If I continue to track him down, it'll be fine if I can capture him and seize his fortuitous encounter. If I can't, I'll definitely become his sworn enemy. Forget it, I'll give up. It's too risky. What Feng Qingyang didn't know was that by killing Lu He, he had inadvertently intimidated a lesser god emperor who was chasing after him, causing the lesser god emperor to give up on him. In the profound Handle land. In the Myriad Art Academy. In the ruins of a supreme expert. After Duan Lingtian killed Yunqin Yen, he entered the place where the supreme expert silhouette had evolved the Tao of control. There was an unknown substance left behind by the supreme expert that entered his body and aided his comprehension of the Tao of control. In this environment, he immersed himself in familiarizing himself with the Tao of control and comprehending it. His attainment in the Tao of control continued to improve. During this process, he was so focused that he lost track of time. He immersed himself in his comprehension. I've broken through. When he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Tao of control and entered the next level, he finally regained his senses. At the same time, he discovered that he had left his original place. There was no longer the silhouette in front of him. How long was I in there? Even Duan Lingtian couldn't remember it clearly because he didn't pay attention to it at all. The one in front should be the third checkpoint, right? Returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's windy town was the first hurdle. I died at that hurdle. After that, the scene in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven can be considered the second stage. I successfully passed through that hurdle and obtained the unknown substance related to the Tao of control left behind by the ultimate powerhouse. My Tao of control has clearly improved. After that, I'll have to face Yunqin Yen in the third trial. Killing Yunqin Yen and passing this trial will bring me the greatest improvement. Furthermore, I seem to have stayed in that comprehension space for quite some time. Duan Lingtian did not know how to describe the space he had been sent to, so he casually called it the comprehension space. After all, in that space, his comprehension of the Tao of control had improved, and he had completely broken through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. After all, ever since he had started comprehending the Tao of control, he had never had a breakthrough, not even once. This was his first time breaking through. Although his attainments in the Sword Tao were not as high as his attainments in the Sword Tao, he was getting closer and closer. My strength has improved again. I wonder what kind of trial I'll face in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked at his unfamiliar surroundings and thought to himself, perhaps, this place is the scene of the fourth trial? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in the ruins of a city. It was called the ruins of a city because there were many broken buildings in the ruins. They were easily recognizable, and one could see the traces of a civilization. What will I face in this place? I'm sure I've never been to this place before. While Duan Lingtian was racking his brains, he could not recall coming to this place. At this moment, illusory figures began to appear in the ruins around him. There were men and women, old and young among these illusory figures. At this moment, they stood in the surroundings. Their figures seemed to be drifting as they stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, their lifeless eyes flashed as they stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. They even let out a low growl from the depths of their throats. Duan Lingtian. You're the one who destroyed us and the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian, why do you want to harm us? Duan Lingtian, we don't know you. Why do you want to harm us? Duan Lingtian, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why he had suddenly appeared in a place that he had never seen before. However, when the illusory figures around him spoke, realization dawned on him. As it turned out, this was a place in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still a little numb because he knew all of this was fake. However, when he heard more and more about the Saint Province realm being destroyed because of him, he could not help but feel guilty. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. Then, he saw the ruins of the city around him turning into fine powder and disappearing without a trace. Soon after, he appeared in another place. He was familiar with this place. It was the first city he had come to after leaving his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. It was Aurora City. There were families he was familiar with in this city, as well as some of their descendants. In the beginning, everything seemed peaceful. However, after a while, everything in front of him, whether it was the people walking around in Aurora City or the buildings, were turned into fine powder in an instant. Then, the scenery around him kept changing. Every time it changed, it was a scene he was familiar with. The scenes he had seen in his hometown, the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, appeared before him one by one. Then, he watched these scenes and the people in these scenes perish, turn into fine powder, and disappear without a trace. During this process, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Although he kept reminding himself that all of this was fake, it was inevitable that his emotions would be affected. Perhaps, when the Saint Province realm was destroyed by the people from the Mon-Origin spirit sect, this was the scene inside. Perhaps, they didn't even have time to react before they were all gone. Everything is gone now. Duan Lingtian's eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Master, be careful. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling melancholy, Huang Er's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Her tone was filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian regained his senses in an instant. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time whizzed out. Although he was distracted earlier, he did not dare to be careless in the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse. The divine energy in his body was always in a state of readiness to deal with emergencies. Now, with Huang Er's reminder, the divine energy in his body erupted and merged with the law of space profundity. The space storm raged and blocked the attack behind him. However, even though he had mobilized his strength in time, the power of this attack still continued to fall on his body after destroying his strength. With a bang, he was sent flying. Puff! As he spat out a mouthful of blood, Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly teleported a second time. At the same time, the moment he disappeared, the place where he was originally at was swept by a gust of energy. The air in the void seemed to have stagnated. When Duan Lingtian landed in the distance and looked around vigilantly, he discovered that the energy that had attacked him had disappeared. At the same time, he did not see anyone around him. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly discovered a familiar beam of light falling from the sky and enveloping him in an instant. Benefits? He did not have time to figure out what was going on. After the beam of light enveloped him, he was enlightened. This understanding fused into his body and soul, as if it was something he was born with. It's not the Tao of control. At the same time, he also discovered that the benefits he was receiving were not the Tao of control but the law of space profundity. To be precise, it was the law of time. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, before entering, he had heard from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the ultimate powerhouse who had left behind the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse was skilled in the Tao of control and the law of time. The law of time has also improved. This ruins of an ultimate powerhouse is really a good place. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Originally, he was most skilled in the law of space and the law of life. The law of life was because of the existence of the law of life and the fact that he needed to sense and extract the power of life from the heaven and earth spirit chi to refine the divine pill. After these two laws, he was most skilled in the law of time. This was because the inheritance of the ultimate powerhouse that his master, Feng Qingyang, had obtained was left behind by an ultimate powerhouse who was skilled in the law of time. Now, the law of time had improved further and was about to catch up with the law of life. Let's continue. Before we leave, I'll try my best to get as much out of this ruins of an ultimate powerhouse as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he became more vigilant in his heart. Up until now, this ruins of an ultimate powerhouse had set up a different challenge for him every time, and it was always unexpected. Just now, if Sword Spirit Huang had not warned him, he would have been killed. I'll have to be more careful from now on. Outside the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse, Yang Yuchen was still waiting. In the blink of an eye, he had already waited for 2 months. It's been 2 months, but little junior brother still hasn't come out. He's already surpassed second senior brother. Yang Yuchen revealed a smile on his face. I just don't know if he can stay for 3 months. If he can, he'll be able to surpass me after 3 months. If he can still persevere by then. It's just a matter of time before he surpasses third senior sister. This time, I and the inner palace bloodline have picked up a treasure. Chapter 41:14. He still hasn't come out after 2 months? Yang Yuchen was not the only one who was surprised and expectant. At this moment, even the Myriad Law Institute master, the old man who had appeared beside Yang Yuchen, was deeply moved. However, he was no longer near Yang Yuchen. He was in a quiet courtyard, lying on a recliner with his legs crossed. He looked like an old man basking in the sun. His aged face revealed a hint of surprise. He surpassed the inner palace's second disciple. Looks like there's hope for him to catch up to that brat Yang Yuchen and that disrespectful girl. He's a good seedling. What a pity. That brat Yang Yuchen beat him to it. Humph. That group of brats usually only care about fighting for power. They can't put down their heirs at critical moments. I don't believe they don't know about Duan Lingtian's existence. The old man's expression was still calm at first, but as he spoke, he seemed to be exasperated. The group of brats he was talking about was none other than the current Myriad Law Institute's upper echelons in the branch of legacy, including the 2 Myriad Law Institute Vice Palace Masters. Within Myriad Law Institute, more and more people had forgotten about Duan Lingtian as he remained in seclusion. Especially after the Dark Net mission against him was cancelled, his presence became weaker and weaker. Even the top geniuses in the 7 prefectures could not continue to receive attention. In the eyes of the Myriad Law Institute students and teachers, the 7 prefectures were just relatively remote places in the Xiangang land. The strongest forces there were only God Emperor level forces. Places that did not even have God Venerable level forces could only be considered small and remote places in the mountains. Duan Lingtian, however, there was one person who could never forget Duan Lingtian. It was the Mon-Origin sect's holy son, Wang Yunsheng. After accepting the mission against Duan Lingtian on the Dark Net, Wang Yunsheng went to challenge Duan Lingtian but was rejected. Even if most people thought that Duan Lingtian rejected Wang Yunsheng because he felt that he was no match for Wang Yunsheng, they still couldn't take it to heart. This was because when Duan Lingtian rejected him, he did not see any fear or concern in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as if he really disdained to fight with him. One day, I will trample you under my feet and let you know that a genius from a small place is nothing but mediocrity in the outside world. Wang Yunsheng's biggest wish right now was to fight with the Duan Lingtian. If he could fight with the Duan Lingtian, he would be willing to pay a certain price. He still couldn't swallow the anger from back then. Of course, there was also a group of people who were destined to never forget Duan Lingtian. They were the people of Myriad Arts Academy's legacy branch who were deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian's appearance would give Yang Yuchen an advantage in the matter of becoming the next sect master. If Duan Lingtian did not appear, even if the current palace master of Myriad Arts Academy supported Yang Yuchen, they could still use the excuse that Yang Yuchen had not nurtured or recruited any outstanding disciples for the academy. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance now made up for Yang Yuchen's lack in this aspect. The more outstanding Duan Lingtian was, the more Yang Yuchen would no longer be lacking in this aspect and would even have an advantage. This was also something they did not want to see. Perhaps Yang Yuchen personally left the academy and went to the Chunying school in Tongleng province to invite Duan Lingtian to make up for his disadvantage. He really does want to compete for the position of the next palace master. Many people in the legacy branch thought this way. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian was viewed as a thorn in their flesh by these people despite not knowing or even meeting them. Duan Ling Tian has returned to the internal branch. We'll think of a way to test him when he comes out. I think we should just find a chance to get rid of him. If this person doesn't die, sooner or later he'll become Yang Yuchen's helper. Where there were people, there was the underworld. Some people whom Duan Ling Tian had not even met before already had the intention to kill Duan Ling Tian. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was busy waiting in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse, harvesting the wool of the ultimate powerhouse's remains. It's been 2.5 months. After waiting for 2.5 months and not seeing Duan Ling Tian come out, Yang Yuchen's face was full of emotion, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. My judgment is good. I just casually went out and picked up such a genius junior brother. That's amazing. I'm impressed by myself. Now, he should be coming out soon, right? Yang Yuchen thought to himself. In fact, deep in his heart, Yang Yuchen hoped that this junior brother of his could break his record. Therefore, deep in his heart, he was still looking forward to it. 3 months later, Yang Yuchen's eyes glittered when he saw that his junior brother was still nowhere to be seen. This junior brother has a bright future ahead of him. He's almost catching up to me. Soon, many days passed. The time Duan Ling Tian stayed in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse had officially surpassed Yang Yuchen's. Crazy. At this moment, Yang Yuchen could not help but smile bitterly. I've been surpassed. Is eldest senior sister still far away? After 4 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. The record set by eldest senior sister had been surpassed in the end. The highest record for the inner palace is 5 months and 5 days. It said that that person had the potential to become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he died halfway. When he was a lower ultimate god, he was killed after a fierce battle with a higher ultimate god. Before this, the highest record of the inner palace in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle had been set in Duan Ling Tian and Yang Yuchen's macro world. However, now that Duan Ling Tian had stayed in there for 4 months, the record set by his eldest senior sister whom he had never met had been broken by him. However, this record was only a contemporary record. In the history of the inner palace, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. That record was set by a genius disciple of the inner palace 200,000 years ago. It's been 4.5 months. After waiting for 4.5 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. 5 months, is it still far away? Soon, 5 months had passed. Duan Ling Tian still had not come out. Little junior brother. Don't tell me he broke the best record set by the ancestor of 5 days and 5 days? He was only a few days away from breaking the record. Yang Yuchen, who was originally a little numb, was looking forward to it at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Duan Ling Tian still had not come out. He broke the best record. What kind of monster did I find? Outside, Yang Yuchen was lamenting. In the ultimate powerhouse's miracle, Duan Ling Tian was being chased by a group of people. Without exception, these people were all upper divine emperors. I've already died twice. If I die again, I'll be sent out. Now, I haven't spent more time in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle than third senior brother, right? After all, third senior brother started from nothing in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle and mastered the way of control. It's the same for eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian was being chased by a group of upper divine emperors. He wanted to escape, but he was quickly surrounded. For a time, he could only catch a few upper divine emperors and kill his way out. However, although he had killed his way out, he had also been injured further. I can't hold on for much longer. I'm afraid I'll be eliminated in a few days at most. Duan Ling Tian felt bitter in his heart. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about his own situation. After 3 days, Duan Ling Tian could not hold on and was killed again. Then, in the blink of an eye, he found that he had left the ultimate powerhouse's miracle. This meant that he would not be able to enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle again in the future. A person could only enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle once in their lifetime. If they wanted to enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle a second time, they would be rejected and could not enter at all. 5 months and 9 days. When he saw the purple figure appear in front of him, the corner of Yang Yuchen's mouth could not help but twitch. However, Duan Lingtian, who was looking around in a daze, did not notice it. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses after a while. "You're out? Third senior brother, how long have I been in there?" Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen. When he asked, he was a little nervous in the depths of his heart. 5 months and 9 days, Yang Yuchen said. At the same time, he tried to keep his face calm. He could not lose his composure, he definitely could not lose his composure. Otherwise, this little junior brother might think that he had not seen the world. 5 months and 9 days? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Not even a year? A year? Duan Lingtian's words made Yang Yuchen's heart twitch. This kid wanted to stay in there for a year? Third senior brother, how long have you, eldest senior sister, and second senior brother been in there? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. When Yang Yuchen heard Yang Yuchen's question, he sighed in his heart, here it comes. In the end, this question still came. After taking a deep breath, Yang Yuchen looked calm and said casually, don't be discouraged. Although you've only been in there for 5 months and 9 days, it's not bad. After all, I've only been in there for slightly more than 6 months. As for your eldest senior sister, she almost stayed in there for 7 months. When Yang Yuchen said this, Duan Lingtian's face fell. Is the difference that big? Third senior brother, I'm actually 1 month behind you? And I'm almost 2 months behind eldest senior sister. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian still felt a little disappointed when it really came to this. It seemed that his performance was not very good. He had already worked very hard. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed his disappointment and asked Yang Yuchen, third senior brother, how long have second senior brother and fourth senior sister been in there? When Yang Yuchen heard this, he grinned. They didn't stay in there as long as you did. Your second senior brother only stayed in there for about 5 months. As for your fourth senior sister, she stayed in there for 4 months. At this point, Yang Yuchen was already thinking to himself that he had to talk to his fourth junior sister later, lest she sold him out in front of his little junior brother. What he said were all white lies. He did not want his little junior brother to be proud. Everything he did was for his little junior brother's good. He definitely did not have any selfish motives. Chapter 41:15. Although I stayed in there longer than fourth senior sister and second senior brother, I'm still far behind third senior brother and eldest senior sister. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he had gained a lot from entering the Supreme Powerhouse's relic, he could not help but feel disappointed when he thought about how his third senior brother Yang Yuchen and eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, had stayed longer than him in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. 5 months and 9 days. That's not too bad. Yang Yuchen pretended to be calm as he comforted Duan Lingtian with a smile. At the same time, in a courtyard far away, an old man who was lying on a recliner and sunbathing could not help but twitch his mouth. Yang Yuchen is too shameless, isn't he? He stayed in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic for 5 months and 9 days, and he's still not as good as him? I remember. In the history of the Inner Palace, the longest senior who stayed in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic before this little fellow only stayed for 5 months and 5 days, right? Duan Lingtian not only broke the previous record, but he also set a new one. How could I not tell? Yang Yuchen has such a shameless side to him. As the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, the old man was well aware of the Inner Palace's affairs. Because of this, when he heard what Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, he could not help but grumble inwardly. However, the old man's expression darkened very quickly. Who are you calling an old fart? At this moment, Yang Yuchen was telling Duan Lingtian that he was bringing him to meet someone. Duan Lingtian was asking who he was going to meet? Yang Yuchen said, an old fart. An old fart? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Third senior brother, is he a senior in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. To be precise, he's the current palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Yes, he's an extremely shameless old fart who often eavesdrops on other people's conversations. In the future, as long as you're in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, you have to be careful. If you don't set up a soundproof formation, it's best not to talk about confidential matters, lest he hears it. Almost as soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, a loud rumble suddenly sounded from the sky. Then, an enormous bolt of lightning, like the heavenly tribulation lightning, came crashing down with a loud rumble. In the next moment, it instantly contracted and condensed, striking Yang Yuchen's body. Before this happened, Yang Yuchen reacted in time. He raised his hand and a spear appeared in his hand. He held it vertically, causing the ferocious concentrated lightning to surge into it. Then, lightning surged on the 7-foot-long spear. Whoosh! Yang Yuchen shook his hand and the lightning within the spear disappeared. In the next instant, a giant mountain peak outside the Myriad Arts Academy shattered with a loud bang, shaking the surroundings. Some of the higher-ups and students of the Myriad Arts Academy who were closer to the scene were also alarmed. However, it was a commotion that happened outside the Wanda Law Palace after all. No matter how big it was, not many people really cared about it. Most of them were just curious. Were there any experts fighting outside? To think that a mountain had been destroyed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was next to Yang Yuchen, had a strange glint in his eyes. Third senior brother, he. That didn't seem to be the law of space just now. It seems to be the law of time. Duan Lingtian also noticed the commotion outside. He was very far away, but he could see that Yang Yuchen had sent out the energy that had surged into his spear. As for the lightning attack that had fallen from the sky just now, he had already guessed where it had come from. It was obviously the doing of the old fart that third senior brother had mentioned. The other party had been listening to their conversation, including what third senior brother had said about the other party. He really was eavesdropping. Is this the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy? So immoral? Someone like him. I'm afraid no one would suspect anything if he said that the Darknet divine weapon is in his hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but become vigilant. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy did not seem to be a good person. Not only did he like to eavesdrop, he also liked to use underhanded means. Wretched. Petty. This was the label he had placed on the other party before meeting the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. It was one thing for him to eavesdrop, but he actually attacked the person who had spoken ill of him while eavesdropping. If this was not petty, then what was? After all, the two of them were not great beauties. Wasn't it boring for an old man like him to eavesdrop on two grown men? Good lad. At the same time, the old man stood up from his recliner with a shocked expression. His mastery of the law of time has actually reached such a level. He wrapped my attack with the law of time and sent it out of the academy in an instant. It seems that his strength is no weaker than theirs. In fact, he might even be stronger. The old man's eyes flickered. As expected of the person I took a fancy to. Very good, very good. Little junior brother, let's go. After casually sending out the lightning, Yang Yuchen acted as if nothing had happened and greeted Duan Lingtian. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian to see the old man. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Baili. Duan Lingtian greets the palace master. On the way here, Duan Lingtian could not help but imagine the appearance of the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. He should be an old man with a wretched appearance. However, when he really met the other party, it gave him a visual impact. This amiable old man was really the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy who liked to eavesdrop and use underhanded methods. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. The old man in front of him had a square face, but he did not appear dignified. Instead, he exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness, giving off a very amiable feeling. This lad Yang Yuchen has good eyesight. The old man, who who was the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Bailey, smiled and nodded. I don't like to beat around the bush. Since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. The person who issued the mission on the dark web, I roughly know who it is. Just as Su Bailey said that, Duan Lingtian could not help but interrupt, Palace Master, don't you know who issued the mission? Rumor has it that the dark web artifact is in your hands, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the reason why he dared to interrupt Su Bailey was because he could see that Su Bailey was not a serious person. In addition, from the previous confrontation between Su Bailey and Yang Yuchen, he could see that in front of Su Bailey, such a joke was still acceptable. Otherwise, he would not have dared to interrupt a superior ultimate god. For such an existence, not to mention killing him with a slap, even a finger was enough to crush him to death. Did he tell you that? Su Bailey heard that and subconsciously looked at Yang Yuchen. Before Yang Yuchen could speak, Duan Lingtian had already shook his head. Third senior brother didn't say it. I heard it from others. Su Bailey heard that and did not ask further. He nodded and said, rumors can't be trusted, especially such rumors. There's no need to believe them. When I said that I roughly knew who issued the mission, it was purely my personal guess. As for their goal, I can roughly guess. If you were just a mediocre person, it would be fine, but the problem is, you're not. Now, I'm just worried that they'll risk their lives to take your life in the academy. When you prove your worth, perhaps an emperor god will make a move and exchange his life for yours. He'll kill you, and he'll be executed by the academy. Su Bailey said it calmly, but Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard that. In fact, he had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Because of this, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had even asked him to take refuge in the independent realm where the internal palace was and only come out after entering the ultimate expert's relic. He understood what his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, meant. He wanted him to enter the ultimate expert's relic to improve his strength so that he could deal with those who might attack him. However, just as Duan Lingtian frowned, Su Bailey said, I can help you solve this problem. When Duan Lingtian stared at him, Su Bailey said unhurriedly, I can warn them. Not only will they not harm you in the academy, but they might even protect you and prevent other people from killing you in the academy. Help me solve this problem? Duan Lingtian was not happy when he heard Su Bailey's words. Instead, he frowned slightly. Could it be that Su Bailey had some conditions? At the same time, as if he could read Duan Lingtian's mind, Su Bailey continued, I've told your third senior brother about this. At first, he thought that I wanted him to do something. However, I told him that I don't need him to do anything, and I don't even need you to do anything. At most, you'll owe me a favor. It doesn't matter if you're willing to return this favor in the future. Su Bailey said frankly and directly, according to your third senior brother, he can't decide for you on this matter. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the Palace Master of Everlasting Studies Palace did not intend to make any requests from him, his third senior brother, or even the internal palace. He just wanted to do him a favor. Of course, he knew that if he accepted the favor, he would have to return it in the future. The palace master was willing to do him a favor because he knew that. Little junior brother. At that moment, Yang Yuchen's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Do as you wish. Even if you don't want the palace master's favor, I can also create a law clone to protect you. Even if the lineage of inheritance really arranged for someone to kill you, it's unlikely that they would send an ultimate god to exchange their life for yours. Even if it's an ordinary lower ultimate god, my law clone can stop him for a moment. That moment is enough for my original body to arrive at the scene in time. Yang Yuchen said telepathically. Yang Yuchen's words were very simple. He did not want Duan Lingtian to deliberately accept Su Bailey's favor. Even without Su Bailey's favor, he could protect Duan Lingtian himself. Chapter 41:16. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, touched by Yang Yuchen's words. Naturally, he knew he could not allow his third senior brother to do this. If a law clone wanted to pay attention to something, it would affect the main body. Since Duan Lingtian had his own law clone, he was well aware of this. When the nomological avatar was doing something else, the main body could cultivate, but it couldn't fully focus on cultivation. There would always be some distractions. Only when the law clone entered a meditative state would the main body be able to focus on cultivating, comprehending the laws, and comprehending the four Daoists of heaven and earth. Even his law clone would not do anything when his main body was cultivating. Most of the time, his law clone would be in seclusion. Even if his third senior brother's law clone was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had no intention of letting his law clone stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since the monorigin divine sect did not send anyone, it meant they had guessed something was up. There was no point in continuing this. Palace Master. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Baili and said solemnly, "I owe you a favor. I won't disappoint you in the future, Palace Master." Naturally, Duan Lingtian could tell Su Baili wanted to invest in him. Since Su Baili was optimistic about his future, Su Baili was willing to help him. Indeed, Duan Lingtian needed this favor. This matter concerned his life and death. Naturally, he did not dare to be careless. Moreover, he did not want to drag his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, down with him. Ha! All right. When Su Bailai saw that Duan Lingtian had agreed, he immediately laughed out loud. His laughter was so bright that his eyes narrowed into slits. Duan Lingtian knew he was safe in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace from now on. He did not have to worry about being attacked by god emperors. Yang Yuchen, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he did not say anything. Everyone had their own choices. Duan Lingtian, how long did you stay in the Supreme Expert's relic? Suddenly, Su Baili smiled and asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's expression changed as well. He looked at Su Baili with a warning gaze. He was certain this old man must have eavesdropped on their conversation after his junior brother came out. 5 months and 9 days. Duan Lingtian sighed dispiritedly. Why are you sighing? Su Baili shook his head. Your result has broken the highest record in the history of the Inner Palace. Before you, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. You came out 4 days later than him. Su Baili completely ignored Yang Yuchen's warning gaze. This brat, I wanted him to be the palace lord, but he still refused to listen to me. Now that I have a chance to teach him a lesson, I won't miss it. Ah. When Duan Lingtian heard Su Baili's words, he was stunned. He then asked anxiously, Palace Master, are you mistaken? My third senior brother and eldest senior sister stayed in the relic longer than me. How could I have broken the record of the Inner Palace? Duan Lingtian thought Su Baili had made a mistake. At the same time, he looked at Yang Yuchen and asked, Third senior brother, don't you agree? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yang Yuchen's expression was a little unnatural. He could not help but be stunned. What was going on? His third senior brother had said it himself just now. Could it be that he was lying to him? Was the palace lord telling the truth? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian obtained his answer from Yang Yuchen. Junior brother, I was afraid that you would be too proud, so I didn't tell you the truth. Actually, your result was very impressive. Not only did you surpass me and eldest senior sister, but you also broke the record of the Inner Palace's ancestors. Yang Yuchen said as he shook his head. Duan Lingtian finally understood. His third senior brother had lied to him. He had set a new record of the Inner Palace in the Ultimate Expert's relic. Su Baili was standing at the side. When he heard Yang Yuchen's words, he said with a look of surprise, You brat, you should have reminded me to cooperate with you. While Yang Yuchen was so angry that the corners of his mouth were twitching, Su Baili looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, Duan Lingtian, you won't be proud of this, right? If I am, then I'll have ruined your third senior brother's good intentions. I was too talkative. Su Baili looked as if it was all his fault. As for Duan Lingtian, after a short moment of astonishment, he finally understood the situation in front of him. It turned out that the palace lord of the Myriad Arts Academy had deliberately told him this. He must have heard what his third senior brother had said to him. As for why his third senior brother had said that, he did not suspect anything. His third senior brother probably did not want him to be too proud, so he did not tell him the truth. Don't worry, third senior brother. I won't be proud. I came from the mundane realm, and this isn't the first time I've achieved something like this. I'm used to it, Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen nodded with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, he felt his liver ache. Was his little junior brother really unable to guess his thoughts, or was he pretending not to know? At this moment, he felt as though he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his own feet. Third senior brother. After bidding farewell to Su Baili, Duan Lingtian made his way back to the independent realm where the inner palace was located. He asked Yang Yuchen, "What do you think the people who attacked the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and those who are related to me are from the monarch sect?" "More than 90%. Yang Yuchen asked curiously, "Little junior brother, aren't you 100% certain they're the culprits? Why are you asking me now?" "I just want to confirm it." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "It's very likely they're the culprits." Yang Yuchen continued to say, "Later on, when I made a move against the people from the monarch spirit sect, it was after you rejected the challenge from Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the monarch spirit sect in our Myriad Arts Academy. After the challenge, I heard that some of the disciples of the Monorigin divine sect were secretly saying that they wouldn't let you off the hook for humiliating their holy child." Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Speaking of which, this sounds like something the monarch divine sect would do. Back then, I was the one who invited you to join the Myriad Law Academy. If you joined another ultimate god force, they would have attacked you as soon as you entered the Myriad Law Academy. If I invite you, they will be more or less afraid of me, because there are many people from the Monorigin sect in the Myriad Law Palace, including a saint. Under such circumstances, it's only normal for them to hold back temporarily. However, when you refused the challenge from the Monorigin divine sect's holy son, they saw it as a humiliation to their holy son. At that time, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. It's only natural that they would seek revenge on those around you." After listening to Yang Yuchen's analysis, Duan Lingtian was even more certain the people from the monarch divine sect were the culprits. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian said, "I'm going to ask Hua Lao and Senior Meng Luo to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the next few days. At that time, you'll be able to retrieve your law of avatars." Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled wryly. "There's no need to rush. My law of avatars are still there. They won't affect me." Third senior brother, "That's not the only reason." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "The people from the monarch divine sect haven't made a move yet. They must have guessed that your law of avatars are guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Under such circumstances, it's meaningless to continue waiting for them to show up." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian's law of avatars left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with Hua Lao and Meng Luo. As for the others, they were those who were recruited later on. After receiving some benefits from Duan Lingtian, they happily left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian brought Hua Lao and Meng Luo out of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen's law of avatars personally escorted them out of the solitary destructive heaven. After settling down Hua Lao and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian's true body left the independent realm where the solitary destructive heaven's palace of the solitary destructive heaven was located. The palace master of Myriad Law's Academy, Su Baili, had asked his third senior brother to tell him that from now on, he would be absolutely safe in Myriad Law's Academy. No one would risk their lives to kill him. When Duan Lingtian's original body left the independent plane of the inner palace and returned to the student dormitory of the Myriad Arts Academy, all existences above the God-Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance received a warning from the few existences with the highest status in the lineage of inheritance, excluding the palace master. Everyone, from today onwards, no one from the legacy bloodline is to have any thoughts of targeting Duan Lingtian. The headmaster has said that if anything happens to Duan Lingtian in the academy, he will disqualify the legacy bloodline from competing for the position of headmaster. Not only must we not target the Duan Lingtian. If we discover that someone is targeting the Duan Lingtian, we must also pay attention to whether or not the Duan Lingtian's life is in danger. If it is, we must protect the Duan Lingtian. When these words reverberated in the ears of those above the God Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance, everyone fell silent after recovering from their shock. They knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the death-free golden medallion in the academy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation in the lineage of inheritance. Not long after he returned to dorm 603 in the second dormitory building, he walked out again and flew directly to the sky above a dormitory with a courtyard, overlooking the dormitory below him. Wang Yunsheng, come out. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice, his tone indifferent beyond compare. In the next instant, when he saw that there was no movement in the dormitory, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Don't play dead. At this time, the people who had gathered to watch the commotion were somewhat speechless. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a little too impatient? He had spoken at the beginning and told Wang Yunsheng not to play dead at the end. It had all been done in succession, with only a pause of a breath in between. It was impossible for Wang Yunsheng to react in such a short time. Chapter 41:17. Humph. Just as the group of onlookers was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's words, a cold snort was heard from the dormitory overlooking by Duan Lingtian. Immediately afterward, there was a loud bang as a figure broke through the door and smashed it into pieces. After that, a figure directly soared into the sky and confronted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you provoking me? Wang Yunsheng stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. He never expected that before he could provoke Duan Lingtian would come knocking on his door. Wang Yunsheng. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Wang Yunsheng and said in a deep voice, last time, I didn't want to hurt you, so I didn't accept your challenge. I didn't expect the Monorigin spirit sect to be so ruthless as to massacre the forces of my friends and family in the lower secondary planes. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Yunsheng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. It was not impossible for the Monorigin spirit sect to do such a thing. However, who was the one who did this? He did not know. The group of onlookers of the Myriad Art Academy also came to a realization at this time. At the same time, they looked at Wang Yunsheng with a hint of fear in their eyes. Of course, there was more disdain in the depths of their eyes. Even if he was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's refusal to accept his challenge in the past, that was between him and Duan Lingtian. There was no need to involve Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends, right? It's not the first time the Monorigin spirit sect has done such a thing. It's not strange. Even so, isn't this a little too much? Such a small conflict involves Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends? In my opinion, this conflict may not be the only one. As far as I know, before Duan Lingtian was invited back to our Myriad Art Academy by Vice Palace Master Yang, someone from the Monorigin spirit sect also went to invite Duan Lingtian but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. At that time, the Monorigin spirit sect may have already held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. What happened between him and Wang Yunsheng was just a fuse. There was a lot of discussion among the onlookers. Among them, there was no lack of discerning people who vaguely guessed the ins and outs of the matter. At the same time, Wang Yunsheng sighed. He had learned that the Monorigin spirit sect members had sent people to the lower secondary planes to retaliate against Duan Lingtian. Although this matter could not be spread around, it was not difficult for him to find out as a direct descendant of the Monorigin divine cult's higher-level supreme god. At this point, he even knew which vice-sectmaster of the Monorigin spirit sect was in charge of this matter. Duan Lingtian. The doubt deep in Wang Yunsheng's eyes disappeared. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were indifferent. You'd better not speak without evidence. Even if you're Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, it doesn't mean you can slander the Monorigin spirit sect at will. Although Wang Yunsheng already knew the truth, he was not stupid enough to admit that the Mon-Origin Spirit sect had done this. Even if most people suspected the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, they would not admit it. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person without any background. However, this person was Duan Lingtian. Behind Duan Lingtian was Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, a powerful medium-level ultimate god. If the Mon-Origin Spirit sect admitted this matter, the other party would definitely not let it go. When the time came, there was a possibility that he would personally take Duan Lingtian to the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to seek justice. If Duan Lingtian was in the right, the Myriad Art Academy's Palace Master might come forward in the end if the matter really blew up. At that time, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect would most likely abandon the vice leader behind the scenes in order to appease the Myriad Art Academy's Palace Master's anger because they were in the wrong. Pfft! Duan Lingtian sneered. The disappearance of the doubt deep in Wang Yunxing's eyes did not escape his notice. It was not difficult for him to guess why there was such a change in Wang Yunxing's eyes. In all likelihood, Wang Yunxing had just found out about the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's attack on his relatives and friends. Previously, Duan Lingtian only felt that the people who attacked his relatives and friends were more than 90% sure they were from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, but now, he had full confidence in his ability to do so. Wang Yunxing's eyes betrayed them. As for Wang Yunxing's denial, he was not surprised because even if everyone knew about it, Wang Yunxing would not dare to say it out loud. Whether it's slander or not, I'm afraid you know it in your heart. After Duan Lingtian sneered, he sneered again. Wang Yunxing, last time I refused you because I was afraid of hurting you, but I didn't expect your Mon-Origin Spirit sect to be so ruthless. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? If you dare, we'll go and sign a life and death contract now. If you don't dare, you, Wang Yunxing, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's holy son, are just a useless waste. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, everyone was shocked. Even Wang Yunxing, after being angry, looked at Duan Lingtian again with a bit of fear in his eyes. As the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's holy son and the leader of the younger generation in the Xiangang land, he was naturally not a fool. Duan Lingtian dared to challenge him to a life and death battle. Either he was deliberately mystifying things or he really had the confidence to kill him. However, even if the possibility of killing him was slim, since the other party took the initiative to challenge him, he would not agree. Once he lost his life, he would lose everything. Even if there was only a slight chance of dying, he would not take the risk. Duan Lingtian issued a life and death battle to Wang Yunxing? The group of onlookers was shocked. Even if this is deliberately mystifying things, it's enough to see how bold Duan Lingtian is. This is a person who is ruthless to himself. I'm afraid Wang Yunxing might not accept the challenge. If he makes the wrong choice, he'll lose his life. Duan Lingtian is powerful. If Wang Yunxing refuses, he'll admit that he's inferior to him. As more and more onlookers gathered, Wang Yunxing's tone was indifferent as he directly rejected Duan Lingtian's life and death battle as most people had guessed. Of course, his original words were very pleasant to hear. Duan Lingtian, I'll give face to Vice Palace Master Yang and not accept your life and death battle, lest Vice Palace Master Yang loses his little junior brother in the blink of an eye. Pfft! Duan Lingtian sneered again. Wang Yunxing, if you don't dare, just admit it. Is it that difficult to admit that you don't dare? What Mon-Origin Spirit sect's holy son? In my opinion, you're just a coward and a good-for-nothing. To think that I can kill a good-for-nothing like you even without using my law avatar. The law of clones was one of the trump cards of people from lower realms. It was comparable to the bloodline of natives in realms of gods. Duan Lingtian's claim that he would be able to kill Wang Yunxing without using his law of clones was rather exaggerated in the eyes of the 10,000 Arts Academy students. No matter what, Wang Yunxing was the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's holy son, an outstanding genius of the younger generation in the Mystic Gangland. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, he really did seem like a cowardly weakling. You're inviting me to a life and death battle without using your law avatar. At this moment, Wang Yunxing frowned. At the same time, he was somewhat tempted. If Duan Lingtian did not use his law avatar, his strength would undoubtedly be much weaker. Under such circumstances, was this Duan Lingtian still confident that he could kill him? He did not quite believe it. If you agree to my life and death battle, I can make a heart demon blood oath that if I use my law avatar in a life and death battle with you, I'll die and my Dao will vanish. Duan Lingtian sneered indifferently. However, do you, Wang Yunsheng, dare to agree? For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Yunsheng. In their opinion, it was already very rare for Duan Lingtian to make such a concession. Moreover, they also felt that if Duan Lingtian did not use his law avatar, it was almost impossible for him to kill Wang Yunsheng. Will Wang Yunsheng agree? I don't know. Maybe he will. Duan Lingtian is so arrogant. Isn't he worried that Wang Yunsheng will really agree to his life and death battle? I feel that even so, Wang Yuansheng might not dare to agree. It's fine if he wins, but if he loses, he'll die and his Dao will vanish. Previously, most of the onlookers had guessed that Wang Yunsheng would refuse. However, now, half of them felt that Wang Yunsheng might agree. At the same time, they felt that Duan Lingtian was more likely to scare Wang Yunsheng. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked again. The sneer on his face was getting wider and wider. After a while, Wang Yunsheng said indifferently, I'll say the same thing. I don't want Vice Palace Master Yang to lose a junior brother like you. I'll give Vice Palace Master Yang some face. As soon as Wang Yunsheng said this, not only did Duan Lingtian look at him with disdain, but even those who thought that Wang Yunsheng might agree and were waiting for Wang Yunsheng to make a move looked at Wang Yunsheng differently. Why didn't they think that the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's holy son was so timid? He was actually scared by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian was obviously trying to scare him. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yunsheng, do you want me to call my third senior brother here and let him tell you that you don't need to give him face? Wang Yunsheng's face stiffened when he heard this. Duan Lingtian, if it's a normal challenge, I can ask about you. However, I'm not interested in a life and death challenge. I, Wang Yunsheng, am not interested in a life and death challenge with you. How can your life be compared to mine? Ridiculous. Duan Lingtian, you think too highly of yourself. I, Wang Yunsheng, am the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's holy son and a direct descendant of the current high-level supreme god of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect. My life is as precious as gold. Duan Lingtian, you're just a person who climbed up from a lower secondary plane with no background. Your life is as cheap as grass. Seeing that Wang Yunsheng seemed to want to continue, Duan Lingtian yawned and interrupted him indifferently. In the end, you, Wang Yunsheng, don't dare to accept my life and death challenge. The Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's holy son is just SOSO. With a sneer, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, ignoring Wang Yunsheng. Of course, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This Wang Yunsheng was actually so cautious. What a pity. Chapter 41:18. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian turn around and leave, Wang Yunsheng noticed the strange gazes directed at him from the surroundings. His expression changed slightly, and he shouted at Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. I, Wang Yunsheng, invite you to a spar, the kind that doesn't overdo it. Do you dare? The current Wang Yunsheng gave people the feeling that he wanted to regain the face he had just lost. He directly challenged Duan Lingtian, but it was only an ordinary spar, not a battle of life and death. For a moment, the strange gazes that fell on Wang Yunsheng became even stranger at this moment. This Wang Yunsheng wants to test Duan Lingtian's strength? If Duan Lingtian agrees and beats him, he won't lose. But if Duan Lingtian gives up for nothing, he can regain the face he lost just now. Unless Duan Lingtian is stupid, he won't agree to this spar. I think so too. This Wang Yunsheng, doesn't he think that it's a bit unnecessary to challenge Duan Lingtian like this? Does he think that Duan Lingtian will be stupid enough to accept his challenge? Under the shocked gazes of the 10,000 Arts Academy students, Duan Lingtian did not even pause for a moment before he left. As he left, he left behind a sentence full of contempt and disdain. Wait until you have the courage to challenge me to a battle of life and death, then come find me. Duan Lingtian's words angered Wang Yunxing so much that his face turned red. He had a strong impulse to challenge Duan Lingtian to a battle of life and death, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in. Endure. Endure. This Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill me. I can't be impulsive. I can't take the risk. The current Wang Yunxing was constantly comforting himself in the depths of his heart. Although he felt oppressed, he still gritted his teeth and endured. This Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill him. You can even hold it in? Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still thinking that Wang Yunxing might not be able to hold himself back and challenge him to a life and death battle. However, when he returned to his dormitory, Wang Yunxing did not issue a life and death battle invitation. What a pity. He's too cautious. Looks like there's no chance to kill him openly in the 10,000 Laws Palace. Let's find another opportunity later. If we have the chance, we'll kill all the other Mon-origin divine sect disciples in the Myriad Laws Palace as well. A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Monarch Spirit Cult, this is not over yet. After Duan Lingtian returned to his dormitory, more and more people in the Myriad Arts Academy found out about the conflict between him and the Mon-origin Spirit Cult's holy son, Wang Yunxing. He also knew that Wang Yunxing did not dare to accept his life or death challenge. Although most people still felt that Wang Yunxing was stronger, at the same time, they either felt that Wang Yunxing was too timid or too cautious. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian was completely famous this time. Previously, the great majority of people had already forgotten about him. Yet now, they remembered him once again. Furthermore, they earnestly remembered him. Duan Lingtian. This heaven's pride from the remote 7 prefectures had first rejected Wang Yunxing's challenge. Then, more than a year later, he came looking for Wang Yunxing and issued a life and death challenge to him. In the end, Wang Yunxing chose to escape. It was said that one would become famous after a battle, but this time, Duan Lingtian had become famous without a battle. At the legacy bloodlines, those who were god emperors and above were speechless when they heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Wang Yunxing. Do we really care about Duan Lingtian? Why does it feel like he's in a hurry to die? Does he really think he's a match for Wang Yunxing? If he really dies in Wang Yunxing's hands in a life and death challenge, he can't blame us. It's a pity that Wang Yunxing didn't accept his life and death challenge. Wang Yunxing must be worried that Duan Lingtian is stronger than him. Wang Yunxing is too timid. Those who were god emperors and above in the legacy bloodlines had received a warning from their superiors. They knew that not only could they not attack Duan Lingtian in the future, but they also had to protect Duan Lingtian when his life was in danger in the academy. Of course, if Duan Lingtian died in someone else's hands in a life and death challenge, they could not be blamed. The legacy bloodlines did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. In fact, they could not wait for Duan Lingtian to die. Now that they learned that Wang Yunxing had missed the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian, they naturally felt that it was a pity. At the same time, they also felt that Wang Yunxing was too timid and cautious. A young man who was not even 3,000 years old would at most flaunt his prowess among the younger generation in the remote 7 prefectures. In the outside world, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. In Myriad Arts Academy, the students had their own small cliques. Those who came from the same faction naturally formed their own cliques. The Mon-origin sect was no exception. At this moment, everyone in the small circle of the Mon-origin divine sect, except for Wang Yunxing, had gathered together. They were all gathered in the dormitory of a Mon-origin sect disciple. What do you think the Holy Sun is thinking? That Duan Lingtian sent himself to his doorstep for him to kill, but he didn't kill him? A Mon-origin sect disciple asked with a gloomy expression. Maybe the Holy Sun is afraid that he's not as good as Duan Lingtian and will be killed instead. Another monarch divine sect disciple said with a mocking expression. The Mon-origin sect disciples who could come to Myriad Arts Academy were basically the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Even if they weren't as good as the Holy Sun, they weren't too far off. Some of them were even as talented as the Holy Sun. However, they weren't as strong as the Holy Sun because they hadn't enjoyed as many resources in the past. Hu Lanqi. A Mon-origin sect disciple reprimanded the disciple who had spoken first. Stop mocking and ridiculing us. I know you don't like the Holy Sun, but now isn't the time for internal strife. What are we gathered here for? Isn't it because of the Mon-origin sect? Hu Lanqi was a handsome young man with a wicked smile on his face when he heard the reprimand of the monarch divine sect's disciple. He smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, there's no need for us to gather for such a trivial matter. There's nothing to discuss. What's there to discuss? Let's discuss who among us will challenge the Duan Lingtian to a death duel and test his strength. If we find out that he's not strong enough, we'll ask the Holy Sun to challenge him to a death duel to avenge our humiliation." At this point, Hu Lanqi sneered, "Let me put my words here first. If you want to do something like this, do it yourselves. Don't count me in." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Hu Lanqi left, another 2 disciples of the Mon-origin spirit sect followed suit. "I won't get involved in this matter either. It's not our fault in the first place. I'll take my leave as well. The few of you have a good relationship with the Holy Sun, so think of a way to help him." For a time, only 4 Mon-origin sect disciples were left. They were either close to Wang Yunsheng, the Holy Son of the Mon-origin sect, or they were from Wang Yunsheng's faction. When the 3 of them left, the 4 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. However, after the 3 of them left, their expressions gradually eased. They knew it was useless to be angry at this time. The 3 of them were not afraid of them. In the first place, the 4 of them and Wang Yunsheng were not on good terms with the 3 of them. It was normal for them to leave without a care. Moreover, the 3 of them were not responsible for this matter. Even if news of this spread back to the Mon-origin sect, nobody would blame them. Are we just going to let this matter go? At this moment, the 4 of them looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. The 3 of them will definitely spread the news. If the Holy Sun can't avenge his humiliation, his status in the sect will definitely be affected. That's not a good thing for us. The Mon-origin sect did not only have one Holy Sun. The Holy Sun's status often represented the faction he belonged to and the interests of the people around him. The 4 of them were different from the 3 who had left earlier. The 3 of them did not share the same interests as Wang Yunsheng, but the 4 of them shared the same interests as Wang Yunsheng. Do you think Duan Lingtian has the ability to defeat or even kill the Holy Sun? One of them asked in a deep voice. That's impossible. I think so too. I've seen the scryer recording of Duan Lingtian's battle. Although his strength is not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Holy Sun. Even if any one of us can't defeat him, it won't be easy for him to kill us. I think so too. The other 3 felt that Duan Lingtian was not a match for the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun is too cautious. However, if any one of us were to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian, the chances of us dying are much higher than the Holy Sun fighting him. The 4 of us can test Duan Lingtian, but a battle to the death is unrealistic. Although the strength he displayed in the scryer recording was extremely difficult to kill me, a long period of time has already passed since then. Who knows, his strength might have improved again. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old yet. I think so too. Based on their words, it was clear that none of them dared to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Let's see if he'll accept our challenge to a spar. Soon after, the 4 of them reached a consensus. Soon after, the 4 of them set off together and appeared outside dormitory number 2. One of them flew out and shouted, "Duan Lingtian, I'm Hongli, a disciple of the Mon-origin divine sect. I'm here to challenge you. Do you dare to spar with me?" Hongli. As soon as the Mon-origin divine sect's disciple Hongli finished speaking, the group of students in dormitory number 2 immediately came out to watch the show. In the distance, the people from the other dormitories, as well as the dormitories, who were free, came over to watch as well. Under the expectant gazes of the group of people, an indifferent voice came from dormitory 603 in dormitory number 2. I'm not interested in a spar. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death. Chapter 41:19. Duanling Tian, you're afraid to fight me, right? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Hongli, the disciple from the Monorigin spirit sect who had been clamoring outside, had an ugly expression on his face. However, he forced himself to mock Duanling Tian. Afraid? This time, as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he walked out of room 603 and flew up into the sky. He stared at Hongli who was standing nearby and said indifferently, "Is there something wrong with the people from the Monorigin spirit sect? I've already said that I'll accept your challenge if you want to fight me to the death. Now you're saying that I don't dare to fight you? Seems like the Monorigin spirit sect's disciples are just as useless as Wang Yunsheng." After Duanling Tian finished speaking, he shook his head lazily. Hong Li's face flushed red when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He almost challenged Duanling Tian to a fight to the death, but in the end, his rationality prevailed over his impulse. He was not a fool. Before he figured out Duanling Tian's background, even Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Monorigin spirit sect, who was stronger than him, would not dare to fight Duanling Tian to the death, let alone Hongli Duanling Tian. At this time, the 3 disciples from the Monorigin spirit sect who had come with Hongli also came to Hong Li's side and glared at Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian had not only insulted Hongli, but also the disciples of the Monorigin spirit sect. They were also disciples of the Monorigin spirit sect. Don't be too arrogant, Duanling Tian. There are plenty of people in the Monorigin spirit sect who can deal with you. Duanling Tian, do you really think that no one in the younger generation can deal with you? Duanling Tian, the 3 men from the Monorigin sect who had just appeared were somewhat hysterical at the moment. They were considered geniuses in the Monorigin sect. Even in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, they were the best among the students. But now, they were being called trash by the person in front of them. How could they not be mad? 4 people? Duanling Tian looked at the 4 people in front of him. His eyes narrowed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. How about this, since you're all alone, you don't dare to fight me to the death? In that case, I'll allow you 4 pieces of trash to join the other piece of trash from the Monorigin spirit sect, Wang Yunsheng. The 5 of you will fight me 5 against 1. I will sign a life and death contract with the 5 of you. We will fight to the death. You pieces of trash, do you dare? If they were ordinary people, Duanling Tian might be a little more polite to them. But for the people of the Mono spirit cult in front of him, there was only hatred and hatred. It was not that he was generalizing, but the people of the Monorigin spirit cult were not good people to begin with. Just like now, the gazes of the 4 people in front of him were filled with killing intent. If they had the chance to kill him, he believed that they would definitely not miss it. As soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell, the group of students from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace who came to watch the show were all stunned. Duanling Tian issued another life and death challenge after Wang Yunsheng's rejection of the life and death challenge. He alone was challenging 5 Monorigin spirit cult disciples, including Wang Yunsheng. One should know that not only Wang Yunsheng, but even the 4 people in front of them were not easy to deal with. At least, if the 4 of them joined forces, they could even defeat Wang Yunsheng. Wang Yunsheng is here too. At this time, someone saw Wang Yunsheng who had just stepped into the air from the dormitory. Many people also looked over at once. Ha! Wang Yunsheng, this time Duanling Tian is not only challenging you to a life and death challenge, but also the 5 people of the Monorigin spirit cult. You won't refuse this time, right? Not far away, a person looked at Wang Yunsheng and asked with a laugh. This person was naturally not an ordinary person. He was a heaven's pride from another heavyweight force in the Mystic Gangland. At this time, he had a bright smile on his face, looking like he was enjoying the show. Wang Yunsheng is here too. Is Duanling Tian crazy? He's challenging 5 people of the Monorigin spirit cult to a life and death challenge by himself? While the other students of the Myriad Arts Academy thought that Duanling Tian was crazy, the four people of the Mon-origin spirit cult, including Hongli, turned to look at Wang Yunsheng in the distance. Junior brother Yunsheng, since Duan Lingtian wants to die, will fulfill his wish. You can't possibly think that he has the strength to kill the five of us alone, right? Hongli looked at Wang Yunsheng. When he transmitted his voice, the anger in his voice had not dissipated. Junior brother Yunsheng, if the five of us join forces, who can't we kill in the mystic gangland under the age of 10,000? Even among the lesser god emperors, there are few who can stop us. Junior brother Yunsheng, the four people of the Mon-origin spirit cult, including Hongli, transmitted their voices to Wang Yunsheng, asking him to join forces with them to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge and kill Duan Lingtian. Wang Yunsheng is here too. At this time, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Wang Yunsheng in the distance, and a bright smile appeared on his face. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Wang Yunsheng, I'm challenging the five of you to a life and death challenge. Don't tell me you still don't dare to accept. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he tried to suppress the light in the depths of his eyes that was on the verge of bursting out. Seeing that Wang Yunsheng still did not respond to Duan Lingtian's words, Hongli and the other Mon-origin spirit cult disciples became anxious and hurriedly transmitted their voices to Wang Yunsheng again. At this time, the others were also looking at Wang Yunsheng. Wang Yunsheng, don't tell me you still don't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? This Duan Lingtian is obviously deliberately mystifying things. If Wang Yunsheng and the other four join forces, in the mystic gangland, anyone below the lesser god emperor realm, I'm afraid no one can survive under their hands, right? I think so too. Even if it's the top prodigies of the giant ultimate god forces, I'm afraid no one below the god emperor realm would dare to fight against the five of them alone. If Wang Yunsheng still doesn't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge at this time, then he's really too cowardly. Listening to the words that came to his ears and listening to the urging of Hongli and the other three, Wang Yunsheng's face was gloomy and his eyes were indifferent. Did he want to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? Yes. However, now that he had sent a message to his lineage's old ancestor, a medium ultimate god, after a moment of hesitation, the old ancestor did not agree with him joining the battle. Although the old ancestor also believed that Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the other three could kill anyone below the god emperor realm in the mystic gangland. However, after hearing that this was a life and death challenge initiated by Duan Lingtian and thinking that Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old and came from a mundane realm, he felt that the Duan Lingtian's demon was unimaginable for ordinary people. There was still a chance that he would fail. I'll get someone to contact the four of them. They have to accept this battle. However, that doesn't include you. With the four of them working together, they are stronger than you alone. Normally, even if Duan Lingtian is stronger than you, as long as he's not much stronger, the four of them together are enough to kill Duan Lingtian. You just have to keep quiet about this matter. I'll make the arrangements on my side. After hearing his old ancestor's words, Wang Yunsheng swallowed his anger. After a while, the four people who were urging Wang Yunsheng to join the battle also stopped sending voice transmissions to Wang Yunsheng. The four of them looked at each other and began to communicate through voice transmissions. My father wants me to join the three of you in accepting Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. My mother told me the same thing. The four of us together are stronger than the Holy Sun. It won't be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. I just don't know. Will this Duan Lingtian refuse on purpose? He'll only agree if the Holy Sun joins us. Let's ask first. The four of them did not have any objections to their elders asking them to join forces to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. This was because they felt that their combined strength was stronger than Wang Yunsheng, the Holy Sun. It would not be difficult for them to kill Duan Lingtian. While everyone's attention was still on Wang Yunsheng, Hongli and the other three people turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Hongli snorted coldly and said, Duan Lingtian, you're not worthy of the four of us and the Holy Sun joining forces. Don't you like life and death challenges? The four of us will play with you. What do you think? This is also taking care of you. If the Holy Sun joins us, you'll only die a worse death. Finally, Hongli looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wang Yunsheng to Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Why did Hongli from the Mon-Origin spirit sect suddenly change his mind? Duan Lingtian is obviously trying to scare them. If they don't bring Wang Yunsheng along, the Duan Lingtian will have an excuse to reject them again. Is Wang Yunsheng that timid? Why isn't he joining the battle at this time? I used to think Wang Yunsheng was quite powerful. Now, it seems like he's just a so-so. How can someone like him be worthy of being the Mon-Origin spirit sect's holy son? Many people's words revealed their disdain for Wang Yunsheng. These people had powerful backgrounds and were not weak. Therefore, they were not afraid of Wang Yunsheng. The four of you? Upon hearing Hong Li's words, Duan Lingtian had a mocking expression on his face. Don't you think too highly of yourselves? The four of you are trash. Are you worthy of me, Duan Lingtian, joining the battle and having a life and death duel with you? I'll say it again. The four of you will join forces with Wang Yunsheng. I'll sign a life and death contract with all of you to have a life and death duel. It won't do if one of you is missing. If you agree, sign a life and death contract. If you don't agree, forget it. After all, the people of the Mon-Origin spirit sect are all trash who are as timid as mice. After saying that, Duan Lingtian ignored the furious gazes of Hong Li and the other three. His gaze landed on Wang Yunsheng from afar. It had already come to this point. Could Wang Yunsheng still hold back? He was really powerful. The teenage mutant ninja turtle. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng, who had been trying his best to control his emotions, could no longer bear the pressure in his heart. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he shouted, Duan Lingtian, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Yunsheng had completely exploded. He could not bear it anymore. He did not even bother to send a message to his elders. End of chapter. Chapter 41-20. All geniuses were prideful. Wang Yunsheng had previously rejected Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. He was already filled with anger. However, he was worried that Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him. Therefore, he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. At that time, he had endured it to avoid any accidents. Today, when Duan Lingtian issued a life or death challenge to him, Hong Li, and the others, although he felt humiliated, he still had the intention of letting Hong Li and the other three test Duan Lingtian's strength. Although deep in his heart, he felt that Duan Lingtian was no match for the five of them, he still did not intend to accept the challenge. This time, it was no longer because he was afraid. It was more because he was afraid of embarrassing himself. After all, he was the holy son of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. He was also one of the best among the younger generation in the Myriad Law Palace. Even if he joined forces with Hong Li and the other three to kill Duan Lingtian, there was nothing to be proud of. However, now that Duan Lingtian had rejected Hong Li and the other three's challenge and insisted that he join the battle, coupled with the strange gazes from the surrounding people, he could not take it anymore. If he was embarrassed, so be it. Now, he only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, now that I've accepted your life or death challenge. You won't go back on your word, right? After accepting Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge, Wang Yunsheng was in high spirits. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. When he stared at Duan Lingtian, his aura was like a rainbow. Pfft! Duan Lingtian sneered. Now that I've given you 4 helpers, you're finally not a coward anymore? If I knew this would happen, I would have asked you to find helpers 2 days ago. As for going back on my word. Why should I go back on my word? After all, in my eyes, you're no different from a dead man after accepting my life or death challenge. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words came out, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others were instantly enraged. Arrogant. Duan Lingtian, go to the Hall of Life and Death and sign the life or death contract now. Duan Lingtian, I can't wait to kill you now. The Hall of Life and Death was the place where the Myriad Law Palace provided its disciples for life or death duels. Where there were people, there would be conflicts and battles. Some would even have a death grudge after their conflicts escalated. At that time, they needed a place to vent their emotions. The Hall of the Hall. The Hall of Life and Death was a place where not many people would go. There was only one teacher on duty, and this position was considered to be an idle position in the eyes of many people. The teachers on duty in the Hall of Life and Death usually cultivated in the Hall of Life and Death, and they would not be disturbed. They would only disturb them would disturb Stalingtians. Recently, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death was called Yuan Dongchun. He was an upper divine emperor expert and was not far from the ultimate god realm. He had been trying to break through to the ultimate god realm recently. In his opinion, being on duty at the Hall of Life and Death was very leisurely. Even if he was cultivating in the Hall of Life and Death, he would not be disturbed. However, what he didn't expect was that the rule of not being interrupted when he was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death was broken when he was on duty this time. He was interrupted. Duan Lingtian? Yuan Dongchun was aware of Duan Lingtian's existence because he had only been on duty for 2 months. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian was challenged by Wang Yunsheng, the Mon-origin divine sect's holy son, but Duan Lingtian had rejected the challenge. At that time, someone on the dark net had posted a mission against Duan Lingtian. It could be said that it had caused a stir in the academy. Even Yuan Dongchun knew about it. 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian challenged Wang Yunsheng to a life or death duel. And Wang Yunsheng rejected it? A year ago, Duan Lingtian had rejected Wang Yunsheng's challenge. Like most people, Yuan Dongchun felt that Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge because he felt that he was no match for Wang Yunsheng. Yuan Dongchun did not expect that after more than a year, Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it was a life or death duel. According to what Yuan Dongchun had said at that time, he had rejected Wang Yunsheng's challenge because he was concerned about Wang Yunsheng's reputation. As for his challenge to Wang Yunsheng this time, it was because he suspected that the Mon-origin divine sect had attacked the forces of his relatives and friends in the lower planes and killed them all. Even if there is no evidence, it is most likely done by the Mon-origin divine sect. Yuan Dongchun knew a little about the Mon-origin divine sect. This kind of thing seemed to be done by the Mon-origin divine sect, and the timing was right. Duan Lingtian's analysis was not wrong. However, what he did not expect was that Wang Yunsheng would reject Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. Obviously, he is worried that Duan Lingtian is deliberately mystifying to scare him. He is worried that Duan Lingtian really has the strength to kill him. After all, once a life or death contract is signed in the Myriad Law Palace, even the Mon-origin divine sect's leader can't change anything. Yuan Dongchun thought to himself. Of course, what shocked him the most was that 2 days after Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge was rejected by Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian actually issued another life or death challenge to Wang Yunsheng, and this time, he directly challenged 5 people from the Mon-origin divine sect. 5 people, including Wang Yunsheng. The other 4 people were not weak either. If they joined hands, it would not be difficult to kill Wang Yunsheng in a life or death duel. This Duan Lingtian, is he crazy? He is deliberately scaring them, right? But, if he is deliberately scaring them, then why did he come to the Hall of Life and Death? Yuan Dongchun was shocked. He found it hard to understand. However, according to the rules of the Hall of Life and Death, as long as both sides had a request and there was no objection, they could sign a life or death contract. As for admitting defeat, there was no requirement. As long as both sides agreed, it was fine. Duan Lingtian. Yuan Dongchun looked at Duan Lingtian sternly and reminded him in a deep voice, "You must know that once the life or death contract is signed, you and the 5 of them will fight to the death. Are you sure you want to sign a life or death contract?" While reminding Duan Lingtian, Yuan Dongchun also sent a message, "Vice Palace Master Yang, Duan Lingtian is going to have a life or death duel with 5 people from the Mon-origin divine sect, including Wang Yunsheng. Are you aware of this?" Yuan Dongchun was just an ordinary teacher in the Myriad Law Palace and was not a member of the Myriad Law Palace's legacy. Before Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, stepped into the ultimate god realm, the two of them were friends and had a good relationship. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Yang Yuchen to remind him. He hoped that Yang Yuchen would stop Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was courting death. What? Do you think my little junior brother is courting death? Yang Yuchen, who received Yuan Dongchuan's message, asked in a calm tone with a smile. Yuan Dongchun was shocked when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. You mean? Your little junior brother has the strength to kill the 5 of them? Yuan Dongchun continued, if that's the case, it's not very appropriate, is it? Even if it's reasonable to kill them under such circumstances, it's equivalent to putting the Mon-Origin Divine Sect on the opposite side. From now on, even if the Mon-Origin Divine Sect doesn't openly target your little junior brother, I'm afraid they'll secretly think of ways to kill him and those related to him. Yuan Dongchun reminded Yang Yuchen. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect has already done so. Yang Yuchen said faintly, let's deal with this matter as it should be. Let nature take its course. At this moment, Yuan Dongchun was still shocked. Did your little junior brother tell you himself that he's confident in killing Wang Yunsheng and the others? Yes. Yang Yuchen replied. Do you trust him that much? He's new here, so I'm afraid he doesn't know the strength of Wang Yunsheng and the others, right? I trust him. At this time, Yuan Dongchun did not say anything else. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others who were not far away and asked in a deep voice, are you sure you want to sign a life and death contract with Duan Lingtian? You should know that if you sign a life and death contract, even if you die, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect won't be able to stand up for you. This is because you chose this path yourselves. In the face of Yuan Dongchuan's reminder, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others naturally ignored it. All right. Yuan Dongchun nodded. Since you have no objections, then sign the life and death contract. Each of you write your name on it and press your palm print. At the same time, Yuan Dongchun raised his hand and took out a stone tablet. There were many lines of words written on it, and they were the terms of the life and death contract. As long as it was clear that the following life and death duel in the Hall of Life and Death was voluntary and had nothing to do with others. Even if they died, they would bear all the responsibility. It had nothing to do with the Wanda Law Palace or the person who killed them. Who's first? As soon as Yuan Dongchun finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng was the first to make a move. He wrote his name on the stone tablet and then gently patted his name, leaving his palm print. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't run away. Wang Yunsheng looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled contemptuously. In his opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian had not signed the life and death contract, there was still room for regret. And he did not want Duan Lingtian to go back on his word. After all of you have signed it, I will naturally sign it. In the face of Wang Yunsheng's contempt, Duan Lingtian looked indifferent. Hearing his words, Wang Yunsheng looked at Hong Li and the other 3. Immediately, the 4 of them also signed their names on the life and death contract and left their palm prints. Duan Lingtian, it's your turn. Hong Li sneered. At this time, the group of Wanda Law Palace students who came to watch also looked at Duan Lingtian. At this critical moment, will Duan Lingtian run away? If he was just putting on an act from the beginning, he will definitely go back on his word now. If he really signed the life and death contract, it means that he has blind confidence in himself. If he signs the life and death contract, he will definitely die. In the end, under the group of people's shocked gazes, Duan Lingtian casually left the 6th name and 6th palm print below the life and death contract. The life and death contract is formed. Yuan Dongchuan's voice sounded at the right time. Chapter 41-21. The life and death contract is formed. As Yuan Dongchuan's voice fell, he casually threw the life and death contract stele into the Hall of Life and Death. The eyes of the group of Myriad Art Academy students who came to watch the show lit up. More and more people came to watch the show after receiving the message. Among them, there were even some teachers from Myriad Art Academy. Duan Lingtian wants to have a death duel with 5 people, including Wang Yunsheng and Hong Li? Is he crazy? Is he courting death? Now, those who came to watch the show heard that Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Wang Yunsheng and the other four. Almost all of them felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. If Wang Yunsheng and the other four joined forces, no one under 10,000 years old in the entire Profound Handle land could be their match. Wang Yunsheng was one of the top young geniuses in the Profound Handle land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been conferred the title of Holy Son by the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Holy Son was a candidate for the next leader of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. The other four were also the top young geniuses in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Any one of them wasn't Wang Yunsheng's match, but if the four of them joined forces, Wang Yunsheng would definitely die in a battle of life and death. If it was in the wilderness or an open area, he might be able to avoid the four of them with his superhuman speed. But in the Hall of Life and Death of Myriad Art Academy, it was unrealistic. I thought that Duan Lingtian was just scaring Wang Yunsheng and the others and wouldn't dare to sign the life and death contract. I didn't expect that he would sign it. I don't know what he's thinking. Is it because he doesn't know the strength of Wang Yunsheng and the others? That's obviously the case. Otherwise, how can we explain his behavior? In the Profound Handle land, no one under 10,000 years old dares to say that they have the ability to kill Wang Yunsheng. Maybe no one even dares to say that they can defeat the five of them. But he, a person under 3,000 years old, actually wants to kill Wang Yunsheng and the others. Isn't he Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother now? Shouldn't Vice Palace Master Yang stop him? I don't know. Maybe Vice Palace Master Yang is in seclusion and he acted on his own accord. In any case, Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Wang Yunsheng's group of five. Moreover, according to the rules of Myriad Law's Academy, once a life and death contract was signed, there was no going back. If he went back on his word, it would be seen as a provocation to the Myriad Law Academy, and he would be executed by the Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, in the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, no one had ever gone back on their word after signing a life and death contract, because going back on their word meant certain death. If they didn't go back on their word, they would still have a chance to live. Moreover, under normal circumstances, those who dared to sign a life and death contract with others were people who had a certain level of confidence in their own strength. Since the life and death contract has been formed, you may enter the arena. Under Yuan Dongchuan's lead, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li and the other four entered the Hall of Life and Death first. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind, and behind them was a group of people who had rushed over to watch the show. Inside the Hall of Life and Death, it was spacious and empty. Following Yuan Dongchuan's hand gesture, the dimly lit hall became as bright as day. At this time, Duan Lingtian and the others could clearly see the situation inside the Hall of Life and Death. Inside the Hall of Life and Death, the entire hall was very spacious. In the middle of the hall, there was a faint circular light shield suspended in the air, giving off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. And what was supporting this round light barrier was clearly a formation. That's the Hall of Life and Death's battle formation. It said that the control of the formation is in the hands of the teacher on duty in the Hall of Life and Death. Only the old man on duty and the palace master himself can control this formation. This formation can even block the full force attack of a godly venerable expert. I just don't know if the godly venerable expert mentioned is just a lower godly venerable. However, even if it's just a lower godly venerable, it's still shocking enough. Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng and the other four have signed a life and death contract. According to the rules, the formation won't be opened until one of them is dead. During this period, no one can rescue them and no one can. Otherwise, it will be seen as a challenge to the academy and they will be executed by the academy. Duan Lingtian, there's no turning back. What a pity, a talented genius is going to fall here today. Yeah, what a pity. Now, almost no one thought that Duan Lingtian could survive. Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death, was also doubting whether what Yang Yuchen said was true. Did Duan Lingtian really have the ability to kill Wang Yunsheng and the other four? Based on his understanding of Yang Yuchen would not lie to him. However, this matter seemed a little unbelievable, right? If Duan Lingtian really had the ability, in the mysterious gangland, he could be considered invincible under 10,000 years old. In the various planes of gods, including the mysterious gangland, only those under 10,000 years old could be considered as the younger generation. If Duan Lingtian really fought against 5 and killed Wang Yunsheng and the other 4, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the number 1 of the younger generation in the mysterious gangland. Does Duan Lingtian really have the ability to do so? Although he was doubtful and didn't want Duan Lingtian to fall, after all, Duan Lingtian was the junior brother of his old friend Yang Yuchen. However, he also knew that after signing the life and death contract, there was no turning back for Duan Lingtian. Even he couldn't interfere. If he interfered, he wouldn't be able to escape death either. At this time, only the Myriad Arts Academy's palace master had the ability to stop this life and death duel. Of course, the palace master would definitely not do such a thing. Once he did, not only would there be people questioning the palace master, but even more people would question the credibility of the Myriad Arts Academy. There's no turning back. Yuan Dongchun sighed again in his heart and looked at Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng, and the other 4. He said in a deep voice, "Now, I'll lead you into the life and death arena. Don't resist the power I've shrouded you with. After entering the life and death arena, don't make a move for the time being. You must wait until the life and death bell in the Hall of Life and Death rings. Otherwise, you'll be obliterated by the life and death arena's formation," Yuan Dongchun warned. Following his words, Duan Lingtian discovered a powerful force sweeping toward him and wrapping around him in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this was the power of Yuan Dongchun, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death. At the same time, he also saw that not only was he being brought into the huge circle at the center of the hall, but Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the others were also brought into the circle. The others can only watch from afar. If you get too close and are killed by the life and death arena's formation, the Hall of Life and Death won't be responsible for it. Yuan Dongchuan's next sentence also caused the group of people who came to watch the show to stop in their tracks. Many of them were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were killed by the life and death arena's formation, they would have died for nothing. How could Duan Lingtian be so foolish? Among the crowd, one of them shook his head and sighed. He was none other than Duan Lingtian's roommate from the Myriad Arts Academy, Tan Fei. Tan Fei had also heard that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the others. At the same time, he regretted not coming out earlier. He might have been able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Of course, he also knew in his heart that it was unlikely that he would be able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Would no one persuade Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian had not been in the Myriad Arts Academy for long, since he had become Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, there would be many people who were on good terms with him. They warned him openly because they were afraid of offending the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. However, it was impossible for the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to know anything about it. In fact, along the way to the Hall of Life and Death, Duan Lingtian had indeed received many messages advising him not to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunsheng and the others. However, he did not pay any attention to them. He did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Moreover, everyone thought he would be the only one to die in this battle, but was that really the case? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the hall. Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the other 4 also entered the hall. This time, Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. Among the crowd outside, there were 3 people gathered together. They were none other than the other 3 people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect who had come to the Myriad Arts Academy. They were also the 3 people who had previously disagreed with Hongli and the others. When they learned that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunsheng and the others, they had also rushed over. At the same time, they also felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die without a doubt. Humph. Among the 3 people, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect disciple whose strength was second only to Wang Yunsheng among the 7 young geniuses of the Myriad Arts Academy, Hulanqi, snorted coldly. Wang Yunsheng is really getting worse and worse. It's just Duan Lingtian, but he actually dares to fight with Hongli and the others. Hu Lanqi's words clearly showed some contempt for Wang Yunsheng's approach. In my opinion, you're more suitable to be a holy son, senior brother Hu. One of the two people next to him said with a smile, Wang Yunsheng might have been stronger than you in the past, senior brother Hu, but that might not be the case now. That's right, the other person chimed in, who in the Monorigin spirit sect doesn't know that Wang Yunsheng was able to become a holy son because of his good birth? If you have his background, you'll definitely be more outstanding than him. In the life and death duel, Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the others faced each other. Outside, the number of people who had come to watch the show continued to increase. Duan Lingtian waited quietly for the life and death bell to ring in the Hall of Life and Death because it meant that he could make a move. At this moment, his divine energy had already surged through his 99 heavenly veins, ready to be unleashed. Wang Yunsheng and the others were about the same. Junior brother Yunsheng. At this time, Hongli transmitted his voice to Wang Yunsheng. Why don't you fight with Duan Lingtian first? If you can kill him with your own strength, the voices that doubt you will naturally disappear. If you can't defeat him, we'll join forces to kill him. What do you think? Hongli was clearly thinking for Wang Yunsheng's sake. When Wang Yunsheng heard this, he was naturally moved. Chapter 41-22. All geniuses were prideful. As the holy son of the Monorigin spirit sect, Wang Yunsheng was no exception. Therefore, he was very tempted after hearing Hong Li's suggestion. As long as he killed Duan Lingtian on his own, the voices that questioned him earlier would vanish. It should be known that it was not only the group of students in the Myriad Law Palace who questioned his strength. Even those in the Monorigin spirit sect who knew that he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a battle to the death were also full of doubts. In fact, many people in the Monorigin spirit sect were saying that he had embarrassed the sect and was not worthy to be the holy son of the Monorigin spirit sect. Under such pressure, it was impossible for Wang Yunsheng to not care. Today, if Duan Lingtian was killed by me, Hongli, and the other three, no one will think that I, Wang Yunsheng, am stronger than Duan Lingtian. They will still think the same in the future. If Duan Lingtian dies, I won't have the chance to prove myself. But now, just as Hongli said, if I kill him with my own strength, I can clear my name. If I'm not as good as him, I won't be killed by him with Hongli and the other three by my side. If I'm not as good as him, I'll accept it. At this moment, Wang Yunsheng still felt that Duan Lingtian might not be as good as him in the depths of his heart. As for the reason why Duan Lingtian challenged him to a battle to the death, it was nothing more than deliberately mystifying, thinking that he could scare him. Perhaps it was also because Duan Lingtian was blindly confident in himself. Just like now, he actually wanted to fight him, Hongli, and the other three by himself. This was simply courting death. With the strength of the five of them, once they joined forces, he did not think that there was anyone among the younger generation in the Mystic Gangland who could not be killed by the five of them. If it was a spacious environment, the other party might be able to escape with his speed. However, in an environment like the Life and Death arena in the Hall of Life and Death, there was no way to escape. The only way was to fight. Senior brother Hongli, let's do as you say. Discuss this with the other three senior brothers and inform me. Then, when the bell of life and death rings, I will have a one-on-one duel with this Duan Lingtian. If we can successfully kill him, I, Wang Yunsheng, will definitely repay the four of you generously in the future. Wang Yunsheng transmitted his voice to Hongli, Junior brother Yunsheng, you're too polite. The four of us are on the same boat as you, Junior martial brother Yunsheng. It's only natural that we support each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongli contacted the other three people. The other three didn't have any objections either. At the same time, he also felt that this was the right thing to do. Just as Hongli had said to Wang Yunsheng, in the monarch spirit sect, they and Wang Yunsheng could be considered to be of the same lineage, and their lineage only had Wang Yunsheng as a holy son. If Wang Yunsheng didn't do well in the Monuan spirit cult, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. On the other hand, if Wang Yunsheng did well and even became the sect leader of the Monuan spirit cult in the future, their status and treatment in the Monuan spirit cult would definitely rise as well. They and Wang Yunsheng were bound together for glory and disgrace. Junior Marshal Brother Yunsheng, the four of us will always keep an eye on you and Duan Lingtian. As soon as you show any signs of weakness, we'll immediately join forces with you to kill this Duan Lingtian. Junior Marshal Brother Yunsheng, don't worry and go all out to kill this Duan Lingtian. It's best if you can kill him, but it's fine if you can't. We'll support you. This time, it wasn't just Hong Li. The other three disciples of the Monuan spirit sect were also communicating with Wang Yunsheng through voice transmission so that he wouldn't feel pressured. All he had to do was to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. When Wang Yunsheng heard this, he naturally thanked them repeatedly. At the same time, he felt much more at ease. Then, his gaze on Duan Lingtian became even sharper. This Wang Yunsheng, Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on Wang Yunsheng. He could vaguely sense the subtle changes in Wang Yunsheng, but he did not know why Wang Yunsheng had changed so much. Just like Wang Yunsheng, he was waiting for the bell of life and death to ring. Outside the life and death arena, the spectating students and teachers from Myriad Law Palace were also waiting for the bell of life and death to ring. After a while, the bell of life and death still did not ring. Many of the students who were less patient became impatient. Is it about time? It's been almost 15 minutes since they entered the arena. Why hasn't the bell of life and death rung yet? Isn't it said that the bell of life and death will ring 15 minutes after both parties enter the arena for the death duel in the Hall of Life and Death? Right now, it seems like it's only been 15 minutes since they entered the arena. It's said that these 15 minutes are meant for each of them. After all, once the bell of life and death rings, they'll have to fight to the death. Say, how long do you think Duan Lingtian can last? If Wang Yunsheng and the other four attack together from the start, I'm afraid that Duan Lingtian won't be able to last more than 3 breaths. When the spectating students saw that the life and death duel had yet to begin, they began to whisper to each other. Quite a number of them were even guessing when Duan Lingtian would die. Evidently, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. The life and death arena's formation did not isolate sound. Given Duan Lingtian's hearing, he naturally heard the group of people who did not think highly of him. With regards to this, his heart did not waver. After a while, the bell of life and death that everyone had been waiting for finally rang out. Dong, the sound of the bell of life and death reverberated within the Hall of Life and Death. The sound was actually not loud, but when it entered the ears of everyone in the Hall of Life and Death, it caused their bodies to tremble. Subsequently, when their gazes landed on the life and death arena, they discovered that Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the other three beside him had simultaneously moved. Wang Yunsheng directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Hong Li and the other three did not rush towards Duan Lingtian. Instead, they stood to one side and gathered together to watch the battle. Evidently, they did not plan to directly attack. Wang Yunsheng wants to fight Duan Lingtian one-on-one. This scene also caused everyone to be startled. However, someone quickly regained his senses and said in realization, I understand now. This Wang Yunsheng wants to fight Duan Lingtian himself to prove that he is not inferior to Duan Lingtian. I also understand, if he kills Duan Lingtian by himself, the voices that previously questioned him will definitely disappear. Moreover, if he is really no match for Duan Lingtian, Hong Li and the other three will definitely join forces with him to deal with Duan Lingtian at the first opportunity. Do all of you think Wang Yunsheng can kill Duan Lingtian by himself? I think Duan Lingtian is so arrogant that he dares to engage in a life and death duel with the 5 of them. Moreover, we all think that he will definitely die. However, I feel that since he dares to do so, he must have a certain level of confidence in his own strength. In a one-on-one battle, Wang Yunsheng might not be his match. I don't think so. In my opinion, this Duan Lingtian is an arrogant egotistical person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. While the crowd outside the life and death arena was discussing animatedly, they saw Wang Yunsheng charging towards them alone and then saw Hong Li and the other 3 supporting Duan Lingtian at the side. They were first stunned before they reacted. At this moment, the discussion outside also entered their ears. He wants to clear his name by fighting one-on-one. If he is no match for him, Hong Li and the other three will attack. Is he using me as a stepping stone? Duan Lingtian was amused. However, at the same time, a glint flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Whoosh! The moment Wang Yunxing charged towards him, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be unprepared, suddenly paused and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even Wang Yunxing had lost his target, Duan Lingtian. Teleportation? Wang Yunxing sneered. Where can you teleport to in this life and death arena? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yunxing charged towards Duan Lingtian, who had just appeared in another corner of the life and death arena not far away. This Duan Lingtian has mastered the law of space to teleport twice. He will definitely teleport a second time. After he teleports a second time, we'll get closer and support him. Hong Li sent a voice transmission to the other three people beside him. The other three people nodded when they heard Hong Li's words. They also felt that Hong Li's words made sense. At the same time, they subconsciously felt that with the strength of Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, even if he could not defeat Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be able to survive until they came to his rescue. Even if they were a little further away from Duan Lingtian, they would be able to teleport across the entire life and death arena. At the same time, many people outside the life and death arena began to whisper again. Duan Lingtian is going to teleport twice next. Second teleportation. From what I know, the earliest person who grasped the second teleportation was also a lower god emperor who grasped the second teleportation. This Duan Lingtian is only a middle god emperor, but he has mastered teleportation twice. It's really terrifying. I've never seen a divine emperor use teleportation twice before. Duan Lingtian has left a deep impression on me since he was able to show me this before he died. Now, most people thought that Duan Lingtian would perform teleportation twice after being chased by Wang Yunxing. Teleportation twice would not only give him more time to prepare, but it would also further deplete Wang Yunxing's divine power. Even if the depletion was not much, it was still depletion. If the depletion was greater, his strength would naturally be affected. Even if it was only a slight effect, it was still an effect. Duan Lingtian, do you only know how to dodge? Wang Yunxing asked with a cold smile as he charged towards Duan Lingtian again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already close to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Yunxing approaching again, he smiled faintly and said, "Since you don't want me to dodge, then I won't dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body swayed and he teleported again. The second teleportation that everyone had been waiting for finally appeared. Get ready to go. Hong Li transmitted his voice to the other three people beside him. At the same time, he stared at every corner of the life and death arena, preparing to approach Duan Lingtian after his second teleportation. Chapter 41-23. Hong Li and the other three disciples of the Mon-Origin spirit sect were about to approach Duan Lingtian after his second teleportation. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The crowd outside the life and death arena was also stunned. Even the teacher of the Myriad Arts Academy, Yuan Dongchun, who was currently on duty in the life and death arena, was stunned like the others. This, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian had indeed performed a second teleportation. However, the destination of this second teleportation was not as far away from Wang Yunxing as the others had imagined. Instead, it was in Wang Yunxing's path. After the second teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared in Wang Yunxing's path. As soon as he appeared, an extremely terrifying spatial storm swept up around him. Humph! In the face of Duan Lingtian's surprise attack, Wang Yunxing's expression did not change. His body radiated light and the divine artifact in his hand vibrated. Duan Lingtian, you finally stopped hiding. In that case, I've overestimated you. As Wang Yunxing spoke, he made his move. The divine artifact vibrated and terrifying divine power, combined with the Dharma that he was proficient in, swept out in an overwhelming manner. In fact, this was also his all-out attack that he had been accumulating power for. Because of this, even if Duan Lingtian appeared in his path and took the initiative to approach him, he was not afraid at all. At the same time, the spatial storm raged around Duan Lingtian, who was extremely close to Wang Yunxing, who had made his move at lightning speed, said calmly, "I don't care if a dead man overestimates me." As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the spatial storm around him suddenly changed. Control. The way of control was displayed at this moment. Duan Lingtian's current mastery of the sword Dao was no longer the same as before. In the ruin of the supreme powerhouse, Duan Lingtian's mastery of the sword Dao had improved a few times. In fact, it had even surpassed his mastery of the sword Dao. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spatial storm around Duan Lingtian grew even more terrifying. It was constantly twisting and turning. It looked like a tornado formed completely from the twisting and turning of spatial energy. In this tornado, the onlookers saw that the space inside seemed to be constantly crumbling. The crumbling space turned into fragments of space and joined the tornado. While everyone's attention was temporarily attracted by this sudden spatial storm, a rainbow-colored light sword appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Then, a beautiful rainbow-colored figure flashed and merged with the light sword. This is Wang Yunxing, who was the closest, was the first to react. His expression changed dramatically. A full soul high-grade divine sword. How was that possible? This was the only thought in Wang Yunxing's mind at this moment. In fact, due to Wang Yunxing's overly emotional state, his attacks were affected to a certain extent. The holy son of Monorigin spirit sect is just so. The others, including Hong Li and the other three, had just recovered from the spatial storm around Duan Lingtian and were once again shocked by the divine sword that Duan Lingtian had taken out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. Before Hong Li and the others could regain their senses from the seven orifices exquisite sword that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, they saw Duan Lingtian's sword piercing through Wang Yunxing's thunderous attack as though it was nothing more than a piece of rotten wood being crushed by the seven orifices exquisite sword. Although Wang Yunxing's attack was thunderous, it was only because he was stunned by the sight of Duan Lingtian taking out a full soul prominent divine sword. Due to this reason, the force of his attack had weakened a little. Whoosh! The sword swept out and the rainbow-colored light illuminated the entire life and death arena. After destroying Wang Yunxing's attack, it continued to attack him. Junior brother Yunxing. Junior brother Yunxing. Hong Li and the other three who had recovered from the shock did not even have time to discuss the matter. They moved at the same time and flew toward Duan Lingtian and Wang Yunxing. However, when they were halfway there, the rainbow-colored light emitted by the seven orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand swallowed Wang Yunxing's body. Wang Yunxing's body turned into specks of light in the rainbow-colored light and fell silently to the ground in the blink of an eye. Only his full soul high-grade divine weapon was left. Duan Lingtian casually put it away. Wang Yunxing, the holy son of Monorigin spirit sect, was dead. To the crowd outside the life and death arena, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before they could recover from the shock of the rainbow-colored sword that Duan Lingtian had taken out, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. Not only did he shatter Wang Yunxing's attack, but he also killed Wang Yunxing with one strike. Everything happened so quickly that it was too much for the eyes to take in. That's a full soul high-grade divine weapon? It's a full soul high-grade divine weapon. And it's a full soul high-grade divine sword. Did Vice Palace Master Yang lend it to him? If so, isn't that against the rules? There's a rule in the Hall of Death that a senior is not allowed to lend a half-soul high-grade divine weapon or a full soul high-grade divine weapon. It's not Vice Palace Master Yang's sword. At this moment, not many people seemed to care about Wang Yunxing's death. Everyone's attention was on the rainbow-colored sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Numerous gazes converged on him. Some of them carried envy, some of them carried shock, some of them carried disbelief, and some of them carried jealousy. A full soul high-grade divine sword. Duan Lingtian, you've broken the rules. At this moment, Hong Li and the other three who were flying in midair and had managed to stop in time after Wang Yunxing's death had an ugly expression on their faces. Teacher, Duan Lingtian has broken the rules. Are you not going to do anything about it? Hong Li and the other three stared vigilantly at Duan Lingtian as they asked in a low voice. They were naturally asking the teacher of Myriad Arts Academy, Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death today. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dongchun struck out a series of palm prints at the right time. Suddenly, the formation of the life and death arena changed. A barrier appeared between Duan Lingtian and the other three, separating the two. Obviously, this was to prevent both sides from attacking each other again. Duan Lingtian. Yuan Dongchun flew out and looked at Duan Lingtian in the life and death arena. He asked in a low voice, "Where did the full soul high-grade divine sword in your hand come from?" Faced with Yuan Dongchun's question, Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Dongchun and smiled faintly. Teacher, everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. It's not convenient for me to say this, but I don't have to, right? You cannot say it. Yuan Dongchun nodded. However, if you use this divine sword in the life and death arena, unless you can prove that this is your own divine sword and not a temporary gift from someone else. Otherwise, it's a violation of the rules of Myriad Arts Academy and the Hall of Life and Death. Breaking the rules by using a full soul high-grade divine sword to kill your opponent. If you can't prove that the divine sword was not borrowed by someone else, you won't be able to escape death either. As soon as Yuan Dongchun said this, the hearts of everyone present trembled. Yes. There were rules in Myriad Arts Academy. In the Hall of Life and Death, half or full soul high-grade divine weapons were not allowed unless it was one's own divine weapon. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. After breaking the rules, if one only injured the opponent, the punishment would not be death. However, if one killed the opponent, one was destined to die. This is my divine weapon. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, the rules of the Hall of Life and Death are clearly written on the wall. If it's not my divine weapon, how would I dare to use it? If the Academy doesn't believe me, they can investigate. If they find out that this divine sword was lent to me by someone else, they can kill me at any time. In any case, I don't plan to leave Myriad Arts Academy for the time being. Of course, before they find out, the Academy can also ground me. At this point, Duan Lingtian continued, in addition, I can make a heart demon blood oath. From today onwards, as long as I, Duan Lingtian, am not dead, this divine sword will not be given to anyone else. If I return it to anyone else, Duan Lingtian, am willing to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian directly made a heart demon blood oath without waiting for Yuan Dongchun to speak. A self-proving speech, coupled with a heart demon blood oath. At this moment, no one doubted Duan Lingtian's words anymore. More people looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. Duan Lingtian is only a divine emperor, but he already has his own full soul high-grade divine weapon. Heavens! Did he obtain the inheritance of a supreme expert? Or is it the complete inheritance of a supreme god? No wonder he dared to challenge Wang Yunsheng to a life and death duel. It turns out that he has a full soul high-grade divine sword. While the crowd was in an uproar, Hong Li and the other three's expressions were extremely ugly. At the same time, they said to Yuan Dongchun, Teacher, up until now, it's only his side of the story. Who knows if this sword was lent to him by someone else? As for the Academy's investigation that he mentioned, when did the investigation results come out? As for the heart demon blood oath, if he kills junior brother Yunsheng and us today, even if he dies because of the heart demon blood oath in the future, wouldn't we have died in vain? We suggest that this life and death duel be cancelled. Hong Li and the other three all advocated for the cancellation of the life and death duel. Duan Lingtian had killed Wang Yunsheng with one blow. Even if Wang Yunsheng was shocked by the full soul high-grade divine sword and was distracted, one could not ignore Duan Lingtian's strength. A full soul high-grade divine sword, generally speaking, only upper god emperors and above could possess such a divine weapon. Moreover, ordinary upper god emperors might not even possess a full soul high-grade divine sword. There's another way to prove whether Duan Lingtian borrowed this sword from someone else. At this time, a Myriad Arts Academy teacher who was watching from the sidelines spoke. He looked at Yuan Dongchun and said bluntly, "Teacher Yuan, the weapon soul of your full soul high-grade divine weapon is also a woman. If Duan Lingtian is innocent, let your weapon soul examine his weapon soul to see if there's a second person's aura in it. If a full soul high-grade divine weapon changes owners in a short period of time, there'll definitely be remnants of the previous owner's aura in the weapon soul." Chapter 41-24. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yuan Dongchun in surprise when he heard what the 10,000 Arts Academy teacher said to Yuan Dongchun outside the life and death arena. This teacher actually had a full soul high-quality divine weapon? Not just anyone could have a full soul high-quality divine weapon, not even a higher god emperor could have one. A full soul high-quality divine weapon mainly relied on one's own creation of the weapon soul. Other than that, one could only follow the path of inheritance. For example, after someone failed a tribulation or died in an accident, they left behind a full soul high-quality divine weapon for their descendants. However, such situations were rare. This was because there were very few full soul high-quality divine weapons that could be inherited. Not all full soul high-quality divine weapons could be inherited. Generally, a full soul high-quality divine weapon, even if its weapon soul was complete, would often choose to follow its master after his death because of its limited intelligence. Those weapon souls were one-track minded. Even if their master dissuaded them, they would not listen. They only knew that they were born for their master. If their master was gone, there was no reason for them to exist. Only those weapon souls whose intelligence had been developed to a certain extent and were no different from ordinary people could possibly survive after their master's death. The development of a weapon soul's intelligence required time. Even the weapon soul of an ordinary full soul high-quality divine weapon had not developed to the point where it could be inherited by others. Duan Lingtian, do you have any objections? Yuan Dongchun heard the reminder and looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, "I have no objections. Teacher, even if the Monorigin spirit sect sent someone to check after their master's death, I have no objections, let alone your weapon soul. However, the prerequisite is that the weapon soul of the person sent by the Monorigin spirit sect must also be a female weapon soul. Weapon souls might not have a gender in the beginning. However, when a weapon soul had a certain level of intelligence, it was no different from a normal life form. It had a rejection from the depths of its soul toward a foreign weapon soul." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the expressions of Hong Li and the others changed instantly. This Duan Lingtian was so unscrupulous. Could it be that the full soul high-quality divine sword in his hand was really his? If that's the case, then let the sword spirit of your divine sword come out. As Yuan Dongchun spoke, a divine weapon appeared before him. It was a long and narrow curved blade. It was like a bright moon. Then, a beautiful figure appeared on the moon. A woman in a silver-white outfit with a sacred aura appeared. The woman's face was beautiful and perfect. She gave off a gentle feeling, and no one would have any blasphemous thoughts towards her. Obviously, this was the saber soul of Yuan Dongchun's divine saber. Its teacher Yuan's moonlight flowing blade. Outside the life and death arena, a few students cried out in surprise. Clearly, they knew that Yuan Dongchun's teacher had such a god artifact and even knew its name. It said that Master Yuan Dongchun is about to enter the godly venerable realm. No wonder he has a high-grade full-soul divine artifact. Moonlight Flowing Blade? That's a great name. This teacher Yuan is not simple. While the crowd was whispering, Duan Lingtian let Huang come out from the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Once again, a rainbow light swept out and lit up the entire hall of life and death. Huang who was wearing a rainbow robe, stood in the air. Her body was emitting a sacred rainbow light. It was dazzling. As soon as she appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. This sword spirit, at this moment, many people were stunned. Why do I feel that Duan Lingtian's sword spirit's eyes are more intelligent than teacher Yuan's saber soul? Duan Lingtian's divine sword spirit is more mature than teacher Yuan's divine saber soul. I'm afraid only the divine weapon spirit of a godly venerable realm expert would have such intelligence. At this moment, many people with good eyesight could see that the sword spirit of Duan Lingtian's divine sword was not simple. Even Yuan Dongchun had a look of surprise on her face. However, he immediately let his saber soul enter the ring of life and death. Duan Lingtian, let your sword spirit cooperate with her to investigate. You won't hurt her. Tell her not to worry. Okay. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he quickly called out to Huang, and Huang, responded respectfully. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a sacred white light extended from Yuan Dongchun's saber soul. It swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian's sword spirit. After a while, the white light pulsed rhythmically. After about 10 breaths of time, the white light left Duan Lingtian's sword spirit and returned to Yuan Dongchun's saber soul. When all the white light was withdrawn into the body, the saber soul turned around and glanced at Yuan Dongchun before shaking its head. Then, she allowed Yuan Dongchun to bring her out of the life and death ring. It can be confirmed that the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was not lent to him by someone for the life and death battle. Duan Lingtian didn't break the rules by using this divine sword against the enemy. Yuan Dongchun continued, next, the battle of life and death will continue. After Yuan Dongchun's words sounded, the energy barrier that isolated Duan Lingtian, Hongli, and the other three gradually faded into an illusionary figure. At this moment, the energy barrier that separated the four of them and Duan Lingtian from the life and death arena was fading, and it would disappear soon. The expression of one of the people beside Hongli changed drastically. At the same time, he looked at Yuan Dongchun and cried out in shock, "Teacher Yuan, I regret it. I admit defeat." As soon as this person spoke, Hongli and the other two people immediately followed suit. "Teacher Yuan, we didn't know Duan Lingtian had a high-grade artifact with a complete soul as his trump card. We admit defeat. Teacher Yuan, please forgive our ignorance. Please remove the life and death pact between us and Duan Lingtian." At this moment, Hongli and the other three people had lost all will to fight. Until now, they still did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, if he did not use a high-grade artifact with a complete soul. Even if Wang Yunsheng died in Duan Lingtian's hands, they still felt that it was due to the high-grade artifact with a complete soul. A high-grade artifact with a complete soul was too powerful. However, they did not even have a half-grade artifact with a high-grade artifact without a soul. How could they fight Duan Lingtian if they only had a high-grade artifact without a soul? Wang Yunsheng had been killed in an instant. Even if they were stronger than Wang Yunsheng when they joined forces, they did not stand a chance against Duan Lingtian, who had a high-grade artifact with a complete soul. Since Duan Lingtian did not violate the rules, the life and death duel will naturally continue. Before Yuan Dongchun could speak, many people outside the life and death duel had already begun to jeer. That's right. If he did not violate the rules, why should he remove the life and death pact? The life and death duel is voluntary. As for whether the other party has concealed his strength, it does not affect the life and death duel. As the crowd jeered, the energy barrier that separated Duan Lingtian from Hongli and the other three people in the life and death duel completely disappeared. Huang, who was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe, once again entered the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The rainbow-colored light on the 7 orifices exquisite sword became even more dazzling. The life and death duel will continue. At this moment, Yuan Dongchun spoke again. When Hongli and the other three people heard this, a look of despair appeared on their faces. After a moment of despair, a ferocious look appeared on their faces. Since there's no way to avoid it, let's fight. Let's fight. If we can snatch the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, we can turn the tables. Cut off his arm, separate him from his divine sword, and cut off their connection. If we don't fight, we'll definitely die. Let's fight. Seeing that the life and death duel was not going to be cancelled, Hongli and the other three people calmed down at this critical moment. Then, they took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian. The 4 of them joined forces and their aura was domineering. Four different colored energy swept toward Duan Lingtian from different angles. It was as if four dragons were attacking, and their target was Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression remained indifferent. In just a flash, he disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he was already in Hong Li's path. Then, at the instant Hong Li's expression changed drastically, a sword whistled out. Just like how it had killed Wang Yunsheng, it first destroyed Hong Li's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds before killing Hong Li. With the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the way of control, and the way of sword, the power of Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than most of the lower emperor gods' attacks. In an instant, there were only 3 people left out of the 4 people. Whoosh! With a second teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared in the path of another person. This person was obviously prepared. The moment he saw Duan Lingtian appear, he quickly retreated and did not follow in Hong Li's footsteps. At the same time, after he avoided the attack, he heaved a sigh of relief. Swoosh! Swoosh! After this person avoided the attack, the other 2 people immediately stopped and turned to escape. The 3 of them gathered again and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Of course, although their eyes were fierce, if one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see the fear and panic in their eyes. Obviously, their hearts were not as calm as they looked on the surface. Duan Lingtian, spare me. There is no enmity between us. As long as you spare me, I am willing to give you all of my wealth. I am even willing to promise to be your servant for 10,000 years. One of the 3 people took the initiative to transmit his voice to Duan Lingtian. In his words, he was even willing to be Duan Lingtian's servant for 10,000 years in order to live. He was still young and did not want to die. 10,000 years, even if it was humiliating, as long as he could live, he did not care. His life had just begun. The other 2 people also transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian, trying to get Duan Lingtian to stop and not kill them, in the Hall of Life and Death of the Myriad Arts Academy. Only when both parties chose to cancel the battle would the life and death contract become invalid. Of course, under such circumstances, both parties would have to pay a huge fine to the Hall of Life and Death. Chapter 41-25. Although the 3 of them had followed Hong Li's lead and were overbearing, they had lost their confidence. After Hong Li's death, their inner defenses had crumbled by more than half. Now, in order to survive, they even communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about their conditions. In his eyes, the 3 of them were already dead. When the people from the Monorigin spirit sect attacked the sects and clans of the people around him, did they ever think about the innocent lives of those people? Most of those people had not even met Duan Lingtian before. Even so, they were still killed. Of course, the 3 of them did not represent the Monorigin spirit sect. However, they had accepted his challenge because they wanted to join forces to kill him. Did they want him to give up on killing them? What a joke. I'll try my best to send all of you on your way to accompany Hong Li and Wang Yunsheng in 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently to the 3 of them, begging for mercy through voice transmission. Then, he teleported again. The expressions of the 3 changed drastically. They did not flee separately but joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. It had to be said that they had made the right decision. With the 3 of them working together, they would not be defeated one by Duan Lingtian. In the face of Duan Lingtian's attacks with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the 3 of them joined forces and managed to withstand the attacks for a short period of time despite suffering from internal injuries. However, as Duan Lingtian attacked again and again, their internal injuries continued to worsen. After a few breaths, they began to show signs of defeat. Duan Lingtian. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. One of them was furious. He charged forward and allowed Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword to pierce through his body. He used all his strength to suppress the power of the 7 orifices exquisite sword so that it would not destroy his body. As for himself, he risked being hit by the sword to attack Duan Lingtian. However, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian only chose to let go of the 7 orifices exquisite sword and teleported away from his original spot to avoid the desperate blow from his opponent. Then, Huang appeared with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in her hand. With a shake of the sword, she killed the person in front of her. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian only had 2 opponents left. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported again and stood shoulder to shoulder with Huang. He calmly stared at the 2 people in front of him. With a wave of his hand, Huang became one with her sword and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. There were only 2 of them left. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to stop Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword, and within 2 breaths, he had killed the remaining 2. At this point, the 5 people who were confronting Duan Lingtian had all died in the life and death arena. As the instigator, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in his hand. The sword in his hand shone brightly and there was not a trace of blood on it. Duan Lingtian's purple robe was the same. It was as if there was not a speck of dust on it. In fact, whether it was Duan Lingtian killing Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Monorigin spirit sect, or the other 4 people of the Monorigin spirit sect, the killing process added up to less than 20 breaths. After Duan Lingtian entered the life and death arena, most of the time was delayed by waiting at the beginning and the process of Yuan Dongchun probing his sword's soul with his saber soul. Until the last Monorigin spirit sect disciple fell in the life and death arena, there was still a dead silence. Dead. All of them were dead. The 5 people of the Monorigin spirit sect, including the strongest holy son, Wang Yunsheng, were all dead. All of them are dead. Hu Lanqi, the strongest disciple of the Monorigin spirit sect in Myriad Arts Academy, muttered one of the 2 disciples beside him with a lingering fear on his face. The other person heaved a long sigh. Fortunately, we didn't go with them to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, we would have been in the life and death arena today. Duan Lingtian has a high-grade complete soul divine sword. Even with the 3 of us, I'm afraid he won't be the one to die. Hu Lanqi's expression changed when he heard their words. Fear and dread flashed in his eyes as he looked at the purple figure in the arena. If Duan Lingtian did not use a high-grade complete soul divine sword, he might not be stronger than Wang Yunsheng. However, when he used a high-grade complete soul divine sword, he killed Wang Yunsheng in an instant. Even if he was able to kill Wang Yunsheng in an instant because Wang Yunsheng had been frightened by the full soul high-grade divine sword he had taken out, even if that wasn't the reason, with Wang Yunsheng's strength, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 5 breaths of time. He's too strong. If I were to fight him and he used a high-grade complete soul divine sword, I might not even be able to last more than 3 breaths of time. Hu Lanqi's heart trembled. While the group of people was still staring blankly at Duan Lingtian, Hu Lanqi transmitted his voice to the 2 people beside him and left first. Hu Lanqi did this because he was afraid Duan Lingtian would provoke them if he was not satisfied after killing the 5 Monorigin spirit sect disciples. At that time, if Duan Lingtian challenged them to a life and death arena, they would naturally not dare to accept. Instead of staying and embarrassing themselves, they might as well leave now. Of course, they had other things to do. Currently, 5 disciples of the Monorigin spirit sect had died in the Myriad Arts Academy, including Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Monorigin spirit sect. They had to report this matter to the Monorigin spirit sect. In fact, not long after Wang Yunsheng's death, someone from the Monorigin spirit sect discovered that his soul pearl had shattered. However, before the Monorigin spirit sect could send a message to inquire, the soul pearls of another 4 disciples of the Myriad Arts Academy shattered one after another. It was only at this time that they realized something big had happened. The Holy Son, Hongli, and the other 3 were all killed by Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy. Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy might not be stronger than the Holy Son, but he relied on a high-grade complete soul divine sword to kill the Holy Son, Hongli, and the other 3. How can a medium divine emperor possess a high-grade complete soul divine sword? Someone must have lent it to him, right? As far as I know, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Yang Yuchen, is his senior brother. Did Yang Yuchen give it to him? Yang Yuchen's high-grade complete soul divine weapon isn't a sword. Then Yang Yuchen must have lent it to him. There's a rule in the Hall of Life and Death at the Myriad Arts Academy that one can't use a high-grade incomplete soul divine weapon or a high-grade complete soul divine weapon in a life and death duel. One can only use one's own divine weapon. That Duan Lingtian broke the rule, right? If that Duan Lingtian didn't break the rule, we can only suffer in silence. After all, the Holy Sun and the other 4 died at the hands of Duan Lingtian after signing a life and death contract. However, if Duan Lingtian broke the rule, he must pay with his life. The Mon-Origin Spirit sect was in an uproar after the news spread. The leaders of the Mon-Origin Spirit cult also held an emergency meeting under the leadership of the cult leader. During the meeting, an old man became the target of many people. Vice sect leader Lu, I heard that the reason Duan Lingtian challenged Wang Yunxing to a life and death duel was because you sent people to attack his friends and family in the lower plains? A middle-aged man with a hooked nose asked in a deep voice as he glared at the old man. He was aware of this matter. In the past, he did not say anything because this was how most people in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect acted. However, this time, because of this incident, it was naturally different from the usual. That's right, Vice Sect Leader Lu. You didn't do a clean job, did you? How did Duan Lingtian find out? Vice Sect Leader Lu, you should have asked me to help you with this matter. I never leave any traces behind when I do things. The old man was none other than the vice sect leader of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng, who had sent people to the lower plains to attack everyone related to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Lu Tianfeng's expression was not very good. Although Wang Yunxing was not the holy son of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, he was involved in this matter, so he had to take responsibility. However, although his expression was unsightly, he was still calm. I can guarantee that the people I sent out did a clean job and did not leave any traces behind to point to the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Based on what I know so far, it's all Duan Lingtian's speculation. The reason he guessed the Mon-Origin Spirit sect had something to do with our code of conduct and reputation in the past. Before you blame me, you should ask yourselves if you haven't done something like this before. If you haven't done something like this before, you're qualified to blame me. If you have, you're not qualified to blame me. As soon as Lu Tianfeng finished speaking, the group of people who were still criticizing him fell silent. They had all experienced something like this before. Even in the past, many people had guessed the Mon-Origin Spirit sect was the culprit, let alone this time. However, even if those people retaliated against the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, it did not hurt the Mon-Origin Spirit sect at all. However, it was different this time. This time, the Mon-Origin sect's losses could be said to be unprecedented. A holy son was dead. The holy princes were usually the most outstanding existences among the younger generation of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. The Mon-Origin Spirit sect had high hopes for any of the holy princes. For example, the current sect master of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect had been one of the holy sons in the past. In addition to holy son Wang Yunxing, the other disciples of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect who had died in the Myriad Law Academy's Life and Death Hall were also the cream of the crop among the younger generation. They were all godly venerable seedlings. None of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect disciples who were sent to Myriad Law Academy were mediocre. If they were mediocre, Myriad Law Academy would not have accepted them. At the head of the table, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect master, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His cold snort reverberated in the meeting hall, causing everyone to fall silent. Including Lu Tianfeng, the deputy sect master, all the senior members of the Mon-Origin Divine sect present looked at the sect master with a solemn expression. Chapter 41-26. What's the point of shirking responsibility now that things have come to this? The Mon-Origin Spirit sect leader said indifferently, now that we've received news from Myriad Law Academy, what we can do is to send someone to confirm that the high-grade divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession truly belongs to him and isn't borrowed. Upon hearing this, an elder from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect asked in confusion, Sect leader, didn't the teacher on duty in Myriad Law Academy's Hall of Life and Death already confirm this matter? The Mon-Origin Spirit sect leader said indifferently, the teacher on duty in Myriad Law Academy's Hall of Life and Death is Yuan Dongchen. Yuan Dongchen is good friends with Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. We can't rule out the possibility that he's shielding Duan Lingtian. Therefore, we'll have to confirm this matter ourselves. If we can confirm that the high-grade divine artifact really belongs to Duan Lingtian and isn't lent to him temporarily, then we can forget about it. After all, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others signed the life and death pact willingly. However, if it's confirmed that the high-grade divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession was lent to him temporarily, then Myriad Law Academy will have to give us an explanation for this matter. Vice Sect Leader Lu, you and your disciples will have to make a trip to Myriad Law Academy personally. The Monorigin Spirit Sect Leader looked at Vice Sect Leader Lu Tianfeng and said indifferently, you must seek the truth in this matter. He then reminded Lu Tianfeng, if you don't seek the truth and Myriad Law Academy finds a third party and confirms that you're messing around, then it'll be the Monorigin Spirit Sect's fault. There's no need to play tricks on the surface. Otherwise, you'll only be lifting a rock and smashing your own foot in the end. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand my words. Lu Tianfeng nodded in response. Don't worry, Sect Leader. I know what I'm doing. He knew what to do and what not to do. Even if Duan Lingtian was the one who sent people to exterminate the families and sects of his friends and family, it was not something that could be seen on the surface. As long as there was no evidence, Duan Lingtian and the others would at most suspect that it was the people of the Monic Spirit sect who did it. No matter what, Duan Lingtian now had the backing of the Myriad Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master. While the higher-ups of the Monorigin Spirit cult were holding an emergency meeting, inside the Myriad Arts Academy's Hall of Life and Death, the death match between Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others was finally over. Duan Lingtian, relying on his high-grade divine artifact soul, killed Wang Yunsheng and the others one by one. Since then, the entire Myriad Arts Academy knew that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine artifact soul. Moreover, it was not the kind that was temporarily lent to him, it was completely his own. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have his own high-grade divine artifact soul. Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others died unjustly. Yes, they died unjustly. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine artifact soul, they would never have accepted Duan Lingtian's deathmatch challenge. It can't be helped. It can only be said that Duan Lingtian hit it too deeply. In the past, I heard that his performance at the Seven Prefectures banquet was amazing enough, but at that time, he didn't use his high-grade divine artifact soul. It can only be said that in the Seven Prefectures, among the younger generation under 10,000 years old, no one can make him use that divine artifact. Didn't they say that he came from the lower planes? Where did he get a high-grade divine artifact soul from? He must have obtained the inheritance of an expert. His divine artifact should have been used by some godly venerable expert in our mysterious gang land in the past. Moreover, it's the kind of divine artifact that has a mature spirit and intelligence that can be inherited by others. This luck is simply heaven-defying. Not to mention the inheritance of a godly venerable expert, even if someone obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert, they might not be able to obtain a high-grade divine artifact soul with a complete high-grade divine artifact soul. Duan Lingtian, who had already made a name for himself in Myriad Arts Academy, was once again in the limelight in Myriad Arts Academy. At the same time, many people felt pity for the 5 people from the Monorigin Divine Sect. They were all geniuses. They were all godly venerable seedlings of the Monorigin Divine Sect. But this time, they all fell into the hands of Duan Lingtian. The Monorigin Divine Sect has always been vengeful. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go. Many people felt so. So what if they won't let this matter go? They have conflicts with Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian suspects that the Monorigin Divine Sect made a move against the forces of his relatives and friends in the lower dimensions. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian challenge Wang Yunsheng to a life and death duel? I think so too. Duan Lingtian had the intention to kill Wang Yunsheng the moment he challenged him to a life and death duel. It's obvious that he wants to avenge his friends and family in the lower planes. In order to avenge his relatives and friends. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal the high-grade divine artifact soul with a high-grade divine artifact soul that he had never shown in front of others before. In any case, this matter happened after the life and death duel was signed. Even if the Monorigin divine sect is at a disadvantage, they can only suffer in silence. At least, they won't dare to act recklessly on the surface. Yes, they won't dare to act recklessly on the surface. As for behind the scenes, even if Duan Lingtian didn't do this, they might not let Duan Lingtian off the hook. Duan Lingtian should be aware of this, which is why he did not hold back and killed the 5 disciples of the Monorigin divine sect. The Monorigin divine sect had suffered a great loss this time, and it caused a sensation in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Of course, many people felt that the Monorigin divine sect had only themselves to blame for suffering such a loss. If they had not provoked Duan Lingtian first, why would Duan Lingtian target Wang Yunsheng and the others? If there's a chance, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't let any of the disciples from the Monorigin divine sect go. Someone said. I'm afraid someone from the Monorigin divine sect will come. Although the life and death duel is over, they will definitely come to verify whether Duan Lingtian's high-grade divine artifact soul is his. Some people who knew about the relationship between Yuan Dongchen, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death, and Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, thought so. Soon, the people from the Monorigin divine sect arrived at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. 2 people came from the Monorigin divine sect. An old man and a woman. After the 2 of them contacted the higher-ups of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace asked Yang Yuchen to contact Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to go over and verify whether the high-grade divine artifact soul was his. You still want to verify it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he received the message from his third senior brother. Yuan Dongchen, who was on duty at the Hall of Life and Death that day, is a good friend of mine, Yang Yuchen said. The Monorigin divine sect probably thinks that Yuan Dongchen is biased toward you, Yang Yuchen said via voice transmission. Therefore, they came this time to verify it personally. You don't have to worry. Even if they verify this matter, they won't dare to lie. We can find a third party to verify this matter. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder that teacher Yuan Dongchen had advised him out of goodwill and was very patient during the process. It turned out that he had a close relationship with his third senior brother. I'll come over to pick you up now, Yang Yuchen said. All right. Duan Lingtian responded. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Yuchen arrived and the 2 of them went to meet the people from the Monorigin divine sect. 2 people from the Monorigin divine sect came this time. One of them is the vice leader of the Monorigin divine sect, Lu Tianfeng. On the way, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, Lu Tianfeng is a mid-level ultimate god and can be considered a ruthless character in the Monorigin divine sect. According to some rumors I received, it's very likely that he was the one who sent people to annihilate the forces your family and friends belong to in the lower planes. Of course, it's just rumors and there's no concrete evidence. It's very difficult to find evidence for this kind of thing. Although Yang Yuchen said there was no concrete evidence, a cold killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As the saying went, there's no smoke without fire. Even if it was just rumors, he felt that the vice leader of the Monorigin divine sect, Lu Tianfeng, was unlikely to be innocent. The person who came with Lu Tianfeng is one of his disciples who's already a lesser ultimate god. The other party is a female and the artifact soul of the full soul prominent divine weapon in her hand is also a female. This time, she'll be the one to verify your artifact soul. Yang Yuchen continued. Yang Yuchen's face was calm from the beginning to the end because he knew his good friend Yuan Dongchen was not biased toward his little junior brother. His little junior brother's artifact soul did not have the aura of a second person. It belonged to his little junior brother. Of course, a few days ago, when he found out that his little junior brother had killed Wang Yunsheng and the others with a full soul high-grade divine artifact, he was shocked. He never thought that his little junior brother would even have such a thing. However, on second thought, he felt relieved when he thought about his little junior brother's achievements before he was even 1,000 years old. His little junior brother was an existence with heaven-defying luck. At least in the history of their internal palace, he did not know of a second person who had achieved the same achievements as his little junior brother at his age. Anyway, it's just a formality. They won't dare to act recklessly in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the killing intent deep in his eyes gradually disappeared. Lu Tianfeng, the vice leader of the Mon-Origin divine sect. A medium ultimate god. Such an existence could not be shaken by the current him. If Lu Tianfeng were to seize the opportunity, he would be crushed to death with just a flick of his little finger. They're with Vice Palace Master Yu. Yang Yuchen continued, we'll go there directly now. Vice Palace Master Yu? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. One of the two Vice Palace Masters of the Branch of Legacy. Chapter 41-27. Yang Yuchen nodded. Don't worry. He sees me as a thorn in his side, but he won't make things difficult for you in this matter, unless he wants to be unlucky. Moreover, after that old fellow made you a promise last time, he looked for him and the other Vice Palace Master of the lineage of Legacy to warn them. Now, I'm sure they've already warned the other people in the lineage of Legacy who have the strength to kill you not to act rashly. Perhaps, in the Myriad Law Academy, even if they know someone wants to kill you, they'll still protect you. Yang Yuchen laughed at the end of his sentence. The lineage of Legacy had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also laughed. Of course, although he was laughing, he knew in his heart that it was not that he did not pay a price. At the very least, it was with his permission that the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy stood up for him. This favor could be considered as owed. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen to a reception hall in the Myriad Law Academy. There were already people in the hall. On both sides of the hall stood a person, both of whom were old men. Behind the two old men stood a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man. When Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen in, the four people's gazes all turned toward him. Little junior brother, this is Vice Palace Master Yu of the Myriad Law Academy. After Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian in, he introduced one of the old men with a medium build and a thin face. Although the old man looked ordinary, his eyes were particularly bright. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy, Yu Ying. Vice Palace Master Yu. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man in a timely manner. The old man's originally cold face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Vice Palace Master Yang, this is the first time you've accepted a disciple on behalf of your master. The facts show that you're indeed very outstanding. He has a good eye. As soon as Yu Ying opened his mouth, he praised Duan Lingtian. He did not seem to have any conflicts with Yang Yuchen at all, causing Duan Lingtian to sigh inwardly at how well Yu Ying did. Vice Palace Master Yu, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. At the same time, the middle-aged man behind Yu Ying greeted Yang Yuchen, and Yang Yuchen introduced him to Duan Lingtian. He was the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, Yu Ying. As for Duan Lingtian, he also greeted the other party. The other party also warmly greeted him, junior brother Duan. In fact, that man was even older than Yang Yuchen. However, because Yang Yuchen was of the same generation as the other party's master, and Yang Yuchen's strength and status were extraordinary, the other party addressed Yang Yuchen as martial uncle. Alright, we've greeted our own people, and we've been left out. At this moment, Yu Ying smiled and looked at the two people standing opposite him. Vice Sect Leader Lu and his disciple are still waiting to get down to business. There's no hurry. The old man who was dressed in a gray robe said with a fake smile, we've waited for so long just now, so there's no hurry. When he reached the end of his sentence, his gaze fell on Yang Yuchen. Vice Palace Master Yang, when we last met, you weren't the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I really didn't expect you to enter the intermediate Divine Emperor stage and become the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in just a few thousand years. As the Vice Sect Leader of Mon-Origin Spirit Sect, Lu Tianfeng had met Yang Yuchen once in the past. However, at that time, Yang Yuchen was just an ordinary teacher in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. In front of Lu Tianfeng, Yang Yuchen was only a junior. A few thousand years had passed, and the junior from back then had become someone who was on equal footing with him. He even felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Within the Myriad Law Palace, Yang Yuchen was absolutely considered a rare monstrous talent. I was just lucky. Yang Yuchen looked at Lu Tianfeng and smiled. Vice Sect Leader Lu, we haven't met for many years, but you're still as graceful as ever. I've gotten old. Lu Tianfeng sighed. In the future, the world will belong to you young people. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian who was standing next to Yang Yuchen and smiled. This must be the little junior brother that Vice Palace Master Yang accepted on behalf of his master, right? I've heard of Duanling Tian in the past. He's the #1 genius of the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already an intermediate divine emperor. His potential is extraordinary. As soon as Lu Tianfeng opened his mouth, he revealed that Duanling Tian was not even 1,000 years old. As he spoke, Duanling Tian and Yang Yuchen's expressions were still calm. However, the expressions of the woman behind him, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, Yuing, and the middle-aged man behind Yuing changed. Not even 1,000 years old? Not even 3,000 years old? In an instant, the three of them looked at Duanling Tian at the same time. Yang Yuchen looked deeply at Lu Tianfeng and smiled faintly. It seems that Vice Sect Master Lu has spent a lot of effort on my junior brother. You even know about this. You found out about it in the lower dimensions? When Yang Yuchen spoke, cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of Duanling Tian's eyes. Was this deputy hierarch of the Monorigin divine cult confessing that he was the one who had sent the assassins who attacked the families and sects of the people around him in the lower levels? Huh, Lu Tianfeng laughed. That day, the Monorigin spirit sect elder who went to Chunying school to invite your junior brother was sent by me. While he was on his way, I also sent someone to the lower dimensions to see what kind of genius your junior brother is. It would have been better if I didn't investigate, but when I did, even I was shocked. If it weren't for the fact that the person I sent was reliable, I really couldn't imagine that someone from the mundane dimensions could have such achievements at such a young age. I'm afraid he's no longer in the category of genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a monster or a son of providence. Lu Tianfeng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yuing, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. Vice Palace Master Yu, judging from your expression earlier. Don't tell me you don't know that Duanling Tian is not even 1,000 years old? Upon hearing this, Yuing looked at Lu Tianfeng with a complicated expression. I don't know. Lu Tianfeng smiled. If that's the case, then I can understand your current feelings, Vice Palace Master Yu. When I first learned about this, I was also very surprised. Unfortunately, by the time I confirmed this matter, Vice Palace Master Yang had already taken this monster as a disciple on behalf of his master. Lu Tianfeng sighed and looked at Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, I would have asked the Monorigin spirit sect's elder to promise a higher price to let this monster join our sect. What a pity. I'm afraid that this matter will be one of the greatest regrets in my life. In fact, I might even have a heart demon in the next heavenly tribulation because of this matter. Lu Tianfeng looked at Yang Yuchen and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Vice Palace Master Yang, I wonder. Are you willing to part with your treasure? Yang Yuchen was stunned when he heard this. Vice Sect Master Lu, what do you mean? Lu Tianfeng looked at Duanling Tian and said solemnly, I'd like to ask Vice Palace Master Yang to part with your junior brother and let him join our Monorigin spirit sect. I won't let him suffer a loss. I'm willing to accept him as my junior brother on behalf of my master. In the future, his treatment in the Monorigin spirit sect will be better than the holy sons of our Monorigin spirit sect. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, not only did Yang Yuchen's expression change, but even Yuing and his master's expressions changed. They were not stupid people. Naturally, They knew Lu Tianfeng's so-called parting with his treasure was not as simple as letting Duan Lingtian join his sect. Perhaps, he would kill Duan Lingtian as soon as he brought him out of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. At this time, Lu Tianfeng continued to say, I can also pay a price for Vice Palace Master Yang. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Obviously, he wanted to lure Yang Yuchen to buy Duan Lingtian's life. Of course, he made it sound dignified on the surface. Vice Sect Master Lu. At this time, Yang Yuchen spoke. His face was no longer polite, and his eyes turned cold. In the future, don't make such jokes. Otherwise, I'll take it seriously. When his voice fell, a fierce look flashed in the depths of Yang Yuchen's eyes. Lu Tianfeng laughed when he heard this. Ha! I didn't expect Vice Palace Master Yang to see through my joke. Duan Lingtian, you're not scared, right? Lu Tianfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his expression remained calm as he said indifferently, Vice Sect Leader Lu, do you think I'm scared? It's just a joke. Who would take it seriously? Of course, Duan Lingtian only said that on the surface. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lu Tianfeng to death. A medium ultimate god? He could not kill him now, but it did not mean he could not kill him in the future. If he could not even kill a medium ultimate god, how could he go to the world of divine remains and take his wife Ker away under the noses of the two ultimate god clans? Let's get down to business. At this time, Yang Yuchen spoke impatiently. Okay. Lu Tianfeng heard this and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He then called out to the woman behind him. The woman was also Lu Tianfeng's disciple. She was a lower ultimate god with an ordinary appearance and a rough temperament. She gave off the impression of a man rather than a woman. As soon as she stepped forward, a crystal-clear bead appeared in front of her. The bead was the size of a baseball and emitted a beautiful light. A moment later, a soul aura escaped from the bead and a beautiful figure rose from it. An old woman in a light green robe appeared. This is Lu Tianfeng's disciple. I heard that she didn't want her artifact soul to be prettier than herself. Therefore, when the artifact soul was just born, it transformed into this appearance. Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Could this be? Someone was worried that their artifact soul would be prettier than themselves. At her level of cultivation, she can transform into any appearance she likes, right? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen through voice transmission. Chapter 41-28. It's easy to change one's appearance, but it's difficult to change one's bearing. Yang Yuchen transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Can you imagine what she would look like if she was given a beautiful face? Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel chills running up his spine. Moreover, Yang Yuchen continued, when one reaches our level of cultivation, it's very easy to see through the disguise. It's also because of this that at our level of cultivation, very few people deliberately change their appearance because it's completely superfluous. Who wouldn't be able to see through disguises? Only the true appearance that you were born with is completely natural. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware of Yang Yuchen's words. After becoming a godly king, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. At the same time, one would become more sensitive to many things. One of them was the appearance of a person. No matter how cunning a person was, even if it was a disguise he had learned in the mundane realms and Devata realms that could change one's facial structure, as long as it was a disguise, even if one could not see through it, one's appearance would not be natural. One might be able to deceive others and even oneself, but one would not be able to deceive the heavens above one's head. After becoming a godly king, it was equivalent to obtaining the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. At that time, one would be able to sense the heavenly Tao. For example, since Duan Lingtian had entered the God-King stage, he could sense that some of the people he had come into contact with had changed their appearances. However, most people's appearances gave him a natural feeling. This meant those people did not change their appearances at all. Lu Tianfeng's disciple, Tai Xingnan, is a prideful person. Naturally, she wouldn't easily change her appearance. As I've said, even if she changed her appearance, her bearing wouldn't be able to keep up. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood what Yang Yuchen meant. Tai Xingnan was a very competitive person. Naturally, she would not change her appearance. After all, people would be able to see through her disguise. At that time, she could imagine that many people would make fun of her behind her back. Little junior brother, you should also summon your artifact soul. Seeing that Tai Xingnan's artifact soul had completely manifested, Yang Yuchen spoke to Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. He also wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible so that these two people from the Mon-origin spirit cult could return to where they came from. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he did not waste any more words. With a thought, a divine sword flashing with 7-colored light appeared in front of him, emitting a dazzling radiance. A moment later, a beautiful figure in a rainbow-colored robe appeared in the void at the right time. It was none other than Huang Er. In front of so many people, Huang Er's temperament was cold. She was like a noble queen overlooking her subjects. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt an intense hostility. It wasn't directed at him, but at Huang Er, and this hostility came from Tai Xingnan and her artifact soul. Let's begin. Lu Tianfeng, the vice-sect leader of the Mon-origin spirit cult, spoke in a timely manner. At the same time, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Although he had never come into contact with Duan Lingtian's divine sword, he could still sense that it was not simple when he extended his divine consciousness. Even when compared to his own full-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was not inferior in any way. It should be known that his superior divine artifact soul had been nurtured by him for many years. It had gone through a very long process before it became what it was today. He thought about how difficult it was for him to nurture his superior divine artifact to this extent, but Duan Lingtian was only a medium divine emperor, and he already had such a divine artifact. At this moment, the flames of jealousy burned in his heart. For the first time, he was jealous of a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. He now has such a superior divine artifact soul. In the future, when he enters the God Emperor realm, he can avoid the process of nurturing his divine artifact soul. We nurture our divine artifacts to resist the heavenly tribulation that comes once every 1,000 years. For God Emperors, nurturing their divine artifacts to increase their strength is far more cost-effective than cultivating to increase their strength. Thinking of this, Lu Tianfeng's heart was twisted with jealousy. A person who was originally more talented than him had such a divine artifact soul at the medium divine emperor realm. In the future, there would be fewer forks in the road. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of when he was young. This kind of person shouldn't live in this world. Although Lu Tianfeng had long made up his mind to kill Duan Lingtian, at this moment, his impulse to kill Duan Lingtian was even stronger. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Yang Yuchen and Yuing were here, and if it weren't for the fact that this was the Wandala Palace, he would have been unable to hold himself back and would have attacked. Yes, master. While Lu Tianfeng's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, Tai Xingnan responded respectfully and then called out to her artifact soul. Then, the artifact soul, which looked like an old woman, began to check on Duan Lingtian's divine sword soul, Huang Er. After a while, the old woman's extended divine sense returned to her body. How is it? Tai Xingnan looked at the old woman and asked with bright eyes. At the same time, Lu Tianfeng also looked at the old woman. How he hoped that the old woman would tell them that Duan Lingtian's divine sword soul still had the aura of a second owner. However, he knew that the possibility of this was very small. Since Duan Lingtian dared to come and Yang Yuchen dared to bring him here, it meant that he was confident. The old woman's next words also proved this point. The divine sword soul only has his aura in it. There is no aura of a second person. It's undoubtedly his divine weapon. The old woman said. It was not that she did not want to slander Duan Lingtian and help Tai Xingnan and the Mon-origin spirit sect, but from the beginning, Lu Tianfeng had asked Tai Xingnan to tell the truth. Therefore, she could only tell the truth. Vice Leader Lu. As the old woman's voice fell, Yang Yuchen looked at Lu Tianfeng and smiled faintly. Now that the results are out, our Myriad Arts Academy can be considered to have given your Monorigin Spirit sect an explanation, right? Lu Tianfeng smiled faintly. Vice Leader Yang, I'm only here to go through the formalities on behalf of the sect. I personally do not doubt the Myriad Arts Academy's impartiality. Since the matter is settled, we master and disciple will take our leave. After bidding farewell to Yang Yuchen, Lu Tianfeng also bid farewell to Yuying. When he came, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian's divine weapon soul had the aura of a second owner. Then, he would have an excuse to destroy Duan Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen appeared together, he knew that his chances were slim. The result was similar to what he had guessed. A moment later, Lu Tianfeng left Myriad Arts Academy with Tai Xingnan and headed back to the Monorigin Spirit sect. On the way, Tai Xingnan asked, Master, just now, you deliberately mentioned that Duan Lingtian is less than 1,000 years old in front of Yuying, the vice leader of Myriad Arts Academy, right? She had only just found out that Duan Lingtian was less than 1,000 years old. Before this, she had never heard her master mention it. Even her master, who had never mentioned this matter to her, had brought it up in front of another vice palace master of Myriad Arts Academy. She couldn't help but suspect that her master had done this on purpose. Yes, it was on purpose. Lu Tianfeng narrowed his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Yuying is one of the vice leaders of Myriad Arts Academy, the vice leader of the Legacy Branch. Su Bailey, the vice leader of Myriad Arts Academy, wants to cultivate Yang Yuchen as the next vice leader of the Legacy Branch. This has made Yang Yuchen a thorn in the side of Yuying and the other vice leader of the Legacy Branch. Yang Yuchen's advantage is that he is younger than them, and his talent and comprehension are stronger than theirs. Moreover, his strength is not weaker than any of them. Of course, Yang Yuchen has his disadvantages as well. He doesn't have any outstanding juniors by his side, unlike Yuying and the others who have disciples and grand disciples all over Myriad Arts Academy. Duan Lingtian's appearance has undoubtedly broken this balance. The more outstanding Duan Lingtian is, the more this balance will be shattered. At that time, do you think he'll have a good ending? Lu Tianfeng's smile was somewhat sinister as he spoke. Master, you mean? Tai Xingnan's eyes lit up. Tai Xingnan's eyes lit up. The 10,000 Arts Academy's line of inheritance will eliminate Duan Lingtian? That's true. They won't be able to deal with Yang Yuchen. However, it won't be difficult for them to deal with Duan Lingtian. In fact, in order to prevent Yang Yuchen from ascending to the position, they might even use the life of a god emperor to exchange for Duan Lingtian's life. Tai Xingnan's eyes shone brighter as she spoke. The smile on Lu Tianfeng's face became even more brilliant. Myriad Arts Academy. After Lu Tianfeng and his disciple left, Yang Yuchen and Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Yuying and his disciple and left. On the way back, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Lu Tianfeng, the vice leader of the Monorigin Spirit sect, said in front of Vice Palace Master Yu that I'm not even 1,000 years old. Is he planning to use Vice Palace Master Yu to get rid of me? Yang Yuchen smiled as well. Isn't it obvious? However, I'm afraid he would never have imagined that the palace master has already warned the Legacy Branch to protect you. After Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen left, Yuying and his disciple did not follow them. Master, is Duan Lingtian really not even 1,000 years old? Yuying's disciple had a look of disbelief on his face. Yuying's eyes flashed when he heard this. It shouldn't be fake. Lu Tianfeng deliberately mentioned this in front of me because he wants to use me and the Legacy Branch to get rid of Duan Lingtian. If it was before, even if we knew that he wanted to use the Legacy Branch to get rid of Duan Lingtian, we would still do it. But now, the Palace Master has spoken, which is equivalent to giving him a death exemption card. Even if Lu Tianfeng really wants to make a move in the academy and get someone to touch him, we still have to protect him. Chapter 41-29. Third Senior Brother. Duan Lingtian asked in confusion, why would the Monorigin sect and other heavyweight forces send their disciples or family members to Myriad Law Academy? Before Duanling Tian came to the 10,000 Arts Academy, he had heard that there were people from powerful forces studying in the 10,000 Arts Academy. In fact, there might even be people from Overlord Ultimate God's forces studying in the 10,000 Arts Academy. At that time, he only thought that some of the younger generation of those forces came to Myriad Law Academy because they could not get good treatment in their respective forces. It was not until he came to Myriad Law Academy for a period of time that he realized his previous thoughts were completely wrong. Although there were cases of people from major Ultimate God forces coming to Myriad Law Academy to study, it was very rare. For example, Myriad Law Academy had not heard of any major Ultimate God forces coming to Myriad Law Academy. Of course, it did not mean that there were no students from major Ultimate God forces in Myriad Law Academy. After all, if the other party deliberately concealed their identity, no one would know that they came from a major Ultimate God force. As for major Ultimate God forces, those who came from those heavyweight godly venerable level forces and entered the Myriad Law Academy to become its students were not mediocre. They were all well-known figures in their respective forces. They were all young prodigies with ultimate god potential. Not to mention others, just the 5 people from the Monorigin sect that he had killed earlier. Not to mention Wang Yunsheng, the Holy Son, the other 4 were all ordinary people. They might not be as good as Wang Yunsheng, but they were not much worse. Even if 2 of them joined forces, they could probably fight Wang Yunsheng for hundreds of rounds without being defeated. If the 3 of them joined forces, they could at least tie with Wang Yunsheng and even have a certain chance of winning. If the 4 of them joined forces, they could easily kill Wang Yunsheng. I heard. Among the 8 students from the Monorigin sect in Myriad Law Academy, other than the 5 I killed, the remaining 3 are not mediocre. One of them is also known as the number 1 below the Holy Sun, in the Monorigin sect. However, because the 3 of them do not belong to the same faction as Wang Yunsheng's group of 5, they did not participate in targeting me this time. When Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen, he also told him what he knew. In addition, it said that the people from the other major God Venerable level forces who are in our Myriad Law Academy are all outstanding people. They are all the best among the younger generation of those forces. The more ordinary ones are the disciples of ordinary ultimate god sects or clans. Duan Lingtian added. When Yang Yuchen heard this and saw that Duan Lingtian did not continue, he smiled and said, I didn't expect that you would discover this not long after entering the palace. It had to be said that when he first discovered this, it was a long time after he had entered the academy. His little junior brother, on the other hand, had only been here for a short period of time, yet he had already discovered this. Of course, he was well aware that the reason why his junior brother was able to discover this so quickly was most likely related to the conflict with the disciples of the Monorigin sect. Not bad. Yang Yuchen nodded and said, the people from the major forces are indeed the young prodigies of their clans and clans. They may not be the top prodigies, but they are still the second-tier prodigies. When I first learned about this, I was also quite puzzled. It wasn't until second senior brother explained it to me that I found out that there are things that the major God Venerable level forces want in the Myriad Law Academy. To be precise, the ancestors of the Myriad Law Academy had promised something to the major God Venerable level forces. It's a long story, let's talk about it at my place. Yang Yuchen did not send Duan Lingtian back. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian to his residence in the Myriad Law Academy as the Vice Palace Master's residence. It was a spacious mansion. In the mansion, there was a front yard and a backyard, which occupied an extremely large area. Inside the mansion, one could see the chores and cleaners. However, as soon as Yang Yuchen called out to them, all of them left, leaving only Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen behind. Speaking of which, the things that the Myriad Law Academy obtained back then were not only due to the contributions of the major God Venerable level forces but also our internal palace branch. It was also at that time that our internal palace branch obtained the ultimate expert's remains. That ultimate expert's remains were completely discovered and obtained by our internal palace branch's ancestors. Therefore, even if others were jealous, they had nothing to say. As for the Myriad Law Academy, our internal palace branch has never taken up any resources. The people of the internal palace branch also enjoy the treatment of ordinary students in the Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, no one said anything about not sharing it with the entire Myriad Law Academy. Of course, in the history of our internal palace branch, there are still a few people who, after paying a certain price, obtained the permission of the current leader of our internal palace branch to enter the ultimate expert's remains. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, what the Myriad Law Academy obtained was not considered an ultimate expert's remains. However, it was an independent dimension opened up by an ultimate expert. Moreover, it was an independent dimension opened up by many ultimate experts. That independent dimension was also a training ground. There were all kinds of opportunities left behind by the ultimate experts. Moreover, it was the kind that was constantly updated. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's last words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. Constantly updated? Yes, constantly updated. Yang Yuchen nodded. Every time the Myriad Arts Academy opens that place, those supreme powerhouses will update everything inside at the right time. For example, some of the opportunities inside will be obtained, as well as the way to obtain them, will all change. In addition to some opportunities that have appeared before, new opportunities would appear. That place. You can think of it as the benefits that the ultimate experts gave to the Myriad Law Academy and more than a dozen other heavyweight ultimate god forces. Duan Ling Tian understood when he heard Yang Yuchen's explanation. In that case, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. That place is actually similar in nature to the realm battlefield? Yes. Yang Yuchen smiled and nodded. His junior brother was indeed a smart person. He understood immediately. That place is similar to the realm battlefield. There are opportunities left behind by the ultimate experts, however, compared to the realm battlefield where everyone from the realm of gods can enter, that place is only accessible to those who are permitted by the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, there are restrictions. That place is a training ground left behind by the ultimate experts for the younger generation. Therefore, only young people under the age of 10,000 can enter. Moreover, there's a limit to the number of people who can enter each time. The upper limit is 100 people. Out of the 100 spots, 20 of them belong to the Myriad Law Academy. The remaining 80 spots are divided among more than a dozen heavyweight forces. At that time, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace managed to seize the 100,000-year ownership of the Trial of God from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Duan Ling Tian explained, it's a competition between the profound gangland and another powerful force in the realms of gods. It's also because of that competition that our Myriad Jurisprudence Palace managed to obtain the 100,000-year ownership of the Trial of God. Of course, during this process, other heavyweight ultimate god forces helped. Therefore, every time the Trial of God opens, they'll have a share. However, it's a benefit that their ancestors obtained for them. If they want to enjoy this benefit, they have to pay a price. At the very least, those who want to enter the Trial of God must pay a price. Let them enter the Myriad Law Academy and become a Myriad Law Academy student. Then, they'll have to accumulate a certain number of credits in the Myriad Law Academy to be qualified to enter the Trial of God. For example, out of the 8 people from the Monorigin Spirit sect who entered the Myriad Arts Academy, only 4 of them have accumulated enough credits to qualify for the Divine Trial. However, 3 of them were killed by you. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, I'm afraid there won't be many people from the Monorigin Divine sect entering the Trial of God in the coming days. After all, time is of the essence. It won't be easy to accumulate enough credits in such a short period of time. It's also because of this that the Monorigin Divine sect won't let the matter of you killing Wang Yusheng and the other 4 go. Originally, this matter could be solved by a lesser ultimate god elder, but they sent a vice sect leader instead. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian learned many things he did not know before. Among them, the thing that surprised him the most was the Trial of God. The Trials of God was an independent plane that several supreme powerhouses had opened up together. Were the various trials in there also the supreme powerhouses who had put in the effort to update them in a timely manner? As expected of a top force in the realms of gods. I can't believe there are ultimate experts helping them nurture their juniors. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Such treatment was not something he could receive in the Chunying school. Perhaps, only the young prodigies from the Overlord Ultimate God forces would not lack such treatment. After all, every Overlord Ultimate God forces had an ultimate expert behind them. Ultimate experts would definitely have friends who were also ultimate experts, right? Pulling a few friends together to seek benefits for their juniors was also a very normal thing. Third senior brother, have you entered the trial of God before? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Yang Yuchen. Of course. Yang Yuchen nodded. It's not just me. Even your eldest senior sister and second senior brother have entered the trial of God. You and your fourth senior sister will be able to enter the trial of God in the coming days. Every 10,000 years, only one person from the inner palace will be allowed to enter the trial of God. If the previous quota is not used, it can be accumulated until the next time. Of course, it can only be accumulated once. In other words, if the quota is not used for 2 consecutive 10,000 years, there will only be 2 quotas for the third 10,000 years. Chapter 4130. In the last 10,000 years, no one from the internal palace met the requirements to enter the trial of God, so the quota was left open. This time, the internal palace has 2 quotas. Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian. Only 1 quota in 10,000 years? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Is it enough? It's good enough to have 1 quota. Yang Yuchen smiled. Back then, the things that the few ultimate experts took out were not only the trial of God but also the ultimate expert's remains. It was considered a bonus. At that time, when the ancestors of our inner palace helped the Myriad Arts Academy, they discovered it and took it for themselves. According to the words of the few ultimate powerhouses back then, the legacy of the ultimate powerhouses will belong to whoever discovers it. It was owned by an individual. Because of this, the ultimate expert's remains were publicly recognized as belonging to the internal palace and no one could take it. It's not easy to take the inheritance from the Myriad Arts Academy. If an outsider took it, the inheritance couldn't just stand by and watch. No matter what, the internal palace is still one of the Myriad Arts Academy's own people. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the origin of the Supreme Powerhouse's relic in the inner palace. Previously, he only knew it was obtained by an ancestor of the inner palace. Now, he completely understood the origin of the ultimate expert's remains. As for whether the quota is enough or not, it's very rare that it's not enough. Yang Yuchen smiled. Moreover, even if it's not enough, you can fight for it yourself. You should know that even the inheritance only has 9 fixed quotas. The remaining 10 quotas are for other students in the academy to fight for. Of course, these 10 quotas can only be fought for by people who aren't heavyweight ultimate god forces. In the history of Myriad Arts Academy, there have even been people from heavyweight ultimate god forces who came in as students to fight for these quotas. However, such situations are rare. After all, heavyweight ultimate god forces also care about their reputation. Moreover, heavyweight ultimate god forces don't lack places like the trial of God to cultivate their younger disciples. After all, they have ultimate experts behind them, living ultimate experts. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian thought of his wife, Ker. Since there are so many godly venerable rank forces, why would Ker risk her life in the dimensional battlefield? These were all opportunities left behind by supreme experts. Wasn't the trial of gods the same as the planar battlefield? Perplexed, Duan Lingtian humbly asked his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, about this question. However, Yang Yuchen simply shook his head and smiled at his puzzlement. Little junior brother, any normal person would find your way of thinking very normal. However, you've neglected one point. Compared to a place like the trials of gods, the planar battlefield is much more unpredictable. The trial of God couldn't compare to the many experiences of life and death. Even some of the fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield can't be compared to the fortuitous encounters in the divine trials. The fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield were left behind by a dozen or even more supreme experts. A place like the trials of gods was left behind by just a few supreme experts. Moreover, for supreme experts, even if it's just a game of chess, they still prefer a chessboard like the planar battlefield. It's big enough and exciting enough. After hearing Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. At the same time, he felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. Is this why you entered the planar battlefield? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen, senior brother, with my current strength, I should be able to protect myself if I enter the planar battlefield, right? When Yang Yuchen heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instantly frowned. Little junior brother, it's best that you don't have such thoughts for now. In the planar battlefield, there are as many godly emperors as dogs and godly emperors everywhere. Although your strength isn't weaker than an ordinary godly emperor's, it's nothing in the planar battlefield. In the planar battlefield, not to mention godly emperors, even godly venerables are common. In there aren't so many restrictions. It's common for godly venerables to kill godly emperors. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. In our myriad law academy's lineage of inheritance, as well as the major godly venerables' forces, there's a clear rule. Only after entering the upper godly emperor realm and nurturing a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul can one enter the planar battlefield. This is also in consideration of the safety of our disciples. Yang Yuchen's tone was a lot more serious now. Clearly, he was worried that Duan Lingtian wouldn't take his words to heart. After hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian realized how lucky he was to have been able to survive in the planar battlefield. As for Senior Yi Beiyuan, who helped him in the planar battlefield and successfully left the battlefield, although he was a godly emperor, Duan Lingtian knew that there was a lot of luck involved. Moreover, Yi Beiyuan's range of activity should be near the military camp and not deep into the central region of the planar battlefield. In the central region, godly emperors and godly emperors died every day. Even godly venerables died every once in a while. When the battle was intense, there might even be a few godly venerables dying every day. In the various planes of gods, godly venerables weren't just limited to godly venerables' forces. Many godly venerables were hidden experts who didn't belong to any forces. Even among these hidden experts, there were many experts who used to belong to godly venerables' forces. Under the threat of the heavenly tribulation, they left their forces and became independent cultivators. They changed their way of life in order to advance further. The planar battlefield was an opportunity for these people. The most important point was, the planar battlefield wasn't like the trial of God, which restricted entry to people over 10,000 years old. There was no age restriction in the planar battlefield. Anyone could enter. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen continued, speaking of which, compared to finding a needle in a haystack in the planar battlefield, the chances of finding a fortuitous encounter in the trial of God are much greater. Take me, eldest senior sister, and second senior brother for example. We more or less found some fortuitous encounters in there. For the current you, entering the trial of God is better than entering the planar battlefield. Moreover, the trial of God is about to begin. Yang Yuchen said. Third senior brother, don't worry. I won't be entering the planar battlefield for the time being. Duan Lingtian smiled. He couldn't help but ask Yang Yuchen to confirm when the trial of God would open next time. After confirming, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He could wait for 100 years. If it was a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, he definitely couldn't wait. It'll be difficult to enter the godly emperor realm in 100 years. However, it shouldn't be a problem to enter the high-level godly emperor realm. I'll try to raise my cultivation level to near the godly emperor realm before I enter the trial of God. Perhaps I can enter the godly emperor realm in the trial of God. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with bright lights. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen continued, don't think that the people entering the trial of God won't be a threat to you just because you killed the 5 from the Mon-Origin divine sect. The 5 from the Mon-Origin divine sect, even the holy son Wang Yunsheng, can't be considered the strongest of the Mon-Origin divine sect's younger generation. Based on past practice, the people sent by the major godly venerate factions to the Myriad Arts Academy aren't considered the top geniuses of their factions. Take the Monorigin Divine Sect for example. Even if you didn't kill the 5 from the Monorigin Divine Sect, they'll still send another 2 holy sons over in a few decades. Those 2. If there's no accident, they'll most likely be intermediate godly emperors by the time they enter the trial of God. Yang Yuchen's words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. Intermediate godly emperors? Moreover, they were intermediate godly emperors under the age of 10,000. In other words, they were already lower godly emperors now? Even if such seeded contestants entered the Myriad Arts Academy a few decades before the trial of God opened, they'd be able to quickly obtain enough credits in a short period of time. The credits awarded for godly emperor-level missions can't be compared to godly emperor-level missions. The credits in the Myriad Arts Academy were obtained by completing various missions issued by the Academy. Some of these missions were issued by the Academy, some by teachers, and some by students. The rewards for these missions were all in the form of credits. 3rd senior brother, 4th senior sister, and I don't have to accumulate a certain amount of credits to enter the trial of God, right? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this question. Of course not. Yang Yuchen smiled. No matter what, the Inner Palace is still a part of the Myriad Arts Academy. If the quota for the Inner Palace still requires academic credits, then it would be meaningless. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. There's one more thing. As if suddenly remembering something, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian and said again, although your 4th senior sister is a higher godly emperor, don't think that she'll be able to help you in the trial of God. The trial of God is a very strange place. Apart from entering, you won't appear in the same place. It's even possible that you won't be able to recognize your 4th senior sister even if you meet her face to face. Unless you can confirm your identity after exchanging some words. Yang Yuchen's words made Duan Lingtian somewhat curious. Can't recognize each other even if we meet face to face? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. Not only will your appearance change, even your aura will change. Even if you use your divine sense to investigate, you won't be able to discover anything. Of course, the divine artifacts in your hands won't change. Inside, it is often possible to identify a person through a divine artifact that can identify them. Yang Yuchen's words made Duan Lingtian feel quite a bit of a novelty. What kind of place could cause a person's appearance and aura to change? At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ultimate experts really knew how to play. Chapter 41-31. However, at the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he sighed with emotion at the Supreme Powerhouse's playfulness. Only then did he remember that his 4th senior sister was also a young genius under 10,000 years old. She was already a higher god emperor and was even more monstrous than the 2 lower god emperor holy sons of the Monorigin spirit sect. 4th senior sister. Thinking of his 4th senior sister who looked harmless but had extraordinary experiences, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of emotions. Perhaps it was because she was undistracted that she could cultivate to her current level. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. Not to mention 4th senior sister, even 3rd senior brother must have entered the higher god emperor realm before he was 10,000 years old. After all, it was said that he had broken through to the ultimate god realm when he was 10,000 years old. It was not easy to break through to the ultimate god realm. No matter what, it was still the last great realm of cultivation before one could become a supreme expert. 3rd senior brother, in the current generation of the Xiangang land, other than 4th senior sister, are there any other higher god emperors under 10,000 years old? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Currently, the Monorigin spirit sect did not have any. As for the Myriad Law Academy, he was not sure if there were any other higher god emperors other than 4th senior sister. He was also not sure about the other heavyweight ultimate god emperor's forces, much less the giant ultimate god emperor's forces. However, it was possible that there were. Of course there are. Yang Yuchen's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's guess. Let's not talk about the other forces. Even our Myriad Law Academy has a higher god emperor under 10,000 years old. Only the other heavyweight ultimate god emperors have some higher god emperors. Some of them are known to not have any, but I dare not say for sure. As for those giant ultimate god emperors' forces, they basically have more than one higher god emperor under 10,000 years old. After all, the resources they have are incomparable to our heavyweight ultimate god emperor's forces. I'm sure you've heard that in terms of top combat power, our Myriad Law Academy and the Monorigin Spirit Sect are not too far away from the giant ultimate god emperor's forces, right? Yang Yuchen asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Both of them are high-level supreme gods. The difference isn't big. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen smiled bitterly. Actually, the gap is huge. At the very least, the number of high-level ultimate gods is on a completely different level. However, most of the high-level ultimate gods of the giant ultimate gods' forces are hiding behind the scenes. Some say they died under the heavenly tribulation while others say most of them are still alive. However, it's true that we can't see them. No one has ever seen them, not even in those giant ultimate gods' forces. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized the difference between a heavyweight ultimate god force and a giant ultimate god force. In fact, as soon as he learned about the existence of the Myriad Law Academy's Trial of God and that the giant ultimate god forces did not lack such a place to train their younger generation, he had already felt the difference between a heavyweight ultimate god force and a giant ultimate god force. At that time, he thought that since the giant ultimate god forces had such resources, their top combat power should not be overtaken by the heavyweight ultimate god forces. It turned out that the rumor was because most of the high-level supreme gods of the giant ultimate god forces did not appear in public. If you have nothing else to do in the next 100 years, you can return to the inner palace to cultivate. The palace master has already warned the heritage branch, so they won't dare to act rashly. However, I'm still worried that the Monorigin Spirit Sect will encourage the disciples to attack you. As long as there's enough profit or a corresponding threat, it won't be difficult to find a suitable divine emperor to kill you. Yang Yuchen voiced his concern. Before you killed Wang Yunsheng and the others, your conflict with the Monorigin Spirit Sect was more in the dark. At least, that's what the Monorigin Spirit Sect thinks. In the past, it was only them who attacked you. You didn't do anything to them. Now that you've taken revenge on them, even if you're in the right and they don't dare to attack you openly because of the Myriad Law Academy, it's inevitable that they will attack you secretly. There were some things that Yang Yuchen had not said yet. The 2 lesser god emperor holy sons of the Monorigin Spirit Sect would be sent over soon. Perhaps they would be lesser god emperors by the time they arrived. He did not want his seemingly docile but hot-tempered little junior brother to go up against those 2. Those 2 were not people Wang Yunsheng and the others could compare to. In the next 100 years, if you need anything for your cultivation, I'll do my best to find it for you. You're good at refining divine pills, so I can also find the herbs needed to refine divine pills. Although your current strength is not bad, you may not have an advantage in the trial of God, unless you're already a greater god emperor by the time you enter the trial of God. His little junior brother was already stronger than most lesser god emperors when he was only a lesser god emperor. If he went one step further, it would be difficult to find a lesser god emperor who could be his opponent. Third senior brother, I have the same intention. Duan Lingtian did not reject Yang Yuchen's suggestion and even said that he had the same intention. From the moment he killed Wang Yunsheng and the other Monorigin Spirit Sect disciples, he knew that he had completely fallen out with the Monorigin Spirit Sect and that the Monorigin Spirit Sect would take revenge on him. In the past, he didn't cause any harm to the Monorigin Spirit cult. At most, he didn't give the Monorigin Spirit cult any face. Therefore, the Monorigin Spirit cult only targeted his friends and family in the lower planes to disgust him. They had not reached the point of directly hiring assassins to kill him. But this time, it was different. Now, the Monorigin Spirit Sect might be waiting to watch a good show, waiting for the lineage of legacy to kill him, but they would not be able to watch for long. It would not be long before they found out that the lineage of legacy did not intend to kill him. If they investigated further, it would not be difficult to find out that the palace master had warned the lineage of legacy. In the lineage of legacy, all existences above the great god emperor realm were aware of this matter. Through their dissemination, there were very few in the lineage of legacy who did not know about it. With so many people knowing about it, it would not be difficult for the Monorigin Spirit Sect to find out. It would be great if fourth junior sister was as easy to deal with as you. Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a gratified expression. At the same time, he did not forget to ridicule his fourth junior sister, which startled Duan Lingtian. Third senior brother, fourth senior sister. She seems quite easy to talk to, right? Easy to talk to? Yang Yuchen shook his head and added inwardly, that's only for you, junior brother. In the inner palace, that girl was not afraid of anyone except her eldest senior sister. Not only did she not like to listen to her third senior brother, but she also did not like to listen to her second senior brother. Now that she had a junior brother, she could enjoy being called a senior sister. From now on, this junior brother's words would be useful to her. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, a few months after Duan Ling Tian returned to the independent realm where the 10,000 Arts Academy's progeny resided, the single-origin divine sect finally learned the reason why the 10,000 Arts Academy's progeny did not kill Duan Ling Tian. That old man Su Baili actually came out personally to warn the branch of legacy not to touch Duan Ling Tian? Is it because of Yang Yuchen? Does he really want to push Yang Yuchen to the top? Isn't he afraid that those old fellows from the branch of legacy will be disheartened and rebel? The Mon-Origin Spirit Cult's vice sect master, Lu Tianfeng, was naturally a little angry after learning about the situation with the Myriad Law Academy's lineage of inheritance. He was originally prepared to watch the show, but he didn't expect that the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Baili, would interfere. Humph. Since I can't count on the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy, I'll find someone to do it myself. The branch of legacy is not the only divine emperor in Myriad Arts Academy. Lu Tianfeng took a deep breath and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then issued an order and before long, several people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect left. After they left, they also took a set of information with them. As for the content, it was information about some divine emperor teachers in Myriad Arts Academy. These divine emperor teachers were not from the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy. They were either from the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy or from some ordinary godly venerables or divine emperors. Some were even from small clans or sections. There were also many rogue cultivators. The reason why they went to the Myriad Laws Academy to be teachers was because they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and obtain more cultivation resources in the Myriad Laws Academy. The Mon-Origin Spirit sect had also collected some information about these people. This time, it had come in handy. If temptation doesn't work, we'll use coercion. As long as they aren't overly selfish, they will have weaknesses. It's best to use their children to threaten them. No matter how many children they have, as long as they aren't from Myriad Arts Academy, capture them all. This was also Lu Tianfeng's reminder to the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's elders who had left. The 7 prefectures could only be considered a small place in the entire Profound Handle land. If it wasn't for the appearance of a Chunying school disciple, Duan Lingtian, at the 7 prefectures banquet, many people wouldn't have even heard of the 7 prefectures. However, this time, the 7 prefectures had become famous again. Have you heard? In the 7 prefectures, a high god emperor had killed a godly venerable level force and killed a godly venerable expert. He killed an enemy of a higher realm. He even killed an enemy of a higher realm. Is that true? This news has already spread like wildfire. Do you think it's true? A higher god emperor killed a godly venerables? Is this a joke? It's really not a joke. Which faction's godly venerables did he kill? It's a new godly venerables faction. That faction became a godly venerables because of that godly venerables. That godly venerables had just broken through. Even if it's just a lower godly venerables, a higher god emperor can't kill them. The gap between a god emperor and a godly venerables is huge. How did that higher god emperor do it? Chapter 4132. Little Junior Brother. Duan Ling Tian was originally cultivating peacefully in the inner palace when his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, came to look for him. It was a rare occasion. Third senior brother, what is the matter? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously when he saw that Yang Yuchen had come in a hurry. Little junior brother, when you were in Chunying school, you seemed to be on good terms with Yi Chenfeng? Yang Yuchen asked. Yi Feng? Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Yang Yuchen's question. Elder Yi and I are on good terms. My master and Elder Yi call each other brothers. Duan Lingtian knew very well that compared to him, Elder Yi actually valued his master more. This was because his master had won over Elder Yi in terms of sword Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked Yang Yuchen anxiously, "Third senior brother, what happened to Elder Yi?" Although Yi Feng had no intention of making him owe him a favor, he could not forget the favor he had done for him in the past. If not for Yi Feng's help during the 7 prefectures banquet, his strength would not have improved so quickly. Of course, the current him did not have the ability to repay Yi Feng's favor. However, when he suddenly heard his third senior brother mention Yi Feng and ask if he was on good terms with him, he could not help but feel anxious. He's fine. Yang Yuchen knew that his little junior brother had misunderstood. He's doing very well, better than anyone else. Speaking up to this point, Yang Yuchen's gaze suddenly became a little strange. He has already successfully stepped into the realm of Upper Divine Emperor. Upper God Emperor. When Duan Lingtian heard this, a smile subconsciously appeared on his face. Elder Yi had broken through so quickly. Was it related to the 7 prefectures banquet's Holy Land's secret realm? No matter what, after learning that Yi Feng had stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm, Duan Lingtian felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Of course, other than feeling happy for Yi Feng, Duan Lingtian was still a little surprised. Although he had long expected this day to come, he did not expect it to be so fast. When he was still in Xunyang school, he had heard from Jinping Fan that Yi Feng was the one who had the highest chance of becoming a Upper God Emperor among all the Emperor Gods in Xunyang school. He was also the one who was closest to becoming a Upper God Emperor. Something's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized that something was wrong. Third senior brother, what's the meaning of your gaze? You shouldn't be here just to tell me that Elder Yi has broken through to the Upper Divine Lord realm, right? Just now, he felt that Yang Yuchen's gaze was a bit strange, but he didn't pay much attention to it, because his attention was more focused on Yi Feng's breakthrough. Now, when he came back to his senses and saw that Yang Yuchen's gaze was still the same, he suddenly realized that Yang Yuchen still had something to say. When Yang Yuchen heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. After Yi Feng stepped into the Upper Divine Lord realm, he went directly to an ultimate god level force without even stabilizing his cultivation base. He challenged the only ultimate god in that ultimate god level force, a lower ultimate god. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Challenging an ultimate god level expert? Was Elder Yi? Was he crazy? Even if he was strong enough to fight opponents of a higher level, it did not mean that he could fight opponents of a higher level, especially when it was the difference between an Emperor God and an Ultimate God. Besides, Elder Yi had just broken through to the Upper Divine Lord realm and had not stabilized his cultivation base. Even if his opponent was only a lower Ultimate God who had not stabilized his cultivation base, he was still not someone he could deal with. Do you want to know? Why did he kill that lower Ultimate God? Yang Yuchen asked with a smile. Third senior brother, what I want to know is, how did Elder Yi escape unscathed in the end? Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Until now, his third senior brother was still smiling, which meant that Yi Feng was most likely fine. After all, he had just admitted that he had a good relationship with Yi Feng. Under such circumstances, his third senior brother would not be smiling like this when Yi Feng was in trouble. Don't worry. I'll talk about this later. Yang Yuchen was not surprised that his little junior brother could tell that Yi Feng was fine. After all, the smile on his face said it all. Speaking of which, it was that ultimate god level force's ultimate god who was domineering. In the early years, when Yi Feng was still a divine emperor, he was already an upper divine lord. Because of a small matter, he bullied the weak and almost killed Yi Feng. Yi Feng was lucky. At that time, a lower ultimate god happened to pass by. That upper divine lord did not dare to act recklessly for fear of angering the ultimate god. Yi Chen-feng took advantage of that opportunity to escape successfully. However, the ultimate god did not know Yi Chen-feng's identity at that time. He did not know that Yi Chen-feng was a disciple of the Chunying school. In fact, many people did not know about this. It was not until Yi Chen-feng went to that ultimate god-level force and told them about it that this matter was made public. That ultimate god-level force's ultimate god-level expert also remembered Yi Chen-feng. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment. Under Duan Lingtian's urging gaze, he continued, when the ultimate god found out that Yi Chen-feng was that person and saw that Yi Chen-feng was already a dead upper divine lord, his expression changed drastically. After all, it was only a matter of time before such an existence surpassed him. So, he directly attacked Yi Chen-feng. Yang Yuchen spoke casually, but it caused Duan Lingtian to shudder with fear when he heard it. An ultimate god-level expert attacked Elder Yi. How did he escape unscathed? Could it be that someone helped him? Could it be his third senior brother? This time, was he here to take credit for his work? It was no wonder that Duan Lingtian would think so. Yi Chen-feng had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Even if his mastery of the sword principle was extraordinary and his comprehension of the law profundity was not weaker than that of an ordinary ultimate god, it was still difficult for him to defeat a lower divine lord. However, as Yang Yuchen continued, he realized that it was not Yang Yuchen who had attacked. It was Yi Chen-feng who had killed that ultimate god-level expert. Moreover, according to what Yi Chen-feng said after he killed the divine lord, he was going to kill the divine lord to settle the grudge between them all those years ago. Elder Yi is indeed very vengeful. However, he actually killed the ultimate god-level expert. He attacked as soon as he had the strength. Revenge really doesn't wait a night. Thinking back to what Zhen Pingfan had told him about Yi Chen-feng's vengeful nature, Duan Lingtian was even more certain now. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he was not Elder Ye's enemy. Elder Yi. How is he so strong? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen in shock. He has just broken through to the upper divine lord realm, but he can already kill a lower divine lord? That's what I wanted to ask you too. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, killing a lower divine lord when he has just broken through to the upper divine lord realm. No matter how weak a lower divine lord is, it is not something an upper divine lord who has yet to consolidate his cultivation can kill. At least, this has never happened in the history of the Xiangang land. Even eldest senior sister and I couldn't kill a lower-level ultimate god in a head-on battle before we consolidated our cultivation base as upper-level ultimate gods. That Yi Chen-feng is a monster. In the past, I have underestimated him. Yang Yuchen sighed. If I had known, I would have brought him back the last time. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. Hearing Yang Yuchen's next words, Duan Lingtian also realized a problem. A person who had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm could kill a lower divine lord, and in the history of the Xiangang land, such a person had never appeared before. Such a person must be very popular in the Xiangang land, right? Third senior brother, there should be a heavyweight ultimate god force who will send someone to invite Elder Yi to join, right? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen. Previously, when he was still in Chunying school, he heard from Elder Zhen Pingfan that Yi Chen-feng had to enter the ultimate god realm if he wanted to join a heavyweight ultimate god force. Now, Elder Yi, who had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm, had killed a lower divine lord in a fair and square battle. Such a person must have great potential, right? He had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm and could already kill half of the lower divine lords. Then, when he entered the lower divine lord realm, wouldn't killing a medium divine lord be as easy as cutting vegetables? After all, the gap between the upper divine lord realm and the lower divine lord realm was much bigger than the gap between the lower divine lord realm and the medium divine lord realm. Of course. Yang Yuchen said matter-of-factly, this time, even the lineage of inheritance can't sit still. Maybe it's because I came out to bring you back last time and provoked them. This time, their vice palace master Yu Ying, whom you met before, has personally gone to their lineage of inheritance. They're preparing to invite Yi Chen-feng to join the lineage of inheritance in the Myriad Law Palace. I just don't know if he'll succeed. At this point, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Little junior brother, you have a good relationship with Yi Feng. Why don't you get him to join our lineage of inheritance? Although it'll take nearly 10,000 years for us to enter the ultimate god relic of the inner palace again, we can give him the quota for the next entry in advance. Yang Yuchen's words stunned Duan Lingtian. Third senior brother, it'll take nearly 10,000 years for us to enter the ultimate god relic again? Why so long? When I went in, it wasn't that long ago when fourth senior sister went in, right? Only 2,000 years? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. Why would it take so long? When Yang Yuchen heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Little junior brother, it's all your fault. The longer you stay in there, the more the ultimate god relic will consume. How long has fourth junior sister been in there? How long have you been in there? When Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he felt a little embarrassed at the same time. It turned out that it was because of him that the ultimate god relic was consumed so much that it could not be re-entered for the next 10,000 years. Of course, he also knew that he could definitely force his way in, but he would definitely not gain any benefits after entering. How about it? Little junior brother, why don't you give it a try? Clearly, Yang Yuchen really wanted to rope Yi Feng in. Tell him that once he joins the lineage of inheritance, he'll be fourth senior brother. Fourth junior sister will become fifth junior sister. As for you, nothing has changed. You're still little junior brother. Chapter 4133. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. What do you mean I haven't changed and am still little junior brother? I've dropped from 5th to 6th. At this moment, he was not sure if Yang Yuchen was joking, so he said with a serious expression, Third senior brother, I can speak on behalf of the inner palace. However, at the same time, I'll also tell him about the current situation of the inner palace. If he doesn't choose the internal palace in the end, there's nothing I can do. Yang Yuchen could not help but laugh when he saw Duan Lingtian's seriousness. Little junior brother, I'm just joking. Don't be so serious. I have no intention of letting him join the internal palace. He's on the path of the sword and is very focused. If I let him come into contact with the path of control, it might waste his time and slow down his progress. I came to you mainly because I hope you can tell him not to consider the Myriad Law Academy's lineage of inheritance. I'm afraid he'll think you've joined the Myriad Law Academy and prioritize the Myriad Law Academy. Yang Yuchen explained his intentions. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Based on what he knew, joining the progeny of succession was no different from joining a heavyweight ultimate god sect. The resources and treatment in the progeny of succession were not inferior to heavyweight ultimate god sects like the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace and the Monarch Divine sect. Yang Yuchen continued, the legacy branch isn't too peaceful either. In recent years, they've been secretly competing against each other. I even suspect that the palace master wants me to take the position so that he can wake up those people in the legacy branch. However, although they're united in their attitude towards me, they're still fighting in private. Yi Feng will be valued if he joins the lineage of inheritance. That's without a doubt. However, I personally feel that the lineage of inheritance's environment is not suitable for him. Moreover, no one in the lineage of inheritance has mastered the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. Only Vice Palace Master Yuing has mastered the fledgling form of Saber Dao. Although they're both weapons Dao, his attainments are much worse than Yi Feng's. Also, I suggest that he doesn't rush to make a decision. This time, he's killed a lower ultimate god as soon as he entered the upper divine emperor realm. I'm afraid even the heavyweight ultimate god sects will be alarmed. I'm guessing, those godly venerable level forces might also send someone to invite him. Compared to a heavyweight ultimate god force, it's better for him to join a giant ultimate god force. Among the giant godly venerable level forces, a sect is naturally his best choice. Yang Yuchen's words could be said to be very attentive, and this was also because he heard that his junior brother confirmed that he had a good relationship with Yi Feng. Otherwise, what did Yi Feng's choice have to do with him? A giant ultimate god level force? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even when he performed amazingly at the Seven Prefectures banquet in the Seven Prefectures, he did not attract the attention of any ultimate god forces. There was no shortage of people like him in the giant ultimate god forces. There were even people who were more talented than him. As for the resources he enjoyed in the past, they were not as good as the young geniuses of the giant ultimate god forces. However, the other party would not think too much about it. Perhaps they would think that he was lucky and had obtained some opportunities to help him grow. That was why he could achieve what he had at such a young age. Will someone from a giant ultimate god level force really invite Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I think so. Yang Yuchen said with certainty. After all, even among the giant ultimate god forces, there is no one who can kill a lower-level ultimate god as soon as they enter the upper-level ultimate god realm. Even the weakest lower-level ultimate god can't do that. Such a person, when he grows up in the future, how powerful will his combat strength be? Not everyone can become an ultimate god. No matter how high one's talent and comprehension is, they need certain opportunities and opportunities. However, as long as one has a good foundation, it's not difficult to enter the upper-level ultimate god realm. Based on Yi Qinfeng's current foundation, entering the ultimate god realm in a giant ultimate god force is basically a done deal. Once he enters the ultimate god realm, it's only a matter of time before he enters the ultimate god realm with his battle prowess and enough time for him to improve his cultivation. A monster like Yi Qinfeng. Once he enters the upper-level ultimate god realm, how many people below the ultimate god realm can be his opponent? Of course, the premise is that his attainments in sword principles and the law he's good at will gradually improve and not stay in the same place. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation after listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation. The giant ultimate god forces were interested in Elder Yi because of his combat strength. Once he was invited, they would definitely do their best to nurture him. This was because every giant ultimate god force wanted to have an invincible upper-level ultimate god. In this world, below the ultimate gods, the strongest were upper-level ultimate gods. There were strong and weak upper-level ultimate gods. A strong upper-level ultimate god can even kill a weak upper-level ultimate god. Duan Lingtian was instantly speechless when Yang Yuchen said that. They were both upper-level ultimate gods, how could the gap between them be so huge? After all, almost everyone who could enter the upper-level ultimate god realm was mediocre. What a joke. The heavenly tribulation came once every 1,000 years. How could one become a upper-level ultimate god without sufficient strength and talent? Third senior brother, I'm going out for a while to contact Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian had Yi Qinfeng's soul orb, but he was currently in an independent plane of the inner palace and could not use it to send a message. I'll go with you. Yang Yuchen said. Over at the Monorigin Spirit sect side, everything seemed to be calm, and there were no movements in the Myriad Arts Academy. However, Yang Yuchen knew that the Monorigin Spirit sect definitely had a backup plan. A contingency against his little junior brother. It would be fine if his little junior brother did not leave the inner palace, but if he did, he would most likely die. After a while, Duan Lingtian left the inner palace with Yang Yuchen. After leaving, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and directly contacted Yi Qinfeng through his soul orb. Elder Yi, congratulations. His first sentence was to congratulate Yi Qinfeng. You know? Yi Qinfeng soon got a reply and asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied and then sighed. I didn't expect Elder Yi to be able to kill an ultimate god expert when you just entered the upper-level god emperor realm. Yi Qinfeng quickly said modestly, it's just someone who just entered the ultimate god realm. It's nothing. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Elder Yi, I heard from my third senior brother that in the history of the Xiangang land, there has never been anyone who could kill an ultimate god after entering the upper-level god emperor realm. It can be said that your achievement is unprecedented in the Xiangang land. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems that Elder Ye's cultivation has not only increased. Maybe his sword principle has also improved. Duan Lingtian knew that Yi Qinfeng's sword principle was not weaker than his. It was not strange that he had entered the next realm first. Your third senior brother? Yi Chenfeng was puzzled. He did not know that Duan Lingtian was in the Myriad Arts Academy. After all, the Tongleng province where the Chunying school was located was too remote. Even the 7 prefectures where Tongleng province was located were far away. It's Yang Yuchen who went to receive me, Duan Lingtian said. The Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy? The Medium Ultimate God? Yi Chenfeng's reply was a little surprised and shocked. After all, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen was an unreachable existence. A medium ultimate god in his early 20s. Moreover, in terms of combat strength, he was not weaker than the other veteran medium ultimate gods in the Myriad Arts Academy. Even he did not have the confidence to surpass such an existence. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. I'm relieved that he's your senior brother. That kid, Ping Fan, can also rest assured. Yi Chenfeng said. Although his tone was calm, Duan Lingtian could hear the relief in his voice. Naturally, a warm current rose in his heart. Elder Yi. At this time, Duan Lingtian also returned to the main topic and told Yi Chenfeng everything that his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had said to him. In his opinion, there was no need to hide this. Moreover, his third senior brother was a medium ultimate god expert. His words were even more persuasive. On the other side, Yi Chenfeng only spoke after Duan Lingtian finished speaking for a while. Duan Lingtian, I originally planned to go to the Myriad Arts Academy. However, knowing that Vice Palace Master Yang is now your third senior brother, I'm relieved. Although Yi Chenfeng did not say it explicitly, Duan Lingtian could still tell that Yi Chenfeng intended to enter the Myriad Arts Academy to take care of him. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian's heart throbbed again. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said again, in short, Elder Yi, please don't be anxious. Let the people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces wait. Wait for the people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces to come. You don't have to worry about what they'll do to you or that you can't refuse them. When the heavyweight ultimate god forces arrive, they'll naturally retreat. While Duan Lingtian returned to the independent dimension where the internal palace was located to cultivate, outside the Myriad Arts Academy, in a mountain cave in the mountain range. The 3 figures gathered together. The 3 of them were all teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy without exception. Teachers in the Emperor God realm. 2 medium Emperor gods and 1 lower Emperor god. If Duan Lingtian doesn't appear, there's nothing we can do. Where did he go? Could it be that the rumors about the internal palace are true? Did he go to the independent dimension where the internal palace is located? The lower Emperor God among the 3 asked in a low voice. There's no smoke without fire. The internal palace should really exist. Otherwise, how can we explain that we can't find him? We can be sure that he didn't leave the academy. Another medium Emperor God said. If that's the case, he didn't have a chance to make a move. We can't be blamed for this. The last medium Emperor God said. Do you think the people who threatened us with our families are from the Monorigin sect? After all, before we were threatened, Duan Lingtian had just killed a few people from the Monorigin sect. Do we still need to guess? I just want to confirm it further. It seems like everyone thinks so. Chapter 41-34. For the teachers who were threatened to kill Duan Lingtian, killing Duan Lingtian was the same as cutting off their escape route. Once they made a move, they would definitely die regardless of whether they succeeded or not. However, they had no choice. This was because their loved ones, who were more important than their own lives, had been forcibly taken away. If they did not kill Duan Lingtian, their loved ones would die. Don't try to bluff your way out of this. We have spies in the Myriad Law Palace as well. If we find out that you didn't kill Duan Lingtian when you had the chance, your loved ones will pay the price. When they thought of the threat, the teachers who were at the God Emperor stage felt angry and helpless. They were angry because they were being threatened. They were helpless because their loved ones had been taken away. They could only do as they were told because they did not want anything to happen to their loved ones. However, until now, they had not found a chance to make a move. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Wang Yunsheng and the other 5 disciples of the Monorigin spirit sect, he had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. He was no longer in his dormitory. They were anxious because they had not found a chance. Now that they had gathered together, they were comforting each other. It's not that we don't want to make a move, but we don't have a chance. Since they said they have spies in the Myriad Law Palace, they shouldn't vent their anger on our loved ones. I hope so. I have a feeling we can't trust their words completely. That may be the case, but we have no other choice. For now, we can still confirm whether our loved ones are still alive through their soul pearls. It's fine as long as they're alive. I thought I'd be considered a top figure after entering the God Emperor stage. I didn't expect to be threatened into doing something I didn't want to do. Duan Lingtian, who had returned to the independent realm where the inner palace was, naturally did not know that many teachers in the Myriad Law Palace had been threatened. Every one of them was waiting for him to appear so they could kill him. Of course, although he did not know this, he could still sense the potential danger in the Myriad Law Palace after being reminded by his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Moreover, he was fully focused on preparing for the opening of the divine trials. He planned to become a high-level divine emperor before that. Therefore, he did not plan to leave the inner palace for the time being. Under such circumstances, the people from the Moniker spirit cult who had been watching Duan Lingtian naturally came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian must have gone into seclusion. I didn't see him again. Helpless, the people arranged by the Monorigin spirit sect passed the news back to the Monorigin spirit sect and the deputy sect master, Lu Tianfeng. After hearing this news, Lu Tianfeng naturally couldn't be in a good mood. In a gloomy mood, he ordered, "Continue to keep an eye on him. As soon as he appears, immediately contact those God Emperor teachers of Myriad Arts Academy and have them attack and kill Duan Lingtian. I want to see how long he can hide. I don't believe that he can keep his cool." However, in the next few decades, Lu Tianfeng helplessly discovered that Duan Lingtian was really able to keep his cool and did not appear again. It was as though he knew about Lu Tianfeng's plan. He's really able to keep his cool. It seems like I've underestimated him. After a few decades, Lu Tianfeng's desire to kill Duan Lingtian had increased instead of decreasing. It seems like he's preparing for the divine trials in 50 years. Lu Tianfeng was the vice-sect leader of the Monorigin spirit sect after all. No matter how much he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he still retained his rationality. If such a scourge really enters the trial of God, I'm afraid it'll be even harder to kill him when he comes out. Now, unless it's a particularly powerful lower-level God Emperor, it'll be difficult to kill him. He's not even 1,000 years old. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he had already achieved so much. If he was given a few more decades, he might even become a high-level God Emperor. If he entered the trial of gods at that time and obtained some benefits, he might even become a God Emperor. With the cultivation of a middle-level God Emperor, his strength would not be weaker than most lower-level God Emperors. If such a person entered the God Emperor realm, even if he was just a lower-level God Emperor, it would be difficult to find a match for him. I can't let him continue to grow, absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianfeng stood up and left his residence. He went straight to the sect master of the Monorigin spirit sect to explain his apprehension. After listening to Lu Tianfeng's explanation, the sect master of the Monorigin spirit sect's expression turned slightly solemn. A genius who was already standing against the Monorigin spirit sect. Once such a person matured in the future, he would be a great threat to the entire Monorigin spirit sect. That night, the sect master of the Monorigin spirit sect brought Lu Tianfeng, the deputy sect master, to a few other core members of the Monorigin spirit sect for a small meeting. Sect master. One of the deputy sect masters said solemnly, "That Duan Lingtian. Is there any possibility of us making peace with him? A genius like him who has grown to this day and is still alive and kicking isn't easy to kill." Before the sect master of the Monorigin spirit sect could speak, Lu Tianfeng spoke first. "It's impossible to make peace with him. Even if we do, he won't necessarily believe us. Even if he's willing to agree, we don't dare to take the risk. He hasn't matured yet. Once he does, he'll be able to go back on his word. That's a huge threat to our mon-origin divine sect. Therefore, I don't recommend making peace with him. It's best if we find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future trouble. Lu Tianfeng's tone was incomparably cold when he reached the end of his sentence. I think Deputy Sect Master Lu's words make sense as well. The other core members, including the sect master of the mon-origin spirit sect, echoed Lu Tianfeng's words. For a time, this small meeting confirmed the mon-origin spirit sect's attitude toward Duan Lingtian. Kill. They had to kill him at all costs. Sect Master, the other two holy princes should be heading to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace soon, right? Lu Tianfeng asked the sect master of the mon-origin spirit sect. Yes. The sect master of the mon-origin spirit sect replied, it's about time. Otherwise, if we can't gather enough credits, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace won't give us a place to enter. Lu Tianfeng's eyes gleamed when he heard this. Sect Master, after the two holy princes have gathered enough credits, let them see if they can find an opportunity to have a life-and-death battle with Duan Lingtian. If I'm not mistaken, by that time, Duan Lingtian will most likely have entered the stage of a superior divine emperor. Of course, it'll be the kind that hasn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. Lu Tianfeng said, if the two holy princes haven't broken through to the stage of a medium divine emperor, let them suppress their cultivation base for a while. When they have a life-and-death battle with Duan Lingtian, let them break through. At that time, with the holy prince's means, it'll be easy to kill Duan Lingtian. Lu Tianfeng suggested. Of course, the people I find will also find an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. However, I'm afraid that Yang Yuchen will secretly protect Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, even if there are many divine emperors attacking Duan Lingtian won't be in any danger. Therefore, it's safest to let the holy princes sign a life-and-death contract with him and kill him in a life-and-death battle. Moreover, the holy princes will have enough reasons to kill him. After all, he killed 5 people from the mon-origin spirit sect earlier. When he reached the end of his sentence, Lu Tianfeng's eyes began to shine with an incomparably cold light. All right. The sect master of the mon-origin spirit sect pondered for a moment before he nodded. I'll arrange this matter. Originally, they still had to wait for a while before they set off. Now, it seems like it's better to set off earlier. Let them set off for the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in 3 days. 3 days later, at the mon-origin spirit sect's encampment, a divine artifact spaceship broke through space. There were 5 people in the spaceship. There were 2 young men, 2 old men, and a middle-aged man. One of the old men was the vice sect master of the mon-origin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng. Senior Uncle Tianfeng. The handsome young man in a long blue robe looked at Lu Tianfeng and asked bluntly, is that Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace really less than 1,000 years old? Yes. Lu Tianfeng's face was cold earlier, but when the young man asked him the question, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. I can confirm this matter. The people I sent to the lower realm have confirmed it many times. There's no way it's fake. Duan Lingtian came from the mundane realm and is less than 1,000 years old, but he already has everything he has today. Moreover, he has mastered the sword Dao. Even his attainments in the law of space are extraordinary. Lu Tianfeng paused for a moment before he continued, I suspect that he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse who's skilled in the law of space. And that supreme expert's legacy contained his own supreme expert's divinity. I'm guessing that this is the reason why his attainments in the law of space are superior to most god emperors even though he's not even 1,000 years old. In fact, Lu Tianfeng was guessing blindly. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. After all, he had hidden the supreme powerhouse godhead so well that it was impossible for anyone to discover it. Supreme powerhouse godhead? The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Tianfeng's words. That's good stuff. Very few supreme powerhouses' inheritances have left such things behind. Of course. At this time, The other old man who had been silent all this time said, very few supreme powerhouses can leave behind a godhead. Even if they want to leave behind a godhead, they might not succeed. This is why the godhead of a supreme powerhouse is so rare. If you can obtain the supreme powerhouse godhead, even if you haven't come into contact with the supreme powerhouse's law beforehand, you'll be able to comprehend that law in a short period of time. You might even be able to surpass the law you're skilled in a short period of time. If you have the chance to kill him and obtain the supreme powerhouse godhead, it'll be great news for you. Of course, the possibility of this is not high. He might have hidden the supreme powerhouse godhead in his self-destructed spatial ring. If he dies, the supreme powerhouse godhead will disappear into the spatial turbulence along with the spatial ring. Chapter 4135. I heard he has comprehended the sword Tao. Moreover, his attainments in it are extraordinary. Could it be? Could it be the legacy of a supreme powerhouse? The young man asked again. I don't think so. Lu Tianfeng shook his head. His sword Tao originated from his master in a lower realm, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was also a genius in the lower realm. He comprehended the sword Tao on his own. When he was in the mundane realm, he had already mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Tao. He was undefeated in 10,000 battles. Later on, when he came to the Devata realm, he walked his own path of the sword Tao and mastered the true sword Tao. Duan Lingtian's sword Tao originated from him. Lu Tianfeng's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, however, according to the news from the people I sent out, Feng Qingyang might have also obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse since he managed to return alive from one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, the Azura Hell. The Azura Hell. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, the young man and the others present on the scene were shocked. Although they were from the realms of gods, they knew about the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Some of the deadliest places were even used by the Monorigin spirit sect as training grounds for the younger generation. However, there were 3 deadliest places that not many people dared to enter even in the Monorigin spirit sect. It was said that even ultimate gods would not be able to survive if they entered one of the 3 deadliest places. It was said that there were ultimate gods in the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. They might not even be humans. They would kill anyone who trespassed without any reason. They regarded the 3 deadliest places as their territories. The Azura Hell was one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Not only was it a deadliest place for people from the Devata realms, but it was also a deadliest place for people from the realms of gods. Vice Sect Leader Lu, what was Feng Qingyang's cultivation base when he returned alive from the Azura Hell? At this time, even the middle-aged man who had been silent all this while couldn't help but speak. This time, the 2 holy sons of the Monorigin spirit sect were heading to the Wanda Law Palace. The Monorigin spirit sect sent 2 medium-level ultimate gods and a low-level ultimate god to escort them. One of them was Lu Tianfeng while the other was the middle-aged man, one of the 4 great guardians of the Monorigin divine sect. As for the other old man, he was a lower-level ultimate god elder of the Monorigin divine sect. However, he was one of the top 3 lower-level ultimate gods in the Monorigin divine sect. Protector Lang. When Lu Tianfeng looked at the middle-aged man, there was a hint of dread in the depths of his eyes, but on the surface, there was a smile that was uglier than crying. According to the feedback from the people I sent out, that Feng Qingyang had just become a god when he came out of Azura Hell. When I entered, I had yet to become a god. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, the others present couldn't help but be shocked. Without becoming a god, he entered Azura Hell and returned safe and sound? It was said that even an ultimate god would face certain risks if he entered Azura Hell. Yet, Duan Lingtian's master entered without becoming a god and survived? What kind of luck was that? Because of that, I suspect he has obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Lu Tianfeng continued, even the inheritance left behind by a high-level ultimate god may not be able to save his life. Only the inheritance left behind by a supreme expert is possible. After Feng Qingyang came out of Azura Hell, his cultivation base has improved tremendously. It's far from what it used to be. This is also one of the reasons why I suspect he has also obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, the middle-aged man made a guess. Did Feng Qingyang give Duan Lingtian the supreme expert's divinity? Did both of them encounter the same supreme expert's relic? Impossible. Lu Tianfeng shook his head. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the supreme expert's divinity before Feng Qingyang entered Azura Hell. This is because his spatial law had improved tremendously before that. The two of them, master and disciple, should have each obtained the inheritance of the strongest. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, the remaining 4 people looked at each other speechlessly. Was this a joke? The inheritance of a supreme expert was extremely rare. Anyone who could obtain the inheritance of a supreme expert was a person with heaven-defying luck. However, both Duan Lingtian and his master had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. At this moment, they felt that it was unrealistic. Could it be that both of them were favored by the heavens? Vice Sect Leader Lu, do you think the probability of both of them obtaining the inheritance of a supreme expert is high? The middle-aged man asked Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly. Protector Lang, if someone else told me this, would also find it unbelievable. But the problem is, this is a done deal. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't obtain the supreme expert's inheritance, he must have obtained the supreme expert's divinity from somewhere. Otherwise, there's no way to explain his rapid improvement in the law of space. Lu Tianfeng still firmly believed that Duan Lingtian's rapid improvement in the law of space had something to do with the supreme expert's divinity. Otherwise, he couldn't think of anything else other than the supreme expert's divinity that could allow a person less than 1,000 years old to achieve such attainments in the law of space. Not to mention the young geniuses from the giant ultimate god forces, when they were less than 1,000 years old, their attainments in the law of space were far inferior to Duan Lingtian. Even the son of a supreme expert who was less than 1,000 years old could not have Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space. That's true. The middle-aged man nodded when he heard this. He might not have obtained the supreme expert's inheritance. But even if he didn't, the supreme expert's divinity isn't inferior to the other supreme expert's inheritances. Duan Lingtian's luck is unbelievable. Lu Tianfeng nodded in agreement when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible, he had to admit this. Duan Lingtian was a man of great fortune. If he didn't die halfway, he would definitely soar to the sky in the future. And this was what he feared the most. The people he sent to the lower realm had already told him that Duan Lingtian was very protective of his people when he was in the lower realm. If anything happened to the people around him, he would be angrier than if someone offended him. Although Lu Tianfeng and the Mon-Origin Spirit sect could deny Duan Lingtian's actions in the lower realm. However, when Duan Lingtian grew stronger in the future, it wouldn't be difficult to find out the truth. At that time, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect might not be able to shake Duan Lingtian, but it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. He knew very well that once Duan Lingtian had truly grown to a certain extent, the Monarch Spirit sect would definitely hand him over to appease his anger. Therefore, Lu Tianfeng was the person who wanted Duan Lingtian dead the most in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. A supreme expert's divinity. It would be more interesting if there were some stakes in a life-and-death duel. The young man who had taken the initiative to ask about Duan Lingtian was one of the 2 holy sons from the Monarch Spirit sect. At this moment, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Humph. The other young man who had been silent all this while snorted. If you want to bet with him, you have to take out something of equal value. Otherwise, do you think he'll bet with you? That's a supreme expert's divinity, not some random stone. The young man was also a holy prince of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. He used to be a lesser god emperor, but he had successfully advanced to become a lesser god emperor. As for the other young man, he could have broken through recently as well, but he was in no hurry to do so because the Mon-Origin Spirit sect leader had talked to him. Now, he could break through at any time. That's true, the young man in front, who was the only lesser god emperor of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, shook his head. I can't take out something of equal value to a supreme expert's divinity. At this moment, The middle-aged man with the surname Ling smiled faintly and said, "If you can convince Duan Lingtian to bet with you when you have a life-and-death battle with him. You can't take out something of equal value to a supreme expert's divinity, but it's not like the sect can't. Of course, the supreme expert's divinity is a priceless treasure. However, as long as you take out something that's enough to tempt Duan Lingtian, and he thinks he'll definitely win, he might agree. Perhaps he'll only realize how foolish he was when you have a life-and-death battle with him and make a breakthrough." The young man's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. "Don't celebrate too early." Protector Leng continued, "Even if you win and kill Duan Lingtian, the supreme expert's divinity in his hands won't belong to you. It'll belong to the sect. Of course, you can have priority to use it for a while." The young man smiled at Protector Leng's reminder. "Of course, I know that. It's good enough that I have priority. The supreme expert's divinity could help one comprehend the laws of nature. It was useful even for godly venerables. In the Monorigin Spirit sect, although the higher godly venerables were not proficient in the law of space, there were intermediate godly venerables who were proficient in the law of space. Since the supreme expert's divinity had arrived, he would have priority to comprehend it. Of course, if he was the one who won it, then his priority would naturally be ranked at the top. It's best not to complicate matters." Lu Tianfeng frowned and said, "If you mention the supreme expert's divinity, he might not admit it. After all, he agreed to the life-and-death battle with you. He must be confident that he can kill you and survive. Wouldn't he be courting death if he revealed the supreme expert's divinity under such circumstances? Who wouldn't be tempted by the supreme expert's divinity in this world? Therefore, the possibility of Duan Lingtian admitting he has the supreme expert's divinity is almost zero." Chapter 4136. When Lu Tianfeng landed on the ground, everyone fell silent again. That was indeed the case. It seems like there's no other way. The lower god emperor stage monarch holy son of the monarch spirit sect sighed. "I forgot about the consequences of exposing his supreme being godhead." Even the middle-aged man was speechless now. Previously, he had been so excited by the paramount godhead that he had forgotten about it. Although he was not an expert in the law of space, his elder brother, the other guardian of the Monorigin sect, was an expert in it. If the paramount godhead fell into the hands of the Monorigin sect, his elder brother would have the absolute priority to use it. He might even become the strongest person under the greater god realm in the Monorigin sect. "Martial Uncle Tianfeng, do we really have to earn the credits of the Myriad Law Academy? I heard that although it's not much, it's quite troublesome." The lesser god emperor holy son of the Monorigin sect changed the topic and asked. "We have to earn them." Lu Tianfeng said in a low voice, "Don't take any chances. This is also the agreement between the Myriad Arts Academy and the Monorigin Divine Sect. It has always been this way. In the past, there were a few people who didn't earn credits, but they were all denied entry to the Trial of God in the end. The Trial of God is controlled by the Myriad Law Academy. It's up to the Myriad Law Academy to decide who can enter and who can't. I know you've received preferential treatment in the sect, but that's only in the sect. You don't have to keep a low profile in the Myriad Law Academy, but it's best not to be too conceited. Not long from now, the top prodigies of the major god venerable level factions at Myriad Law Academy will be heading there. Even the inheritances of Myriad Law Academy are full of prodigies, and there is no lack of existences that are not weaker than you." While Lu Tianfeng was warning the two of them, Enforcer Leng would also interrupt from time to time, reminding the two of them to focus on completing missions in the Myriad Law Temple before entering the Trial of God. Only after earning enough credits could they do other things. Even if they wanted to challenge the Duan Lingtian, they could only do so after they had accumulated enough credits. This time, even if you can't kill Duan Lingtian, it doesn't matter. Lu Tianfeng continued, "If Duan Lingtian enters the Trial of Gods, as long as he doesn't die inside, when he comes out, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll be a divine emperor. At that time, it will be more difficult than ascending to the heavens for the Monorigin sect to kill him. Of course, if he really enters the God Emperor realm, I won't let him live peacefully. At that time, I'll spread the news that he has the supreme powerhouse divinity. Even if it's not confirmed, people will definitely be tempted. Perhaps, some of the utmost powerful beings will head over to verify this matter. If that Duan Lingtian doesn't cooperate, he'll definitely die if he encounters one or two hot-tempered ultimate experts or their envoys. When that time comes, even the current palace master of Wanlai Palace, Su Baili, won't be able to hold him back. Lu Tianfeng smiled coldly as he finished speaking. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, Protector Leng shook his head. Unless it's confirmed, the utmost powerful beings won't participate. Moreover, if he intentionally hides this matter, no one will dare to verify its authenticity. Also, no one can snatch it. The item is in the self-destructing ring. Even if the utmost powerful beings make a move, they won't be able to retrieve it. If the item is swept into the spatial turbulence, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find it. Protector Leng's words made Lu Tianfeng frown slightly, but in the end, he said, even if the utmost powerful beings don't make a move, someone will definitely take the risk and force him to hand over the item. I don't believe that he can hide in Wanlai Palace forever. Now, there were still a few decades before the opening of the Trial of God. Wanlai Palace welcomed the first batch of top prodigies from heavyweight godly venerable rank forces. The two most outstanding youths of the Mon origin sect's younger generation, two God Emperor holy sons. One was an intermediate God Emperor while the other was a lesser God Emperor. Their arrival naturally caused a huge commotion in the 10,000 Laws Palace. God Emperors who were not even 10,000 years old. Even within the 10,000 Law Palace, such a character could only be found in the legacy branch. At least, that was what most people thought. Junior brother, I was really worried about you when I learned that 5 of our sect members were killed in Wanlai Palace. Fortunately, you're smart and didn't get involved. I've heard about it. Wang Yunsheng and the others are idiots. If they weren't confident, why would they sign a life and death contract with them? The lesser God Emperor holy son of the Mon origin sect, a handsome young man with a hint of evilness, had just arrived at Wanlai Palace when 3 people came knocking on his door. They were the last 3 Mon origin sect disciples in Wanlai Palace before the arrival of the 2 Mon origin sect holy sons. Of course, this was only on the surface. There must be other Mon origin sect disciples hiding their identities in the dark. Senior brother. In front of the young man, the usually arrogant Hu Lanqi was extremely respectful. He was not convinced by Wang Yunsheng, but that did not mean he was not convinced by the young man in front of him. The young man was not much older than him, but he had already entered the lower God Emperor realm. He was only half a step away from the intermediate God Emperor realm. Furthermore, the other party's master and his own master were martial brothers that had become disciples of the same master. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship. This also led to their relationship being quite good. Senior brother, you haven't entered the intermediate God Emperor realm yet? Hu Lanqi asked curiously, but he felt that this was not the case. The young man, who was the Mon origin divine sect's holy son, Meng Yu, didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the 2 people beside Hu Lanqi and said, the 2 of you, go to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and tell me which Celestial Emperor level missions are available. Yes, senior brother Meng. It was not difficult for the 2 of them to guess that Meng Yu had something to say to Hu Lanqi. However, they did not show any dissatisfaction and left one after another. As soon as they left, Meng Yu raised his hand and a formation plate rose into the air. The formation extended and completely covered the courtyard he and Hu Lanqi were in. It isolated sound and divine consciousness from probing. Seeing that Meng Yu had activated the formation, Hu Lanqi's expression suddenly became a little solemn. He knew that his senior brother was definitely going to tell him some secret things. Junior brother. Meng Yu smiled and said, actually, if I wanted to, I would have entered the intermediate God Emperor realm some time ago. The reason I'm still a lower God Emperor is because the sect leader told me not to rush to break through. He hoped that I could provoke the Duan Lingtian to have a death duel with me. Then, would break through during the death duel and kill the Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. Of course, if I didn't have the chance to have a death duel with the Duan Lingtian, I would have broken through on my own before entering the trial ground. Hu Lanqi was enlightened when he heard Meng Yu's words. I see. I knew it. Senior brother, based on the cultivation base you displayed earlier, you should have broken through by now. Hu Lanqi's expression turned solemn again. Senior brother, I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill the Duanling Tian. Recently, he has disappeared without a trace. He should be in secluded cultivation. He wants to take a step forward before entering the divine trial grounds. When we see him again, he will most likely already be a high divine emperor. At that time, he will be able to kill an ordinary intermediate god emperor with his full soul high-grade divine sword. Hu Lanqi glanced at Meng Yu. Although he did not continue, it was not difficult for Meng Yu to guess what he was going to say next. What? Do you think I'm not a match for the Duanling Tian? Hu Lanqi felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. However, despite his embarrassment, he still continued to say, Senior brother, this time, you should have the high soul-grade divine weapon that senior uncle lent you. However, the Life and Death duel in the Myriad Arts Academy's Hall of Life and Death doesn't allow the use of borrowed high soul-grade divine weapons. Of course, I know this. Meng Yu said indifferently, even if I don't have a full soul high-grade divine weapon, I'm confident that I can kill him when he's a higher god emperor when I've just broken through to the intermediate god emperor realm. Even if I've just entered the intermediate god emperor realm, there are very few intermediate god emperors who can be his match. Meng Yu's words were full of confidence. He's just a higher god emperor, what do I have to fear? It's better to be careful. Hu Lanqi smiled bitterly. Although I haven't dealt with him before, I went to watch the death duel between him and Wang Yunsheng. He's not an ordinary god emperor. Even if I look at him from afar, I can feel how dangerous he is. Senior brother, you should know that I'm naturally more sensitive in this aspect. My talent in this aspect has saved my life several times at critical moments. Martial uncle should have mentioned these things to you before. Hu Lanqi's face was full of fear as he spoke. I know this. Meng Yu nodded. However, it's normal for you to feel that he's dangerous. It's abnormal if you don't feel that he's dangerous. You're not even as strong as Wang Yunsheng, let alone someone who can kill Wang Yunsheng and the other intermediate god emperors. If you go up against him, I'm afraid he'll kill you in an instant. Meng Yu's words did not leave Hu Lanqi any face at all. Hu Lanqi was not angry because he was used to his senior brother's straightforwardness. That's true. However, senior brother, it's best to be cautious. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, another few decades had passed. When Duanling Tian walked out of his room, there were only 7 years left before the trial of God opened. 7 years left. Although the breakthrough is slightly later than expected, at least I've broken through. As a higher god emperor, my divine power has transformed, and my strength has improved as well. Now, if I go up against Wang Yunsheng and the other intermediate god emperors again, I can easily defeat them even without the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with confidence. End of this chapter. Chapter 4137. Even if he had not completely stabilized his cultivation base, the increase in his cultivation base was huge. After Duanling Tian stepped into the last realm of the deity emperor realm, the upper deity emperor realm, the divine power in his body had undergone another transformation. The transformation was even greater than the transformation from a lower deity emperor to a middle deity emperor. However, I owe third senior brother a big favor this time. For almost 100 years, Duanling Tian had not earned any cultivation resources. He had been living off his savings. Whatever he could eat had been eaten by him decades ago. The rest was given to him by third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, in the inner palace. According to Yang Yuchen, a person would only have one chance to enter the trial of God in their lifetime. Therefore, he had to do his best to take advantage of it. Although many of the opportunities in the trial of God were not as good as those in the dimensional battlefield, they were still opportunities left behind by omnipotent experts. They were not simple things. Omnipotent experts were the most powerful beings in this world. Even the strongest upper deity was no different from an ant in front of them. It was said that the difference between an upper deity and an omnipotent expert was even greater than the difference between a lower deity and an upper deity. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong a upper deity was, he was nothing in front of an omnipotent expert. An omnipotent expert could not be reached through normal cultivation. It required an opportunity. This opportunity was either comprehending the profundity of the laws to a certain extent or mastering the four Tao of heaven and earth to a certain extent. Moreover, if one possessed the five divine elements and the five divine elements had evolved to their highest form, they could also help a higher ultimate god become an ultimate god. All three paths could lead to an omnipotent expert. Of course, other than these three paths, there might be other paths. However, most people only knew of these three paths. These three paths would lead to becoming an omnipotent expert. The trial of God. Third senior brother said that if I'm lucky, I might be able to completely consolidate my cultivation base as a upper deity emperor and break through to become an emperor god. An omnipotent expert is so powerful. How could he leave behind such a place? Even now, thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. It should be noted that the Myriad Arts Academy was second only to the major forces in the realms of gods. However, even the most outstanding person in the Myriad Arts Academy would not be able to consolidate his cultivation base as a high-level celestial emperor and advance to the celestial emperor realm in such a short period of time, even if the Myriad Arts Academy spared no effort in providing him with resources. However, the utmost powerful beings had such means. There are still 7 years left. In these 7 years, I'll comprehend the laws of space, sword Tao, and control Tao. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian had not given up on comprehending the laws of enlightenment, the sword principle, and the way of control in the past 100 years, he had spent most of his time on cultivation. For the next 7 years, he did not plan to cultivate. He planned to focus on these 3 areas. Any breakthrough in any of these would be a great improvement for him. His strength would also rise to a new level. Currently, he had extremely high attainments in the laws of space, the laws of time, the sword principle, and the way of control. Any breakthrough in any of these areas would be a qualitative change to his strength. For the next 7 years, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in studying the laws of space, the sword principle, and the way of control. Although there was no substantial improvement in the other areas except for the law of space, he still had some insights. As long as he was given more time, there would naturally be substantial improvements in all of them. As for the law of space, since he possessed the godhead of an omnipotent expert, it was a green light for him in this regard. Occasionally, he would encounter some bottlenecks, but after observing some battles between experts who were good at the law of space, he could easily resolve them. Therefore, in the past 6 years, his improvement in the law of space was the greatest. He even had a new breakthrough. With my current attainments in the law of space, it's difficult to find another person below the ultimate god level in the Xiangang land who can surpass me. On this foundation, coupled with the way of control, it's even stronger. Duan Lingtian originally planned to temporarily put aside the law of space for the next year and focus on the sword principle and the way of control. However, after another month of closed-door cultivation, he was awakened by his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Third senior brother, are you looking for me? After Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, he looked at Yang Yuchen in the courtyard and asked with a smile. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled. In another year, the divine trials will be opened. You shouldn't stay in the internal palace to cultivate all day long. Go out for a walk, relax, and relax. As early as a few decades ago, all the major ultimate god forces have sent their strongest young prodigies here. Now, the academy is much more lively than before. As soon as Yang Yuchen said that, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. Have all the young geniuses from the major ultimate gods forces arrived? These people were basically existences who had entered the emperor god realm, and all of them were young people who were not even 10,000 years old. Little junior brother. While Duan Lingtian was still thinking, a pleasant voice was heard. Then, a young girl came to Duan Lingtian's courtyard without any courtesy. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. At this time, Lang Chunwan was staring at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Little junior brother, third senior brother usually doesn't let me go out. This time, he finally let me go out with you. You must take me out for a walk. Otherwise, I can only wait for the divine trials to open before I can go out." As she finished speaking, Lang Chenyuan pouted her little mouth and put on a pitiful look. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he could not help but look at Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen also said helplessly through voice transmission, "This girl will definitely cause trouble whenever she goes out unless I keep an eye on her. Just like the last time, she almost killed a disciple of the legacy who spoke ill of me outside. Last time, someone made fun of her because she was short and only said a few words. After that, she didn't make a move in the academy. Instead, she went out with that person, put him in a sack, and beat him half to death." Last time, as Yang Yuchen mentioned a few cases, Duan Lingtian took another look at his fourth senior sister. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Based on what his third senior brother said, his fourth senior sister was really a troublemaker. "I can't always pay attention to her. Go out with her and keep an eye on her. Don't let her cause trouble." "She still listens to you," said Yang Yuchen. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly to himself. Would his fourth senior sister really listen to him? Usually, he thought that this fourth senior sister was quite good, but when others really angered her, would she really listen to his advice? However, since his third senior brother had said so, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. After Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, left, Duan Lingtian and his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, left the independent realm where the inner palace was located. He did not know that when he and Lang Chunwan left, there were two figures hiding in the dark in the sky, watching them from afar. Lang Chunwan followed by Duan Lingtian's side. She looked around excitedly as though she was a child from the mountains who was entering a city for the first time. She was curious about everything. Duan Lingtian brought Lang Chunwan out. Along the way, they encountered some students from Myriad Law Palace who recognized him. "It's Duan Lingtian. I haven't seen him for a long time." "Yes, I haven't seen him since he killed Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of Mon-Origin Divine Sect, and the others in the Hall of Life and Death." "Who's the young girl next to him?" "I think I've seen her before. She should be a student from Myriad Law Palace as well." Compared to Lang Chunwan, who lived in seclusion and did not cause any trouble in Myriad Law Palace, Duan Lingtian's battle in the Hall of Life and Death had alarmed the entire Myriad Law Palace. At that time, many people had gone to watch in person. Even those who did not go to watch had seen the scene of Duan Lingtian fighting in the Hall of Life and Death through the scryer images recorded by some people through the floating image pearl. It could be said that there were very few people in Myriad Law Palace who did not know of Duan Lingtian's existence. "Little junior brother, why do I feel like they all know you?" Lang Chunwan could not help but frown slightly when she heard the whispers of the passers-by. She was little junior brother's senior sister. But now, these people in Myriad Law Palace did not know her, but knew her little junior brother. What was going on? How long had little junior brother been in Myriad Law Palace, and how long had she been in Myriad Law Palace? These people did not know her, but they knew little junior brother. At this moment, Lang Chunwan could not help feeling a little jealous. "They must have seen my scryer images." Duan Lingtian smiled. It was not difficult for him to guess this. Scryer images? Lang Chunwan was puzzled. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything and told Lang Chunwan about the life and death battle between him and the 5 people of Mon-Origin spirit cult in the Hall of Life and Death. After that battle, there are probably not many people in Myriad Law Palace who do not know me. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard this, giving Duan Lingtian the feeling that she could not wait to challenge someone to a life and death battle. "Little junior brother, didn't you say that there are other people in Mon-Origin spirit cult? Say, if I challenge them to a life and death battle, will they agree?" Lang Chunwan asked. Duan Lingtian felt powerless and helpless when he heard this. Other people in Mon-Origin spirit cult? The remaining 3 people were not even stronger than Wang Yunsheng, who was killed by him. Even if the 2 holy sons of Mon-Origin spirit cult who were god emperors came and joined forces, they would not be a match for his 4th senior sister, Third senior brother Yang Yuchen had told him long ago that his fourth senior sister's cultivation was not low, but her comprehension of profound was also stronger than most high-level god emperors. This kind of high-level god emperor bullied 3 high-level god emperors. Unless their brains short-circuited, they would never agree to a life-and-death battle with his fourth senior sister. What? Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling helpless, his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Her voice was sharp and cold. Chapter 4138. Who's there? Fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's voice had just entered his ears when Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine. 3 murderous intents had locked onto him at the same time. In the next instant, 3 figures suddenly charged out from the surroundings and headed straight for him. There was no warning at all. Duan Lingtian had already seen the 3 of them. However, he had thought that they were passers-by and had brushed past them. He had not expected that when he and fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan had passed by them, the 3 of them had attacked at the same time. The 3 of them were very fast and their divine powers were raging. They were obviously emperor gods. Moreover, they were 3 intermediate emperor gods. Oh no. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the 3 intermediate emperor gods charging towards him. He did not dare to be careless and his divine power swept out from his body. The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand in a flash. Since he had already used the 7 orifices exquisite sword previously, there was nothing to worry about now. Not only that, but a figure also came out from Duan Lingtian's body and stood back to back with him. It was his Space Law doppelganger. The Space Law doppelganger also had a sword that was emitting an awe-inspiring aura in his hand. This sword was not an ordinary upper-grade divine sword that he had used in the past. It was a half-soul upper-grade divine sword that his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had given him. Although its power was not as strong as a full-soul upper-grade divine sword like the 7 orifices exquisite sword, it was still far stronger than an ordinary upper-grade divine sword. However, in the next instant, Duan Lingtian realized that he had worried for nothing. The 3 of them were attacking Duan Lingtian and were extremely close to Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to be killed by the 3 of them, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Those who want to kill my junior brother deserve to die. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian only saw a flash in front of his eyes. After that, the murderous eyes of the 3 people who were originally charging towards him suddenly dimmed, and the luster in their pupils began to dissipate. Whoosh! After the young girl's figure transformed into a silhouette that dispersed, her corporeal figure appeared before Duan Lingtian. On her left hand, there was a claw that fit perfectly with her left hand. It looked very sharp, and its whole body was shining with a strange light. There was a blood-red light flowing on it, as if blood was flowing. Fourth Master Teacher. Just as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to speak, he saw the bodies of the 3 people who were charging towards him being torn apart like pieces of paper. Blood stained the ground. A pile of bloody body parts that were as thin as paper were brought close to Duan Lingtian by inertia. Then, they were directly vaporized by an extremely powerful destructive force. 3 middle-level god emperors had died without leaving behind any corpses. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point the people in the surroundings were unable to react at all. They were still shocked by the fact that the 3 people had tried to kill Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, the 3 people who had just gotten close to Duan Lingtian were directly killed again. The person who had killed them in an instant was not Duan Lingtian, but the girl beside Duan Lingtian. She appeared to be a harmless young girl with a pretty face. However, at this moment, her face was cold and indifferent. Her eyes were flickering with a bloodthirsty luster. She was like an Azura. The destructive force that was radiating from her gave people a suffocating feeling. This is a high-level god emperor? Among the people passing by, there was no lack of god emperors. When they sensed the power and aura that was radiating from the girl, their expressions changed slightly. They had never imagined that this girl who looked so young was actually a high-level god emperor. The 3 people just now seemed to be our teachers from the law school, right? I know one of them. He's my friend's teacher. They actually tried to kill Duan Lingtian just now. Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid of death? Attacking in public in the academy, they will definitely die. Don't tell me they don't know this. This matter is a little strange. Who is this young girl by Duan Lingtian's side? Why is she so strong? Even if it's a high god emperor, it's rare for him to be this terrifying, right? The people passing by all stopped in their tracks. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were full of shock. More people's gazes fell on the girl. This girl was too strong. She looked harmless, but once she exploded, she was like a bloodthirsty Azura. In the blink of an eye, before they could react, the 3 middle-level god emperors of Myriad Law Academy teachers had all died. Teachers from Myriad Law Academy? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Although he had vaguely guessed the identities of these 3 people, he could not help but sigh in his heart when he heard others confirm it. Earlier, Yang Yuchen had told him about this possibility. The Mon-Origin sect had threatened some teachers in Myriad Law Academy to kill him. There were many ways to threaten them. As long as these teachers had people or things they cared about more than their own lives, they would be easily threatened. Whoosh. 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 Moments after Lang Chunwan killed the 3 middle-level god emperors of Myriad Law Academy teachers, swift figures broke through the air and arrived. An old man took the lead and appeared. His speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not even catch a glimpse of his figure. One must know that with his current strength and eyesight, even an ordinary high-level god emperor would find it difficult to reach this step. The person in front of him was obviously stronger than an ordinary high-level god emperor. Perhaps, he was a supreme god. What's going on? The old man looked at the bloodstains on the ground with a gloomy expression. He glanced at the girl in front of Duan Lingtian, and finally his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? He recognized this young man at a glance. It was the monstrous genius whose name had spread throughout the academy 100 years ago. Humph. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Lang Chunwan, whose expression gradually returned to normal, snorted coldly and looked at the old man. Old man, they wanted to kill my little junior brother, but I killed them. You're not convinced? You want to interfere in this matter? Even if I'm not your match, you may not be my 3rd senior brother's match. When Lang Chunwan said this, the old man was first stunned, then his expression changed. The higher divine emperor who looked like a young girl addressed Duan Lingtian as little junior brother. And she said that he was not her 3rd senior brother's match. Duan Lingtian was her junior brother, so her 3rd senior brother was undoubtedly the same person as Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior brother. Their Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen. She's actually Vice Palace Master Yang's junior sister. No wonder, so she's Vice Palace Master Yang's junior sister. I didn't expect Vice Palace Master Yang to have such a junior sister. I've never heard of her before. The Inner Palace branch was too mysterious. Not many people in Myriad Law Academy knew of its existence. After Lang Chunwan entered the Inner Palace branch, she had only left the Inner Palace branch a few times, and each time she did not reveal her identity. Naturally, there were not many people who knew that Yang Yuchen had a junior sister like her. Teacher Yuan. At this time, when a few other figures arrived, a lower god emperor teacher who was passing by greeted the old man in a timely manner. Then, he told the old man in full detail about what had happened earlier. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. The 3 of them joined forces to kill Duan Lingtian. The old man's expression changed, and at the same time, anger rose in his eyes. Recently, he had been patrolling this area. If the 3 of them really succeeded and killed Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. When the patrolling teachers who had followed the old man heard the whole story, their expressions changed as well. 3 teachers of Myriad Law Academy had joined forces to kill Duan Lingtian. Had they gone mad? At this moment, the news spread through the entire Myriad Law Academy at an extremely fast speed through the transmission of messages from the people present. In fact, many people in the 10,000 Arts Academy had learned about Duan Ling Tian's assassination attempt at this moment. Failed? In the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's encampment, Vice Sect leader Lu Tianfeng's expression changed and became extremely unsightly when he received the news from Myriad Art Academy. Before the three of them had made their move, he had already known. For this reason, he had been waiting for the good news to come back. 3 intermediate god emperors had tried to kill Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian only had an ordinary-looking girl by his side. Moreover, no one knew who she was. Under such circumstances, who would think she was a threat? As for investigating the girl, it was naturally inconvenient. If they did, they would definitely alarm Duan Ling Tian. However, what he did not expect was that not only were the people present mistaken, but he had also mistakenly overlooked the girl. The girl was a higher god emperor. Moreover, she was Duan Ling Tian's senior sister and Yang Yuchen's junior sister. She's proficient in the law of destruction and has a full soul high-grade god artifact. She killed 3 intermediate god emperors in half a breath's time? How come I've never heard of Yang Yuchen having such a junior sister before? Does this mean she's also from the Inner Palace Division where Yang Yuchen is? At Lu Tianfeng's level, even if the Inner Palace Division was not well known, he still knew of its existence. At the same time, he also knew that there were not many people in the Inner Palace Division. When Duan Ling Tian had joined Myriad Law Academy, Yang Yuchen had personally invited him. Therefore, he had guessed that Duan Ling Tian had joined the Inner Palace Division. But who would have thought that the 10,000 Laws Palace's Inner Palace would have such a harmless-looking high god emperor, who had ruined his plan? Now that I've failed, it'll be difficult to succeed again. Lu Tianfeng's expression became increasingly gloomy. In the face of the spies planted by Myriad Law Academy, who asked if they should continue to keep an eye on Duan Ling Tian and let the other Myriad Law Academy teachers threatened by them attack when the girl was not by Duan Ling Tian's side, Lu Tianfeng vetoed the idea. There's no need to keep an eye on him anymore. Give up. If we act rashly and alert the enemy, we won't have another chance. Lu Tianfeng was certain that from now on, as long as Duan Ling Tian walked around Myriad Law Academy, the godly venerable teachers in charge of patrolling that area would definitely keep an eye on him and escort him. Under such circumstances, there was no chance of success. Chapter 4139. Lang Chunwan. Duan Ling Tian's 4th senior sister, Yang Yuchen's 4th junior sister. This time, the attack on Duan Ling Tian in Myriad Law Academy made Lang Chunwan famous. It was only at this moment that most people in Myriad Law Academy knew of Lang Chunwan's existence. Even those in the Legacy Division, although they had long known of the existence of Lang Chunwan in the Inner Palace and knew that she was not yet 10,000 years old, they were not too sure of her strength. However, according to past practice, there were no weaklings in the Inner Palace, so they were still mentally prepared for Lang Chunwan's talent and strength. However, even if they were mentally prepared, they still felt that Lang Chunwan, a junior who was not yet 10,000 years old, was at most a middle god emperor. In their Legacy Division, the 2 most outstanding people in the younger generation who were not yet 10,000 years old were the 2 middle god emperors. In their opinion, even if they were not considered the top battle strength of the younger generation in the Xiangang land, they were not far from it. Only those giant godly venerable level forces could possibly have stronger existences. A high god emperor who was not yet 10,000 years old, in the past, in their opinion, such an existence could only exist in the giant godly venerable level forces. However, today, they found out that there was such an existence in Myriad Law Academy. She was from the Inner Palace and was Yang Yuchen's junior sister. Moreover, she had always kept a low profile and had never revealed her strength. Perhaps, if Duan Ling Tian had not been attacked today, she would not have revealed her strength. How laughable, to think that we thought that Duan Ling Tian would become Yang Yuchen's capital after he brought Duan Ling Tian back to Myriad Law Academy. If we really want to talk about capital, his 4th junior sister is his biggest capital. A high god emperor who is not yet 10,000 years old. Moreover, she specializes in the law of destruction, a law that is not weaker than the 4 supreme laws in terms of killing. Moreover, she has already nurtured a full soul high-grade divine weapon. What a monster! It's said that no one in the inner palace is mediocre. I'm convinced. I heard Duan Lingtian address Yang Yuchen as third senior brother, so there are obviously two people before Yang Yuchen. However, I've never heard of those two people, nor have I seen them appear in front of anyone. Since they are ranked before Yang Yuchen, they must be stronger, right? Since he's from the inner palace, it's impossible for us from the lineage of legacy to not know about him, right? I'll have to ask my master about this. I want to ask too. After witnessing the skills of Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan one after another, the people of the House of Legacy could not help but feel shocked when they thought of their ages. In addition, there was also Yang Yuchen in the inner palace. Yang Yuchen was known as the #1 genius of Myriad Arts Academy in the past 100,000 years. At the very least, in the past 100,000 years of Wanda Law Palace, there hadn't been anyone who could achieve achievements comparable to Yang Yuchen's at Yang Yuchen's age, let alone surpassing him. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Lang Chunwan. Yang Yuchen didn't seem to be as good as them when he was their age, right? Doesn't that mean that when they reach Yang Yuchen's age, they'll be more outstanding than Yang Yuchen? In the past, we only knew that there was a Yang Yuchen in the inner palace, but we knew nothing about his senior brothers and senior sisters. Moreover, they seem very mysterious. Even my grandmaster didn't know about them, only that they were also ultimate god experts. Do you think it's possible that they're more outstanding than Yang Yuchen? That's not possible, right? If that's the case, then the inner palace is too heaven-defying, right? In the past, the lineage of legacy's understanding of the inner palace was mostly based on Yang Yuchen's lack of people. Even when Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian to the inner palace, they thought that Yang Yuchen was lucky to have snatched Duan Lingtian from the hands of the major ultimate god-level factions. It was not until Lang Chunwan's appearance that they realized that they had completely misjudged the inner palace. The inner palace was not that simple. It felt like the water was much deeper than they had imagined. There were not many people, but each and every one of them was an elite. Before Yang Yuchen, there were two very mysterious existences. They only knew that there was a first senior sister and second senior brother. As for how strong they were, even the mid-level ultimate god experts in the lineage of legacy were not very clear. Both of them were very mysterious. Senior sister, don't tell me you want to be famous? You're really famous this time. Duan Lingtian continued to take Lang Chunwan around the Myriad Art Academy. At the same time, he glanced at the group of Myriad Art Academy students who had come to join in the fun and see Lang Chunwan. He smiled and said to Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She seemed to enjoy it very much. Really? Then, am I more famous than you now, junior brother? Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Senior sister, you're a high-level supreme god emperor. In their eyes, I'm only a mid-level supreme god emperor. Even the high-grade full-soul divine weapon in my hand was nurtured by someone else. Unlike you, senior sister, who nurtured a high-grade full-soul divine weapon on your own. Duan Lingtian said. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lang Chunwan shook her head and said, My high-grade full-soul divine weapon was not nurtured by myself. First senior sister gave it to me when I just broke through to the divine emperor realm. I heard from her that she obtained it by killing a mid-level supreme god. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. In fact, he had been wondering if his fourth senior sister's high-grade full-soul divine weapon was nurtured by herself, because it did not look like it. That high-grade full-soul divine weapon gave him the feeling that it was not any weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. An ordinary high-level supreme god would not be able to nurture a high-grade full-soul divine weapon to such an extent. For example, when he fought against the Mon-Origin sect in the Hall of Life and Death 100 years ago, his teacher, Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty at that time, displayed a high-grade full-soul divine weapon that was much weaker. Also, when the deputy leader of the Mon-Origin sect, Lu Tianfeng, visited him, the high-grade full-soul divine weapon of his female disciple was also ordinary. She killed a mid-level supreme god? Although Duan Lingtian had already vaguely sensed that his first senior sister, whom he had never met, was very powerful, he could not help but be shocked when he heard that she had killed a mid-level supreme god. Moreover, according to his fourth senior sister, her first senior sister had given her the divine weapon when she had just broken through to the divine emperor realm. In other words, that was a very long time ago. At least a few thousand years ago. A few thousand years ago, his first senior sister could already kill a mid-level supreme god? She must be much stronger now, right? Although a few thousand years was extremely short for an ultimate god and it was difficult for them to improve, that was only for ordinary people. His first senior sister was from the internal palace, which meant that she was not a mediocre person. Even if she was an ultimate god, she would definitely improve in a few thousand years. It was just a matter of how much she improved. Duan Lingtian had already learned from Yang Yuchen that there had never been an ultimate god or a teacher in the internal palace. Those who entered the palace first were his senior brothers and senior sisters. As for the fact that Yang Yuchen asked him to pull Yi Chenfeng into the inner palace as the fourth brother, it was only a joke. In the internal palace, the order of entry was based on the order of entry. When Yang Yuchen first entered the internal palace, his current first senior sister was not the first senior sister, but the third senior sister. It was only when the first two senior brothers died that the third senior sister became the first senior sister. As for Yang Yuchen, he had also become the third junior brother from the fifth junior brother in the beginning. He also became the third senior brother of those who entered the internal palace later. When the internal palace was first established, it was not like this where there was a master and disciple division. However, after a reform, it was passed down in this way. Senior brothers and senior sisters were actually no different from ultimate gods. They would do their best to help you. For example, according to Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, the current first senior sister was not only a great help to his fourth senior sister, but also to him and his second senior brother. Of course, in the internal palace, only those who stayed in Wanfa Palace could become the leader of the internal palace. The leader position used to belong to first senior sister. However, not long after third senior brother Yang Yuchen entered the sect, eldest senior sister saw that he couldn't stay in the inner palace and kept running out to hang out with the disciples. Therefore, she passed the position of leader to him. She herself had left the inner palace. Second senior brother also left the internal palace after that. At this time, only Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan were left in the internal palace. Until his arrival, the internal palace was revitalized. Along the way in Wanfa Palace, Lang Chunwan, who was next to Duan Lingtian, attracted a lot of attention. In the beginning, Lang Chunwan enjoyed it very much. However, later on, she did not enjoy it and even felt annoyed. She felt like she was being stared at like a monkey. Little junior brother, let's go back. There were many times when Lang Chunwan wanted to get angry and scold the people who came to see her, but she was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Gradually, Lang Chunwan lost her patience. Okay. Duan Lingtian could also see that his fourth senior sister was now at her limit. If this continued, he was afraid he could not control her. When that time came, she would not kill anyone, but it was still possible to cripple 2 or 3 people. When Duan Lingtian brought Lang Chunwan back to the internal palace, the old man looked at the old man. In the sky, the old man glanced at the young man beside him and smiled faintly. Your little junior brother is much more authoritative than you in front of your fourth junior sister. That's not authoritative. The young man glanced at the old man. It's fourth junior sister who thinks she should act like a senior sister in front of her little junior brother. I say, did you ask me to bring her out with little junior brother so that she can kill those people who were threatened? Yes, the old man replied. No matter what, they are still teachers of the academy. They definitely didn't do it willingly. I can't bear to do it. When the old man said this, the young man shook his head and said, if you can't bear to do it, you can let someone else do it. In my opinion, you asked my fourth junior sister to do it because you want to attack the legacy branch, right? Sometimes, I even suspect. Are you from the inner palace, a spy in the lineage of legacies? Chapter 4140. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have such a senior sister. A few years ago, the Monorigin Spirit Sect's holy son, Meng Yu, had completed enough missions and obtained enough credits to enter the trial grounds of God. Over the past few years, he had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out so that he could provoke him into a battle of life and death. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would indeed come out and be attacked by the God Emperor teachers of Myriad Law Academy under threat of the Monorigin spirit sect. However, he did not survive because of the intervention of Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. Instead, it was his senior sister who made a move. Lang Chunwan, less than 10,000 years old, a higher God Emperor. Previously, even the teachers and students of Myriad Law Academy were unfamiliar with Lang Chunwan. Even among the legacies, very few people knew of Lang Chunwan's existence. However, this time, Lang Chunwan had displayed her strength and forcefully crushed 3 God Emperor teachers of Myriad Law Academy. This had shocked everyone in Myriad Law Academy. Only then did they know that Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, had such a junior sister. A higher God Emperor less than 10,000 years old. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, such an existence has only appeared a few times, right? It's said that not only is she less than 10,000 years old, but she might even be less than 6,000 years old. Less than 6,000 years old? That can't be, right? Lang Chunwan feels even more monstrous than Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen back then. Duan Lingtian is about the same. Lang Chunwan's fame spread throughout Myriad Law Academy. The hearts of the people from the various heavyweight forces, the group of young geniuses who were originally extremely arrogant, sank like water. There's such an existence in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Originally, I thought that since we were middle God Emperors, we would be the strongest group of people who entered the trial grounds of God. The others would at most be evenly matched with us. But now, there's a Lang Chunwan. The Myriad Arts Academy has always been mysterious. First, there was Yang Yuchen, then there was Duan Lingtian, and now there's Lang Chunwan. Moreover, none of them are mediocre. During this trip to the Divine Trials, I only hope that I don't encounter her. Otherwise, no matter how good the opportunity is, it will probably be taken away by her. According to what I know, the Trial of Gods is extremely vast, and there are many new identities in there. It won't be easy to meet her. If you really do meet her, run. Trying to snatch the opportunity from her is simply courting death. If she didn't have a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul, I would still be able to fight her. But now, I don't have the desire to fight her. During this trip to the trial grounds of God, the various major forces' ultimate God prodigies were complacent. They felt that there were not many people who could compare to them, and that they would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the trial grounds of God. But now, the appearance of Lang Chunwan was like a basin of cold water splashed on their heads, completely waking them up. It turned out that there was such an existence in Myriad Law Academy. This person was no weaker than the most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation of those giant ultimate God forces. The Myriad Law Academy was in an uproar because of Lang Chunwan. In the distant Monorigin Divine Sect, Vice Sect leader Lu Tianfeng also heard of Lang Chunwan's existence. Although he was surprised by Lang Chunwan's strength, he was more annoyed by Saint Mengyu's cowardice. Mengyu did not provoke Duan Lingtian and challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-and-death battle as planned. What the hell is he doing? Lu Tianfeng was a little angry. If the other party was a saint of his faction, he would have already sent a message to curse him. Even so, he still sent a message to ask, why didn't you provoke Duan Lingtian and challenge him to a life-and-death battle? Do you know? Once he enters the trial grounds of God, he might advance further and become an emperor god. At that time, you might not be his opponent. Mengyu did not care about Lu Tianfeng's message. He was even a little annoyed by Lu Tianfeng's tone. After all, his great-grandfather was not any weaker than Lu Tianfeng. Vice Sect leader Lu, I didn't find a chance. Mengyu replied faintly and did not pay attention to Lu Tianfeng anymore. However, was this really the truth? Of course not. The reason Mengyu did not provoke Duan Lingtian was that Lang Chunwan was by Duan Lingtian's side. When he found out about Lang Chunwan's strength, he also heard some news that Lang Chunwan had appeared in front of others before. However, at that time, no one knew her identity and strength. There were a few times when a few people offended her. In the end, they either did not end well or were almost crippled. If there were only one or two of these incidents, it could be said that it was a coincidence. However, after so many times, who would believe that it was a coincidence? That Lang Chunwan is obviously a vengeful person. If I target Duan Lingtian, even if I kill Duan Lingtian, I might be killed by him when I just left Myriad Arts Academy. Although I can find someone to pick me up. If I can find someone, can't Lang Chunwan find someone? For example, she and Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, are medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen is only their third senior brother. Before their third senior brother, they're still eldest senior brother, eldest senior sister, second senior brother, or second senior sister. If they're ranked before Yang Yuchen, they might be stronger than Yang Yuchen. Both of them might be higher godly venerables. If I really kill Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I'll die. It was also because of this that Meng Yu thought of retreating and did not look for Duan Lingtian again to provoke Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had killed their Monorigin spirit sect's holy son, Wang Yunsheng, which was equivalent to offending Wang Yunsheng's faction and the entire Monorigin spirit sect. If the Monorigin spirit sect had the chance, they would definitely not let Duan Lingtian go. However, as long as Duan Lingtian stayed in Myriad Arts Academy and did not leave, the Monorigin spirit sect could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. However, it was different for him. He was now in Myriad Arts Academy's territory. Even if he could leave Myriad Arts Academy safely, he might not be able to return safely. It was unlikely that Myriad Arts Academy's higher ultimate gods would personally take action for him and travel thousands of miles to Myriad Arts Academy to escort him back. Moreover, even if they really wanted to come, there would at most be one. However, would a higher ultimate god really be able to bring him back safely? After all, Duan Lingtian still had two senior brothers and senior sisters who were very likely stronger than Yang Yuchen. One of them might even be a higher ultimate god, even if there weren't. With a few medium ultimate gods together and the palace master of Myriad Arts Academy's higher ultimate god, it would not be difficult to kill him. Perhaps the palace master of Myriad Arts Academy would not make a move openly, but it was possible for him to change his identity and make a move. There were often people from the Monorigin spirit sect who did such things. Even if the other party was suspicious, what could they do? Even if you record a scryer image, it's not me in it. Looks like me? Sorry, if it doesn't look like me, then it's not me. Duan Lingtian's backer is too strong. I can't afford to offend him, but I can hide. Next, I'll break through to the medium divine emperor realm and familiarize myself with it. It won't be long before I enter the trial grounds. As the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son, Meng Yu was not a fool. He knew he could not do it, so he stopped in time. He did not care about what others thought. Even if he had to suffer punishment from the Monorigin spirit sect because of this, he would accept it. It's better for me to control my own life in my own hands. The realm battlefield. Boom. Boom. Two incomparably huge figures crossed the sky as though two gods had descended from the heavens. They were majestic and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Currently, these two were chasing after a young man who was fleeing in the distance. The young man was dressed in a long green robe. He had a sturdy build and a handsome face. Facing the two chasing after him, his expression was calm and emotionless. This place should be enough. The sturdy young man looked around and saw that there was not a trace of human habitation in the surrounding area. Moreover, the spiritual energy was so thin that even if he wanted to recover temporarily, he would not choose such a place. Thinking of this, the sturdy young man stopped and turned around to face the two figures who were rapidly approaching him. Boy, hand over what you have obtained from the secret realm and we'll spare your life. The two incomparably huge figures were at least 100 meters tall. They had a domineering aura as they crossed the sky, causing the void to tremble and the space of the realm battlefield to sway. One could see how powerful they were. Both of you are medium ultimate gods. Do you think you can kill me? The sturdy young man smiled faintly. Then, with a sway of his body, he transformed into a giant that was more than 100 meters tall. His aura changed abruptly as though he had transformed into another person. This place is the burial ground I've found for both of you. You have to like it whether you like it or not. As the sturdy young man smiled faintly, his body shone with a dazzling golden light that seemed to be able to illuminate thousands of miles. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a golden scorching sun. The two giants' pupils shrank sharply as they saw the scene in front of them. Their expressions changed drastically. The power of the law illuminates thousands of miles. The power of the law illuminates thousands of miles. It was a sign that one's profundity was close to perfection. Generally, those who had mastered the power of law were upper-level ultimate gods. Even ordinary upper-level ultimate gods rarely mastered the power of law to such a level. Run. The two did not even need to communicate. In the next moment, they split up and fled, turning into two rapid streams of flowing light. Ha! Since you're here, there's no need to leave. The sturdy young man laughed. Then, he clenched one hand into a fist and the other hand into a palm. He threw out a palm strike with a domineering aura and chased after the two who were fleeing madly. If first senior sister finds out that two ordinary medium ultimate gods can escape from me, she'll laugh at me for a long time. Chapter 41-41. The two mid-level ultimate gods fled in different directions. They did not even dare to look back. Their breaths were in a mess and their nerves were tense. They were worried that the expert with the power of law would chase after them. When they sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation coming from behind them, their expressions changed greatly. How unlucky. Was he really coming after them? Bang! An incomparably huge fist flashed through the void. As the fist landed, a terrifying power of law condensed, smashing down like a setting sun. In the next moment, a mid-level ultimate god took out his full-soul high-grade divine weapon to block the attack. The light on his body was extinguished inch by inch. In just 3 breaths, the mid-level ultimate god let out a mournful cry. Can you let me know who you are before you die? A mid-level ultimate god with the power of law shining over millions of miles. Even in the realm of gods where he was from, there were only a handful of such geniuses and each of them was famous. He even knew about the people from the plains of gods and the mystic star land. However, not a single one of those people had such an appearance. He was certain. The other party was not in disguise. Therefore, he concluded that the other party was a low-key mid-level ultimate god from the Xiangang land. Although his strength was amazing, he was not famous. Before he died, he really wanted to know who the other party was. This way, he could die with peace of mind. In the next moment, the young man's voice transmission rang in his ears. I'm Hongifeng from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace. As soon as the burly young man finished speaking, the gigantic fist that fell from the sky like a meteor instantly blew up the mid-level ultimate god in despair. The mid-level ultimate god exploded. He turned into a mist of blood and scattered in the air. Only a full-soul high-grade divine weapon was left. To be precise, it was a full-soul high-grade divine weapon whose soul had been annihilated along with its owner. Boom! On the other side, after killing a mid-level ultimate god with a punch, another mid-level ultimate god was also killed by the burly young man's palm. He followed in his companion's footsteps. 2 medium-level ultimate gods had fallen in the blink of an eye. Eldest senior sister and third junior brother were right. Mastering the way of control and mastering the embryonic form of the way of control are 2 completely different concepts. The difference is too big. The robust young man was precisely the second senior brother of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace, Hongifeng. After he muttered in a low voice, his brows raised, and then he transformed into a golden ray of light that fled 5 million kilometers away. At the same time, 2 incomparably large giants that seemed to hold up the sky shone with dazzling light where he had been standing. Everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers could vaguely see them. Is that an ultimate god expert? 2 medium-level ultimate gods. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, everyone, whether they were in the wilderness or in the barracks, had their eyes fixed on the 2 giants in the distance. In the next instant, they heard the 2 giants let out unwilling roars. Then, with a loud crash, they fell. 2 mid-level ultimate gods have fallen. This strange phenomenon also shocked everyone who saw it. Some of the experts even started to fly towards the place where the 2 mid-level ultimate gods had fallen. Who died? 2 medium-level ultimate gods fell at the same time. Was it a high-level ultimate god? Which high-level supreme god did it? Not long after, more than a dozen people gathered at the remote place where the 2 mid-level ultimate gods had fallen. These dozen or so people had come alone. Each of them hovered in the void. Even though they did not use their powers, the void around them trembled as though it had sensed a great threat. It's not an ultimate god from the mysterious Gang land. The higher-level supreme god of the Xiangang land who was present grinned. I wonder who did it. It's obvious that they didn't give the other party a chance to call for help. The high-level ultimate gods from the other realms of gods who were present did not look too good. At that moment, some people even wondered who the 2 medium-level ultimate gods that had been killed were. Although the 2 of them were already dead, and not even their bodies were left behind, it was not difficult to determine who had died through the voice transmission from afar. At this moment, the high-level ultimate gods from the mysterious Gang land were either laughing or trying to stifle their laughter. On the other hand, the high-level ultimate gods from the other realms of gods did not look too good. Of course, the high-level ultimate gods from the mysterious Gang land were not worried that the other party would dare to make a move. Even if they were no match for the other party, it would not be difficult for them to escape with their strength. Is the mysterious Gang land so unruly now? The realm of gods that intersected with the mysterious Gang land to form the battlefield was called the Pilgrimage Grounds. At this moment, a high-level ultimate god from the Pilgrimage Grounds said with a gloomy expression, "Let's not talk about those below the ultimate god level for now." Above the ultimate god level? Everyone has a tacit understanding that high-level ultimate gods will not kill low-level ultimate gods unless they have a death wish. Isn't it a little too much for a high-level ultimate god from the mysterious Gang land to kill 2 mid-level ultimate gods from the Pilgrimage Grounds? The high-level ultimate god of the Pilgrimage Grounds was a tall old man wearing a loose fiery red robe. As he stood there, his red robe fluttered in the wind as if it was burning. Not only that, one could feel the rolling heat waves from his body even from a distance. He was a high-level ultimate god who was skilled in the law of fire. A high-level ultimate god from the mysterious Gang land laughed. Old man Zhu, it's best if you don't know what's going on. Are you so sure that the person who killed the 2 mid-level ultimate gods from the Pilgrimage Grounds is a high-level ultimate god? Use your divine consciousness to search for traces of their deaths. Can't you tell the difference between a high-level ultimate god and mid-level ultimate god's divine energy? Under normal circumstances, it was permissible to kill each other in the realm battlefield. However, since godly venerable gods were rare in any realm of gods, godly venerable gods had formed a tacit agreement with each other. High-level ultimate gods usually would not fight with low-level ultimate gods. For example, high-level ultimate gods would not attack mid-level ultimate gods and mid-level ultimate gods would not attack low-level ultimate gods. Over the years, it had formed a tacit understanding that not many people would easily break. They knew very well how difficult it was for a person to cultivate to the level of an ultimate god. Other than a few high-level ultimate gods who were alone, most high-level ultimate gods had descendants of mid-level ultimate gods or low-level ultimate gods. Naturally, they did not want their descendants to be killed by the enemy's high-level ultimate gods. As soon as the Xiangang Grounds higher supreme god spoke, the faces of the Pilgrimage Grounds higher supreme gods changed after they scanned the area with their divine consciousness, except for a few higher supreme gods who had already discovered something. It's a mid-level ultimate god. And it's a mid-level ultimate god who's skilled in the law of metal. Just now, this area was filled with a golden light that covered millions of miles. The law energy illuminated millions of miles, but it's not a high-level ultimate god? Is there a mid-level ultimate god in the mysterious Gang land who's skilled in the law of metal that can illuminate millions of miles? I know of a few mid-level ultimate gods in the mysterious Gang land who can illuminate millions of miles, but none of them are skilled in the law of metal. Is it a mid-level ultimate god from the mysterious Gang land? While the group of high-level supreme gods in the Pilgrimage Grounds were discussing this matter, the group of high-level supreme gods in the mysterious gang grounds had also noticed this problem. A mid-level ultimate god who's able to illuminate millions of miles with the law of metal. Do you know who it is? I don't know. I've never heard of such a person in the mysterious gangland. I didn't expect such a powerful mid-level ultimate god to be hidden in the mysterious gangland. I wonder when he'll enter the level of a high-level ultimate god. With his attainments in the law, his combat strength will be able to crush any ordinary high-level ultimate god once he enters the level of a high-level ultimate god. No matter what, this is a good thing for the mysterious gangland. The group of high-level ultimate gods came to join in the fun and left one after another. No one wanted to fight, as it would be a crisis for any of them if a fight broke out under such circumstances. Anyone who was unlucky enough to be killed by a few high-level ultimate gods would be in danger of dying. Under such circumstances, it was better to keep a low profile. However, as the group of high-level ultimate gods left, the news of a mid-level ultimate god in the mysterious gangland who had mastered the law of metal to the point of illuminating millions of miles began to spread in the planar battlefield. As for the person involved, Hong Yifeng, no one knew where he had gone. The mysterious gangland. The Myriad Arts Academy. The Inner Palace. Fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan, who had gone out with Duan Lingtian this time, was no longer looking forward to going out like before. She even wanted to never go out again. This was because she was tired of being stared at. Little junior brother, aren't you annoyed? What are those people looking at? Are they looking at monkeys? Lang Chunwan looked at Duan Lingtian with some resentment. If it were up to me, I'd scare them so they wouldn't dare to follow us and watch us. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Fourth senior sister, didn't you say you wanted to be famous like me? Now that you're famous, they've all come to see what you look like and recognize you. Why are you unhappy? Now, Duan Lingtian finally knew why his third senior brother, Yang Yuqin, said this fourth senior sister was difficult to serve. Women were fickle. However, this was the first time he had seen one so fickle. In any case, I don't like them following me and staring at me, Lang Chunwan said grumpily. Then, she said in a lecturing tone, little junior brother, there's nothing interesting outside. You should stay with me and cultivate well. You can go out when the trial of God opens. I don't want to go out. If you go out alone, there might be some blind people who will attack you. Myriad Arts Academy's broken rules are unreliable. Chapter 41-42. The Myriad Law Academy was as peaceful as ever. For ordinary students, although they knew about the existence of the trial grounds, they also knew that it had nothing to do with them. It was a stage for the most outstanding young generation of the Myriad Arts Academy and the Xiangang Land's major ultimate gods forces. Moreover, it was said that the Myriad Law Academy did not have many places left. Of course, some of the places in the Myriad Law Academy could be fought for, except for the students from the heavyweight ultimate god forces. However, there were only so many places. Without enough strength, it was impossible to fight for them. As for the 80 places for the heavyweight ultimate god forces, it was up to them to divide them. In recent decades, the outstanding geniuses of the heavyweight ultimate god forces had arrived one after another. Basically, those who came later had accumulated enough points. Those who came later had basically entered the Emperor God realm. Even the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion, which only recruited female disciples, had a few young Emperor gods. One of them was even Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance, Tuoba Xiu. She was a disciple of the Yuan clan of the former 7 prefectures. She was also the strongest female cultivator in the 7 prefectures banquet that Duan Lingtian had participated in and won first place. Although she did not make it into the top 3, no one underestimated her strength. Moreover, it was said that she was much younger than those who ranked ahead of her, except for Duan Lingtian. After the 7-mansion feast, Tuoba Xiu was taken away by people from the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, a heavyweight ultimate god sect in the Xiangang land, before she could return to the Yuan clan in the Netherworld mansion. At that time, Tuoba Xiu was facing a certain crisis. A group of emperor gods had gathered to kill her. Although she had many emperor gods protecting her, she was still in danger. At the critical moment, a high-level emperor god from the Ni Changfeng Pavilion came and took her away. After Tuoba Xiu went to the Ni Changfeng Pavilion, she became a disciple of an ultimate god. Although the ultimate god's cultivation level was ordinary and she was only a newly promoted mid-level ultimate god, her position in the Ni Changfeng Pavilion was extremely high. That was because her master was a high-level supreme god of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as Tuoba Xiu entered the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, she already had a high-level supreme god as her grandmaster. Because of this, she was treated very well even though she had just entered the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to become a celestial emperor in just 100 years. Now, Tuoba Xiu was already a lower god emperor. At the same time, she had also come to Myriad Law Palace and had accumulated enough academic credits. She was qualified to enter the trial grounds of God. Of course, whether they could enter the trial grounds in the end would depend on the competition with other heavenly prodigies from other godly venerable level factions. Junior sister Xiu, you and that Duan Lingtian both came from the 7 prefectures and participated in the 7 prefectures feast together. Are you familiar with him? Recently, Tuoba Xiu had come to Myriad Law Academy with 3 other disciples of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. They were the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. 2 middle god emperors and 1 lower god emperor. Right now, the person who had come to Tuoba Xiu's residence and was chatting with Tuoba Xiu was one of Tuoba Xiu's disciples, a mid-god emperor. Senior sister, I am not familiar with him. Tuoba Xiu gently shook her head. Her eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. Originally, she thought that with the extraordinary treatment she received in the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, she would be able to catch up with him or even surpass him. She did not expect that in the end, she would still be inferior to him. Although he had not entered the Divine Emperor realm and was not even a middle god emperor, he had once killed the Monorigin Divine Sect's holy son, Wang Yunsheng, and 4 other young prodigies of the Monorigin Divine Sect. As a middle god emperor, his strength was not weaker than most lower god emperors. Moreover, that was a matter of 100 years ago. Now, his cultivation had most likely already stepped into the realm of upper god emperor. His strength was definitely even stronger. I heard that he is only slightly over 800 years old, not even 900 years old. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion disciple who was talking to Tuoba Xiu was a young lady. She had a graceful figure and a pretty face. When she mentioned Duan Lingtian, her eyes shone with curiosity. Ever since she was born, she had grown up in the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Although she had gone out to train and met some men, she felt that those men were not even comparable to her. She did not even feel that she was inferior to the male prodigies of the major ultimate god's forces. There was almost no one who could convince her. As for the major ultimate god's forces, there were many young prodigies who were around the same age as her and stronger than her. However, she was not convinced by them. She felt that they were stronger than her because they had enjoyed better resources since they were young. However, Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Art Academy was different. Duan Lingtian had a humble background. He had walked out of the mundane realm and relied on himself all the way. He was not even 1,000 years old, yet he was able to achieve what he had today. It could be said that he was extremely monstrous. In her opinion, only such a man was worthy of her. She was moved by a man for the first time. Even though she had not seen him in person, she had only seen him through the floating image pearl. The information from the pavilion should not be wrong, Tuoba Xiu said. At the same time, her gaze became more and more complicated. She had thought that Duan Lingtian was less than 3,000 years old, but she did not expect that he was less than 1,000 years old. Junior sister Xiu. The girl who was chatting with Tuoba Xiu was the #1 young prodigy of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Tianjiao. She smiled and asked Tuoba Xiu, Duan Lingtian is so outstanding. Are you moved by him? If you are moved by him, I will not fight with you. Hearing Zhang Tianjiao's words, Tuoba Xiu's heart shook imperceptibly. She then shook her head and said, Senior sister, what are you saying? I have only seen him a few times. How can I be moved by him? Thinking of the information collected by the pavilion about Duan Lingtian in the lower secondary realm, Tuoba Xiu sighed. It turned out that he already had a family. He had a son and a daughter, and 2 wives, junior sister Xiu. If you are not interested in him, then I will take him. Zhang Tianjiao smiled again. Her smile was even more brilliant, as if Duan Lingtian was already in her bag. Senior sister. Tuoba Xiu smiled bitterly and said, didn't you read all the information collected by the pavilion? He already has a family in the lower secondary realm. He has 2 wives and many close female friends. Moreover, his 2 wives have already given birth to children for him. Tuoba Xiu thought that her senior sister did not know about Duan Lingtian's situation. Who would have thought that Zhang Tianjiao did not care at all when she heard Tuoba Xiu's words? I have read all the information about him, including the fact that he has a family. But so what? I, Zhang Tianjiao, am not an ordinary woman. Ordinary women only have a short lifespan of a few decades. It is normal for them to be jealous in such a short lifespan. But for cultivators like us, as long as we continue to be strong, our lifespan can be as short as tens of thousands of years. So what if he has a few more women? Even if a weak man only loves me, Zhang Tianjiao, I will still disdain him. Zhang Tianjiao's words didn't conceal the slightest bit of her tolerance of Duan Lingtian already having a family. Tuoba Xiu was stunned when she heard this. Her heart was in turmoil. She felt that her senior sister's words made sense. Even if a weak man only loved her, she might not take a liking to him. Up until now, the only man who could arouse her feelings of adoration was Duan Lingtian alone. Senior sister, if that's the case, why are you still considering me? Tuoba Xiu asked. Earlier, her senior sister had told her that if she was interested in Duan Lingtian, she would not fight with her for Duan Lingtian. When Zhang Tianjiao heard this, she smiled nonchalantly and said, I'm just worried that you won't be willing to share a husband with me, junior sister Xiu. If you don't mind, I have no objections. Senior sister, Tuoba Xiu was a little speechless and a little helpless. Why didn't she see that her senior sister, who was usually like an ice beauty outside, had such a side to her? Hee. Junior sister Xiu, I'm serious. Don't miss out on such a good man. Zhang Tianjiao chuckled. Days passed by. The number of people who would head to the trials of God was also slowly decided. There were a total of 100 slots to enter the trial of God. 10 of them were from the 10,000 Arts Academy. 8 of them were from the Legacy Progeny, and 2 were from the Internal Palace Progeny. Under normal circumstances, the Legacy Progeny would have 9 slots and the Internal Palace Progeny would have 1 slot. However, when the trial of God opened 10,000 years ago, the Internal Palace Progeny did not occupy any slots, and the Legacy Progeny took away 10 slots. This time, they were merely returning the slots that they had taken away previously. Naturally, even if no one from the Internal Palace Progeny entered the trial of God for 2 consecutive 10,000 years, they would not be able to accumulate 3 slots. At most, they would be able to accumulate 2 slots. The Legacy Progeny did not have any objections to this. As for the remaining 10 slots of the 10,000 Arts Academy, they would be fought for by all the prodigies under the age of 10,000. Even those from the Legacy Progeny who did not obtain a slot could fight for these 10 slots. Of course, prodigies from the Legacy Progeny who were above the Emperor God level were not allowed to fight for these 10 slots. Unless all the internal slots were occupied by Emperor God level prodigies. Once the 10,000 Arts Academy's 20 slots were decided, the other heavyweight ultimate god forces also decided on the other 80 slots through their own methods. Some heavyweight ultimate god forces obtained 7 or 8 slots, while others only obtained 3 or 4 slots. Of course, any heavyweight ultimate god level force would have at least 3 quotas. The 3 spots were fixed. There was no need to compete. If not, how could those heavyweight ultimate god forces who did not have any outstanding prodigies among the younger generation be willing to accept this? On the day before the opening of the Divine Trial Grounds, a loud and clear voice spread throughout the entire Myriad Arts Academy in a timely manner. At noon tomorrow, all those who have obtained a slot to enter the trial of God are to gather at the central square. Chapter 41-43. Duan Lingtian was in the independent dimension of the inner palace branch, so he naturally couldn't hear the voice that had spread throughout Myriad Arts Academy. However, when Yang Yuchen returned to the inner palace branch and personally told him about this matter, he found out about the gathering tomorrow. Third senior brother, we're going in directly tomorrow? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded and smiled. Tomorrow is the day the trial of God opens. When he finished speaking, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and became somewhat solemn. Little junior brother, after entering the trial of God, don't trust anyone. Even if you meet someone who says she's your fourth senior sister, don't believe her before she's completely confirmed. Also, in the trial of gods, once you die, you'll truly die, even if your identity and face in there isn't your own. Inside, opportunities are important, but the most important thing is still your life. The trial of God will last for 3 years. During these 3 years, there's no need to cultivate and improve. What you need to do is to travel everywhere and look for opportunities. If you meet anyone who blocks your way, don't hold back. Just kill them. Among them, most of them aren't the people who are participating in the divine trial with you. They are all illusions created by the strongest. You can't tell that they are illusions. Of course, they might not be humans but other races. In short, when you're inside, be careful. Now, Yang Yuchen could be said to be earnestly and patiently explaining all this to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken. At the same time, he faintly realized that when Yang Yuchen told him last time about entering the trial of God, it might not be his own words. At the same time, he also realized that there should be many humans and other life forms in the trial of God. However, apart from the people who were entering the trial of God with him this time, the other humans and life forms were all illusions created by ultimate powerhouses. Furthermore, from what his senior brother said, it was impossible to tell whether those people were fake or not. In other words, I have to be careful of anyone I meet in there. The people I met could have been people who participated in the divine trial with me, or they could have been people created by the strongest. Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen and asked, Third senior brother, the last time I went out with fourth senior sister, I heard people talking about the trial of God. They said that even if you kill inside, you can obtain a corresponding reward? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. In the divine trials, there are more people created by supreme experts. Once you're inside, you'll be rewarded for killing people. That's a reward given by an utmost powerful being. Furthermore, when the utmost powerful beings give out rewards, there will be a heaven and earth phenomenon. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. It's not just you who are participating in the trial of God who are rewarded for killing. Even those who are participating in the trial of God will be rewarded for killing. Also, to the people in the trials of God, they are not created by others. They feel that they have a complete body and soul. They feel that they are born in that world. As Yang Yuchen continued to speak, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, he became even more curious about what kind of place the trial of God was. There are only 3 years. After 3 years, as long as you're still alive, you'll be forcefully sent out by the supreme experts. Yang Yuchen continued. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Third senior brother, what you said. You should tell fourth senior sister and I, right? Only now did he remember that fourth senior sister would be entering with them. However, his third senior brother had told him so much, but his fourth senior sister was not present. She understands the trial of God better than you. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, when that girl first arrived, she was filled with curiosity about everything. That time, when she heard me mention the trial of God to eldest senior sister, she pestered eldest senior sister to tell her about the trial of God. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice that every time his third senior brother mentioned eldest senior sister, there would be a flash of sincere respect in the depths of his third senior brother's eyes. This made him even more curious. What kind of person was the first senior sister? It's also because you didn't ask that girl about the trial of God. Moreover, she definitely thought that I told you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pestered you and talked to you for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Yuchen said somewhat helplessly, in my opinion, there's actually not much to say about the trial of God. Because the scene inside is not the same every time. It's constantly changing. There are many things that are actually not very useful even if you tell them. Moreover, the people who enter can be directly affected by the things they learn. If you encounter something similar, the last time, you could choose one of the 2 choices and survive. However, this time, it's not necessarily the case. You might choose the same choice again and die. Duan Lingtian listened to every word Yang Yuchen said seriously. At the same time, he became even more vigilant. The trial of God was no different from a scourge. In there, he could only trust himself and rely on himself, the others could not be relied on. Perhaps the others approached him to kill him and obtain the rewards of the rules of that world. That was right. The rewards of the rules. The world where the trial of God was located was jointly created by a few strongest people. Everything in there was also prepared by them. There were rewards for killing in there. This was also one of the rules they had set for that world. This sounds somewhat similar to the games I played on Earth in my previous life. They all used a new identity to explore the new world. However, in the games, if you die, you can either revive or not. Even if you can't revive, it won't affect you at all. In this trial of God, once you die in there, you're really dead. 3 years. In such a short time, can I really improve so much? Duan Lingtian's own extravagant wish was to consolidate his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor in the trial of God and break through to the emperor god realm. In this regard, his 3rd senior brother Yang Yuchen also said that as long as he was not particularly unlucky, it would not be difficult. 3rd senior brother has been to the trial of God before. His words are definitely not baseless. I only hope that I can really enter the emperor god realm in 3 years. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, there was not much time left for him. Originally, he still had more than 200 years. Now that he had stayed in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace for 100 years, there was less than 100 years left for him. Although Kerr might be trapped in the dimensional battlefield now and might not return to the world of divine remains even after 1,000 years. I can't take the risk. Once Kerr returns to the world of divine remains in time, it would be a joke if I slacked off and did not have enough strength. Moreover, even if Kerr doesn't return to the world of divine remains by then, she'll definitely be in trouble in the dimensional battlefield. She might even be in danger of dying. Normally, once the 1,000-year period is up, the planar battlefield will close. Anyone who's still alive in the planar battlefield will be forcibly sent out of the planar battlefield and returned to their respective realms of gods. At that time, Kerr will also be forcibly sent back to the world of divine remains. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel slightly depressed. He still had more than 100 years left. He was only a high-level divine emperor now. If there was no shortcut, how could he enter the emperor god stage and attain a higher cultivation base? When it was close to noon, Duan Lingtian, his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan, and the others left the independent realm where the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace was located. They made their way to the central square of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. They had been to the central square the last time they came out of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. It was also at that time that Lang Chunwan began to dislike being the center of attention. This was because there were too many people paying attention to her. Little junior brother, after we enter the trial of gods, we'll send a voice transmission to everyone we meet. We'll leave behind a secret signal. When the time comes, we'll know it's you and you'll know it's me. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. Then, he felt it made sense. However, he felt it was unrealistic. 4th senior sister, although it's useful to do that, you can't just send a voice transmission to each person you meet, right? Could it be that every time he met someone, he would have to send a voice transmission to him saying, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger"? How strange would that be? Moreover, they did not know how many people there were in the trial of God. According to his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, if they entered the trial of God, they might not necessarily become humans. Instead, they might become other life forms in the trial of God. It could be a demon beast, or a plant, or even a rock. In the trial of gods, there were all kinds of life forms, all-encompassing. Of course, most of them were humans. That's true. Then, little junior brother, what do you think we should do? Lang Chunwan asked Duan Lingtian. Although she was asking Duan Lingtian, she continued without waiting for Duan Lingtian to reply. Why don't one of us wear something? The other person will see that thing and send a voice transmission to the person wearing it. That will match the secret signal. There's something and the secret signal matches. It can't be wrong. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up after she finished speaking. She looked as if she was the smartest person in the world. Duan Lingtian shook his head mercilessly. Although it's possible, if you and I go in, won't we be humans? If we're demon beasts or plant life forms, do we have to wear that thing too? Isn't that a little strange? It's not strange. Lang Chunwan smiled. Who said that demon beasts and plant life forms can't wear human things? I like to hang my spoils of war for everyone to see. Can't I? Duan Lingtian felt slightly speechless when he heard this. It seemed that it made sense. Chapter 41-44. Myriad Law Academy. Central Square. It wasn't even noon yet, but a large crowd had already gathered here. They were all students of Myriad Law Academy. Of course, only 100 people had won a spot to enter the trial grounds. Most of them were here to watch the excitement. 100 people who had won a spot to enter the trial grounds were about to gather and enter. Such a grand occasion had only happened once in 10,000 years in the history of Myriad Law Academy. I won't have a chance in this lifetime. The next time the trial grounds open, I'll be over 10,000 years old. A student of Myriad Law Academy who was only 3,000 years old and hadn't even broken through to the lesser god emperor realm side. Born at the wrong time, in the future, when I have a son, I'll definitely be born at the same time as the trial grounds open so that my son will have a chance to enter the trial grounds. In fact, many students of Myriad Law Academy had the same idea. There was no lack of geniuses in Myriad Law Academy, and geniuses were generally full of confidence in themselves. Although they hadn't won a spot to enter the trial grounds this time, they didn't feel that their talent wasn't enough. They only felt that they hadn't arrived at the right time. Of course, most of these people were relatively young. The nearly 10,000 years old students of Myriad Law Academy were quiet and low-key at this time. They had no choice but to keep a low profile. If they were born a few thousand years earlier, they could also complain, but the problem was that they were at the right age. Most of the 100 people who had won a spot to enter the trial grounds were younger than them. The Mon-Origin sect's holy son, Murong Haitang, and Meng Yu are here. A group of 5 people came from afar, attracting the attention of many students in the blink of an eye. Hu Lanqi is actually very powerful. However, he's overshadowed by these two. That's natural. Didn't you see Hu Lanqi, who usually walks with 2 followers, also become followers now? Ha. Now that you mention it, I suddenly realized that Hu Lanqi is following Murong Haitang and Meng Yu. And behind Hu Lanqi are 2 tails. The 5 from the Mon-Origin sect arrived. 2 youths walked in front, followed by another youth. It was the Mon-Origin sect's disciple, Hu Lanqi. Behind Hu Lanqi were 2 other disciples of the monarch spirit cult. I heard that before Murong Haitang came to our 10,000 Law Palace, she had already stepped into the middle-level God Emperor realm, and Meng Yu is also about to break through. Your news is outdated. Meng Yu has already successfully stepped into the middle God Emperor realm. Meng Yu also broke through. The group of 5 from the monarch spirit cult had all won a spot to enter the trial grounds. In fact, in terms of strength alone, among the 5 of them, only the 2 holy sons, Hu Lanqi, and the other 2 would be able to secure a spot. The other 2 were a little uncertain. However, with the help of Murong Haitang, the holy son of the Mon-Origin divine sect, the 2 of them managed to obtain a spot. This time, 5 people from the monarch spirit sect would enter the trial grounds. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect occupied 5 out of the 80 spots available to the heavyweight ultimate god forces. It was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small number either. If not for the death of Wang Yunsheng, the Mon-Origin god cult's holy son, the Mon-Origin god cult would definitely have one more slot. Many people sighed. Speaking of Wang Yunsheng, do you think Duan Lingtian will enter the trial grounds this time? Duan Lingtian was also the person who had killed Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Even though he had been in seclusion for the past 100 years and lived in seclusion, no one had forgotten about him. Definitely. Many people thought so. I think so too. Although Duan Lingtian doesn't seem to be participating in the competition for a spot, as the junior brother of Vice Palace Master Yang, and with his monstrous strength and talent, he definitely has a spot. Even if we know about this kind of secret spot, we can't say anything about it. We're even convinced. I heard. Duan Lingtian's senior sister isn't even 10,000 years old yet. She's even stronger than Duan Lingtian. She's a higher divine emperor. If she also enters the trial grounds, I'm afraid she'll be the strongest person to enter this time. When the people from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect arrived, many people thought of the former holy son of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, Wang Yunsheng, and then of Duan Lingtian. Then, they thought of Lang Chunwan. The people from the Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace are here too. That's the prodigy of the Nine Mamas Valley. It's the people from the Hanlin Divine Mansion. As the 5 people from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect entered, more and more people from the heavyweight godly venerable level forces entered the trial grounds. Moreover, the prodigies of each force received a lot of attention. The prodigies of the heavyweight godly venerable level forces entered the trial grounds one after another. Most of the 10,000 Arts Academy students' attention was on the top prodigies from the major godly venerable rank forces. Most of these prodigies were not weaker than the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's holy sons, Murong Haitang and Mengyu. The people from the legacy are here. Soon, as one of them cried out in surprise, everyone's attention was immediately diverted to him. They saw a group of 8 people flying over from afar. They were the people from the legacy who had obtained a spot to enter the trial grounds this time. 3 of them were leading the group. The 3 people at the front of the group were a middle-aged man and 2 young men. At this moment, one of the young men faced the attention of the crowd with a calm and casual expression. Everyone, I'm sure you've heard of Lang Chunwan from the Inner Palace, right? She's not even 10,000 years old, but she's already in the upper divine emperor realm. She's nurtured a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul. Her mastery of the law of destruction is also extremely shocking. I heard from my teacher that she's even younger than I am. As the young man spoke, although his expression was still calm, there was a complicated look in the depths of his eyes. Everyone has their own path and opportunities. There's nothing to compare, another young man said indifferently. Another young man said calmly, moreover, let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that his inner palace has a relic of an ultimate powerhouse that completely belongs to him. That's not something we can compare to. Therefore, I don't think I'm worse than her. It's just that my conditions are not as good as hers. The young man's tone was somewhat arrogant. Actually, you can't say that. The only middle-aged man among the 3 shook his head lightly. She's not worse than us. That's for sure. If she's worse, the Inner Palace wouldn't have accepted her. There are only a few people from the Inner Palace in every generation. From what I know, the number of people from the Inner Palace has never exceeded 10 in the history of the Inner Palace. Moreover, without exception, they're all people from the lower planes. You said you're not as good as her, but you're talking about the ultimate expert relic that only belongs to the Inner Palace. What about other things? You have more resources than her in every other aspect. The 3 people leading the group from the legacy were the most outstanding young prodigies of the current generation of the legacy. They were all intermediate god emperors and were not even 10,000 years old. The Myriad Laws Academy's lineage of inheritance was not inferior to any of the major god-venerable level sects and clans. In fact, many people regarded it as a sect within the Myriad Law Academy. The people from the legacy of legacy are here, and the people from the student faction are almost all here. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Could it be that he's not coming? As the people from the major forces arrived one after another, the people from the Legacy of Legacy were also present. Most of the onlookers began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian again. As for Lang Chunwan, although there were people paying attention to her as well, they did not pay as much attention to her as Duan Lingtian. After all, compared to Duan Lingtian's actions in the Hall of Life and Death, there was a process that left a deep impression. Lang Chunwan killing 3 Myriad Law Academy teachers was very sudden, and no one was prepared for it. In fact, not many people even saw the process clearly. They're here. After about a dozen breaths of time, when noon was about to arrive, a cry of surprise suppressed the surrounding noise. In the next instant, as everyone's eyes swept over, the originally noisy central square suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even the god emperors and prodigies present at the scene fell silent at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 people who were flying in the sky from afar. One was a handsome young man in purple, and the other was a pretty girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. The duo looked more like a pair of brother and sister. If one did not know the relationship between the two, few people would have imagined that they were actually a pair of senior and junior brother. The girl who looked like a younger sister was actually the young man's senior sister. Little junior brother, is there something on our faces? Are these people all right in the head? Why do they keep staring at us? Lang Chunwan asked with a frown. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. 4th senior sister, in my opinion, it's because of your previous actions that they're so interested in you. Not many people were present that day, and not many people came to see you. Now that so many people have come, perhaps half of them are here to see you. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, teasing his 4th senior sister. However, he did not expect his 4th senior sister would actually take it seriously. I see. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have killed them. I should have stopped them and stalled them for a while before letting the patrolling teachers kill them. Seeing the serious look on his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's face, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Now, it could be said that the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan had overshadowed all the other prodigies. Among the 2 of them, one was a middle-level god emperor who was not weaker than a lower-level god emperor 100 years ago. She might have already become a high-level god emperor by now. The other was a high-level god emperor who had killed 3 middle-level god emperors like killing chickens. He's here too. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He could not help but smile and nod at the other party. At this moment, the other party was also smiling brightly. Tan Fei, you know Duan Lingtian? Beside Tan Fei, a young student looked surprised. You weren't bragging earlier? Tan Fei was the student who stayed in the dormitory next to Duan Lingtian's dormitory 603. Chapter 41-45. Of course. Tan Fei was only here to join in the fun. Although he had participated in the competition for a spot to enter the Trial of God, he did not get a spot. Little junior brother. While Duan Lingtian's attention was still on Tan Fei, he heard his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan's voice. There are 2 women over there who are staring at you. Especially one of the 2 in the middle. Her eyes seemed to be glowing. Hearing Lang Chunwan's words, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. He immediately followed her gaze and saw a group of people flying over from afar. There were 6 people in the group, all women. 4 of them were in the lead while the other 2 followed behind them. However, when he glanced over, he could not help but be stunned when he saw the person on the left. Tuoba Xiu? That was right. Duan Lingtian recognized her. The woman in front of him was Tuoba Xiu. He had seen her in the 7 prefectures before. She was the most outstanding female genius in the 7 prefectures banquet. She was also recognized as the most outstanding female genius among the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. Later on, before he came to the Myriad Law Academy, he heard that Tuoba Xiu had been recruited by the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, a heavyweight ultimate god sect that was on par with the Myriad Law Academy. It seems that the other 5 are also from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he arrived at the center of the central square and got closer to the crowd. He heard many people talking about Tuoba Shou and the other four. It's the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion has 6 people who got a spot this time. They are 2 intermediate god emperors, 2 lower god emperors, and 2 upper god emperors. Speaking of which, one of the 6 is an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. What do you mean? I'm afraid you guys don't know this. Among the 4 god emperors who came to the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion recently, one of them came from the 7 prefectures just like Duan Lingtian. She also participated in the 7 prefectures banquet, but she didn't make it into the top 3. Those who aren't in the top 3 can enter the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the 7 prefectures. Moreover, what kind of resources can a place like the 7 prefectures have? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this female genius from the 7 prefectures. After entering the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, she stepped into the lower God Emperor realm in just over 100 years. Do you think she's mediocre? Lower Divine Lord? In that case, he stepped into the God Emperor realm earlier than Duan Lingtian. This isn't strange. After all, when Duan Lingtian participated in the 7 prefectures banquet, he was only a middle Divine Emperor, and she was already a high Divine Emperor. I feel that it's meaningless to talk about cultivation. If you want to talk about something, you should talk about strength. Don't tell me all of you think Duan Lingtian is weaker than Tuoba Shou. That's true. When Duan Lingtian heard their conversation, he was slightly surprised. Tuoba Shou had stepped into the God Emperor realm? That was fast. She was very efficient. It seemed like she had made the right choice to enter the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion. She had stepped into the God Emperor realm so quickly and had become one of the most outstanding young geniuses of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion. After a while, the 6 people from the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion arrived at the center of the central square. They were much closer to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Tuoba Shou was about to greet Duan Lingtian, he smiled and said, "Miss Shou, I didn't expect to meet you again in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. It's only been 100 years since we last met, and you've already stepped into the God Emperor realm. Congratulations." Duan Lingtian smiled and congratulated her. Thank you. When Tuoba Shou saw that Duan Lingtian was the first to speak, she no longer hesitated. She forced a smile and said, "After all these years, you should have stepped into the upper Divine Emperor realm, right?" When Tuoba Shou asked this question, everyone's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian was only a middle Divine Emperor 100 years ago. Now, 100 years had passed. He should have stepped into the upper Divine Emperor realm, right? Moreover, when Duan Lingtian was a middle Divine Emperor, he was as strong as most of the lower Divine Emperors. Once he stepped into the upper Divine Emperor realm, it would be difficult to find a lower Divine Emperor realm opponent. Even if he was a middle Divine Emperor, he would be able to compete with him. Faced with Tuoba Shou's question, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "I was lucky to have a breakthrough a while ago, but I can't compare to Miss Shou's breakthrough." This time, before Tuoba Shou could speak, the woman beside her smiled and said, "Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be so humble. Now that you've stepped into the upper Divine Emperor realm, you should be able to defeat a middle Divine Emperor realm expert, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at the woman in front of him and was stunned. Do I know her? Why does she seem to be very familiar with me? At this moment, Tuoba Shou saw that Duan Lingtian was stunned, so she introduced, "Duan Lingtian, this is my senior sister, Zhang Tianjiao." Zhang Tianjiao. Duan Lingtian didn't react to Tuoba Shou's introduction, but the group of 10,000 Arts Academy disciples was in an uproar. She's Zhang Tianjiao? Zhang Tianjiao, the number 1 genius of the younger generation in the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion. She was once a lower Divine Emperor, but she killed the upper Divine Emperor? Someone said that once Zhang Tianjiao steps into the upper Divine Emperor realm, she might be able to kill an ordinary lower Divine Emperor. Some time ago, I heard that the 7 prefectures had produced a high god emperor capable of killing a godly venerable. If the people of the 7 prefectures can do it, then the number 1 genius of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion should be able to do it as well. This time, even Duan Lingtian was shocked. She was once a lower divine emperor and killed a upper divine emperor? It wasn't easy to kill an enemy who was 2 upper divine emperors. Even if it was a weak upper divine emperor, it wouldn't be easy. Of course, he was confident. However, he was confident because he had a lot of things to rely on. For a moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Tianjiao differently. Senior Sister Zhang, it's an honor to meet you. Pfft. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's far-fetched words, Zhang Tianjiao laughed. I think you haven't even heard of my name before, right? Isn't it a little hypocritical to say that I've heard of your name before? Faced with Zhang Tianjiao's straightforward words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He didn't expect the genius of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion to directly expose him. Generally speaking, people would know that it was just a polite greeting. Moreover, it was a compliment. However, the genius of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion didn't play by the rules and had caught Duan Lingtian off guard. In the end, it was Tuoba Xiao who spoke up to resolve the awkwardness. Senior sister, how do you know that Duan Lingtian hasn't heard of you before? In the entire mysterious gangland, there are many people who know of you. Tuoba Xiao wasn't lying. This was because Zhang Tianjiao's reputation was not small. As the number 1 genius of the younger generation of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Tianjiao's cultivation level was only at the lower God Emperor realm. When the news of her killing a upper God Emperor spread, it caused quite a stir in the mysterious gangland. Of course, those who knew about this were basically people from Godly Venerable's forces. Some people from Godly Venerable's forces had also heard of this matter, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were at a different level, so there wasn't much point in paying attention to it. This also caused Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and rarely interacted with others, to not know of Zhang Tianjiao's existence. Is everyone here? As soon as Tuoba Xiao finished speaking, a loud voice came from afar. It was getting closer and closer. After a while, a person wearing a loose robe that resembled a Daoist robe flew over. This was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He had a kind face and a pair of bright eyes. As soon as he arrived, many students of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace immediately bowed to him. Vice Palace Master Yun. Vice Palace Master Yun. Vice Palace Master Yun. Hearing how everyone addressed him, Duan Lingtian guessed who this person was. He was one of the 4 Vice Palace Masters of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. There were a total of 4 Vice Palace Masters in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. 2 of them were from the Legacy Branch, and the other 2 were his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen. The last one was the Vice Palace Master from the Student Branch. The positions of Vice Palace Master in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had always been allocated in this way. The Legacy Branch occupied 2 positions. The Internal Branch occupied 1 position. The Student Branch occupied 1 position as well. Compared to the Internal Branch's low profile and the Legacy Branch's strictness, the Academy Branch was much more casual. It was also because of this that the Academy Branch's Vice Palace Master was usually the one that the students of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace saw the most. Usually, if there was a major event in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace that required someone to preside over it, he would basically be the one to step forward. Last time, when 3 teachers from the Student Branch died under coercion, he was the one who dealt with it. Of course, it was the 3 teachers from the Academy Branch who broke the rules and made a move first, so their deaths were in vain. Duan Lingtian heard from his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had left the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace for a period of time because of this matter. During this period of time, many of the Monorigin spirit sect strongholds outside had been uprooted by an expert, causing heavy losses. It was said that in the end, the Monorigin spirit sect had even dispatched 2 mid-level godly venerable experts, but they were unable to track down who that person was. He's also a ruthless person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the kind-looking old man in front of him. If one only looked at him, it would be difficult to see that this old man had such a side to him. Indeed, a dog that bites does not bark. Since everyone is here, I'll send you all into the trial grounds of the gods. The Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's Vice Palace Master, Dream Cloud Mountain, announced loudly after counting the number of people. Then, he threw out a formation plate at the right time. This formation plate looked different from an ordinary formation plate. It flashed with a 7-colored light, and as soon as it appeared, a huge light pillar emerged and enveloped the 100 people in the center of the square. As for some of the spectators who were closer to the square, they were forced to retreat by the oncoming airwaves. A large empty space appeared in the center of the square. In the next instant, everyone saw that the 100 geniuses in front of them had all disappeared under the 7-colored light pillar. From the beginning to the end, Dream Cloud Mountain did not say anything superfluous and directly sent them away. Chapter 41-46. Although the 100 people had disappeared, the arrayed disc was still floating in mid-air, including the 7-colored light pillar. It had not disappeared yet. No one is allowed to come close for 3 years. Anyone who comes close will be killed without mercy. Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yun Mengshan, was sitting cross-legged at a higher point above the formation disc. He glanced around coldly and sternly, making it impossible for anyone to doubt the authenticity of his words. At this moment, the group of Myriad Law Academy students' faces turned solemn. I heard that the entrance to the trial of God is under the formation disc given by an ultimate expert. Moreover, the formation disc within the formation disc must always be there. Once the formation is broken, the people in the trial of God will be lost inside and unable to come out. Unless an ultimate expert is willing to rescue them. But that's not realistic. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there had only been one time when someone had tried to deliberately destroy the arrayed disc array. That time, that person had almost succeeded. In the end, it was fortunate that the Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy acted in time to stop the other party. Of course, the person who acted was killed on the spot. Furthermore, the one who made the move was a member of the 10,000 Arts Academy, a teacher of the Academy's branch. It was obvious that the other party had been coerced into acting. Just like the 3 Myriad Law Academy teachers who acted against Duan Lingtian earlier. As for outsiders, even if they could break into Myriad Law Academy, they would be intercepted before they could reach the central square. As the name implied, the central square was located in the center of the entire Myriad Law Academy. It was precisely because of that incident that a medium ultimate god would be sent to guard the divine trial grounds after it opened. Since then, no one had caused trouble. Who am I? Where am I? After being enveloped by the 7-colored light beam, Duan Lingtian's consciousness had temporarily disappeared. It felt like only a moment had passed, but it also felt like a century had passed. He finally woke up and gradually regained his consciousness. However, at first, Duan Lingtian looked at his surroundings blankly, only feeling that the environment was extremely unfamiliar. At the same time, he did not remember who he was. Of course, after a while, plenty of time passed, and Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. I am Duan Lingtian. I came from 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace. I came here through the teleportation array of the Trial of Gods. My current identity is, Wuxia City Lord's, boy toy. When Duan Lingtian recalled who he was, another memory appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man who was also the male pet of the Wuxia City's City Lord. The only male pet. The City Lord of Wuxia City, Lu Wuyo, was a cold and arrogant woman. She was the overlord of a city, but at the same time, she was under the control of the City Lord. In the past, the son of the mansion master, a playboy, came to Wuxia City and took a fancy to Lu Wuyo. In order to reject the other party, Lu Wuyo captured the body that Duan Lingtian's soul had possessed and pushed it to the front, saying that he was her boy toy, so that the son of the mansion master would give up. After that, although the act did not become real, the original owner of Duan Lingtian's body continued to live in the City Lord's mansion as the City Lord's boy toy. However, he did not see the City Lord Lu Wuyo again. It was as though Lu Wuyo had completely forgotten about him and never came to see him again. The City Lord Lu Wuyo must have used him as a shield. As for why she still allowed him to stay in an empty house as a boy toy, it must be because she was worried that someone would see through his disguise. According to his memory, the place where he lives now is a remote courtyard in the backyard of the city lord Lu Wuyo's independent mansion in the city lord's mansion. The city lord Lu Wuyo is a lower divine emperor. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about the boy toy he possessed. The city lord of Wuyo City was a higher divine emperor who was in charge of a city. There were many cities around Wuyo City that belonged to a place called the Heaven Spirit Mansion. Above the Heaven Spirit Mansion was a divine nation. City. Divine nation. Now that Duan Lingtian had obtained the memories of the boy toy he possessed, he roughly knew the geography of the place he was in. Of course, the furthest place that the original owner of the body that he was currently possessing had been to was the city next door. The rest was all from what he had heard from others. He was handsome, but his cultivation talent was average. He was barely a divine emperor and belonged to the lowest class in Wuyo City. It was because of his good looks that Lu Wuyo brought him back to the city lord's mansion and used him as a shield so that the son of the mansion master could leave in anger. The son of the mansion master was interested in Lu Wuyo because he knew Lu Wuyo had never been with a man before. After learning that Lu Wuyo had a boy toy, he stopped bothering Lu Wuyo. He doesn't know much. All I know is that he was born and raised in Wuyo City. Of course, this place was not called Wuyo City in the past. Every time a new city lord takes over, the name of the city lord will be changed. The relationship between the cities is not harmonious, and there are often conflicts. In the wild, not only do people from different cities kill each other, but even people from the same city kill each other for the rewards of the rules. In this world, anyone who kills will be rewarded by the rules to strengthen themselves. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed that he did not know much. However, when Duan Lingtian sensed the divine energy in his body and slightly activated the power of law, a smile appeared on his face. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's new body was too handsome, he looked a little devilish when he smiled. Duan Lingtian sensed the presence of the 7 orifices exquisite sword and greeted Huang at the same time. Huang quickly responded, Master. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment before he took a deep breath. He had a complicated expression on his face as he muttered to himself, Supreme powerhouses are really amazing. A few supreme powerhouses are able to create such a realistic illusory realm. I don't feel like I'm in an illusion at all. Duan Lingtian had used his divine energy to form needles to pierce himself earlier. The intense pain made him realize that this did not feel like a dream, but more like reality. It was too real. It was no different from the outside world. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian felt like he could not distinguish between illusion and reality. At the same time, he felt that the strength of the ultimate powerhouses was completely beyond his imagination. A few ultimate powerhouses could create such a space. Moreover, according to his third senior brother, Yang Yuqin, every time the trial of God opened, the environment and place would be different. The background would be completely different as well. Although third senior brother didn't say much about the last time he entered the divine trial grounds, he still told me about the environment of the divine trial grounds. In the environment he was in, there were no cities, no prefectures, and even more so, no divine nations. There were only sects in the trial of God. It was a world of competition between sects. The place I'm in now should be the divine kingdom world. However, I'll have to ask someone about the specific situation. In Wuyo City, the strongest person is the city master, Lu Wuyo. He's also the only lower divine emperor in Wuyo City. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he made his way out of the backyard. The courtyard he was in was just a secluded corner of the backyard. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian stepped out of the courtyard, he was stopped by someone. It was an old lady with an ordinary appearance. However, her eyes shone with a terrifying light. Yu Wenfeng, the city master has ordered that without her permission, you're not allowed to leave this courtyard. Did you turn a deaf ear to the city master's words? Duan Lingtian glanced at the old lady indifferently. Based on the owner of this body, it was not difficult for him to recall that this old lady was sent by the city master of Wuxia City to keep an eye on him. A lower divine emperor. As for why she was keeping an eye on him and not allowing him to leave, it was because she was worried that the city master's son would find out about it. Get lost. The current Yu Wenfeng was no longer the Yu Wenfeng of the past. His body had been completely taken over by Duan Lingtian's soul. Even Duan Lingtian's strength, techniques, divine weapons, and spatial rings had all been taken over. All of this was one of the reasons why Duan Lingtian was shocked by the strength of an ultimate expert. The old lady's expression changed drastically. Did Yu Wenfeng just ask her to get lost? At this moment, she even wondered if she had misheard him. This Yu Wenfeng, a puny little god, the little brat who used to bow and nod respectfully to her, actually dared to speak to her in such a manner? Was he seeking death? Or did he think the city master would not let him die? Yu Wenfeng, without the city master's order, I don't dare to kill you. However, I'm confident that I can severely injure you and make you bedridden for a few years, the old lady said coldly. At the same time, her divine energy surged as though she was really going to make a move. Noisy. This time, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath on the old lady. With a sway of his body, he charged toward the old lady without making a move. At the same time, his divine energy surged and a spatial storm swept out. Bang! With a loud bang, the old lady was sent flying. She spat out mouthfuls of blood while she was in the air. There was only horror in her eyes. It should be known that she had already mobilized the divine energy in her body and was ready to attack. Even a higher divine king would not be able to send her flying, let alone a mere divine being. However, Yu Wenfeng's attack made her feel as though a ferocious beast was charging toward her. Moreover, the energy that swept into her body made her feel helpless and hopeless. This is a god emperor expert? No. He seems to be a higher divine emperor. Isn't Yu Wenfeng just a divine being? How did he suddenly become a higher divine emperor? At this moment, the old lady suddenly felt as though her brain was not enough to process all of this. Chapter 41-47. Yu Wenfeng. It was the name of the previous owner of Duan Lingtian's body, the male puppet. Bring me to see your city master. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he glanced at the old lady who was staring at him in disbelief. The old lady no longer dared to treat the person in front of her as a divine spirit. What a joke! He was obviously a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, he was even more terrifying than the high-level divine emperors in Wuxia City. She even had a feeling that this high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than the city master of Wuxia City. A high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than a low-level divine emperor? The old lady wondered if she had hit her head. Otherwise, why would she have such a ridiculous thought? Yes, seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze becoming sharper, the old lady hurriedly took out a few divine elixirs and consumed them. After recovering from her injuries, she led the way for Duan Lingtian. Along the way, the old woman gradually calmed down after the peak of the fear in her heart passed. Thinking about the interactions she had with the person behind her today, she suddenly realized something. Yu Wenfeng seemed to be a completely different person today. He was no longer as shy as a woman. Although he still looked like a gigolo, his aura was undoubtedly that of a man. Moreover, the temperament he exuded had changed greatly. It was as if he had been possessed by someone. Yu Wenfeng, could it be that he has been possessed by some almighty? That's not right. Even if he has been possessed, his strength couldn't have increased to such a level in a few days. 2 days ago, Yu Wenfeng was still a sickly gigolo. The more the old lady thought about it, the more she couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I'll leave this matter to the city master. Of course, the premise is that the city master can suppress him. The old lady felt that she might really be crazy. No matter how much Yu Wenfeng had changed, he was still a high-level divine emperor. The city master was a low-level divine emperor. How could he not suppress him? Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the old woman was thinking. The only thing he wanted to do now was to meet Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuxia City, and learn more about this world from him. This world was too strange. Moreover, the previous owner of this body only knew the tip of the iceberg. His level was too low. But, if that city lord found out that the boy toy she had always used as a shield was actually stronger than her, I wonder how she would feel? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile when he thought about this. A boy toy that could be crushed to death with one finger in the past. Now, he was suppressing her instead. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know much about Lu Wuyo's strength, he had seen Lu Wuyo make a move before. It was precisely because of that memory that Duan Ling Tian knew how strong Lu Wuyo was. He was not bad among the low-level divine emperors. However, he was just not bad. He was not the best among the low-level divine emperors. At most, he was in the middle of the low-level divine emperors. Soon, the old lady brought Yu Wenfeng to the gate of the inner mansion of the city master mansion. The inner mansion of the city master mansion was the residence of city lord Lu Wuyo. The original owner of Duan Lingtian's body, Yu Wenfeng, lived in a small corner in the backyard of the inner mansion. City lord. The old lady stood outside the gate and said respectfully, Yu Wenfeng said that he wants to see you. Now, he is suspected to have the strength of a high-level divine emperor. The old lady revealed Yu Wenfeng's background as soon as she opened her mouth. At the same time, she wanted to warn her city lord. Of course, what she didn't know was that Yu Wenfeng was no longer the Yu Wenfeng of the past. His body had been taken over by another person. The current Yu Wenfeng was Duan Lingtian from the outside world, the genius of the inner mansion of Wanda Law Palace. High-level divine emperor? In the inner mansion, a slightly surprised and cold female voice sounded. Then, a figure flew out like the wind and arrived at the gate of the inner mansion in the blink of an eye. A beautiful figure stood in the air. It was a woman in a loose robe. Although she was a woman, she was dressed like a man. She was beautiful and her eyes seemed to be able to charm all living things. Even though it was the first time Duan Lingtian saw her, he couldn't help but sigh. The city lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, was indeed a beauty. No wonder the son of the city lord had confidence in her. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she was a beauty that could be found in 10,000 people. But, the original owner of my body is really a good-for-nothing. In the past, he didn't even have the courage to look Lu Wuyo in the eye. He completely respected Lu Wuyo as a superior and inviolable god. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the memories of this body that he had read. Of course, on second thought, he could understand Yu Wenfeng. After all, he was the lowest person in Wuyo City. He was just a small divine spirit. On the other hand, Lu Wuyo was the city lord of Wuyo City. She was the supreme existence in Wuyo City. As soon as Lu Wuyo came out, she realized that this male pet of hers was different from before. In the past, he didn't even dare to look at her. But now, he was staring at her without letting go. Of course, his eyes were not like those of other men. They were not filled with possessiveness, so she didn't feel disgusted by him. Even so, she couldn't help but frown when she saw the change in this male pet. Yu Wenfeng, you've become bolder. How dare you look at me in the eye? Lu Wuyo didn't believe what the old lady said about Yu Wenfeng having the strength of a high-level divine emperor. She knew her male pet better than anyone else. You can leave now. Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Wuyo and instead looked at the old lady beside him before he glanced at her indifferently. The old lady didn't respond, but she still left. This was because she felt threatened by Duan Lingtian's gaze. After the old lady left, only Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo were left outside the gate of the inner mansion. Lu Wuyo. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo and said indifferently, "Tell me about what happened outside Wuyo City." Lu Wuyo frowned. She didn't understand what Duan Lingtian was asking, but she couldn't help but feel angry when this male pet of hers spoke to her in an arrogant tone. Yu Wenfeng, are you courting death? Lu Wuyo said indifferently. She didn't have any feelings for this male pet of hers. He was just a shield. As long as he was good-looking, nothing else mattered. However, a flower vase should have the awareness of a flower vase. She, Lu Wuyo, would not allow a flower vase to act presumptuously in front of her. It seems like City Lord Wuyo won't cooperate with me if I don't take action. As Duanling Tian spoke, he unleashed his divine energy. The divine energy of a high-level divine lord swept out in all directions. Lu Wuyu's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duanling Tian's presence. High-level divine emperor. He was really a high-level divine emperor? Yu Wenfeng was actually a high-level divine emperor? How could he hide so deeply? No. I've investigated Yu Wenfeng's background. It's impossible for him to hide his strength, but this, now, after the old lady, Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuyo City, was also confused. Who could tell her what was going on? However, when she saw the spatial storm raging around Yu Wenfeng as he approached her step by step, Lu Wuyo felt a certain amount of pressure. She didn't think too much about it. Divine force erupted from her body, and a divine sword appeared in her hand at the right time. However, even though Lu Wuyo was fully prepared and didn't hold back, she still attacked. However, she soon discovered that her attack was like a piece of paper in front of her opponent's attack. It was instantly crushed. Then, her opponent's power spread out and suppressed her. At this moment, the divine energy in her body was completely suppressed. A high-level divine emperor suppressed a lower divine emperor. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. How is this possible? This kind of strength, even an ordinary middle divine emperor might not have it. At this moment, Lu Wuyo's heart was in a mess. However, on the surface, she still maintained the last bit of her pride. She stared coldly at Duanling Tian. You're not Yu Wenfeng. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Duanling Tian stood in the air. The energy that swept out from his body pressed Lu Wuyo to the ground. Both of her feet sank into the ground, leaving only her calves exposed. You just need to answer my questions. I won't get any rewards for killing that old lady, but I'll get quite a lot of rewards for killing you. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Wuyo with a gaze that flickered with dense threatening intent. When Lu Wuyo heard this, her expression changed again and again. This high-level divine emperor in front of her was too strong. He was so strong that she felt despair. When did such a heaven-defying existence appear in this world? Even the top geniuses in the divine kingdom were not as strong as him, right? Lu Wuyo took a deep breath. She didn't dare to treat this person as her pet anymore. What a joke. If her pet had this kind of strength, she wouldn't use him as a shield. She would treat him as an honored guest. With this kind of strength, standing on Wuyo City's side was tantamount to giving Wuyo City a huge boost. In the future, they would have an advantage when competing with other cities. Sir, if you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask. Lu Wuyo humbled herself. She had no choice but to do so. Now, her life was in the hands of this person in front of her. Okay. Seeing Lu Wuyo's cooperation, Duanling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you do this earlier? Tell me about Voidless City, the Heaven Spirit Mansion, and the Divine Kingdom above. Just treat me as an outsider. Duanling Tian said casually. However, in Lu Wuyo's ears, it was no different from a fantasy story. An outsider? What was that? Chapter 41-48. Although Lu Wuyo did not know who the extraterrestrial visitor in front of him was, he was sure of one thing. The Yu Wenfeng in front of him was no longer her pet. He had been possessed by someone else, and this person had the strength of a high-level divine emperor after possessing Yu Wenfeng. He has only possessed Yu Wenfeng for a few days and he already has such strength. How strong was he at his peak? Lu Wuyo was shocked. An ultimate god? Or was he one of the best among the ultimate gods? At the same time, Lu Wuyo did not dare to neglect Duanling Tian's inquiry and told him everything that Duanling Tian wanted to know. At this time, Duanling Tian finally understood a lot about this world. There were many divine kingdoms in this world. He was now in a place called the Tiannan continent. There were a total of 9 divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent. The divine kingdom where Wuyo City was located was only one of them. Wuxia City was under the jurisdiction of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. There were a total of 28 cities like Wuxia City under the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, and each city lord was an emperor god. Most of them were lower-level emperor gods. There were only a few middle-level emperor gods. The people in this world knew that killing could be rewarded. This was the rule of this world and they were born with it. However, if the strong killed the weak, there would either be no reward or very little reward. Under such circumstances, the strong would not kill the weak. Moreover, there were many things in this world that required the weak to do. Otherwise, how boring would it be if there were only a group of strong people left in this world? When that time came, where would they find servants to serve them? Where would they find servants? Where would they find servants to do all kinds of manual labor? The existence of a divine kingdom was to maintain order in the divine kingdom. The prefectures were administrative units placed in various places by the divine kingdom and were responsible for governing the various cities in the prefectures. The city lords were lower-level emperor gods and a few middle-level emperor gods. The prefectures were about the same. The prefectures were lower-level emperor gods and were the best among them. The divine nation's monarch was an ultimate god. Lu Wuyo did not know how strong an ultimate god was. In her eyes, no matter how strong an ultimate god was, he was an existence she could only look up to but could not reach. Because of the rules and rewards, other than the relatively safe cities, the wild is very dangerous. The weak and the strong are disdained to kill, but they can capture and sell them for money. For example, if I'm a lower god emperor, I won't get any rewards for killing a high-level god emperor. However, I can capture them, imprison them, and then sell them to high-level god emperors, middle-level god emperors, lower-level god emperors, or even weaker existences to kill. They can obtain rewards for doing so. As long as you kill them with your own hands, you will more or less get the rewards of the rules. It's just that you won't get as many as you normally kill. After listening to Lu Wuyo's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood the situation in this world. It was truly the law of the jungle. Due to the existence of the rule-chosen reward, anyone would want to kill someone of the same cultivation level as them, or kill someone of a higher cultivation level than them. As for what the rule-chosen reward was, Duan Lingtian did not ask Lu Wuyo because he already knew. The rule-chosen reward could be some comprehension of the laws, some energy that could help increase one's cultivation level, or a drop of divine power from an omnipotent expert, the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Once the divine power of an omnipotent expert was used, it could increase one's divine power by one level in a short period of time. Although the duration was not long, the sudden increase in divine power by one level could definitely play a role in turning the situation around in an evenly matched battle. Even if one used the divine power of an omnipotent expert, one could kill someone who was slightly stronger than one. Even a high-level god could increase one's divine power by one level in a short period of time after using the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Although it would not reach the level of an omnipotent expert's own divine power, it was still not comparable to an ordinary high-level god's divine power. It was at another level. Because of this, it was most cost-effective for a high-level god to use the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Of course, the divine power of an omnipotent expert could only increase one's divine power. It could not increase one's profundity of laws, for Tao of heaven and earth or other means. This world is truly a cruel one where the strong prey on the weak. Although the outside world was also a place where the strong preyed on the weak, it was not as cruel as here. Here, one did not even need to seek opportunities. One only needed to kill to be rewarded. Of course, one had to kill those of the same level of cultivation or those stronger than oneself. But in the outside world, even if one knew that a person had opportunities or treasures, killing them would cause their storage ring to self-destruct and one would not be able to obtain anything. As for the rule-chosen reward? Sorry, there was no such thing. The rule-chosen reward is most likely similar to the heaven-chosen reward I received from the ruins of an omnipotent expert of the inner palace that I entered earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. My lord, do you have any other questions? Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian warily. At the same time, there was a complicated look in the depths of her eyes. In the past, the person in front of her did not even dare to look her in the eye. Now, it was her turn to not dare to look him in the eye. Every dog had its day. Are there many secret zones and treasure grounds in the southern sky divine nation? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lu Wuyo shook her head. I'm not too sure about that. Anyone who comes across such a thing will basically keep it for themselves. Once a faction obtains it, they will definitely not publicize it. However, it is said that even the strongest ultimate god in the divine nation cannot keep these secret zones and treasure grounds. It is suspected that they are born from heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was speechless at Lu Wuyo's words. Born from heaven and earth? Were they all so naive? Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that these people most likely did not know about the existence of omnipotent experts. It was impossible for them to know that everything here, including them, was just an illusion created by an omnipotent expert. Such a realistic environment, and the people inside all have their own intelligence. Are the methods of omnipotent experts so powerful? No wonder third senior brother said that no matter how much divine power a higher ultimate god obtains, after activating and increasing his divine power, even the weakest ultimate god can be crushed to death with a single finger. Omnipotent experts have completely surpassed the category of god. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In order to confirm, Duan Lingtian asked again, then, do you know about supreme powerhouses? Omnipotent experts? Lu Wuyo shook his head. What's that? Never heard of it? Do you know what's the realm above ultimate god? Duan Lingtian asked again. Above ultimate god? Lu Wuyo was stunned for a moment when she heard that. Then, she said with a burning gaze, legend has it that the realm above ultimate god is the god of creation. Those secret zones and treasure grounds that are born from heaven and earth are left behind by the god of creation. The god of creation is the supreme existence of our world. He may not necessarily be a living being. Perhaps, he is just the natural order of our world. The natural order rewards are also bestowed by the god of creation. I don't know about others, but I believe in this legend. After listening to Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was silent for a while. All right. You guys are amazing. Anyone would be able to guess most of it. It seems, almost there. This world was indeed created by an omnipotent expert, but it was not just one omnipotent expert. As for the natural order rewards, they were indeed left behind by an omnipotent expert. It was the same for the secret zones and treasure grounds, omnipotent expert? The god of creation? It's just a change of name. Of course, according to Lu Wuyo, the people in this world were not sure if the god of creation really existed. Everything was just a legend, and no one had heard of anyone who had seen the god of creation. This was different from the outside world. The outside world knew and was certain that omnipotent experts existed. After getting the information he wanted from Lu Wuyo, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay here for long. He had an impulse to kill Lu Wuyo and obtain the natural order rewards. He wanted to see if the natural order rewards were the same as the ones he obtained from the ruins of the omnipotent expert in the inner palace. However, he resisted the urge in the end. No matter what, she had cooperated. It would not be good to kill her. The people in this world were all transformed by omnipotent experts. Even if there was no grudge between them, Duan Lingtian would not feel any pressure to kill them. There was no moral problem. City Master Wuyo, goodbye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Lu Wuyo, then teleported and disappeared in front of Lu Wuyo. From the beginning to the end, he ignored the formation in the city master's mansion. In fact, there was a formation in the city master's mansion that was set up by the Heaven's spiritual mansion experts. It was not difficult to trap a lower god emperor. It could even make it difficult for a middle god emperor to escape if it was activated. Even if it was not activated, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to escape if it was not closed. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored the formation in the city master's mansion. His true strength is comparable to a middle god emperor. Now, this was the only possibility. Lu Wuyo's heart trembled, and her face changed color. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she had cooperated with the other party. Otherwise, she would have been gone. A guest from another world? He doesn't understand the situation in the divine nations. Is he not from the heavenly South Continent? Legend has it that the heavenly South Continent is not the only continent in this world. Duan Lingtian did not know what Lu Wuyo was thinking, but he did not care. Even if his identity was exposed, he would not feel any pressure. In this world, his biggest competitors were not the people of this world, but the geniuses from other forces like him. In this world, even if there was a place of opportunity, it was limited. Whoever was lucky and strong would get it. Once a place of opportunity was taken away, it meant that there was one less opportunity to get more opportunities. Wuyo City, Duan Ling Tian immediately teleported out of the city. After leaving the city, he turned around to look at Wuyu City. It was neither too big nor too small, and the strongest person in the city was only a lesser divine emperor. It was meaningless for him to stay in such a place. Chapter 41-49. Now that I'm out of the city, won't I be targeted? However, I'm a high-level celestial emperor. Even if people see me, I'm afraid they won't target me or even attack me. According to Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, there are very few lesser divine emperors around Wuyo City. Most of them are divine emperors. However, there aren't many high-level divine emperors either. After all, the people in this area aren't very strong. The strongest is Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City. There are no experts around, only weaklings. There's no point in killing people who are stronger than them. Even for those high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors who stayed in this area, the reason they stayed here was more to intercept people who passed by, capture them alive, and then sell them for divine crystals. Duan Lingtian learned from Lu Wuyo that the currency of this world was divine crystals. Divine crystals were also used for cultivation, but the effect of cultivating with divine crystals was far inferior to the rewards of the laws. Even so, divine crystals were still the main currency. After all, not everyone had the ability to kill people of the same cultivation level or even stronger. Most of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy used divine crystals to cultivate. Duan Lingtian's destination was the Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture city. The Heaven Spirit Mansion was the administrative unit above Wuyo City in the divine kingdom he was in. The Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture master was a high-level divine emperor. There are quite a few people. However, after discovering that I'm a high-level divine emperor, they all retreated. After leaving secluded city, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's mansion city. He noticed many people were staring at him, but they quickly left. On the afternoon of the second day, a figure appeared on Duan Lingtian's path like a ghost. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. In fact, he had indeed appeared out of thin air. Teleportation. Even if the other party wasn't skilled in the law of space, he must have comprehended the law of space to a certain extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teleport. High-level godly emperor? The person who came was an old man in a gray robe. His face was thin and his eyes were like lightning. Surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised at first, but then he smiled and said, "You are also a high-level godly emperor, right? Are you sure you can defeat me? You think I'm the only one?" The old man sneered. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two swift sounds of wind whistling were transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, a middle-aged man and another old man arrived. One of them seemed to have transformed into fire, while the other flew over with wind. Clearly, one of them was proficient in fire laws, while the other was proficient in wind laws. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had formed a triangle with Duan Lingtian in the middle. Divine power wreaked havoc on the three of them, and the laws of space manifested. Their cultivation bases were clear, and they were all high-level god emperors. 3 high-level god emperors surrounded Duan Lingtian, intending to capture him alive. Just the 3 of you? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Is there anyone else? If there is, call them over together, I'm afraid 3 people aren't enough. Duan Lingtian said casually, but in fact, this was what he was thinking. He couldn't wait for the 3 of them to call a few more high-level god emperors over. That way, the rewards would be greater, right? Pfft. The only middle-aged man among the 3 of them sneered. Boy, we've killed many high-level god emperors over the years. Some of them were smart, like you. They were deliberately mystifying. In the end, they only had 2 endings, either they died, or we captured them and sold them. So, this little trick of yours is useless against us. As he spoke, the sneer on the middle-aged man's face grew wider. At this moment, the other 2 old men looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of mockery. Don't waste words with him, just capture him. If he wants to die, we'll send him on his way. The old man who came later said in an indifferent tone. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he moved and attacked Duan Lingtian. The other old man and the middle-aged man also attacked at the same time. The 3 of them didn't hold back at all when they attacked, and they even took out their high-quality god artifacts. 3 attacks of different colors swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian like they were covering the sky and the earth. When they got close to Duan Lingtian, they saw that Duan Lingtian was only floating around his body with divine power, and he didn't show any signs of attacking. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed, so they quickly withdrew most of their power. Boom! Rumble. The 3 attacks landed on Duan Lingtian, causing the space to tremble. At this moment, the 3 people who launched the attacks frowned slightly. Was he dead? However, when their attacks dissipated, their expressions changed again. The purple-clad young man in front of them was unharmed. Their attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Whoosh! When the 3 people's expressions changed drastically, they saw Duan Lingtian's body gradually turning illusory. Oh no! The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian appeared behind the old man who had teleported. He didn't use his god artifact, but he casually struck out with his palm. Bang! The seemingly casual strike was infused with the profundity of the law of space and the Tao of control. He didn't use his god artifact, but the old man exploded with a single strike. He really did explode. He exploded into a bloody mist, leaving only his god artifact and spatial ring behind. He didn't destroy his own spatial ring? While Duan Lingtian was still in shock, the other 2 people finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in 2 different directions. Run! This was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret. Why did they have such thoughts about the purple-clad young man? Were they not digging their own graves? Of course, they also knew that the reason they were interested in the purple-clothed young man was entirely because the purple-clothed young man was only one person while they had 3 people. In their opinion, the 3 of them were high-level godly emperors. Whether it was capturing or killing a high-level godly emperor, it wasn't difficult at all. However, what they didn't expect was that they would end up kicking a steel plate. A high-level divine emperor who was much stronger than them without using his god artifact. For such an existence, even if there were a few people who were as strong as them, they wouldn't be able to kill him even if they joined forces, let alone the 3 of them. He's no weaker than a lesser god emperor. The 2 people fled madly, and at the same time, various terrifying thoughts appeared in their minds. Without using his god artifact, his strength is comparable to a lesser god emperor who uses his god artifact. I don't think there's a high-level divine emperor like this in the entire Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Why would he appear in such a small place? Who can tell me what's going on? How can a high-level divine emperor who hasn't completely consolidated his cultivation have such terrifying strength? Too slow. In the next moment, just when the 2 of them thought that they had escaped, they heard an indifferent voice with a hint of mockery in it. Then, they realized that the purple-clad young man had caught up with them, and every time he teleported, he would seamlessly connect them. Second teleportation? This time, they were in complete despair. Second teleportation, in the entire divine nation, they had never heard of a middle god emperor who had mastered it, right? Not to mention a lesser god emperor. This high-level divine emperor who hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation had mastered the space law technique that only high-level god emperors in the divine nation could master. Moreover, this high-level god emperor was the ruler of their divine nation. Bang! Bang! 2 more palms fell. Duan Lingtian's original body and the space law doppelganger caught up with the 2 people at the same time and killed them at almost the same time. After killing the 2 people, Duan Lingtian also took their god artifacts and storage rings. 3 high-grade divine artifacts were now in his possession. In addition, 3 storage rings. However, the current Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to look at their storage rings. Instead, he was bathed in the pillars of light that fell from the sky, and it was 2 pillars of light. As for the person who killed the first 2 people, the reward of the rules had already fallen from the sky to Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was chasing after the 2 people behind him. More accurately, it was given to Duan Lingtian's original body. That reward of the rules seemed to be able to distinguish between Duan Lingtian's original body and his doppelganger. 3 rewards of the rules. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take half a day to completely digest them. Duan Lingtian secretly said in his heart when he saw the situation inside his body. However, it won't affect my journey. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. During this process, as time passed, the shock on his face grew stronger and stronger. My understanding of the space law seems to have improved a lot. I feel like my attainments in the space law have improved a little. That's not the main point. The main point is, my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor is actually stabilizing at such a fast speed. If this continues, the rewards of the rules given to me by the 3 high-level divine emperors will probably be more effective in stabilizing my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor than before. After half a day, Duan Lingtian had completely digested the 3 rewards of the rules this time. His cultivation had also further stabilized, and his comprehension of the space law had improved significantly. It wasn't just the space law. The other laws had also improved correspondingly. It seems like the supreme powerhouses who left behind this place are proficient in different types of laws. However, I'm certain that at least one of them is proficient in the space law. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to benefit so much from the space law. As for my cultivation, any supreme powerhouse should have the means to help me improve. However, this kind of improvement has its drawbacks. The consolidation of my cultivation feels like it's on the verge of collapsing. I need to calm down and digest it for a while. However, this is a small matter. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian casually took out a divine pill from his spatial ring and tossed it into his mouth. In the next instant, the process of stabilizing his cultivation that was on the verge of collapsing calmed down. An ultimate royal grade divine pill that specialized in stabilizing one's cultivation was no joke. If all the high-level divine emperors can give me such a reward, I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor after killing another 10 or 20 high-level divine emperors. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. End of chapter. Chapter 4150. The 3 high-level celestial emperors had given Duan Lingtian 3 rules as a reward. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the rewards, suddenly had a crazy idea. If they don't come looking for me, can I take the initiative to look for them? Now, there are many people who have been spying on me along the way. Although these people's cultivation levels are low and there's no reward for killing them, there might be high-level celestial emperors behind them. These people are spying on others in the wild. They have evil intentions. There's no psychological burden if I kill them. Moreover, everything here is caused by the strongest experts. There's no need for me to bear any moral burden. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Then, he teleported and disappeared from where he was standing. At this time, the low-level celestial emperor who was spying on Duan Lingtian from afar discovered that Duan Lingtian was a high-level celestial emperor. He did not continue spying on Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the low-level celestial emperor who had been spying on Duan Lingtian from afar discovered that the purple figure had disappeared from his sight. When he instinctively regained his senses, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. There was another person. Was this not the purple-clad young man whom he had been spying on earlier? Swoosh! Instantly, the low-level Celestial Emperor's expression changed completely. This low-level Celestial Emperor was a middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he was old enough to be Duan Lingtian's senior. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with fear and panic. My lord, I'm only a low-level Celestial Emperor. There's no reward for killing me. It's useless to you. His expression changed. This was because there were many experts in the wild who had killed people like them. They did not do it for the reward of the rules. They only wanted to get rid of the evil. In their eyes, they were the evil. Of course, it was rare to encounter such people. Not everyone was so free. Experts had their own things to do. Even if they were being spied on, as long as they did not take any further action, they would not be too calculative. Killing you is useless. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a mocking smile and said, however, if I capture you, I should be able to sell you for a good price, right? When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression changed again. In their line of work, the last thing they wanted to meet was this kind of person. Not only was he strong, he was also bored. My lord, the middle-aged man wanted to cry. I'm just a low-level god emperor. Even if you sell me, you won't be able to get many divine crystals. To a high-level god emperor like you, those divine crystals are like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They're not even worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian nodded. That makes sense. The middle-aged man subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, what Duan Lingtian said next caused his expression to change again. But, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right? When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man no longer had any hope of escaping. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly burst out, and a scorching flame ignited on his body. In the next instant, the middle-aged man turned into a ball of fire and fled at an extremely fast speed. However, as soon as he moved, he hit the side of the void, and a loud rumbling sound rang out. Following this, a series of faintly discernible spatial ripples fluctuated in the void. With the middle-aged man as the center, it formed a spatial cage, a spatial prison. The middle-aged man had a look of despair on his face. He took out a divine artifact from his spatial ring and launched his strongest attack. Boom! However, even though the middle-aged man's strongest attack landed on the cage, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was as firm as before. Only the middle-aged man in the cage was left. His expression became more and more unsightly. In the end, his face was filled with despair. It's over. It's over. At this moment, apart from despair, the middle-aged man's heart was filled with regret. He regretted that he had rushed out to patrol this area today. Otherwise, he would not have come across such a powerhouse. One should know that he was not supposed to be on duty today. It was because he wanted to cultivate after a period of time. Therefore, he had discussed with the people in his team to change the time on duty. Do you want to live? Just when the middle-aged man thought that there was no way for him to survive, a voice entered his ears, causing his entire body to tremble violently. My lord. I want to live. I want to live. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He wanted to live. This time, if he could survive this, he would definitely quit this line of work. It was too dangerous. Although sometimes, if he was lucky, he would be rewarded handsomely. However, if he was unlucky, he would fall into a situation where he had no chance of survival. His life was completely in the hands of his opponent. If I can survive this tribulation, I'd better cultivate honestly and dutifully in the future. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Do you have a high-level divine emperor and divine emperor behind you? Duan Lingtian stared at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, think carefully before you answer me. I will only give you one chance. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "My lord, the strongest people in my team are only 2 mid-level divine emperors. The rest are low-level divine emperors like me." Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "In that case, you have no value. Originally, I thought that if you have any clues about a high-level divine emperor or divine emperor, as long as you lead me to them, I will spare your life." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian slowly raised his hand. His killing intent instantly spread out, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly said, "My lord, our team does not have a high-level divine emperor or above. However, I know of a few other teams that have high-level divine emperors. There are a total of 12 high-level divine emperors in those teams. My lord, I can lead you to them." "Really? I can lead you to them?" At this moment, the middle-aged man was completely terrified. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him when he saw that he had no value. Now, he vaguely realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian should be an anti-hunter. These people killed or captured people in the wild. They called themselves hunters. As long as they set their eyes on their prey, as long as they were confident, they would not be able to escape. However, there were also some people who specifically targeted hunters like them. Some of them even liked to get to the bottom of things. They would dig out the information of the hunters' teams and destroy them one by one. In his opinion, this purple-clothed high-level godly emperor should be a member of the anti-hunter team. The reason why he asked about the high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors should be because he wanted to lead his team to do something big. Not bad. You are very tactful. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfactorily. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had leaked the information in advance, he was not worried at all. This was because in the trial grounds left behind by the ultimate experts, communication was not allowed. Whether it was through ordinary communication or through soul orbs, it was not allowed. This was also to prevent the geniuses who had entered the trial grounds from grouping up as soon as they entered. That would be unfair to those who did not have many friends. Under such circumstances, the people in the trial grounds of the divine realm were naturally unable to communicate with each other. Even if they communicated with each other at close range, there would be some traces left behind. Of course, unless one was a realm higher, it would be very difficult to hear the contents of the communication. For example, Duan Lingtian was now a high-level divine emperor. In order to hear the communication between him and others in the trial grounds, one had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. This kind of ability depended on the strength of one's soul power. "Lead the way." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "Take me there. If you kill a high-level divine emperor, I will not kill you. If you kill 2 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with a medium divine emperor. If you kill 3 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with 2 medium divine emperors, and so on. If you kill a low-level divine emperor, I will reward you with 10 medium divine emperors." When Duan Lingtian first spoke, the middle-aged man did not think much of it. However, halfway through, his eyes lit up. There was such a good thing. Was it true? He naturally understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Giving him a medium divine emperor meant that he would severely injure the medium divine emperor and leave him for him to kill. At that time, he would be rewarded according to the rules. It should be known that under normal circumstances, when their small team killed a medium divine emperor, he would not get a share. He would only be given a low-level divine emperor. After all, he was only a low-level divine emperor. As if sensing the suspicion in the middle-aged man's eyes, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "If you doubt what I said, why don't you take me on a mission or 2? It would be best if it was a team that could kill 2 high-level divine emperors at once. After you kill them, I will give you a medium divine emperor." Duan Lingtian said casually, but the middle-aged man's blood boiled when he heard it. "My lord, I know of a team with 2 high-level divine emperors. I will take you there now." The middle-aged man was looking forward to it because he did not look like he was joking when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Moreover, with his strength, there was no need for him to joke with him, right? "My lord, my name is Du Huan." On the way, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart gradually disappeared. Soon, he found the courage to speak to Duan Lingtian again. My lord, the team I will take you to next has 2 high-level divine emperors and a medium divine emperor. That medium divine emperor is the 3rd person in the team, and he is usually in charge of negotiating with other teams. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he continued. He might know the location of some teams with low-level divine emperors. When Du Huan said the first part, Duan Lingtian did not react. But when he heard Du Huan's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Low-level divine emperor? That's right. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Du Huan with satisfaction and praised, "You are very good. Now, follow me. If you can kill a low-level divine emperor, I will give you a high-level divine emperor." Chapter 41-51. In the trial ground of God, even if Duan Lingtian did not personally kill a high-level divine emperor, as long as he was seriously injured, he would get the biggest reward. Of course, the person who killed the high-level divine emperor would also get the corresponding reward. It was just that it would not be as much. However, to a low-level divine emperor, it was still a very shocking reward. Even if he killed 10 low-level divine emperors with his own strength, he would not get such a reward. Low-level divine emperor, Du Huan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, she became even more enthusiastic. Not long after, Du Huan brought Duan Lingtian along as they flew across the mountains and finally arrived outside a huge canyon. Du Huan only came to a halt when she looked at the canyon from afar. My lord, the team with 2 high-level divine emperors I mentioned earlier has a stronghold in the big canyon in front. I don't dare to go near now. Once I do, I'll be discovered. My lord, you should ask your team's helpers to come over and go in together. I'll follow behind you. Du Huan said to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the person in front of him was also a high-level divine emperor. It would be difficult for him to kill 2 high-level divine emperors, as well as many mid-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors by himself. Unless his teammates from the anti-hunter team came over together. If it was just him alone, he would not dare to follow him. Helpers? When Duan Lingtian heard Du Huan's words, he was stunned and did not react for a moment. What helpers? The helpers of your anti-hunter team, Du Huan said matter-of-factly. Anti-hunter team? Duan Lingtian frowned. What's that? This time, it was Du Huan's turn to be stunned. This lord, do you know what the anti-hunter team is? Are you kidding me? Am I not a member of the anti-hunter team? In the next moment, something that made Du Huan even more stunned and shocked happened. He saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand and bring him along to directly charge into the gorge ahead. This caused him to be filled with terror, and he even suspected that this lord wanted him to come here and give his life away. In this way, could he renege on his promise and not help him kill the mid-level divine emperors? Who is it? Enemy attack. Just as Duan Lingtian brought Du Huan in, a few more exclamations came from within the Great Canyon. A moment later, Duan Lingtian and Du Huan were surrounded by a group of people. The 2 people at the front, an old man and a middle-aged man, were obviously the leaders of this group. Du Huan. At this time, someone recognized Du Huan. It was a low-level godly emperor from the hunter team. He had dealt with Du Huan before, so he recognized him. Du Huan? The old man in the lead frowned and looked at the person who shouted. Second leader. The person who spoke hurriedly said, this Du Huan is also a member of the hunter team. However, the strongest members of his hunter team are only 2 mid-level divine emperors. Moreover, they have never cooperated with us before. It's normal that you don't know them, second leader. At this moment, Du Huan was standing beside Duan Lingtian. Her face was pale and she felt powerless. It was over. It was really over. Why did he bring this madman here? This guy was simply a madman. She had believed that he would help her kill a mid-level godly emperor to repay her for leading the way. Naive. He was too naive. Du Huan, who is he? What are you doing here? The low-level godly emperor who recognized Du Huan asked coldly. At this time, everyone realized that the person in front of them did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the other party was obviously a high-level godly emperor, not a member of Du Huan's team. Now, Du Huan really did not know what to say because he was scared out of his wits. He also regretted bringing this madman here. "We're here to kill you." Du Huan did not answer, so Duan Lingtian answered for him. "Not bad, 2 high-level godly emperors, 5 mid-level godly emperors. As for the low-level godly emperors, I'll leave them for you to kill." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people who surrounded him thought that this high-level godly emperor in front of them was arrogant. Could it be that he wanted to kill all of them with his own strength? Of course, there were also people who looked out of the canyon cautiously. Did this mean that the other party had other helpers? However, they quickly realized that the other party did not have any helpers and did not need any helpers. Space law. The way of control. With a thought, Duan Lingtian's divine power vibrated and a spatial storm swept out in all directions. It directly locked the space in the canyon, making it impossible for the other party to teleport. Moreover, the space was completely confined by him. Not only could they not teleport, but it was also difficult to leave. Whoosh! An ordinary high-level godly sword flashed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It bloomed with a cold sword light that was dazzling and dazzling. One of the 2 high-level godly emperors had just opened his mouth to speak when the divine power that rose from his body was completely annihilated. Whoosh! When the high-level godly emperor fell with a pair of lifeless eyes, the sound of a sword whistling rang in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Before they could react, another sword whistling sound rang in everyone's ears. When the group of people, including Duan Lingtian and Du Huan, came to their senses, they found that the 2 high-level godly emperors who had been confronting Duan Lingtian were dead. In the next instant, 2 rewards fell from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It made Duan Lingtian look like a high and mighty emperor. No one dared to look at him directly. Great leader. Second leader. Other than Du Huan, who was in a daze, the other people's faces changed drastically. The 2 most powerful people in their team had been killed in the blink of an eye by this high-level godly emperor in front of them. Who exactly was he? How could he be so strong? Run! Seeing that the 2 high-level godly emperor leaders had died, the other people, who were at most mid-level godly emperors, were terrified. They did not have any intention to fight with Duan Lingtian. However, they soon found that they could not get out of here. A powerful space energy had confined the surrounding space and formed a space cage. They were locked inside and there was no way out. "The person you mentioned earlier, is he among them?" At this time, Duan Lingtian asked Du Huan. "My lord, it's him." As for Du Huan, she immediately pointed at a young man who was standing in the distance with an ugly expression. The young man was wearing a blue robe and had a handsome appearance. However, at this moment, there was panic between his brows. "Okay." When Du Huan pointed at him, the young man in the blue robe's face changed. When Du Huan's voice sounded, his face changed drastically. In the next moment, he looked desperate. He subconsciously thought that the person in front of him was going to get even with him. However, he did not know why Duan Lingtian was targeting him. After a while, he knew that he was wrong. Swoosh! The sword whistled and cut through the air. Except for the young man Du Huan was pointing at, the other mid-level godly emperors were seriously injured. Then, when they all turned pale, another sword attack killed most of them. Only 1 mid-level godly emperor was left. He was seriously injured but not killed. However, although he was not killed, he looked desperate at this time. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the mediocre divine emperor was brought to Du Huan like a puppet at Duan Lingtian's mercy. Du Huan's eyes lit up as he killed the severely injured mid-level godly emperor. At the same time, he received a rule reward. Before this, Duan Lingtian had killed several mid-level godly emperors. Although he also received a rule reward, it was very weak. For him, it was almost the same as nothing. Du Huan felt that it was a pity. If all the mid-level godly emperors had killed him, he would have been really happy. However, he could only think about it. He could not say it out loud. Whoosh! With another sword attack, Duan Lingtian killed a group of low-level godly emperors present. Of course, Du Huan, who was on his side, was excluded. This scene made Du Huan's head hurt. If this lord could injure these people and let him kill them, how good would that be? Of course, he also knew that he did not have the right to ask this lord to do so. In fact, Duan Lingtian did this on purpose. Even if he could seriously injure these people, it would be easy for him. However, he did not want to let Du Huan off so easily. Previously, he had said that for killing 2 high-level godly emperors, he would give him a mid-level godly emperor. If he wanted him to give him another reward, he would have to continue to show his sincerity. Why didn't you kill me? The blue-robed young man who survived saw that Duan Lingtian had not killed him after killing the other members of his team. His expression changed and he could not help but ask. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him indifferently. I heard that you often represent your team and cooperate with other hunter teams. You know the locations of many hunter teams. My request is not high. As long as you bring me to kill a low-level godly emperor, I will spare your life and let you go. If you can help me kill 2 low-level godly emperors, not only will I spare your life, I will also give you a high-level godly emperor. Duan Lingtian promised the blue-robed young man generous conditions. The conditions were much better than what he had promised Du Huan. Du Huan's eyes turned red when he heard this. However, he also knew that this lord made such a promise because he wanted the other party to bring him to find a low-level godly emperor hunter. No. This lord, don't tell me that you also want to kill a lower god lord realm hunter by yourself? Suddenly, Du Huan thought of this problem and felt his scalp go numb. A high-level godly emperor killing a low-level godly emperor? Could he succeed? I promise you. The blue-robed young man who survived heard Duan Lingtian's words and his eyes lit up. He immediately agreed to bring Duan Lingtian to find a low-level godly emperor hunter. As a mid-level godly emperor, his vision was higher than Du Huan's. Naturally, he could see that this purple-robed high-level godly emperor in front of him was not an ordinary high-level godly emperor. He was not weaker than a low-level godly emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 4152. You can continue to follow. Duan Lingtian looked at Du Huan and said, Next, as long as you lead the way to kill a high-level divine emperor, I will give you a corresponding reward. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Du Huan smiled bitterly and said, My lord, how about I lead you to the high-level divine emperors I know first? Lower god emperors. Can you bring Lord Jianghu to find them later? Du Huan said. Although the young man in front of him had shown great strength, killing high-level divine emperors like killing chickens, but god emperors were not comparable to god emperors. To put it bluntly, even the weakest lower god emperor could do what the young man in front of him had done. At first, he thought that the young man was from the anti-hunter team and had teammates. But now, he knew that the young man had no teammates. Without teammates, he wanted to kill a lower god emperor alone. Moreover, that lower god emperor had a group of high-level divine emperors under him? Sorry, I won't keep you company. Are you worried that I will be killed by a lower god emperor? Duan Lingtian could see through Du Huan's thoughts. After smiling faintly, he said, Let's do as you say. Let's find the high-level divine emperors you know first. After dealing with them, I will go with Jianghu. Jianghu was the only person in the anti-hunter team that Duan Lingtian did not kill. The reason why he did not kill Jianghu was because of Du Huan. Du Huan told him that Jianghu was mainly in charge of the cooperation between the anti-hunter team and the other anti-hunter teams. He knew the locations of many anti-hunter teams. Then, Duan Lingtian took Jianghu and followed Du Huan to the various anti-hunter teams that Du Huan knew. Then, he killed all the anti-hunter teams. He killed all the high-level divine emperors with his own hands. The mid-level divine emperors were only seriously injured and killed by Jianghu. As for Du Huan, he killed a few high-level divine emperors and gave him a few mid-level divine emperors. He did not even get as many benefits as Chen Hu. Although he could see that Du Huan was resentful, he did not dare to say it out loud, so he did not care. However, at the same time that Chen Hu was dealing with the low-level god emperors, Chen Hu also couldn't bear to watch. He seriously injured the low-level god emperors one by one and then handed them over to Du Huan to deal with. At this time, Du Huan's mood rose a lot. "Sir, that's all I know." Du Huan's eyes were shining, and his divine power aura was vibrating. It was obvious that he was about to make a breakthrough. He was all smiles. "All right, you can go now," Duan Lingtian said. "Thank you, my lord." Du Huan thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. At the same time, he thanked Shen Hu, who was behind Duan Lingtian. "Lord Shen Hu, thank you for injuring so many lower god lords for me. If there's a chance in the future, Du Huan will definitely repay you." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Huan left without looking back. At the same time, he thought to himself, the premise is that you, Chen Hu, can still live until then. From his point of view, if Chen Hu were to follow Duan Lingtian to find a lower god emperor, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would fall along with Duan Lingtian. In the east of Wuyu City, which was also the direction from Wuyu City to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion Prefecture City. Recently, many hunter teams discovered that most of the hunter teams that were originally active in the vicinity had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Not long after, another hunter stood up and said that the hunter team he was in had all been killed except for him, who had been investigating outside. Moreover, they were killed in their base camp. Most importantly, their leader was a lower god emperor. A lower god emperor was an overlord in the surrounding area. How could such an existence be gone? In the beginning, many people did not believe it. After all, how could a lower god emperor be killed so easily? What a joke! Even if Wuyu City Master of Wuyu City were to attack, it would be difficult for him to kill a lower god emperor. Maybe he's not a match for Lu Yu, but can't he escape? Most people did not believe it. However, as time passed and the hunters who were lower god emperors died one by one, the hunters in the surrounding area realized that it was not a false rumor. It was true. There was really someone who was counter-hunting them. Up until now, the ones that have fallen are all hunter squads that didn't keep their headquarters a secret. Hunter squads that kept their headquarters a secret, including our own hunter squads, are all fine. Someone is specifically counter-hunting us hunters. It seems that the anti-hunter team has made a move. This anti-hunter team must be very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many lower god emperors to die in their hands. A group of hunters thought that those lower god emperor hunters had died in the hands of an anti-hunter team. They did not know that it was only one person who had made a move. My lord. In a mountain range, Chen Hu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Next, I know where a hunter team with a lower god emperor is. Shall we go now? Let's go. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian's face was glowing. After this period of hunting, he had killed many lower god emperors and dozens of upper god emperors. His cultivation base as a upper god emperor had been completely consolidated. In fact, his cultivation base was continuously advancing toward the emperor god realm. In this place, I have 3 years, and now, it has only been less than 2 months. If this continues, I will definitely be able to enter the emperor god realm in a few months at most. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. His eyes lit up even more. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to killing another lower god emperor. However, when he followed Chen Hu to a remote place, he realized that the place was empty. Not only was there no one, but even when Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, he could not find anyone other than himself and Chen Hu. My lord. Chen Hu's expression did not look too good. I am certain that I did not lead you to the wrong place. This hunter squad should have left this place and gone somewhere else to build a base camp. Chen Hu said. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's continue to the next stop. There are no lower god emperors, but a upper god emperor is fine too. However, although Jianghu was leading the way for the next few stops, the two of them did not find anything. After a few times, Jianghu's expression became uglier and uglier. "My lord," Jianghu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him anxiously. He wondered if this lord would vent his anger on him and kill him in a fit of rage. After all, he was already a upper god emperor. If this lord killed him, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was right. Jianghu, who was close to becoming a upper god emperor, had successfully broken through half a month ago. This was because after killing a lower god emperor, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Other than the upper god emperors that were assigned to Jianghu, Duan Lingtian did not kill the rest of the middle god emperors. Instead, he severely injured them and handed them over to Jianghu to be killed. As a result, in less than 2 months, Jianghu had benefited greatly. He had even broken through to the upper god emperor realm. Currently, Jianghu and Duan Lingtian had the same cultivation level. However, although Jianghu and Duan Lingtian had the same cultivation level, he still treated Duan Lingtian with respect. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian was only a upper god emperor, he had seen him kill a lower god emperor before. He thought that even though Duan Lingtian could kill an ordinary upper god emperor as easily as killing a dog, it would not be easy for him to defeat a lower god emperor. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian could kill a lower god emperor as easily. Not a single lower god emperor could withstand a single strike from him. A upper god emperor can kill a lower god emperor as easily as cutting grass. Even the most outstanding upper god emperor in the divine nation's imperial family does not have such ability, right? Jianghu's heart trembled. Who exactly is this lord? The hunter teams that we are looking for now are empty. It should not be a coincidence. He must have heard the news and felt that someone else knew the location of his base camp, so he changed the location in advance. Jianghu was relieved when he thought of this. It seems that everyone has heard the news. If Jianghu could think of this, so could Duan Lingtian. He glanced at Jianghu and said, "Since that is the case, we will part ways here." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he teleported and disappeared before Jianghu's eyes without waiting for his reply. Lord, Jianghu was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to leave just like that. At this moment, even he did not expect that he would be reluctant to part with Duan Lingtian. It was not relief. This 1 month is undoubtedly a great opportunity for me. I'm afraid I won't be able to find such an opportunity in the future. Jianghu sighed. After parting ways with Jianghu, Duan Lingtian teleported all the way to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Prefecture City. Of course, while he was on his way, he did not forget to extend his divine consciousness to check if there were any hunters who were worth his time. This divine training ground is really a good place. Killing can increase one's strength. And this place was created by a supreme expert. The power of a supreme expert is simply inconceivable. When Duan Lingtian was getting closer to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Prefecture City, Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, received the news from the outside world. There's an anti-hunter team that specializes in hunting down high-level divine emperors and above. Now, all the hunter teams that exposed their whereabouts previously have changed their nest. Lu Wuyo was surprised. He did not expect there to be a hunter team that could kill a low-level divine emperor near Wuyo City. No. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lu Wuyo's mind. Could it be him? He's a high-level divine emperor now, and he can only obtain the reward from killing high-level divine emperors and above. Chapter 4153. In half a year, he had gone from a high-level divine emperor to a god emperor without fully stabilizing his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian wouldn't have dared to imagine it in the past. But now, in the trial grounds of God, he saw a glimmer of hope. I only have 3 years here. It's too short. Duan Lingtian was on his way to the prefecture city of the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. On the way, he didn't forget to capture the hunters who were hiding in the dark. Then, under their lead, he overturned their nest. Of course, he would capture anyone who had information about a low-level divine emperor hunter team. Not only would he spare their lives, but he would also give them corresponding benefits. In this process, the one who benefited the most was naturally Duanling Tian. It seems, there's no need to go to the prefecture city so early. Duanling Tian thought in his heart and muttered to himself. Now, they were already far away from the surrounding area of Wuxia City. Some of the hunter teams in the vicinity had exposed their whereabouts to the outside world. The entire team hadn't left their nest. In just a few days, he had killed 2 low-level divine emperors and 7 high-level divine emperors. I'm getting closer to the God Emperor realm. Duanling Tian realized that he really liked this place. He didn't want to leave after coming here. At least, he didn't want to leave before he reached the ultimate God realm. My lord, Duanling Tian once again caught a hunter who was secretly investigating him. It was a high-level divine emperor. Duanling Tian rarely encountered any high-level divine emperors who came out to scout. When the other party saw Duanling Tian appear, he didn't panic because Duanling Tian was only a high-level divine emperor. However, after he was casually suppressed by Duanling Tian, he became well-behaved. Our team has 2 low-level divine emperors and 1 mid-level divine emperor. This person also saw Duanling Tian as a member of the anti-hunter team. When Duanling Tian asked him to lead the way to the headquarters, he was also waiting for Duanling Tian's team to arrive. However, when he saw Duanling Tian barging into their headquarters alone, he was completely stunned. Is he courting death? However, when he saw Duanling Tian killing the 2 low-level divine emperor vice leaders with just a swing of his sword, he was dumbfounded. A high-level divine emperor instantly killing a low-level divine emperor? If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. You're courting death. When an angry roar rang out, a burly figure appeared. It was a 2-meter-tall, middle-aged man. He had a strong back and a strong waist, and a murderous aura. As soon as he appeared, he revealed a strength that was much stronger than the 2 people Duanling Tian had killed earlier. Mid-level divine emperor? As for Duanling Tian, when faced with the strong attack of the middle-aged man, not only was he not afraid, he was even excited. He finally met a mid-level divine emperor. Duanling Tian knew that in this area, the mid-level divine emperors in the anti-hunter team were basically ordinary mid-level divine emperors. However, no matter how ordinary they were still mid-level divine emperors. Duanling Tian didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he hadn't used since entering the trial grounds of God. He realized that the high-level divine weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was a half-soul high-level divine weapon. If he didn't exchange it for a divine weapon, he would be at a disadvantage. A full-soul high-level divine weapon? When Duanling Tian revealed the divine weapon in his hand, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. However, after a while, his eyes were filled with greed. This magical card, I want it. The middle-aged man's attack grew even stronger. Like a raging wave, it swept towards Duanling Tian, wanting to drown Duanling Tian. This middle-aged man was an expert in water laws. A full-soul high-level divine weapon? As for the high-level divine emperor who led Duanling Tian here, his face was filled with shock. Although he didn't have such a divine weapon, not even a half-soul high-level divine weapon, he knew what such a divine weapon meant. A full-soul high-level divine weapon, even for a high-level divine emperor, not everyone had one. As for existences below a high-level divine emperor, some of them were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But today, he actually saw a person who had not even entered the realm of Upper God Emperor yet, but already possessed a high-quality divine artifact with a complete soul. No. It should be said that he had a full-soul high-level divine weapon before entering the high-level divine emperor realm. Sword Principle. The Way of Control. Facing the middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-level divine emperor, Duanling Tian used all his strength. He didn't dare to be careless, even if his opponent was just an ordinary mid-level divine emperor. Whoosh! With one strike, Duanling Tian frowned. Puchi! In the distance, one of the middle-aged man's arms flew out, and he had strangely dodged to the side just a moment ago. It was because he had dodged in that instant that he had escaped a calamity. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. How is this possible? At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with shock after escaping a calamity. How can a high-level divine emperor have such strength? He could see that his opponent was powerful not only because of the full-soul high-level divine weapon in his hand, but also because of the spatial laws that he had mastered in. Sword principle. Run. The middle-aged man who had suffered a loss not only lost his anger, but he didn't even have the courage to continue fighting with Duan Lingtian. Even if he was a mid-level divine emperor, he had no choice but to run when facing a high-level divine emperor. Too strong. This high-level divine emperor was too strong. He believed that it would be difficult to find a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him in the entire divine nation, let alone the heavenly spirit mansion. No. Perhaps, in the entire heavenly south continent, there might not be a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him. Second teleportation. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and then he teleported twice in a row, blocking the middle-aged man's path first. At the same time, his sword whistled through the air and slashed toward his opponent. This strike not only carried a swift and fierce sword intent, it also carried a devastating spatial storm. The middle-aged man now only wanted to escape, and he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to appear in his path first. Even if the spatial laws that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier were extraordinary, he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have mastered the spatial law's second teleportation. This was because he subconsciously felt that a technique like the second teleportation could only be mastered by powerful high-level divine emperors who were proficient in the spatial laws. No, the middle-aged man didn't have time to block it all. Before he died, the divine power in his body was annihilated, leaving behind only a despairing and helpless cry. An intermediate divine emperor had fallen. In the next instant, an incomparably huge pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to surge. Even his mind became much clearer in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian didn't move, but with a thought in his mind, numerous sword lights flashed out with a whistle, and they killed all the hunters that had just reacted and wanted to flee the base camp. In the end, Duan Lingtian looked at the high-level divine emperor who had led him here. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. My lord, I have been very cooperative with you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Duan Lingtian only looked at the middle-aged man deeply, but he didn't kill him. Although the middle-aged man had betrayed all his teammates, which could be considered as an ungrateful act, if they were in the outside world, Duan Lingtian would most likely not be able to hold himself back and kill him. However, in this place, he wasn't so obsessed with enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. After all, everything here was an illusion created by the supreme expert. In addition, it was thanks to the middle-aged man that he was able to obtain such a great harvest this time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man who had teleported away. Only then did the high-level divine emperor who had led him here heave a sigh of relief. When he looked at the bloodstains again, his expression changed drastically. High-level divine emperor. Is he really just a high-level divine emperor? A high-level divine emperor killed an intermediate divine emperor so easily? They were both high-level divine emperors, but at this moment, he felt that all his years of cultivation had been a waste. An intermediate divine emperor who could kill him with a flick of a finger was actually killed by a high-level divine emperor who was of the same cultivation level as him. Moreover, the entire process was very easy, without any pressure. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the high-level divine emperor was thinking after he left. Now, he found a secluded place and began to digest the reward that fell from the sky after killing the intermediate divine emperor. This reward is too generous, isn't it? It's even more than the reward of the lower divine emperors I killed before combined. Could it be? The reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher than the reward of killing someone who is 1 cultivation level higher than the reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. I feel. The reward this time might even help me enter the Emperor God realm. Let's try to break through, while Duan Lingtian was trying to break through to the Emperor God realm. In another place of the trial grounds, the sky was filled with blood and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Massacre. Only massacre was left. Third senior brother said that everything here is an illusion. I don't need to restrain myself here. It's best if I can break through to the ultimate God realm here. Once I break through to the ultimate God realm, I'll be able to protect junior brother better. A young lady broke through the bloody mist like an azura. The vast city behind her was almost dyed in blood. She's finally gone. I was worried that she would kill me. She's too strong. The monarch is definitely in seclusion and almost all the upper divine emperors in the capital were killed by her. She's also a upper divine emperor. How can she be so strong? Everyone looked at the back of the figure that was disappearing into the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. More people's faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Luckily she didn't attack us. Other than the upper divine emperors. She didn't even kill the intermediate divine emperors who didn't attack her first. It's obvious that she's here for the reward. She's so unruly. I'm afraid she'll die soon. It's said that someone will awaken the monarch who is in seclusion soon. When the monarch wakes up, he'll definitely not let her off.